The Dojo of Limits has two large training camps. One of them is the Basics Training Camp while the other is the Elite Training Camp. In the Basics Training Camp, genius fighters are picked from all over the world. After signing the contract, they enter this training camp and accept the best training. And the Elite Training Camp is the #1 training camp on Earth. It is also called the War God Preparation Camp. On Earth, the Dojo of Limits has the Basics and Elite Training Camp. At the same time, the Thunder Dojo also has the Basics and Elite Training Camps. However, it's indisputable that the Dojo of Limits Elite Training Camp is #1. Even the strongest fighter, Hong, teaches there sometimes. Hong, who even war gods have a hard time meeting, teaches there. In this Elite Training Camp, you have the chance to meet him. Elite Training Camp, you say? Yang Hui frowned. His conditions just barely make it. Beauty LL need to apply to the higher-ups. You also know how valuable a spot is in the Elite Training Camp. Yeah, Zhou Zhangyong nodded. I understand. Usually, there'll be 2 or 3 geniuses that appear every year in Jiangnan City's Dojo of Limits that get selected to enter the Basics Training Camp. When the Thunder Dojo tried to take Luo Feng back then, they were also using this spot. However, the Elite Training Camp is different. Usually only one person in Jiangnan City, a city with a population of 200 million, gets selected to enter the Elite Training Camp every 5 years. And China only has 6 headquarters cities. You can say that in all of China, a place with over 1 billion people, only one person a year gets selected. Contact the investigator, commanded Yang Hui. Beep beep. Hello? A deep, hoarse sound echoed around the listening room. Mr. Investigator. Yang Hui and Zhou Zhangyong immediately stood up and were extremely respectful. The investigator. The one whose position in the Dojo of Limits is only second to the creator, Hong. According to the rules of the Dojo of Limits, all fighters in the Dojo of Limits who become existences surpassing the War God level directly earn the title Investigator. In other words, all the investigators are existences that surpass the War God level. Oh, Yang Hui, what do you need? The investigator's voice carried over. Mr. Investigator, I came to Jiangnan headquarters city to examine a young man named Luo Feng. However, I found out that he's only 19 and his body fitness level is already at the beginner warlord level. Furthermore, he only practiced the 9-stage Thunder Blade for half a year and has already reached the 3rd stage. I think he has the right to enter the Elite Training Camp, said Yang Hui. Oh? The investigator went silent for a bit. The audiovisual room was completely silent. Yang Hui and Zhou Zhangyong didn't dare to make a sound. The Chinese government's army's representative just came to our headquarters to make a deal and took a place in the Elite Training Camp. The spots for this year is almost full. Technically, we can't give any more spots to China. Okay, give this Luo Feng a chance and let him take the Be Great exam. If he passes, let him enter the Elite Training Camp. The investigator's hoarse sound echoed around the audiovisual room. Yang Hui respectfully replied. Beep. The other side hung up already. Only until now did Yang Hui and Zhou Zhangyong let out a sigh of relief. Even though war gods and existences that surpass the war god level only seem to be a step apart, the difference in strength is way too large. An existence that surpasses the war god level can easily wipe out a city of millions of people and can talk to a powerful country on equal terms. Be Great exam? Frowned Zhou Zhangyong. Isn't it usually just the A Great exam? But there aren't enough spots and there are too many people in China, so 1 or 2 outstanding geniuses appear quite frequently. One of the spots was taken by the Chinese government's army, so if China wants to let another genius fighter enter the training camp, it won't be weird for that person to take a harder exam, said Yang Hui. Okay, Zhou Zhangyong nodded. Oh yeah, the Wang family in Kyoto City hopes to reserve an elite fighter training camp spot next year. They're willing to pay 50 billion Chinese dollars. Kyoto's Wang family? Next year? Yang Hui frowned. The HR Alliance and our Dojo of Limits are cooperating right now, so the HR Alliance is guaranteed to receive some spots every year. What, isn't that Wang family one of the 9 great families of the HR Alliance? Were they not able to get a spot for themselves? If they got a spot, why would they try to go through the back door? Laughed Zhou Zhangyong. There are 9 core families in the HR Alliance, so it wouldn't be weird for the Wang family to not get a spot. After all, in the underground conferences of the HR Alliance, the Western families have the advantage. This case is quite problematic. Yang Hui shook his head. Usually, only an investigator can decide on this. 50 billion is a huge sum of money, but it's hard to say whether or not that's enough to move the investigator. You're on quite good terms with Investigator Lu, so the Wang family hopes to get that spot through you, laughed Zhou Zhangyong. Wang family's son-in-law is just like that, already selling out his old friends. Yang Hui couldn't help but to shake his head. Steel hand, for your sake, I'll try talking with Uncle Lu. You should know. There are only so many spots for the elite training camp every year. All the countries and all the huge families are staring at them like wolves. It's not an easy thing to go through the back door. Understood. After this case, the Wang family will remember this favor, said Zhou Zhangyong. Wang Quan. The number 1 family in all of China and also one of the core 9 families of the HR Alliance. However, these families are still quite a bit off from the gigantic beasts named the Dojo of Limits and the Thunder Dojo. Since the creators of the Dojo of Limits and the Thunder Dojo, Hong and Thunder God, are existences that even countries fear. They are already invincible. Help me prepare a fighter jet so I can check out this Luo Feng in the wilderness. I'll also let him take the B-grade exam, said Yang Hui. Alright, the fighter jet will be ready momentarily. However, even though this Luo Feng is pretty good, whether or not he can pass the B-grade exam. Zhou Zhangyong shook his head. Oh yeah, contact Luo Feng first and confirm his current position, requested Yang Hui. No worries, do you even have to mention such small things? Zhou Zhangyong laughed loudly. Number 023 City. The sky was dark and the cold winds were blowing. Luo Feng was sitting cross-legged in the Wu Xin Xiang Tian position as he practiced his genetic energy technique. The formless energy entered his body through the 5 passages. All of Luo Feng's cells, which have long been starving, seemed to start cheering in joy as they ferociously gobbled up all the energy passing by them. The cells quickly converted the energy into genetic energy. As the cells absorbed the energy, the body slowly started to become stronger. Luo Feng let out a breath after he felt all the cells in his bones, muscles, etc. were filled up. He stood up and felt 100 times more energetic. Luo Feng, done training? Hurry up and come eat dinner, Brother Chen's voice carried over. Coming, Luo Feng smiled as he walked out. The group of people in the living room swiftly sat together. Luo Feng was also mixed in there as the group of people merrily drank and ate their high-energy candies, compressed bread, and a few meat pieces in their bags. There's quite a bit of monster materials in our bags now. We should go back to the resupplying base in 2 days, said Gao Feng as he drank water, primarily thanks to Luo Feng, since he got us quite a bit of monster materials. If you compare us to crazy, we're just old men, Wei Tai purposefully sighed. Chenggu couldn't help but to shake his head. I've been meddling in the wilderness for a few dozen years already. It seems like I can't become any stronger anymore. After a period of time, Luo Feng's strength would probably require him to join a new, stronger fighter squad. I'm also preparing to retire when that happens. Us brothers are also preparing to retire in a year or 2. Wei Tai and Wei Qing also nodded. Suddenly, the mood became a bit sad. Retiring is a great thing. Laughed Gao Feng, when that happens, maybe I'll be able to join the same fighter squad as Luo Feng. Or maybe, they wouldn't even want me and I'll have no choice but to join another fighter squad. All of this is hard to say. But no matter what, I still want to keep at it for another 10 years and see if I, Gao Feng, can become a war god. Luo Feng was right about to speak, but suddenly the watches of the 5 members of the Firehammer squad all vibrated. They lowered their heads and saw a GPS system appear on the watch. On the map was a flashing, red dot. Emergency SOS signal? The 5 members of the Firehammer squad exchanged glances, only around 1,500 meters away from us? Hurry! Go! The 5 members of the Firehammer squad quickly packed their bags and weapons and then swiftly rushed out. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 5, Chapter 6, Emergency Rescue. Volume 5, Chapter 6, Emergency Rescue. In number 023 city stood various delicately constructed buildings. However, these buildings were already quite ruined. The cold wind blew, carrying the howls of monsters in it. The 5 members of the Firehammer squad swiftly moved forward. Actually, with Luo Feng's spiritual force, his body fitness level of beginner-level warlord jumps up to advanced-level warlord, which allows him to battle against a beginner-level war god. In other words, you can treat Luo Feng as a war god now. With Luo Feng there, as long as they are a bit careful, there's virtually no danger. Since horde leaders are rare and anything below the horde leader level instantly gives up their lives the instant they encounter Luo Feng. Even if they run into a rat tide or an ant tide, Luo Feng can fly, which guarantees his safety, but... Look, right ahead. Luo Feng and the others were bent over on the black roof of a 2-story hotel as they looked towards the street in front of them, which was big enough to hold 4 cars side by side. On the street was a huge horde comprised of ocelot monsters. All of them were howling as they chased a fighter squad. These ocelot monsters had several 2-tailed ocelots and even a 3-tailed one. There's even a 4-tailed ocelot in the back, said Gao Feng softly. A 2-tailed ocelot is a low-level commander. A 3-tailed ocelot is a medium-level commander. A 4-tailed ocelot is a high-level commander. A high-level commander, for the usual fighter squad, is an absolute nightmare. And ocelots have the power and cruelty of tiger-type monsters and the swiftness and agility of cat-type monsters. They are quite difficult to get rid of. This isn't too hard. Luo Feng slightly squinted. They're brothers from the Dojo of Limits, we gotta help them, said Gao Feng seriously. Whenever you encounter danger in the wilderness, you can send out an emergency SOS signal, which would indiscriminately send out signals to every fighter in the vicinity. If they're from the same dojo, the signal would be red. If they're from different dojos, the signal would be green. Each tactical communications watch is connected to the person's fighter ID card, so the watch can automatically differentiate whether or not they're in the same dojo. Captain, you guys go help, I'll cut the back, said Luo Feng softly. Crazy is best at fighting in a horde. Wei Qin gave a huge thumbs up. Indeed, Luo Feng, who has amazing technique, performs extremely well in chaotic battles. Gao Feng softly said, go. Whoosh. 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 The group of people immediately started sprinting. Gao Feng, Wei Tai, Wei Qing, and Chen Gu immediately charged towards the escaping fighter squad, while Luo Feng started slaughtering in the middle of the street behind them. For a war god, a monster horde holds absolutely no threat at all, unless it's a horde made out of tiny monsters like the rat tide or ant tide. Of course, if Luo Feng doesn't use his throwing knives, this monster horde is still quite challenging. Pooh. Poochie. Fresh blood flew everywhere and the heads of the ocelot monsters flew up one by one. The huge bodies instantly crumbled to the ground, clogging up the street. These ocelot monsters were mostly soldier level. Only some of them were 2-tailed ocelots, while even fewer were 3-tailed ocelots. And there was only one 4-tailed ocelot. Like a butterfly, Luo Feng easily floated through the monster horde. The charge of the monsters was horrifying. Once you get hit by one, it'll be easy for the countless monsters to trample you to death. However, Luo Feng's technique was superb as he used the corpses of other monsters and even some of the sprinting ocelot monsters to block the other monsters. This also allowed him to deal with fewer monsters at a time. The phone call isn't going through? No one's picking up or replying. In Jiangnan headquarters city, on the top of the Dojo of Limits headquarters, Chairman Zhou Zhengyang was looking at his phone with a confused look. War God Yang Hui shook his head on the side. You can't even deal with something like this, Steel Hand. I have to treat you with scorn for a bit. As he said that, War God Yang Hui also dialed Luo Feng's tactical communications watch's number. It already displayed his position, number 023 city. Using the signal of the phone, it's easy to determine the location. Even normal cell phones have this function. I'll just go over there directly. War God Yang Hui waved his hand and directly entered a dark blue jet fighter. After he closed the hatch, the jet fighter quickly soared through the air and flew out the city's defense system as it headed southeast. In number 023 city, the emergency SOS signal broadcasted to the surrounding 20 kilometers. Actually, when fighters in the wilderness encounter danger, fighters won't come help them if they're too far away. This emergency SOS signal, which was originally set to a radius of 23 kilometers, was broadcasting to quite a large area. It's a green emergency SOS signal, so it's not people of our Thunder Dojo 4 fighters were currently sitting in the 6th floor of an old, shattered hotel. It's probably people from the Dojo of Limits. Brothers, should we go? Said a brute with a scar on his face as he looked towards the others. A bald, handsome young man lowered his head and said, We can't make this distance, so let's go take a look. If we can help, then we will. If it's too dangerous, then never mind. Let's do what Gui said, go. Alright, let's go. This North River Squad, which was quite famous in Jiangnan headquarters city, instantly made their decision and immediately, yet carefully, went out. This North River Squad had 1 advanced level warlord and 3 intermediate level warlords. However, one of the intermediate level warlords, Wahai, was nearing the advanced level warlord level. A fighter squad like this was indeed powerful. However, they were quite slow in the wilderness city. They didn't dare to sprint, since they were afraid of a monster lying in ambush ahead. Right ahead us. Ocelot monster horde. Damn, bet there's around 1,000 of them. The North River Squad squatted on the roof of a store and looked towards the street. Look over there, what a powerful guy. Just him alone attracted over half of the monsters. Where'd that ferocious dude come from? The members of the North River Squad were all surprised. Even the bald young man, Wahai, widened his eyes as he looked carefully. All that was seen was a young fighter who had a hexagonal shield in one hand and a ghost blade in the other. As if a ghost, he kept dodging around with amazingly fast, yet extremely precise technique. Howl! Howl! The enraged monster horde crazily charged towards Luo Feng. Their claws waved like crazy and there were even a huge amount of monsters that leaped towards him. It seemed as if a wave was about to swallow up Luo Feng. However, no matter how crazily the monster horde attacked, Luo Feng's technique was already artistic, as each of his steps were extremely precise. It was a pleasure to watch him sidestep and dodge. The monster horde that was seemingly crazy and enraged, was like a joke in front of Luo Feng's steps. Ru Wei class. This is definitely the Ru Wei class technique. The fighters of the North River Squad couldn't help but to say out of surprise. Luo Feng? It's actually him? Frowned Guahai. Of course he recognized Luo Feng. When War God Lu Gang died and the memorial started, he was chatting about Luo Feng with the Su family's Su gang while Luo Feng was chatting with Su Xian near him. From a certain perspective, Guahai and Luo Feng were rivals in love. Guahai liked Su Xian, and so did Luo Feng. Stop watching, let's go already. Go! The 4 members of the North River Squad rushed out. This Luo Feng just barely became a fighter. Could it be that he's actually catching up to me? Guahai's heart was filled with a fierce feeling of unsatisfaction. Guys, especially in front of their crush, don't easily accept defeat. Furthermore, he, Guahai, is a genius fighter that is approaching the advanced level warlord level. If you don't count in the spiritual force, then, indeed, he isn't inferior to Luo Feng. Luo Feng, like a rock, clogged up the street where the monster horde was sprinting. A huge amount of monster corpses surrounded the area. Whether they charged or leaped towards Luo Feng, there were monsters surrounding Luo Feng in absolutely every direction. However, he was hanging on in this kind of situation. This is a way of using the environment to assist my technique. Luo Feng dodged while attacking and was excited inside, using the environment in every object, whether the corpses of monsters or the bodies of the monsters that are attacking me, or even a rock. Merge myself with the environment. This is the perfect level. Luo Feng has been thinking about the perfect level technique for this period of time. He understood the reasoning behind it, but when he actually has to do it, he can't maintain the state for a long time. Howl. With a howl that flew up to the skies, the entire ocelot horde retreated with their leader like a receding ocean. They quickly left. Even though the ocelots were enraged and filled with hatred when they left, the ocelot leader was clear: even if the entire horde was sacrificed, they wouldn't be able to eradicate this human fighter. You must be the famous crazy from our Jiangnan headquarters city. Now that I saw it for myself, you are indeed powerful. I am the captain of the North River Squad. Conway, the man with a scar on his face, passionately walked over. Luo Feng smiled as he walked over. A sound then rang at this time. Luo Feng, but a bald young man whose battle uniform had some marks of blood on it walked over and stared at Luo Feng. Luo Feng, I'm Guahai. You should have heard my name before. Guahai? Luo Feng looked at the young man in front of him. You're the one who became an intermediate level warlord at the age of 21? Of course, Luo Feng remembers this name. When Su Gang was ridiculing him back then, he mentioned two people: genius fighter Guahai and the Wang Xingping from the Wang family. They count as his rivals in love. That's me. A smile appeared on Guahai's face. You probably heard from Su Gang. Luo Feng frowned. We'll compete on equal terms for Su Xin. Guahai's eyes were flashing. Luo Feng, I admit your technique is superb. You're not the kind of person who only just barely stepped into the Ru Wei class and makes mistakes every so often. Your Ru Wei class technique is almost perfect. In terms of technique, I'm inferior to you. At least for this point, I'll praise you. By this time, the Fire Hammer squad members and the fighter squad of the Dojo of Limits that was saved by them came over. The Thunder Dojo's genius fighter Guahai? Of course, Gao Feng, Shengu, and the others knew about Guahai. Guahai was extremely famous. He was also scouted for the Thunder Dojo back then. However, Luo Feng, by the end of this year, I should be able to become an advanced level warlord. Guahai slightly smiled. I think a 22-year-old advanced level warlord is enough for the Su family to give their daughter's hand in marriage to me. Guahai was a very calm person. When he first heard of Luo Feng, Guahai didn't even give a second thought about him at all. However, he felt a threat when he saw Luo Feng's performance today, which was why he said all of that. Even if the Su family is willing, Su Xian has to agree as well, frowned Luo Feng. Because of Su Xian's identity, many people are sure to chase after Su Xian. Who knew that he would actually meet a rival in love today? Luo Feng looked towards the faraway sky and saw a dark blue light flash through the sky. After that, it stopped above them. This beautiful, dark blue-colored UFO-shaped fighter jet then started to descend and actually stopped on a street around a dozen meters away from Luo Feng and the others. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 5, Chapter 7, Be Great Exam? Volume 5, Chapter 7, Be Great Exam? The sky wasn't dark, the streets were flowing with the fresh blood of monsters. The fighter jet that descended through the cold air attracted the gaze of all the fighters present. The last time Luo Feng saw such a fighter jet was during the Rat Tide incident. What's a fighter jet doing here? and even stopping right in front of us. Who are they looking for? Luo Feng was full of suspicion. The other fighters on the side started quietly discussing. A fighter jet? Is this fighter jet from the military or a wargod's personal aircraft? The members of the Firehammer Squad, the North River Squad, and the rescued Arctic Fox Squad all looked towards the fighter jet with suspicion. Normally, fighters would rarely even see a fighter jet flying by in the air over the course of a year in the wilderness. And don't even mention a fighter jet stopping right in front of them. Hua! The hatch of the aircraft opened. Luo Feng looked carefully and saw two shadows jump off one by one. The two of them were wearing black battle uniforms. One walked in front of the other as they came over, and the one behind was one of Jiangnan City's Big Four, Zhu Gutao. Zhu Gutao was even smiling towards Luo Feng. Chief Zhu Gutao. Chief. Luo Feng, Gao Feng, the other Firehammer Squad members, and the rescued Arctic Fox Squad members all yelled respectfully. The North River Squad said nothing on the side, since they were from the Thunder Dojo. However, the members of the Firehammer Squad, the Arctic Fox Squad, and the North River Squad were all confused. One of the great Big Four of Jiangnan headquarters city was walking behind this middle-aged man like an assistant? Who is this middle-aged man? Luo Feng, Gao Feng, and Taoko, let me introduce to you guys, smiled Zhu Gutao as he stood next to the middle-aged man. This is Envoy Mr. Yang, who arrived from the Dojo of Limits World Headquarters. Mr. Yang is a war god level fighter. The members of the Firehammer Squad and the Arctic Fox Squad were all stunned. Mr. Yang, the people all yelled respectfully. Yeah. The war god Mr. Yang just nodded and didn't say anything more to the fighters. His gaze scanned across the group and quickly landed on Luo Feng. This scene instantly confused the other fighters. Why is this envoy from the Dojo of Limits World Headquarters staring at Luo Feng? Of course, Yang Hui has seen Luo Feng's photos before. Luo Feng spoke Yang Hui. Mr. Yang, responded Luo Feng, his heart full of confusion. Zhu Gutao smiled on the side as he looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng, Mr. Yang rushed to Jiangnan City from the Dojo of Limits World Headquarters mainly for you. Mr. Yang worked quite a bit for you, so you have to thank him deeply. Indeed, even though Mr. Yang has the common sickness called arrogance that all war gods have, he still cares about his talented juniors. If Yang Hui didn't apply for Luo Feng to enter the elite training camp, Luo Feng wouldn't even have the chance to take the exam. No need for thanks, Luo Feng's own hard work earned him this chance. Yang Hui slightly smiled. Luo Feng was still full of confusion. What is this Yang Hui and Zhu Gutao talking about? How come he has no idea what's going on? Luo Feng, come, get on the fighter jet, persuaded Zhu Gutao, and right after, commanded the Firehammer Squad members. Gao Feng, you Firehammer Squad members temporarily halt your actions in the wilderness and return to the headquarters city. From today on, Luo Feng won't be in your Firehammer Squad anymore, so you guys have to make the necessary preparations. What? Luo Feng and the other Firehammer Squad members were all flabbergasted. Chief, what is going on? Asked Luo Feng. I'll tell you when we return to the headquarters city. Zhu Gutao scanned the area. Even though he doesn't have to keep this a secret, he still doesn't want to talk about this in front of so many people. With the gaze of many sending them off, Luo Feng got on the fighter jet with Zhu Gutao and envoy Yang Hui. The fighter jet quickly ascended and turned into a dark blue light which directly disappeared into the horizon. Gao Feng, Qinggu, Wei Tai, and Wei Qing all had complicated looks on their faces. They could tell. The Firehammer Squad was going to be disbanded. It was clear when Zhu Gutao said the phrase, Luo Feng won't be in your Firehammer Squad anymore. And today, a war god and a chief of the Dojo of Limits personally came to pick up Luo Feng. Something big is probably going to happen. Luo Feng is probably going to the Dojo of Limits World Headquarters and undergo special training, said the captain of the Arctic Fox Squad, Tao Ku. Most likely. Indeed, Luo Feng's strength earns him that special right. Don't spout nonsense. Special training in the world headquarters isn't big enough for a war god and a chief to personally rush to the wilderness. In our Thunder Dojo, 2 or 3 people in the entire headquarters city have the right to undergo special training, as long as a chief applies for it and an envoy comes to test them. Why would an envoy war god come all the way to the wilderness? The captain of the North River Squad, Kang Wei, shook his head, unless it's the legendary war god preparation camp. War god preparation camp? Hua Hai took in a deep breath and his face changed dramatically. The legendary number 1 camp in the entire world. Its real name is the Elite Training Camp but is called the War God Preparation Camp by fighters because every fighter that enters the camp has a 90% chance of becoming a war god. The other 10% is for those who become handicapped or die in the camp. This Luo Feng entered the War God Preparation Camp? Hua Hai couldn't help but to clench his fists. A complex feeling would naturally appear because of a rival in love. In all of Jiangnan headquarters city, only one person enters the War God Preparation Camp every few years. And he entered? Impossible. Hua Hai's face had an extremely unpleasant look on it. Whoosh! The dark blue UFO-shaped fighter jet formed a light and quickly arrived at the skies above Jiangnan headquarters city. It then started to slowly descend. Luo Feng, we have arrived at the headquarters city. Get off the jet immediately, said Zhu Gutao. So fast. Luo Feng looked at this fighter jet. A few statistics of the fighter jets aren't made public. Using what he witnessed when the fighter jet flew over to the wilderness, just the naked eye was enough to tell him that this fighter jet was moving at a few times faster than the speed of sound. Over 1,000 meters in a second is definitely reasonable. Adding to that, the fighter jet was following the path of a straight line. It took mere seconds for the fighter jet to arrive at the headquarters city from number 023 city. The hatch opened automatically and Zhu Gutao, Luo Feng, and Yang Hui jumped off the jet. The fighter jet landed on the roof of the Dojo of Limits headquarters. The Dojo of Limits headquarters building. The main layer was an extremely gigantic training hall. The entire training hall was silverish white, and a man in a white dojo uniform was sitting cross-legged in the center. Ding! The elevator door opened and Luo Feng followed Zhu Gutao and Yang Hui as he entered this gigantic training hall. When he first entered, Luo Feng's gaze was attracted by the man in the white dojo uniform. He could feel that an energy invisible to the naked eye was currently pulsing around the man in the white dojo uniform. His hands are quite large. Luo Feng realized with a glance that the man's hands were almost like fans. His one hand was comparable to the size of a normal person's 2 hands combined. Arrived. The man in the white dojo uniform stood up and smiled as he looked at Luo Feng. You must be Luo Feng. Oh, old Yang. Are you preparing to let Luo Feng take the exam in my Jiangnan headquarters city? Yang Hui slightly hesitated. The man in the white dojo uniform continued, after you went to search for Luo Feng, I've thought about it carefully. Applying for the test in a headquarters city is quite troublesome. Whether Luo Feng passes or fails, he'll be going to the world headquarters anyway. If so, then he might as well go to the headquarters to take the test. That would be much more simple. You're right, laughed Yang Hui. Indeed, if Luo Feng passes, he'll enter the elite training camp. If he fails, he'll enter the basics training camp. No matter what, there's absolutely no problem for Luo Feng to pass for the basics training camp. Luo Feng listened to the two with confusion. What exactly is this test that they have been mentioning? Luo Feng, this is the chairman of our Jiangnan City Dojo of Limits headquarters, said Zhu Gutao softly. Luo Feng realized it was him. Zhou Zhengyon, war god level fighter. The man nicknamed Steel Hand, the chairman of the Jiangnan City Dojo of Limits headquarters. Zhou Zhengyon and Yang Hui talked for a bit before looking at Luo Feng. Luo Feng, our Dojo of Limits world headquarters has 2 big camps, the basics training camp and the elite training camp. You know about this, right? Said Yang Hui. Not clearly. Luo Feng shook his head. Zhou Zhengyon laughed loudly on the side. You must have heard of the special training before. Luo Feng nodded. The Thunder Dojo used this special training contract to attract him. The Basics training camp accepts geniuses from all over the world and supplies them with the best resources. The Elite Training Camp is the #1 training camp on Earth. It accepts the geniuses of geniuses, demon-like students. Zhou Zhengyan looked at Luo Feng. Similarly, the Elite Training Camp has an astonishing amount of resources, and your teachers will be war gods at least. There are examiners and even those who have surpassed the war god level, investigators, too. Even the world's strongest fighter, Hong, goes to the camp. The second strongest fighter, Thunder God, is invited there too. Luo Feng froze. The Elite Training Camp? Accepts demons only? Their teachers are at least war god level? Even Hong and Thunder God go there? Not only do you have the best teachers, but you even have the world's most advanced technology supplied to you in the Elite Training Camp. Some of them were even treasures excavated from archaeological ruins. You will receive the most perfect training. Zhou Zhengyong stared at Luo Feng and tried to hide his excitement as he spoke. Yang Hui sighed on the side. The world's most genius students, best teachers, and best equipment gathered. The Elite Training Camp, which is #1 in every aspect. As long as you don't die, you'll become a war god. Luo Feng blinked twice. Of course, each spot in the Elite Training Camp is priceless. Even huge families rarely get a spot even after spending tens of billions. Yang Hui looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng, you have a chance to enter the world's best training camp. The only requirement is that you must pass the Be Great exam. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 5, Chapter 8, Grasp the Chance. Volume 5, Chapter 8, Grasp the Chance. Luo Feng held his breath in. A huge family that uses its various connections and tens of billions can't even secure a spot? And there are archaeological treasures used for equipment. Archaeological ruins, there are really archaeological ruins? Luo Feng couldn't help but to ask. Of course, smiled Yang Hui, there's more than just a single archaeological site. Most regular civilians don't know this, and many fighters don't know this either. Only an extremely small number of core people and elite existences know these secrets. Yang Hui has long determined that Luo Feng will become a war god. So of course, he didn't hide any of this. Mr. Yang Hui, Chairman, this #1 training camp can rapidly increase people's strength? Continued Luo Feng. Without a doubt. Chairman Zhou Zhengyan was filled with confidence. Your body fitness level, technique, blade technique, battle experience, etc. are all irrelevant. Your rate of improvement in the camp will be who knows how many times faster than your own bitter training. Keep in mind that the best equipment and setup is there. The equipment there, especially the ones from the archaeological ruins, are extremely beneficial to a fighter's growth. Who knows how many times faster? Luo Feng started thinking to himself. His current body fitness level growth rate was quite fast already. If he entered this #1 training camp on Earth and had the assistance of the best possible equipment, he'll probably become an advanced level war god fighter much faster. If I stay in Jiangnan headquarters city, I still have to be careful of the Vulture-Scorpion couple's investigation. Rather than being on my toes all day, why not go to the world's best training camp? Since it's a core area of the Dojo of Limits headquarters, Vulture and Scorpion won't be able to find it. Luo Feng instantly made his decision. Figure out a way to enter the world's best training camp. That's where all the geniuses of Earth are gathered. Competing with all these geniuses is indeed a very entertaining thing. Any more questions? Yang Hui and Zhou Zhengyan looked at Luo Feng. When can I return after entering this training camp? Asked Luo Feng. The Elite Training Camp lasts for 5 years. In these 5 years, the only times you get to go home is during January and February. Yang Hui continued to answer, of course, if you become a war god level fighter within these 5 years, you can graduate early. Luo Feng slightly nodded. Become a war god and graduate. If you can't become a war god, then you can stay for at most 5 years. However, even if many students, laughed Zhou Zhengyang on the side, reach the war god level, they won't prove their true strength by hunting and bringing back a horde leader level monster back to the training camp. They'll use the identity of advanced level warlord and continue to stay at the camp until their 5 years are up. Their level is determined by their battle record. Even if some students are war gods, if they won't hunt any horde leader level monsters, they'll never be recognized as war gods. This way, they can stay until their 5 years are up. Luo Feng, even war gods dream about entering the elite training camp. So even if you become a war god, you should continue to stay there, reminded Yang Hui, and then laughed, of course, if you do actually get in, you'll find out how great it is for yourself. Luo Feng nodded and was awed. Looks like this elite training camp is quite attractive. Yang Hui, what is the B grade exam? Luo Feng continued to ask. Your test. Yang Hui seriously spoke, the B grade exam is extremely difficult. You have quite a lot of control over your body since you've already reached the 3rd stage of the 9-stage Thunder Blade. However, your chances of passing the B grade exam. When he said that, Yang Hui shook his head. Clearly, he didn't have much confidence in Luo Feng. Actually, you only have to take the A grade exam under normal conditions. However, the Chinese army received a spot after negotiating in the headquarters, so if you want to get in, you have to pass the B grade exam. Yang Hui didn't hide anything. Of course, you still have hope of passing the B grade exam. If you don't give up, there's hope. Okay, Luo Feng was full of confidence. If worse comes to worse, he'll just use his spiritual force to boost his capabilities. He's sure that there'll be no problem in passing this B grade exam. Any more questions? Smiled Yang Hui. No, Luo Feng shook his head. Are you willing to take the B grade exam to enter the elite training camp? If you fail, you can still enter the basics training camp. Yang Hui looked at Luo Feng. I am willing, nodded Luo Feng. Yang Hui slightly nodded and pointed towards the fist strength testing machine. Go throw a punch for me. This was just a simple check. With Yang Hui and Zhou Zhengyang watching, they can see what stage he has reached in the 9-stage Thunder Blade based on how many times the strength of his punch changes when he throws it. They can also look at the value on the machine's display. With just pure strength, 1,800 kilograms. With everything he had, 10,000 kilograms. He passed. Yang Hui didn't even need to test Luo Feng's speed and reaction speed, since he was just testing what stage Luo Feng reached in the 9-stage Thunder Blade. Luo Feng sat on the sofa and looked at the contract in his hands. This was a special training contract. The Dojo of Limits indeed has few restrictions on fighters. Luo Feng had no complaints about the contract and signed 4 of them in one go. Out of these 4 contracts, 1 of them belongs to you. The other 3 will go through our headquarters, smiled Yang Hui as he took out a black wooden box. This black wooden box had a stamp, which was the stamp of the envoy. Yang Hui's personal signature had no effect, only the stamp did. Pa! The stamp pressed onto the contracts. Don't lose this. Yang Hui handed one of the contracts to Luo Feng. Shu Ge, tell Xia to come here for a bit, commanded Yang Hui. Yes. Shu Ge immediately rode the elevator down. In mere moments, the elevator doors opened again. Zhu Gutao brought a teenager wearing a dojo uniform. This teenager's head was a bit yellow. He was quite handsome, entirely comparable to a celebrity in the entertainment industry. Luo Feng, this guy is Xia, one of the young fighters that our Dojo of Limits has decided to send to the basics training camp this year. He's also a little genius, smiled Yang Hui. Luo Feng walked over and smiled as he stretched out his hand. Luo Feng. Yesya, this handsome teenager, also stretched out his hand and lightly shook Luo Feng's hand. Yesya, this is your senior. He'll also go with you to the Dojo of Limits World Headquarters. Your senior is aiming for the elite training camp. As Yang Hui said that, the originally expressionless handsome teenager, Yesya, suddenly became shocked. Of course, as a genius about to enter the basics training camp, he also knew about the elite training camp. Those who can enter the basics training camp are geniuses. Those who can enter the elite training camp are geniuses of genius estimates. Senior Luo Feng, let me introduce myself. Yesya, a freshman in Jiangnan University. Yesya's attitude clearly changed. Geniuses only feel pressured when they meet someone who's even better than them. Jiangnan University, the best university in Jiangnan City? Luo Feng smiled as he praised, "You're really impressive. Your senior is just someone who failed the high school exams. Don't make fun of me. How many students are accepted all year throughout the country in Jiangnan University? Furthermore, there are 2 to 3 more universities that are better than Jiangnan City throughout the country. And in all of China, only one person can enter the world's best training camp up front each year," said Yesya. Yesya, in front of Luo Feng, wasn't prideful at all. Indeed, the elite training camp only accepts the geniuses of geniuses throughout all the armies, huge families, and fighters. How many are accepted every year? It'll be amazing if more than 10 are accepted. Luo Feng, Yesya smiled. Yang Hui, you guys leave with me to the Dojo of Limits World Headquarters on the same day. You two must meet up with me at the airport before 2 p.m. on March 22nd. Yes. Yes. Luo Feng and Yesya both responded. Alright, both of you go back and meet up with your families. In the future, you'll only be able to return during New Year's, said Yang Hui. Luo Feng and Yesya both got on the elevator and left. The sky was dark, and in one of Jiangnan City's 8 cities, Yangzhou City, tens of thousands of homes were shining bright. One of the Dojo of Limits private cars slowly moved along on the street. Luo Feng looked through the window and saw residential building after residential building, store after store. Yangzhou. I've been here for so many years. Soon, I'll be leaving. Leaving China to the Dojo of Limits World Headquarters. 5 years? Such a long time. I can keep in touch with Dad, Mom, and my brother through video chat. I also need to pay attention to the elixir of life my brother needs and see when it becomes available. Also, what? Before I leave, I need to go see one. One was the one who played with him ever since they were little tiny kids. Their relationship is comparable to Luo Feng and Luo Hua's. Ever since Luo Feng became a fighter, one had to go to college, so they only met a few times during New Year's. Also the brothers from the Firehammer Squad. Even though we weren't together for a long time, we've been through quite a bit together. Suddenly a person appeared in Luo Feng's mind. Su Xin. What's he going to do with Su Xin? Su Xin. I'll be leaving China to the Dojo of Limits World Headquarters. What'll I do with Su Xin? Luo Feng's feelings were complicated. As he looked at the various bright homes, his feelings were jumping around. A sweet and sour feeling came up. After taking a deep breath, Luo Feng shook his head. What's the point of thinking about this? I'll just video chat with her often. When I have enough power and authority, nobody can stop my relationship with Su Xin. Oh yeah, Su Xin is at Jiangnan University. That Yesya is there too. Luo Feng had a good impression of the genius fighter, Yesya, who was about to leave his home and live outside the country for a long period of time. Wen is at Jiangnan's number 2 military school and Su Xin is at Jiangnan University. They're all in school, so I'll go find Wen and then meet Su Xin for our final goodbyes. Beep. With the sound, the car entered Mingyue sector. He's home. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 5, Chapter 9, Brother. Volume 5, Chapter 9, Brother. Since he's leaving China and headed towards the Dojo of Limits world headquarters at the end of the month, Luo Feng stayed at home with his family for nearly every single day since he got back. Even though father Luo Honghua, mother Gong Xianlan, and brother Luo Hua were sad, they didn't want to change Luo Feng's great future. On March 12, Luo Feng gathered with his Fire Hammer Squad members. The first thing they did was sell off the monster materials they got from before. Since this is the last time the Fire Hammer Squad was going to sell their materials, Luo Feng suggested that everyone receive an equal share. The materials sold for around 800 million. Technically, Luo Feng did the most work, so he should have received the most. He would have received around 300 million. However, everyone knew that Luo Feng was about to leave the Fire Hammer Squad. And the older members Chen Gu, Wei Tai, and Wei Qing were about to retire, so the Fire Hammer Squad was going to be disbanded. Luo Feng stayed in this squad for nearly a year, while Gao Feng, Chen Gu, and the others stayed in the squad for a much longer time. Everyone's feelings were complicated. Gao Feng immediately accepted Luo Feng's suggestion that they split the profits equally. Even though Luo Feng and Gao Feng were supposed to receive most of it, they both agreed. Seeing this, Chen Gu, Wei Tai, and Wei Qing didn't say anything more, and everyone received a bit more than 100 million. After that, the Fire Hammer Squad drank that night all the way until 3 to 4 a.m. They rode the train home on the second day's afternoon. With this, the Fire Hammer Squad was officially disbanded. Chen Gu, Wei Tai, and Wei Qing were going to retire, Luo Feng was headed towards the world headquarters, and Gao Feng would continue to fight in another squad. March 21st, the sun was shining and the weather was great. Jiangnan Headquarters City, Main City Sector's University Area. This university area was gigantic and the 8 research institutes of Jiangnan City were all gathered here. In front of one of the colleges, the attractive characters Jiangnan No. 2 Military School were shining on the main gate. At this time, quite a few male and female students were quickly coming out of the school's gate. Some of them came out in couples, while others came out in huge groups. There was one teenager, wearing a simple dark blue t-shirt, who was leaning against the bars of the gate as he watched the students leaving. "Oi, Luo Feng!" A bright sound carried from far away. Luo Feng turned his head towards the origin of the sound and saw a skinny teenager running on the road. This person who seemed gentle was indeed his good brother Wei Wen that played with him ever since they were kids. When Luo Feng smiled as he ran over, "I was even waiting for you in front of the gate, why'd you appear here?" "I finished my culture lessons this afternoon so I went back to my dorm." "Our dorm is quite far from the school," explained Wei Wen. "Oh, the school area is separated from the dorm? This sure opens the eyes of this person who never went to college," laughed Luo Feng in a weird manner. "The fuck, you're a fighter and you're still making fun of me," laughed Wei Wen and couldn't help but to punch Luo Feng in the chest. "We just entered spring, so it's still a bit chilly. Aren't you cold just wearing a t-shirt?" He. Just what you'd expect from a fighter. Wei Wen was clearly wearing much more than Luo Feng. Luo Feng looked around. "Let's go find a place to sit." "Ha, I've finally encountered a huge, fat sheep, so I need to cruelly slaughter it. I want to go to." Venetian followed Wei Wen. "Alright, just lead the way to that Venetian or whatever," laughed Luo Feng. Since he's usually in the wilderness, he's always a bit cautious when dealing with the other fighters in the resupplying base. When hanging out with Wei Wen, Luo Feng felt relaxed like he was back in middle and high school. Venetian, a restaurant with average prices. The meal they ate costed around $300 to $400. However, for students with no source of income, this was quite extravagant spending already. For fighters, this was extremely common. "Sirs, how many?" the waitress passionately received. Luo Feng looked around, "Find a quiet place. This waitress works here every day and has seen all sorts of people." With just a glance, she could tell that Luo Feng was different from the other students around him. That sharp gaze was enough to make her heart skip a beat, so she naturally lowered her head and said, "There's a private room upstairs, please follow me." "Hee, a private room. I haven't been there yet. I've only been here with my girlfriend a few times, and that's in the lobby on the first floor." Wei Wen and Luo Feng went up the stairs. "Girlfriend? I didn't hear you say anything about that over New Year's. How long has this been?" Luo Feng asked as the two of them entered the private room upstairs and swiftly ordered some dishes and a box of beer from the menu. Wei Wen put the menu down as he laughed. "Over New Year's, my relationship with my girlfriend wasn't entirely set. It was only set right when we started school again after New Year's, but..." Congrats, Luo Feng couldn't help but to laugh. "Hasn't even been a year since you entered school and you've already picked up a girlfriend, nice. I was just lucky, my girlfriend is from the neighboring Shifan University." Wei Wen popped the beer bottle's cap. "You also know that there are more guys than girls in our school. The amount of girls is so small it's scary. So that's why you went to search in another school?" Luo Feng couldn't help but to laugh. "Alright, let's do this first." Wei Wen held his bottle of beer. Luo Feng also held his bottle of beer and drank 2 gulps. "Luo Feng, this girlfriend business isn't easy." Wei Wen couldn't help but to say after drinking quite a bit of beer. His skin was already red. He shook his head as he sighed. "Now everyone's just competing. People compare how beautiful their girlfriends are, and this is even the small stuff. The most important thing is atmosphere." "Atmosphere?" asked Luo Feng in a confused tone. "For example, if I don't bring my girlfriend to a nice place when we eat. My girlfriend's temper is good, so she doesn't say anything. But her female friends will start talking about that." Wei Wen shook his head. "You don't know that the shit that goes on between the girls is way more dramatic than us guys. Her boyfriend is some rich kid, her boyfriend is some elite member of the dojo, her boyfriend is this and that. They always compare everything. But for the sake of my girlfriend's appearance, I have to bring her to a nice place." Wei Wen couldn't help but to shake his head. Luo Feng froze. He has never went to college, so Luo Feng really doesn't understand all of this. However, in high school, some girls were already doing this. "You know that eating outside is expensive, and I occasionally have to buy my girlfriend gifts. It's only been a month and I've spent 4,000 already." Wei Wen drank the rest of his beer in one gulp and his eyes were a bit red. "And sometimes, I have to pay for the whole bill when I eat with her." Luo Feng slightly frowned. "My girlfriend and I are both normal people. Our rent is quite expensive already. Even though I'm a tutor now, but I'm not an elite member of the dojo. Tutors don't earn much money." Wei Wen shook his head. "I pretty much understand now. People live just for their appearances." Luo Feng sighed inside. Wei Wen's family was a bit better off than his family was back then. When they were in middle and high school, Wei Wen had to lend him money. "In just this 1 month, I'm already broke. It all comes down to this one word: status. This is a dog-eat-dog world. If your family is rich, there'll always be people following you and girls will be flying to your arms. And people with strength, fighters, are also respected. Some people are always trying to hang out with others with a big enough background, hoping that the latter will help them out. Money, authority, strength. People with those have status. People with a nice background have authority and status. Fighters, naturally have status too." Wei Wen popped open another bottle of beer. "So, this world is simple. People respect those with high status and look down on those with low status." Luo Feng couldn't help but to nod. Luo Feng has always thought that Wei Wen was smart. Even though these words were a bit rough, but they clearly explain what this society was like. If a rich person runs out of money, it's over for him. If someone with a great position loses that position, his authority will probably disappear too. Position and money are external, only your own strength is truly reliable. So in conclusion, the best thing is still your own strength. Fighters, even if they become handicapped, still have enough power to become dojo instructors, laughed Wei Wen. This love business also made me solidify my thoughts. I must become a fighter. I have the chance of becoming an elite dojo member this year. Hopefully I can become a fighter by the time I graduate. Wei Wen lifted his beer bottle. Come, cheers. Luo Feng worries were gone once he saw that Wei Wen wasn't discouraged anymore. Cheers. Luo Feng lifted his beer bottle. The two brothers chatted as they drank. After finishing their drinks, the two of them ordered some tea and chatted until 4 p.m. Only until then did Luo Feng bring Wei Wen back to his dorm. Outside the dorms. Go straight on this road and after 2 traffic lights, you'll see Jiangnan University. Wei Wen pointed forward. Okay, said Luo Feng as he took out his phone. Giving Su Xian a call? Snickered Wei Wen on the side. Suddenly Wei Wen felt his phone vibrate and took it out. He sighed. It's probably my girlfriend asking to eat dinner together. Sigh, I have to spend money again. He opened his phone and after looking, he saw a short message. Your card ending in 0306 has received $6 million on 1651 of the 21st, remaining balance, $6,002,100, Communication Bank. 6 million? Wei Wen's eyes widened. This is an astronomical number for him. Who transferred this money? Wei Wen practically instantly thought of someone, the Luo Feng beside him. Out of all his friends and relatives, only Luo Feng can take out this much money without changing his expression. Luo Feng, this is your. Wei Wen lifted his head and looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng patted Wei Wen's shoulder. Wen, since you want to become a fighter, work for it with all your heart. Don't waste your time being a tutor. Just think of this money as a present from your brother congratulating your first relationship. Let's see what your girlfriend's female friends are going to say now. Men always have to stand in front of their girlfriends with straightened backs. Wei Wen's eyes uncontrollably started to become red. Are you shitting me? You're going to cry? Luo Feng's eyes widened, as if he just witnessed something extremely strange. Why the fuck would I cry? Wei Wen couldn't help but to laugh. This money was indeed nothing to Luo Feng. He'll earn over 10 million after randomly hunting a medium-level commander-level monster. Alright, I'll be going to Jiangnan University now. Luo Feng waved his hand and started heading towards Jiangnan University. Wei Wen looked at the message on his phone and the astonishing 6 million. He felt like this was all a dream. Previously, he was anxious inside as he held a smile on his face as he talked with his girlfriend. Who knew that in a blink of an eye he'd receive such a huge amount? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 5, Chapter 10, Cruel Move. Volume 5, Chapter 10, Cruel Move. Evening. Luo Feng was walking on the street. Since it was in the university area, the streets were filled with young male and female students. Hello, Luo Feng dialed Su Xian's number. It's me, Luo Feng. Last night, Luo Feng and Su Xian video chatted for a long time. He told Su Xian that he would come see her today. Night Spring Post? Intersection? Alright, I'll wait for you there. Luo Feng hung up and quickly came to the intersection called Night Spring Post. The reforesting of this area was done quite well. Luo Feng leaned against a post on the street and silently waited. At the same time, he couldn't help but to think about what his good brother was talking about. What he said clearly resonated with Luo Feng. Indeed, its status. The first time I met Su Xian's brother, Su Gang, he looked down on me and told me to stay away from his sister. From his point of view, I was just a rookie fighter that wasn't good enough for his sister. That great young master, Li Wei, also thought I was a little shrimp. If I was a war god or a child of some war god, he probably wouldn't have dared to touch me. Of course, even though young Master Li Wei allowed his underlings to kill Luo Feng, Li Wei ended up giving his life in the end. If I become an existence that surpasses the war god level, if I become comparable to Investigator Zhu, would the vulture-scorpion couple dare to pull off something like the astronomical bounty? People have different statuses in different circles. In a university, a fighter or a rich person counts as people with high status in the circle of students. When looking at the whole of Jiangnan headquarters city, a beginner-level war god is famous. If you look at the entire world, powerful war god fighters like the examiners of the Dojo of Limits shake the entire world. And existences that surpass the war god level like Investigator Zhu, the investigators that stand at the top of the Dojo of Limits, are treated with respect by huge countries. And those so-called huge families are just a joke to them. At this level, money has very little effect. Existences that surpass the war god level around the world are super rare. My goal right now is to become an advanced level war god spirit reader as fast as possible. When that happens, would I even be afraid of Vulture and Scorpion? To get what he desires and to do what he wants to do, he has to raise his status. Truly powerful fighters, like Hong, just need to say a single sentence to make the countless powers around the world fight over being the first to do his bidding. This is status. Jiangnan University's gate. Su Xian, you're not eating dinner with us anymore? A few female classmates looked towards the nearby Su Xian, who smiled as she waved her hand. I still have things to do. I'll be eating outside tonight. After saying that, Su Xian headed towards the Night Spring Post intersection nearby Jiangnan University's gate and met up with Luo Feng, which her other female classmates witnessed. One of the girls with large eyes raised a cell phone that seemed quite expensive and pointed it towards the Night Spring Post intersection. Look, Su Xian's with a guy, said this large-eyed female classmate as she pointed her phone towards the intersection. Even though Night Spring Post intersection was around 500 meters away from the school gate, which was too far for regular eyes to discern someone's looks, the capabilities of modern phones are too great. The phone can take photos and videos. This large-eyes girl's phone can even record someone's face that's 1,000 meters away. Hey, it's true. The other girls leaned over and looked. He seems quite handsome. Oh shoot, I forgot something back in the classroom. You guys go first, I'll catch up soon. The large-eyed girl started running towards the school and quickly arrived at a corner of the empty track field. She took up her phone and immediately sent out the small video she just recorded. In a suite of a high-class hotel not far from Jiangnan University, a young man wearing a bathrobe was laying on a sofa. A seemingly beautiful girl, who was also wearing a bathrobe, was massaging him. Another seemingly pure young girl was also lightly massaging his feet and even happily chatted with the guy. Suddenly, his phone rang. Hello, the young man picked up his phone. Young Master Wang, Su Xian just went out to eat dinner with a guy I don't know. I just sent you the video. Oh, the young man frowned. Alright, you did a good job. After saying that, the young man opened up the video and took a close look. The scene with Luo Feng and Su Xian was incredibly high quality, and the young man slightly frowned. Luo Feng? Who could have thought that this Luo Feng would run all the way over to the university area to look for Su Xian? Looks like his relationship with Su Xian isn't normal. You guys go down, the young man waved his hand. Tell Uncle An to come. Yes, young master. The two girls obediently went away. Soon enough, an old suit-wearing butler came and bowed. Young master. Uncle and the young man stood up and frowned. Su Xian just went out to eat dinner with Luo Feng. Luo Feng? This butler, Uncle An, couldn't help but to be surprised. He was clear that this young master, Wang Xingping, transferred to Jiangnan University from Kyoto headquarters city just to get closer to his prize. And all the information about guys that are even slightly close to Su Xian was recorded. Naturally, Luo Feng's information was recorded too. Not only that, but 3 of Su Xian's female classmates were bribed. At the same time, there were probably around 100 people around Jiangnan University that belonged solely to him. Ruining their relationship should be easy, said Wang Xingping coldly, just a fighter. Uncle An, I'll hand this mission to you. First, find out where they're eating tonight. I'm sure I don't have to tell you what to do next. I only have one request: ruin their relationship. The butler, Uncle N, nodded as he replied, I'll prepare immediately. Okay. Wang Xingping waved his hand. The butler immediately and respectfully went away. In mere moments, in another suite of the hotel, the butler, Uncle N, was currently looking at two young girls he just found. These two beautiful girls were quite cute and could easily trigger a reaction in the bottom half of the body. Your goal is him. The butler, Uncle N, pointed towards a display. The display was currently showing a photo of Luo Feng and another one of Su Xian. His name is Luo Feng and is from Jiangnan headquarters city's Yangzhou city. His phone number is. Record all of this information and add his phone number to your contacts. Yes, the two beautiful girls obediently nodded. This is the plan. Look carefully. As he said that, the butler, Uncle N, lightly tapped his notebook, which then displayed the contents of the in-depth plan. The two beautiful girls took a look and made eye contact with each other. We understand, Uncle N. Alright, Luo Feng is at the nearby Restaurante Inua. Go, commanded the butler, Uncle N. He watched the two beautiful girls leave and then looked at the plan on the display. He couldn't help but to shake his head. Luo Feng, you also count as quite a hard-working fighter. Sadly, our young master has his eyes set on Su Xian, so you have no right to touch her. Inua, a quite stylish restaurante near Jiangnan City. The music there was like a flowing river, improving the atmosphere even more. Luo Feng and Su Xian sat in a corner. The candles were lit on the table. This is the legendary candlelit dinner. For Luo Feng's sake, Su Xian requested that seats nearby them were empty so that nobody could bother them. You're going there? Smiled Su Xian. Yeah, this is a good thing for you. I heard that as long as you can enter the world's best training camp, you'll become a war god in the future with no problem. Future war god, I'll congratulate you first. As she said that, she lifted up her glass of wine. In the glass was red wine with an extremely low alcohol content. Thanks. Luo Feng also smiled as he lifted his glass. After lightly taking a sip, Luo Feng and Su Xian started chatting. They chatted about Su Xian's complicated family matters and then Luo Feng's family. The two of them happily chatted. Even though they were just chatting like that, they seemed like a couple. It's just that neither of them moved the relationship to that point. Sis, I heard that guy last night was really great. Why would I trick you? I mean, I'm quite experienced and have tasted quite a few men, but the one last night was just fantastic. Hee hee, my heart is going wild now that I think about it. I'll go find him to play some more in a few days. You know his cell phone number? While he was sleeping, I used his cell phone to call my cell phone and then recorded the number. Two quite beautiful girls were chatting in small voices on the table beside the table next to Luo Feng's. However, this restaurant was just way too quiet, so Luo Feng and Su Xian heard every word clearly. The two of them could only exchange a funny glance. They didn't think that they would be able to hear such a conversation here. Luo Feng and Su Xian continued to chat. Around half an hour later. Well, let's go. The sisters finally stood up. Suddenly, one of the sisters walked past Luo Feng and then walked back a few steps. She carefully examined him and said in a surprised tone, "Eh? I didn't think it was really you. I felt like it was you when I looked at your back, but it was just too dark so I couldn't see clearly. Now that I look, it's really you. Wow, what a coincidence to meet you 2 days in a row." "Sis, who's he?" said the girl on the side in a confused tone. 2 days in a row? This young lady, I don't think I've ever seen you before, said Luo Feng as she looked at the beautiful girl in front of him. I think you have the wrong person? The cute girl took another careful look and then glanced at Su Xian on the side. She then said, wrong person, wrong person. I'm really sorry. Su Xian frowned on the side as she witnessed the scene. Su Xin hates things like one-night stands. And the scene that just took place in front of her couldn't help but to raise her suspicions. Has Luo Feng actually played with this cute girl before? Fighters are always fighting on the border between life and death, so it's quite normal for many of them to blow their money on some beautiful girls. In the past, Su Xin always thought that Luo Feng wasn't this type of person. But now that she witnessed this scene. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 5, Chapter 11, Wang Xingping and Luo Feng. Volume 5, Chapter 11, Wang Xingping and Luo Feng. When destroying the relationship between a couple, especially when involving someone like Su Xin who lives in a huge family, your tricks can't be too obvious. If so, Su Xian's suspicions would be raised too easily. Because of that, Uncle Lin didn't plan on destroying their relationship in one go. He planned on splitting the attack into several waves. For the first time, he simply wanted to raise Su Xian's suspicions. Clearly, he succeeded. This simple scene where she mistaken Luo Feng for someone else was enough to raise Su Xian's suspicions. Wrong person? There's no way she mixed their faces up. This girl even looked at Luo Feng carefully to confirm his identity. How can she say that she has mistaken him for someone else? Way too fake. Su Xian saw through this in a glance. At the same time, Luo Feng's expression wasn't looking too good at the moment. Why is he getting involved in such messed up things? Sorry, really sorry. I've mistaken you for someone else, apologized the beautiful girl. Let's go. What else can Luo Feng say? They already said they mistaken him for someone else. You two ladies, please wait a moment, said Su Xian. Luo Feng froze and looked at Su Xian. However, Su Xian's head was only faced towards the two girls. Oh, is there something you need? The two beautiful girls turned their heads towards Su Xian and the sister asked. Didn't you just say you met him 2 days in a row? Su Xian just started to speak. Not your boyfriend, followed the sister, one of my good guy friends, Deshan. Su Xian nodded. Deshan? Oh, so when you said you met him 2 days in a row, you mean you met with that Deshan yesterday too? The big sister and little sister exchanged glances. The big sister glanced at Luo Feng and then smiled towards Su Xian. Of course. It wasn't just a simple meeting, we stayed together throughout the night as well. My Deshan sure is great. I wonder how good your boyfriend is. She started to snicker slightly as she said that. Over the night? Oh, then it looks like you two really did mistake him for someone else. My boyfriend and I video chatted late into the night yesterday. Since the session lasted for around 3 to 4 hours, there's no way he could have spent some time with someone else that night, smiled Su Xian. Suddenly, the faces of the two beautiful girls changed dramatically. The cat's out of the bag. There's a problem with the plan. The plan never took into account the possibility of Su Xian and Luo Feng video chatting for so long. The two beautiful girls exchanged a glance. Panic could be seen in their eyes. The beginning step of the plan just started and they failed, so the second and third step won't even have a chance to begin. The two beautiful girls dropped off a few phrases and then immediately left. Luo Feng laughed when he saw this and then looked at Su Xian with a surprised look. Su Xian, we only chatted for like an hour last night, how come you said 3 to 4 hours? Well, just wanted to see their reaction and scare them a bit. As expected, their faces changed dramatically, giggled Su Xian. If my guess is correct, these two girls were probably sent from my brother or some other young master. However, this plan was quite well done. Indeed, the mistaken person act by the two beautiful girls rose Su Xian's suspicion slightly, but there was a hole in their plan. Su Xian indeed video chatted with Luo Feng yesterday for around an hour, which made Su Xian suspicious. Would Luo Feng go out to play after video chatting late into the night? Not too realistic, so Su Xian followed up with some questions and exaggerated a bit. The two beautiful girls immediately thought they'd been found out and escaped in a hurry. Nice, Luo Feng gave a big thumbs up. These family matters are quite messy. Sorry that you had to go through such a joke, apologized Su Xin. Luo Feng suddenly laughed. You said before. My boyfriend and I video chatted. Oh. Boyfriend. He Luo Feng laughed in a weird manner. Luo Feng, I didn't know you were like this too. I only said that because of the situation I was in. Su Xin couldn't help but to blush. After leaving the restaurant, it was around 8 p.m., the sky was already dark. Along the street of the university area, Luo Feng escorted Su Xin back to the dorm area of Jiangnan University. After going through the destruction of the two beautiful girls, Luo Feng and Su Xin's relationship improved even more. The two of them would make fun of each other, but they just wouldn't officially set the relationship into stone. The stars filled the night sky. No need to go any further, I'm going in now. Su Xin looked at Luo Feng. Do your best in the elite training camp. Okay, Luo Feng nodded. Su Xin's face was slightly red as she stood at the staircase at her dorm, whether because she drank red wine or because of him. I can't believe I got messed up so much just because of what that girl said. Why would I get so mad? Because of him. Am I really? Luo Feng was also inside the sector of the dorm. In front of him were a couple people in the shade of a tree. Luo Feng spoke someone in front of him. Luo Feng looked carefully and saw 6 people under the tree. Leading them was a rich young master who looked pretty good and had white skin. Behind him was an old man and 4 burly brutes. Just looking at these brutes was enough to know that they were fighters. Someone who can get 4 powerful fighters to be his bodyguards? Probably not someone normal. I'm Luo Feng, who might you be? Smiled Luo Feng as he looked at the rich young master. I'm Wang Xingping from Kyoto headquarters city. The rich young master walked over. I've come to see you just to deliver a single phrase. You better stay away from Su Xin. What if I don't stay away? Said Luo Feng as he looked at the rich young master. Oh? Frowned Wang Xingping. I know your identity, the great young master of the Wang family of Kyoto headquarters city. Kyoto headquarters city's Wang family is one of the 9 core families of the HR Alliance, said Luo Feng as he looked at him. Wang Xingping smirked. Very good. It seems like you're someone who knows the rules. There are rules in every area, and what you must do is follow those rules. If you break the rules and do something you shouldn't do, you won't be able to handle the consequences. Do you understand what I'm saying? Nighttime is the dorm area's most crowded time. Quite a few university students that were eating snacks and walking around noticed Luo Feng and Wang Xingping's group, since Wang Xingping's underlings weren't regular people. Rules? Luo Feng narrowed his eyes. The Wang family of China is one of the 9 core families of the HR Alliance, and their influence on society is tremendously huge. Normal people definitely can't imagine what these families are capable of. Luo Feng, you should know that not everyone is equal. Even though everyone yells everyone's equal, everyone is not. Some people can only follow the rules and laws, and even when they do, they get in trouble. Some people can pick up all the beautiful girls they want and break all the rules, beat people up and even kill people. But those people don't get into any trouble. Some people can ruin a family with a single phrase. Some people can force a young man with a beautiful future ahead of them to obey their every command, even if they're a fighter. Wang Xingping looked at Luo Feng. You probably know which group I belong to, and which group you belong to. The superiority he held in his bones wasn't covered up at all in this talk. Luo Feng said nothing. As Luo Feng and Wang Xingping talked, a couple was holding hands not too far away from the dorm sector. Tao Tao, really sorry. I'll be out of the country for a whole 3 years. Of course, I'll come see you over New Year's. The one speaking was precisely the one who was headed towards the Dojo of Limits world headquarters with Luo Feng, Yixia. The girl holding Yixia's hand was his girlfriend since high school. Yixia, it's fine. We can talk over the internet frequently. It's just 3 years, it'll be over really quickly. The girl named Tao Tao grasped Yixua's hand. Yixia was definitely a legend in Jiangnan University. He's handsome, has a nice temper, and all his friends think highly of him. His family's great too because his father's a war god. He himself was also powerful. Since he's headed off towards the basics training camp, he might become a war god in the future. Since his father is also a war god fighter, tons of girls would be chasing after this young man. Initially, quite a few people were trying to ruin Tao Tao and Yixia's relationship. But you better not mess around. Tao Tao looked at Yixia. Okay, Yixia nodded. What's going on ahead? Yixia looked in front of him with a confused look on his face. As a genius fighter, his eyesight was able to discern the looks of the people ahead. Wang Xingping, huh? That's Senior Luo Feng? Tao Tao, remember I told you about a super powerful fighter that's leaving the country with me? He's right ahead of us, said Yixia. Where is he? Tao Tao was quite curious. Come, I'll bring you to him, smiled Yixia. Senior Luo Feng's temper is quite good. He's in the shade of the tree. Wang Xingping looked at Luo Feng. You're a beginner level warlord level fighter, right? These people here are 100% loyal to my Wang family. You guys, tell Luo Feng your ranks. Intermediate level warlord. Intermediate level warlord. Intermediate level warlord. After the three brutes spoke, the final bald, middle-aged brute smiled. Advanced level warlord. Young man, you should know your place. Even a war god wouldn't dare to act so arrogantly in front of one of the 9 core families of the HR Alliance. Your future is bright, so don't ruin it for yourself. Luo Feng's eyes brightened and he smiled as he nodded. Young Master Wang, you sure are great. 4 bodyguards, an advanced level warlord and 3 intermediate level warlords. Young Master Li Wei had 2 advanced level warlords and an intermediate level warlord back then. However, Li Wei died. Brother Wang, you're here too, a familiar voice rang. Luo Feng turned his head and so did Wang Xingping and the others. Yixia and his girlfriend Tao Tao came into their vision. It's young Master Yixia, said the butler, Uncle, in a small voice. The 4 bodyguards also smiled towards Yixia. Wang Xingping smiled towards Yixia. This Yixia's father is one of the war gods of Jiangnan City. Since he has a nice temper and many connections, quite a few war gods are his brothers to the death. When faced with such a war god, even the Wang family has to treat them with respect. Furthermore, this Yixia is quite talented himself, since he's about to enter the basics training camp. He might be able to become a war god in the future. Yixia, what a coincidence, you're here too. Wang Xingping's previous attitude towards Luo Feng disappeared. He was now much more approachable. I saw Senior Luo Feng here, but I didn't expect Brother Wang to be here too. Yixia smiled as he looked at Luo Feng. Senior Luo Feng, you know Brother Wang too? Senior Luo Feng? Wang Xingping frowned. Usually, fighters only call someone senior when they're from the same dojo and clearly more powerful than them. And Yixia is calling Luo Feng senior? Yixia, I just met with Wang Xingping just now, so I'm not too familiar with him, smiled Luo Feng. Yixia laughed loudly and said to Wang Xingping, Brother Wang, you love meeting genius fighters, right? Senior Luo Feng is way better than me. This time, Senior Luo Feng is leaving the country with me, and Luo Feng is entering the world's best elite training camp. Elite training camp? Wang Xingping's heart thumped dramatically. Oh shit. Each country's army tries everything possible to earn a spot in the elite training camp, since every person that enters the elite training camp will become a war god in the future. And the special training in this elite training camp makes these war gods way more powerful than other war gods that trained by themselves. Every elite training camp student has an immensely high position. Even the 9 core families of the HR Alliance want these students on their side. These students will become extremely powerful in the future, and all their fellow students are also absolute geniuses from all over the world. After they all graduate, each and every one of them are war gods. their own abilities, added with their connections. Each of these students will become an important member in the Dojo of Limits or in the government's special forces. Even the HR Alliance invites them as special guests. They are the absolute top. Even the government treats these guys like masters, since they are actually masters. These demon students are also extremely intelligent and naturally form a group. One demonic genius fighter is already insanely powerful. If you add 10 of them or 100 of them into a group that looks out for its members, they become an extremely powerful force that none of the core families of the HR Alliance are willing to mess with. This is also why the huge families spend tens and hundreds of billions to try and get a spot in the elite training camp. And these students might even become the students of Hong and Thunder God. Fuck this Luo Feng all of a sudden. Wang Xingping wanted to smash his head a couple times. He was a perfectly normal fighter, how did he all of a sudden? Senior Luo Feng, Brother Wang is a great person who loves to make friends, smiled Yixia towards Luo Feng. After that, he turned his head towards Wang Xingping. Brother Wang, how about me, Senior Luo Feng, and you find a place to chat later? As he said that, he even purposefully winked at Wang Xingping. From Yixia's point of view, he's doing Wang Xingping a huge favor. How many of these demonic genius fighters exist on Earth? Everyone would want to try and get to know them if given the chance. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 5, Chapter 12, World Headquarters. Volume 5, Chapter 12, World Headquarters. The nights of early spring were cold, but Wang Xingping's brain was melting and his face was astonishingly hot. This is the worst thing I've ever ran into in my life. How many students does the world's best training camp accept every year all over the world? Only one person gets in every few years in Jiangnan City. And now I actually encountered someone and even threatened him. If Wang Xingping was the head of the Wang family, he might have the authority to threaten that person. However, the Wang family's head is his grandpa. His grandpa has quite a few sons and over a dozen grandsons. He's a direct descendant of his grandfather and therefore has a higher position than the other grandsons, but that's not even close to enough to determine who will become the next head. The internal struggle is extremely competitive. The successors are all decided by the family. After his grandfather gives up his spot, his father's generation goes up. After a couple dozen years, it'll be his generation's turn. Even if Wang Xingping is able to become the head, he'll have to wait quite a few years. I have some of the family's power, but only an extremely small portion. Wang Xingping clenched his teeth. If the family knew that I started a fight against a student of the world's best training camp, the first thing they'll make me do is apologize. After that, I'll have to organize a negotiation with Luo Feng to attempt to calm the situation. Wang Xingping was clear of his family's rules. If you can't kill them, befriend them. Even the 5 great countries wouldn't dare to send people to the Dojo of Limits world headquarters that Luo Feng is about to enter. Because that place is the territory world's strongest fighter, Hong. Hong's name is more explosive than a nuclear bomb. Hey, Brother Wang, what are you thinking of? Smiled Yixia as he urged. Wang Xingping took in a deep breath as he looked at Luo Feng, and then lowered his head and deeply bowed. Luo Feng, this is my, Wang Xingping's, fault. Please don't mind my actions. Apologized? This Wang Xingping actually bowed as he apologized. What's going on? Yixia froze as he looked at Wang Xingping and then at Luo Feng. Even if he's blind, he could tell that something was wrong with this situation. Luo Feng looked at Yixia and smiled. Nothing, it's just that young master Wang Xingping had a little misunderstanding. Well, I still have things to do, so I'll be going first. After saying that, Luo Feng turned around and walked away on the dark, concrete street. After Luo Feng left, Yixia whispered, Brother Wang, what happened? You enraged this Luo Feng? I messed up big time. Wang Xingping straightened his back. However, Yixia, thanks a lot for this. If you didn't tell me about this Luo Feng's identity, I would have offended him without knowing who he was. The current Luo Feng has no power to do anything, but in a few years, once he becomes a war god and enters the higher-ups of the Dojo of Limits, dealing with some random rich kid of the Wang family is easy. In front of the Dojo of Limits, not just the Wang family, but even the entire HR alliance has to lower their heads. Fuck. Once he returned to the hotel, Wang Xingping ferociously slammed the great bottles of wine on the counter around. Bottle after bottle of extremely expensive high-quality wine slammed on the table, the wall, and the ground. Pang! Pa! As the shattering sounds rang, Butler, Uncle An, said nothing as he stood in the corner. After unleashing his rage, Wang Xingping furiously sat on the sofa. Uncle An, find and bring a pair of twin sisters here. Wang Xingping's eyes were cold like a wolf's. Every time he encounters some trouble, he'll want to vent. Young Master Butler, Uncle An, couldn't help but to say, "Don't worry, nobody will die." Wang Xingping turned his head and coldly looked at the butler, Uncle An. Under Wang Xingping's glare, the butler didn't dare to say anything more. Yes, Butler, Uncle An, turned his head and walked out of the room. After encountering Wang Xingping, Luo Feng just treated it as a joke and forgot about it. For the next few days, Luo Feng spent most of his time on the 9-stage Thunderblade. Time flowed like water and, with a blink of an eye, it was March 22nd, the day that Luo Feng leaves the headquarters city. March 22nd, 1:30 p.m. Jiangnan Headquarters City Airport. Feng, once you get there, take care of yourself, said Luo Honghua. Got it, Dad, smiled Luo Feng. Gong Xianlan's eyes were teary as she held Luo Feng's hand. Feng, watch yourself. Every time Luo Feng enters the wilderness, his family becomes extremely worried. However, after a while, especially after living in a fighter's sector like Mingyue sector, his parents understood this is the path of a fighter. Luo Feng, it's time to check in, said War God Yang Hui from far away. Coming, responded Luo Feng. Luo Feng looked at his parents and then immediately ran towards Yang Hui. Not too far away, Ye Xiao was also saying goodbye to his parents and then went along with Luo Feng and War God Yang Hui through the security check. The Dojo of Limits chairman, Ye Xiao's family, and Luo Feng's family watched them as they left. There was only one extremely huge saucer-shaped commercial plane in the entire airport. Luo Feng went through the tunnel and entered the commercial plane. Mr. Yang, your seats are in the first-class cabin, smiled the beautiful female flight attendant. Okay, Yang Hui nodded and went up the stairs. This was Luo Feng and Ye Xiao's first time riding a huge commercial plane like this, so they were extremely curious. Luo Feng, like many others riding this plane for the first time, was looking around with curiosity. The interior of the plane was dreamy. Since the plane was saucer-shaped, the cabins were split into the top level, middle level, and bottom level. The top level was the first-class cabin, while the middle and bottom levels were normal cabins. Round? Luo Feng looked at the wall on the top level and noticed that it, along with all the other things, were round. The seats were also placed in a circular manner, ring after ring. Naturally, there were more seats in the outer rings. And in the very middle was a 3D hologram. E21 was Luo Feng's spot. He, Ye Xia, and Yang Hui sat side by side. The other passengers soon came in one by one. Luo Feng, Ye Xia, this is your first time riding a plane, so the Dojo of Limits will pay for you too, said Yang Hui. If you ride an airplane again in the future, you'll have to buy the ticket yourselves. The cost for a ticket for the Chinese large commercial planes from the 6 headquarters cities to our world headquarters is 10 million for a normal cabin and 20 million for the first-class cabin. Luo Feng sighed inside. No wonder even the average rich person wouldn't ride these planes. It'll be good for some rich person's company to be worth over 100 million. Spend 10 million for a plane? They probably would be reluctant to do so. How is this first-class cabin better than the normal cabins below? Ye Xia couldn't help but to ask. The size of the seats and the level of comfort, smiled Yang Hui. I don't see how these seats are wide. Ye Xia couldn't help but to say. That's because you haven't sat in the seats in the normal cabins below. Laughed Yang Hui. You have to keep in mind that there are barely any commercial planes on this world. The cost it takes to build and maintain each plane is disgustingly high. Because they're so rare, they'll want to squeeze in as many seats into the plane as possible. So even though you can sit in the normal cabins, you can't stretch your legs. Yes, Xia blinked twice. Luo Feng shook his head. Double the price just for a larger seat. However, for the people at the top of the world, 10 million and 20 million really don't have much of a difference. Rumble. With a rumble, the plane finally lifted off. However, the round cabins were completely sealed and had no windows, so Luo Feng and the others couldn't look outside. A recently famous movie was playing in the middle of the cabin. It was quite realistic thanks to the 3D hologram. If you want to watch it, put on your headphones. If you don't, then just rest. We'll arrive at the world headquarters in around an hour. Yang Hui closed his eyes. After around an hour and 20 minutes, the commercial plane landed at the Dojo of Limits world headquarters Shangning headquarters city's airport. Luo Feng and the others left the airport and got on a private car. Inside a long Cadillac. Luo Feng and Yixia were looking out the window and were amazed. The entire headquarters city was extremely beautiful and the buildings were all based off of ancient China. Pavilions could be seen everywhere. During the Grand Nirvana period, the head brought a bunch of people to this place and created a simple human base, allowing many people to escape here. As time flowed, this Hongning headquarters city grew bigger and bigger. Smiled Yang Hui. Our Hongning headquarters city is located at Western Asia, close to Europe. Because our head is here, this is the safest headquarters city in the entire world. Many rich people and fighters come to our headquarters city every year. However, the head always controls the population of the headquarters city. As of now, the population of the entire headquarters city is only around 8 million. Smiled Yang Hui. If the head didn't regulate the population, it'll be normal for it to reach a value of 200 to 300 million. However, quality over quantity. Our Hongning headquarters city has the highest fighter birth rate in the entire world. As of now, there has never been an emperor monster that dared to mess around at our Hongning headquarters city, said Yang Hui confidently. Luo Feng and Yixia's eyes were filled with astonishment. The entire world has 5 great countries and 23 headquarters cities. And Hong controls a headquarters city and the Dojo of Limits. Add his own virtually invincible strength to the equation. Hong is indisputably the most powerful man on earth. Number 1 in strength and number 1 in authority. We're at the training camp, let's get off, said Yang Hui. This is the elite training camp. Yes, yeah, you come and take a look too. If you keep working hard, you might have a chance to come here. Okay, Yixia had trouble suppressing his excitement. Luo Feng and Yixia got off the car and went through the training camp's huge gate with Yang Hui. Right after going through the gate, they saw a gigantic sculpture of a dragon. A gigantic black dragon that was around 50 meters tall was staring at Luo Feng. Its invisible aura instantly pressured Luo Feng, causing him to choke. Yixia's face was completely white on the side. Only after Yang Hui coughed lightly did Luo Feng and Yixia wake up. Startled just by a sculpture? Laughed Yang Hui. Luo Feng's forehead was full of sweat. This dragon sculpture pressured him more than the steel-armored dragon. On the scales of the 50-meter-tall black dragon were tiny screens, which displayed a list of names. Number 1 Reonatus Bridge, 530321. Number 2 Zhu Chang, 540,601. Number 3 Eben Perth, 520,316. Number 182 Jacqueline Bernard, 570,319. From the top of the dragon to the bottom, the scales displayed a full 182 names. Yang Hui smiled on the side. This is the ranking. As of now, there are 182 students in the elite training camp, which are the geniuses of geniuses from all over the world. Everyone is ranked based off their battle scores. Luo Feng, if you pass the B grade exam, you better work hard and raise your ranking. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 5, Chapter 13, B grade exam. Volume 5, Chapter 13, B grade exam. Ranking? Luo Feng looked at the list of names on the huge black dragon's scales and couldn't help but to ask, ranking for what? Yan Hui laughed as he looked at Luo Feng. You think you can just relax once you enter the elite training camp and just ride your way to the war god rank? What a joke! The environment in the elite training camp is much more competitive than anywhere else. The rankings determine how much stuff you can get. For example, who gets to use one of the unique treasures from the archaeological ruins? The higher your ranking, the more resources you receive. And as for the people who are ranked at the bottom 3, if they get ranked there for over 3 times, they're disqualified. Luo Feng was astonished, since he didn't know that it was possible to get disqualified from the elite training camp. Well, stop asking questions. Once you pass the B grade exam, you'll learn all the rules. If you don't pass the B grade exam, then there's no point in knowing the answers to your questions. Yang Hui looked up at the huge dragon sculpture. Haven't you guys realized why this dragon sculpture is special? Aura said Yixia. Spirit said Luo Feng. Both of them were stunned by the dragon sculpture. When they looked into the eyes of the sculpture, they felt like they were being stared at by a monster even more horrifying than a high-level horde leader-level steel-armored dragon. It caused fear from the bottom of their hearts. Luo Feng wasn't even this terrified when he saw the steel-armored dragon. This was a real SS Emperor-level monster, a black dragon born inside a volcano. After the head slated, he left its 2 eyes inside this dragon sculpture. The materials making up this dragon sculpture are quite expensive. Of course, the most expensive thing in this sculpture is its eyes, since they're the real eyes of a black dragon. The dragon's eyes were designed to glare at the entrance of the gate, so once someone enters the gate, they'll be stunned after looking into the eyes of the dragon sculpture, laughed Yan Hui proudly. Just this pair of dragon eyes is already worth over 10 billion. Luo Feng and Yixia exchanged glances. Holy shit, they actually used the eyes of a black dragon in a decorative sculpture. Damn! Come with me, remember, don't run around, commanded Yang Hui. Yes, Luo Feng and Yixia carried their backpacks as they followed Yang Hui. Even though it's called a training camp, it was extremely beautiful and dreamy. It gave one the feeling that they have arrived at an ancient palace. There were precious flowers and trees everywhere and even flowing rivers and streams. After a few main palaces, detailed pavilion after pavilion could be seen all around. Sometimes you could see dojo uniform wearing young people walking out of the pavilions. In the group of young people were males and females and white, black, and yellow people. Look, those young people far away are all officials members of the elite training camp. Yang Hui pointed at the huge 9-story tower in the exact middle of the training camp. Even though there are only 9 floors in that tower-shaped buildings, its height is comparable to a regular 20-story building's height. All the students are headed there. That tower-shaped building is called the 9 Grand Floors. Yan Hui smiled. The 9 Grand Floors is where all the students learn and train. The special training rooms are in there too. In the training camp, the students are always in there except when they sleep. Luo Feng and Yixia were extremely well-mannered as they walked in the training camp, since they weren't students here. Each and every single student in the elite training camp, with Luo Feng's judgment, had a completely different aura compared to the regular fighters outside. This was where all the demonic geniuses of the world gathered. A lot of these 182 students graduate every year. So every year, we accept 3 people. Yang Hui smiled as he walked. However, 2/3 of these people come from our Dojo of Limits Basics training camp. Only 1/3 comes from the other parts of the world. Luo Feng froze. No wonder. Around 30 people are accepted every year and 2/3 of them come from the Basics training camp. That means only around 10 spots are left. So, Yixia, after you enter the Basics training camp, you still have hope of entering the elite training camp. However, the number of students in the basics training camp is way higher than the number in the elite training camp. Because of this, the competition for the spots are intense. "You better work hard in the future," said Yang Hui as he looked at Yixia. Understood. Yixia's eyes were shining. The limit in the basics training camp is 3 years, while it's 5 years in the elite training camp. "Yixia, stay here first. Don't run around. I'll bring Luo Feng in there to deal with his housing," said Yang Hui. A 2-story building. Even the furniture here was antique. Since our head is Chinese, he loves the style of ancient China. Because of that, he built Hongning headquarters city based off of that style. This training camp especially, since even the furniture is like that. "So while you're here, you won't have any couches or television," smiled Yang Hui. Thankfully, the head is merciful and allows everyone to bring a notebook. Luo Feng was speechless. There was no television, washing machine, etc. Thankfully, there were electronic plugs. "You just rest well here. If you want to eat something, just make a call and someone will bring you food," said Yang Hui. "You better not run around today. Tomorrow at noon, I'll bring you to the 9 grand floors to take the Be Great exam. If you pass, you'll become an official member of the elite training camp. If you fail, you'll go to the basics training camp." Luo Feng nodded, understood. Yang Hui soon left after that. Luo Feng was the only one left in the quiet room. He went to the 2nd floor's study room and left his backpack there. Afterwards, he went to the balcony and looked at the entire camp. This is the world's best training camp? It's quite quiet here. Luo Feng's hands supported his body against the wooden pole of the balcony as he appreciated the view of the camp. Not too far away was a flowing stream. From there carried a voice in standard Chinese, "Hey, from China?" Luo Feng turned his head and looked down. He saw a young, white dojo uniform wearing yellow-skinned man. His eyebrows were thick and his eyes were big. He had a steel spear in his hands as he smiled. "Yeah," responded Luo Feng. "I'm Tian Xiong," smiled the yellow-skinned young man as he greeted, "from Northeast Headquarters City." "I'm Luo Feng, from Jiangnan Headquarters City," smiled Luo Feng. The person named Tian Xiong smiled. "Since you're living here, I assume you're going to take the entrance exam? Work hard. There are quite a few Chinese here. Once you enter the camp, we can all meet up." After saying that, this Tian Xiong headed towards the 9 grand floors with his spear in hand. As he walked, he occasionally waved his spear around. Pu. The ear-piercing sound from the thrusting spear changed the Luo Feng's face, who was on the balcony. This person's spear technique is way better than Zhang Ke's. Luo Feng's judgment abilities are extremely great right now. When that person named Tian Xiong thrusted his spear, it felt like all the air surrounding him gathered on the tip of his spear. Even though I named my blade technique Thunderbolt, I barely touched the start of it. Compared to him, I'm way off. Luo Feng had no pride left at all. Just a random student's spear technique was clearer superior to his blade technique. Luo Feng realized. Only the geniuses of geniuses could enter this training camp. Whether they competed for the spots after accepting 3 years of training and graduating from the basics training camp or were accepted from every part of the world, none of them weren't outstanding. I have to stand my ground in this elite training camp, or else I won't even have the right to stand up against the 2 war gods Vulture and Scorpion. Of course, I have to pass the Be Great exam first. After training his genetic energy until late into the night, Luo Feng enjoyed a nice rest. Even though he hasn't officially entered the training camp yet, the ranking on the Black Dragon sculpture and the random thrusts from that Tian Xiong from before made Luo Feng realize his future in the elite training camp will be extremely competitive. 11 a.m. Luo Feng had a luxurious lunch. Only until 11:30 a.m. did War God Yang Hui appear. The weather's not so good today. It's almost noon and yet the sky's already dark. Looks like we'll have a storm soon. Yang Hui walked in and laughed as he looked at the table. Not bad, you have quite the appetite. If you're ready, then follow me to the 9 grand floors. Do I need to bring anything? Weapons? Battle uniform? Asked Luo Feng. No, just come with me with nothing in hand, said Yang Hui. Luo Feng headed towards the 9 grand floors with Yang Hui. Each story in the 9 grand floors was around 6 meters high. Since the width of the 9 grand floors was over 130 meters, it was definitely a gigantic tower. Even though the building seemed quite ancient from the outside, it was extremely technological in the inside. The floors were made out of sturdy alloys. Sonic booms and yells could easily be heard. To the 9th floor, Yang Hui and Luo Feng entered the elevator. The elevator was extremely fast. Ding! The doors of the elevator opened and revealed the top floor of the 9 grand floors. The 9th floor was a spacious lobby. In the lobby were a few cushions where young men and women chatted in English, French, or even Chinese. When Luo Feng came here, quite a few people turned their heads towards him. Bro, Chinese? Chinese. Luo Feng nodded. Good luck. Once you enter the camp, we'll have another Chinese member, laughed a bald young man. Dream on. An accented phrase of Chinese came out of a black girl's mouth. There was a butterfly tattoo on the black girl's face and she sneered as she glanced at Luo Feng. Luo Feng followed war god Yang Hui's lead and entered the interior of the lobby. There was a passageway here with large rooms on both sides. Soon enough, Luo Feng was brought to the innermost room. The room wasn't big and was a bit dim. The lights were turned on. There were only 2 sofas in the room, and each sofa had a faint blue helmet on them. Our human scientists worked quite hard to create these 2 helmets. These 2 helmets mimicked a brain-computer interface linked to a virtual space machine, said Yang Hui as he pointed towards the helmets. We could only create these simple brain-computer interfaces. As for the actual machine that creates the virtual space, that ancient thing has been sleeping underground for who knows how many years. Luo Feng froze as he stared at this helmet. Virtual space? Too crazy. Something that only exists in sci-fi. According to what Yang Hui said, humans as of now have only been able to create the brain-computer interfaces. As for the actual machine that creates the virtual space, humans haven't been able to create that at all. We're still using that same old machine underground. Human scientists don't understand that machine at all, so don't even mention creating it, said Yang Hui. Shook his head. Okay, once you wear that, you'll enter an extremely realistic virtual space. You could say that it's exactly the same as real life, said Yang Hui. After you enter the virtual space, we'll let you enter the Tower of Trials to take the B grade exam. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 5, Chapter 14, Tower of Trials. Volume 5, Chapter 14, Tower of Trials. Do I wear it? Luo Feng nervously picked up one of the faint blue helmets and looked at Yang Hui with a confused look. Mr. Yang, do I just wear it directly like this? Copy me. Laughed Yang Hui and then lay down on the sofa. You sit on the sofa too. Luo Feng obediently lay on the sofa. The sofa was extremely comfortable and was just right for one person to lay on it. Yang Hui said seriously, when you put on the helmet later, your mind will enter the virtual space. So, don't panic. Here, put on the helmet. Under Yang Hui's watch, Luo Feng took in a deep breath and put the helmet on. Virtual space? It was described in sci-fi novels, but this was his first time experiencing it. The instant Luo Feng put on his helmet, he felt like his brain paused. Yang Hui watched Luo Feng put on his helmet and then smiled as he put on his. This was an infinite silver-colored place. 2 shadows, one in front of the other, appeared on the ground. They were precisely Luo Feng and Yang Hui. How amazing, this is virtual space. Luo Feng looked around. The sky of the virtual space was the starry universe with millions of shining stars, causing a dreamy light to reflect off of the entire silver ground. This silver ground? It's as smooth as a mirror. Luo Feng bent down with surprisement and knocked against the ground with his fingers. It let off a clang-clang sound like a type of metal. Luo Feng, this is the Tower of Trials virtual space. The sky is filled with stars and the ground is completely silver. The material making up the ground is similar to an alloy. Yang Hui smiled as he pointed into the distance, and in this entire silver space, the only building you can see is that 7-story Tower of Trials. Which is where you'll be taking your exam. Indeed, after looking in each direction, there was only one building. It was a huge tower-shaped building that was around 300 to 400 meters tall. The entire tower had engravings of various monsters on the surface of it, which spiraled around the entire tower. The naked eye could barely distinguish the 7 floors of the tower. I take the B-grade exam there? With a thought of his heart, Luo Feng tried using his spiritual force. How come there's no spiritual force? He couldn't feel even the slightest bit of his spiritual force. Not good. Luo Feng jumped twice and threw some punches and kicks. My body is kind of off. Mr. Yang, how come my body feels different from before? Luo Feng couldn't help but to ask. Yang Hui laughed loudly and pointed towards the sky and then the ground. Where is this? Virtual space. Only our minds have entered this area, which is why weapons and other things can't come here. Only our minds entered? Luo Feng was stunned and thought to himself, in other words, nothing other than our minds can enter here. My spiritual force didn't come here too. This is a problem. Without my spiritual force, I only have a portion of my strength. I wonder if I can pass this B-grade exam. Yang Hui continued to speak. Luo Feng, no matter who it is, only their minds enter the virtual space. And the virtual space constructs a virtual body for us. All our body fitness levels are identical, said Yang Hui. Identical? Luo Feng was astonished. Yeah, whether a war god, an existence that surpasses the war god, a regular fighter, or even a regular person, once their mind enters this area, they'll all have the same body fitness level. Fist strength of 10,000 kilograms, speed of 150 meters per second, and reaction speed of beginner level warlord level superior. Luo Feng froze. Everyone has exactly the same body fitness level in this virtual space? Since everyone's body fitness level is the same in this virtual space, even the head, Hong, has this body too. This way, we can easily test a person's true fighting ability. Yang Hui looked at Luo Feng. Now, come with me to the Tower of Trials. What can he do now? Everyone's equal in this virtual space. No matter how powerful you are in the real world, everyone is the same here. The Tower of Trials was absolutely gigantic. Luo Feng and Yang Hui stood at the entrance like 2 ants. Look at that pillar. Yang Hui pointed towards a black pillar to the left of the main entrance of the Tower of Trials. An engraving started to appear on this black pillar. Name, Luo Feng. Gender, male. Identity, Elite Training Camp Prospective Student. Tower of Trials Level 1. Luo Feng turned his head to the black pillar on the right of the main entrance. An engraving started to appear on this pillar too. Name, Yang Hui. Gender, male. Identity, War God. Tower of Trials. Level, 3.2. Luo Feng was astonished. His level was 1 and War God Yang Hui's was 32. What's the significance of this Tower of Trials level? Luo Feng, are you thinking about the Tower of Trials level? Smiled Yang Hui. If anyone with this body enters the tower, you start going through the floors. After you pass the first floor, you enter the second floor. At that time, your level will be 2.0. When you enter the third floor, your level will be 3.0. During the third floor, your level could be 3.1, 3.2, 3.3, etc. Since you haven't entered the Tower of Trials yet, you're just at level 1, which means that you never did anything in the Tower of Trials yet. Luo Feng froze and was stunned. War god Yang Hui was so old, so he must have plenty of battle experience. Who could have thought that he only entered the 3rd floor? There are 7 floors in total. As of now, nobody has entered the 7th floor. Yang Hui smiled as he looked at Luo Feng. Not even one? Luo Feng was stunned. What about the world's strongest fighter Hong? And the 2nd strongest fighter Thunder God? Yeah, not even one. The world's strongest fighter Hong can enter the 6th floor, which is the world record. Yang Hui shook his head as he sighed. This is the difference. Even though I'm using the same body as the head, I can only get to the 3rd floor while the head can get to the 6th. Luo Feng raised his head and looked at this 7-story tower of trials. No fighter on Earth can reach the 7th floor. Suddenly, Luo Feng, please select your battle uniform and weapon. After selecting, enter the Tower of Trials and accept the B-grade exam within a minute. The electronic sound echoed around the entire virtual space. All types of battle uniforms and weapons appeared in front of Luo Feng. He didn't have much time, so he immediately picked a battle uniform that fit his size, a ghost blade, and a hexagonal shield. Afterwards, the same battle uniform, ghost blade, and hexagonal shield dropped onto the floor. Luo Feng quickly put them on. His sprinting speed could reach 150 meters per second, and he was also super fast at equipping his gear. Within 10 seconds, like a flash, he was finished equipping. Luo Feng, I'll pray for your success, smiled Yang Hui. This B-grade exam is the difficulty level of intermediate in the Tower of Trials 1st floor. Even though it's only the 1st floor, a few dozen of the official members of the elite training camp are still stuck there. Okay, Luo Feng took in a deep breath and directly walked towards the dark entrance. As if the space around him transformed, Luo Feng entered a boundless grassy plain. Luo Feng, an electronic voice rang around the plains. The B-grade exam is to kill a horde of 100 low-level commander-level raging bulls within 30 minutes. If you die, then you fail. If the kill count hasn't reached 100 within 30 minutes, you also fail. This is your first time entering the Tower of Trials, so you have 5 minutes to prepare. Luo Feng's face changed dramatically. 100 raging bulls? And all low-level commander level? Luo Feng was completely frightened. Even though a regular monster horde is quite scary, most of the horde is made up of soldier-level monsters. They contain very few commander-level monsters. Who would have known that you would have to face 100 raging bulls in the B-grade exam, and all of them are low-level commander level? Since they're all low-level commander level, compared to his fitness level, any one of the raging bulls is around equal in speed and power. 100 monsters that are equal to Luo Feng and all charging at Luo Feng. And within 30 minutes, Luo Feng has to kill all 100 by himself? Messed up. The 1st floor is so messed up. No wonder a few dozen out of the 182 members are still stuck here. It wasn't hard for Luo Feng to imagine how messed up the 2nd floor, 3rd floor, 4th floor, etc. would be. It's quite incredible that Hong reached the 6th floor using the exact same body he was using. My real-life body isn't too different from this virtual body, so I can get used to it quickly. Luo Feng moved around, swiftly dodged, jumped, and swung his ghost blade around to get used to this body. 5 minutes quickly passed. B-grade exam, begin. The electronic voice rang around the plains like thunder. At the same time, tons of burly cow-type monsters that were 3 meters tall appeared 100 meters away. These are the cow-type monsters that are famous for forming hordes raging bulls. They had long hair, curved, sharp horns, and bloodshot eyes. Moo. All 100 raging bulls had a faint red color on their horns, as if there was blood on them. If these sharp horns hit Luo Feng, even if they don't rip apart his battle uniform, all of his internal organs and bones will be crushed. Every single one of them is threatening. Moo, moo. Along with the mooing sounds that rang across the grassy plains, all 100 low-level commander-level raging bulls trampled the grass below with all their hooves and charged at Luo Feng while snorting out air. The entire grassy plain started shaking. Other than the time at Family Mart, I've never faced so many low-level commander-level monsters before. Luo Feng himself wasn't confident. No wonder this Be Great exam was used to test the geniuses of the world. It's so difficult, it's scary. If he had his spiritual force, then he would be confident. But without his spiritual force? I can only go for it. A couple dozen people are still stuck on the first floor, which means over 100 people have passed it. I don't believe that I won't be able to pass this. Luo Feng clenched his teeth. Since he's already in this situation, what else can he do? Give it everything he has. 100 raging bulls that were larger than tanks were charging. Rumble, the ground shook. The low-level commander-level raging bulls charged past the 100-meter distance with their speed that was beyond 100 meters per second. Within a blink of an eye, fell into the sea like horde. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 5, Chapter 15, Brand New Future. Volume 5, Chapter 15, Brand New Future. Luo Feng stayed completely still as the horde of raging bulls charged at him. With his hexagonal shield in one hand and his ghost blade in the other, he calmly remained in position. Rumble, the air the raging bulls snorted out emanated around. The first raging bull in front of the horde finally reached Luo Feng. Luo Feng, who has been through who knows how many battles against monster hordes, had tons of experience. A nice step to the side and a flash of his ghost blade. 9-stage Thunder Blade Stage 3, explosion of 2.1x the original force. Blood bursted out from the neck of the first raging bull. 1. Luo Feng's eyes were ice cold and he was as calm could be. He stood directly in front of the monster horde and never messed up when the monsters tried to surround him. These raging bulls are quite large, larger than the average iron fur boar. They're like a tank. Since they're so huge, only 2 or 3 can attack me at the same time. Luo Feng was clear, he had to use the bodies of these raging bulls to block the other ones. He had to rotate around in the spaces available. Time passed second by second. Luo Feng's intermediate level asterisk technique was definitely almost perfect. He was able to accurately dodge around in the middle of the horde of raging bulls. Thankfully, Luo Feng has tons of experience with fighting in the middle of monster hordes. If he didn't have any experience, it'll be quite troublesome to deal with 100 low-level commander-level raging bulls. Other than that, Luo Feng's 9-stage Thunderblade has reached the 3rd stage, giving him the ability to kill a raging bull in one attack. 31, 32, 33, the kill count kept rising. The raging bulls jumped, leaped, and charged straight. Like a leaf, Luo Feng barely dodged all the attacks. Not good. One of the sharp horns grazed his face. At the same time, a raging bull corpse behind Luo Feng was also violently smashed into by the charging raging bull. Instantly, Luo Feng's area of retreat was blocked off and, because of this mistake, the raging bulls from in front, behind, and above instantly surrounded Luo Feng. He's in a nearly hopeless situation. Pang! In an instant, Luo Feng, like a raging bull, charged with the hexagonal shield on his left arm and smashed into a raging bull that was coming from the left. Rumble! The force of impact numbed Luo Feng's left arm and his body couldn't help but to step back a few times as he spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. As he stepped back, Luo Feng's steps were distanced oddly and, with a sudden burst of acceleration, the cold light from his blade flashed. Shing! Like lightning, the blade drew across the hooves of one of the raging bulls charging from the air. After slashing the hoof off, it started to fall to the ground. At the same time, Luo Feng charged forward like lightning and instantly smashed the back of the ghost blade against the falling hoof. Like a cannon, the hoof flew into one of the raging bulls charging from behind. An extremely chaotic struggle. Keep in mind that all the raging bulls were charging at speeds of over 100 meters per second. In an area less than 10 square meters and within 0.8 seconds, Luo Feng damaged 3 raging bulls and killed 5 of them. Even though he was heavily injured as a result, he was barely able to survive the dangerous situation. Even though a single strike from my blade is extremely powerful, I can't deal with groups. In the past, Luo Feng always strived for as much power as possible in a single strike. However, the more powerful a strike becomes, the longer it takes to withdraw the blade. If Luo Feng is able to strike 10 times within a blink of an eye and kill all the surrounding raging bulls, then he wouldn't even need to rely on his almost perfect intermediate level technique to dodge around. He can easily slaughter all the raging bulls. However, the precision required to attack 10 raging bulls charging at over 100 meters per second within a blink of an eye was just too high. Luo Feng didn't dare to relax. Actually, ever since the 1.2 seconds he used to escape the number 003 City's Family Mart, he has had a few more experiences of the perfect level technique. Using the entire environment to assist you. Man and environment come together as one. Just like this. Since every raging bull was low-level commander level, this pressure caused Luo Feng to perceive the surrounding environment as a single entity after the 70th kill. With this, Luo Feng had a clear sense of all the surrounding raging bull corpses and even the grass around him. No need for intense, extreme use of the brain. Follow your instincts to profoundly use every single raging bull's corpse to help you. It has never been so relaxing. Pu. The heads of the bulls flew up one by one, fresh blood sprayed around. Use 21 minutes and 18 seconds to kill all 100 raging bulls. Be great exam, you pass. Congratulations, student Luo Feng. As if a higher entity, the electronic sound rang across the entire grassy plains. Only until now did Luo Feng wake up from his previous state and couldn't help but to laugh bitterly. How come there weren't more raging bulls when I needed them? Luo Feng's 9-stage Thunderblade includes the technique Lu Guan, so he clearly understood just how difficult it was to go from the intermediate level to perfect level. In the past, Luo Feng used his spiritual force to sense his surroundings. With luck, he would get a feel of the perfect level. However, he didn't have any spiritual force in this virtual space, and this monster horde, unlike real life, was made out of commander-level monsters. Each and every single one of these monsters were threatening to Luo Feng, so he was pushed to his absolute limits. He unknowingly stepped into the state of the perfect level technique and managed to maintain it for such a long time. Thanks to this, it'll be easier for him to truly advance to the perfect level in the future. Sadly, Luo Feng was only given the chance to maintain it for a short duration, since it took him less than 5 minutes to kill the final 30 raging bulls. When the exam ended, Luo Feng came out of that state. Student Luo Feng, you will automatically leave the virtual space in 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Elite Training Camp, 9th floor of the 9 Grand Floors. When Yang Hui and Luo Feng happily chatted as they left the training room, all sorts of genius fighters from all over the world looked towards them with surprisement in the lobby. One of the yellow-skinned youth even asked, "Instructor, did he pass the exam?" "He passed," smiled Yang Hui. "I'll go finish the procedures. I'll probably be done at around 1 p.m. You guys can go train now." Afterwards, every single person in the lobby either chatted with Luo Feng or discussed with each other. They were all extremely enthusiastic. Luo Feng and Yang Hui left the 9 Grand Floors with umbrellas in their hands, since the sky was densely packed with clouds and rain was pouring. Even though there are only around 160 students here, all 5 countries, each family of the HR Alliance, etc. are connected, said Yang Hui. "Luo Feng, if you aren't disqualified from the elite training camp, then your future will surely be bright. While in the training camp, extraordinary organizations, governments, and the families of the HR Alliance will attempt to make you work for them. Money, women, all sorts of attractions will be used. However, you must keep in mind that the most important thing is your own strength. Try to ignore those temptations. You only have one goal: to raise your rank. Including you, there are 183 students. Each of these students are extraordinary geniuses. You have to step over them and put yourself in a higher position," said Yang Hui seriously. Luo Feng nodded. "Which numbers are you preparing to choose for your ID?" asked Yang Hui. "Today is March 29th, so you'll officially enroll in the training camp on April 1, say. So, the first 4 numbers of your ID must be 5704. As for the last 2 digits, you can pick them since you're the only person enrolling into the camp in April." Luo Feng suddenly realized what those numbers next to the names on the Black Dragon's scales represented. The first name on the ranking he saw last time was number 1 Reonatus Bridge, 530,321. Looks like this person joined the training camp on March of 2053. As of now, he's been in camp for a whole 4 years. "What 2 numbers are you going to pick?" asked Yang Hui. 03. Answered Luo Feng. The trouble caused by the dragon egg from number 003 city and the price of 30 billion for an elixir of life made Luo Feng think that he had quite the affinity to the number 3. "Okay," nodded Yang Hui, "your student ID will be 570403. With that, the rest of the procedures will be completed quickly." The 183rd name, NO. 183 Luo Feng, 570403, appeared on the ranking on the sculpture of the Black Dragon in the world's best training camp. The news of this instantly spread to all 5 countries and every single headquarters city. The armies of the government, the core 9 families of the HR Alliance, and dozens of other important families all received this news. On that day, all of these organizations received Luo Feng's information. Everything from where he was born, how he lived in a cheap rented apartment, his family, etc. Everything was recorded. China, Kyoto headquarters city, an underground building. Floor B3. An extremely elegantly decorated office room. A skinny man wearing a loose dojo uniform lightly tapped the table with one hand and flipped through documents containing Luo Feng's information with the other. "Contact the divisions in Jiangnan headquarters city and send people to watch Luo Feng's family at all times. First, make sure that Luo Feng's family never leaves Jiangnan headquarters city. Second, ensure Luo Feng's family's safety. I'll never accept something like last time happening again." There was a mole on the chin of this skinny man and his eyes were gloomy and cold. Yes. All the huge organizations, wealthy families, armies of the governments, etc. received all sorts of information about Luo Feng, who just entered the elite training camp. At the same time, as director of the HR Alliance in China, Vanina Paulinus naturally received this information too. Jiangnan Mountain Water Sector, a villa on the top of Marvelous Mountain. "Vanina, isn't this Luo Feng one of our many suspects?" As he flipped through the documents, Vulture Li Yao instantly thought about the inconspicuous Luo Feng from the list of suspects. "Yeah, when Wei died, Luo Feng was quite close to him." Vanina shook her head. "However, he's only 19 this year and is only a beginner-level warlord. Our family is also trying to figure out a way to bring this Luo Feng under their name to work for us. How did he enter the elite training camp? Is it because he's a spirit reader?" Li Yao's cold eyes flashed. "No, you'll see after reading." Vanina shook her head. "Yao, I think you're becoming too sensitive after trying to find the suspect after all this time. Now you suspect almost everyone." *TL note, oops, I forgot that I changed Ru Wei class into intermediate level, so I'll try to do that from now on. I left a note at the end of volume 4 chapter 27 and forgot about it. TL note, it explicitly states in volume 5 chapter 12 that there are a full 182 names. Now there's suddenly 195 names on it. I checked multiple sites to make sure it was correct, unless all of them are wrong, lol. Hopefully it will be explained in a future chapter, just like the IDs, 530321, etc., which I thought were their battle scores at first, were fixed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 5, Chapter 16, Jiangnan Pagoda. Volume 5 Chapter 16, Jiangnan Pagoda. Drip drip. The raindrops dropped against the umbrella like flying ants. Luo Feng held his umbrella as he walked by Yang Hui's side. After walking through a man-made bridge, they arrived at a building complex. Yang Hui pointed not too far away. Luo Feng, the one over there is Jiangnan Pagoda. Jiangnan Pagoda already has 2 students now. You will be the 3rd student of Jiangnan Pagoda. Jiangnan Pagoda? Luo Feng's heart skipped a beat and couldn't help but to ask, "Instructor, how come it has the same name as Jiangnan headquarters city?" Since he became an official student of the training camp, Yang Hui is now one of his instructors in the training camp. Naturally, he'll call Yang Hui instructor. They're all based off the names of the headquarters cities. Jiangnan Pagoda has 2 students living there, and they're both from Jiangnan headquarters city. However, they all came before you. Yang Hui suddenly lowered his voice and mysteriously said, "I'll tell you something. Right now, one of the 2 students living in Jiangnan Pagoda is named Shi Jiang. He's extremely powerful, even I don't think I can beat him. If you improve your relationship with him, it'll benefit you in the long run." "Instructor, you are not even confident of beating him?" Luo Feng was astonished. "Yang Hui is an intermediate level war god." "Ya," nodded Yang Hui, "this Shi Jiang is within the rankings top 5. Many students in this elite training camp already have war god level strength. However, they just won't accept the title of war god. This way, they can continue to stay in the training camp. Actually, all top 30 students in the training camp virtually have war god level strength." Luo Feng blinked. "All top 30 students have war god level strength? This is insane. All of them are just faking their strength. Even though they can graduate, they purposefully stay in the camp to finish their 5 years. The top 5 students are all extremely messed up," said Yang Hui deeply. "The elites from all over the world are extremely competitive, and those that can keep themselves in the top 5. When this Shi Jiang graduates, he'll receive the highest amount of respect no matter where he goes. For example, he can easily become the chairman of Jiangnan City's Dojo of Limits if he wants to," said Yang Hui. Luo Feng froze. "The chairman of Jiangnan City's Dojo of Limits? This is the head of Jiangnan City's Big 4, but after his strength increases in a few years, it won't be impossible for him to become an examiner of our Dojo of Limits." Yang Hui sighed. Even though the difference between his strength and that Shi Jiang's strength isn't too large, Yang Hui is already around 50 years old. Shi Jiang, on the other hand, is only around 20 years old. That person's future is limitless. While still in shock, Luo Feng arrived at Jiangnan Pagoda. Jiangnan Pagoda's courtyard was only around a few dozen m superscript 2. The walls were white and had black tiles. There was even the engraving of a dragon on the wall. After opening the gate, there were 3 buildings within Jiangnan Pagoda. When Luo Feng and Yang Hui walked into the courtyard, it was completely silent. Yang Hui directly yelled, "Shi Jiang, Zhao Ruo, ut." A short-haired girl wearing a large, loose nightgown was standing on the balcony of the 2nd floor on the building to the left. A shadow jumped down from the building directly in front of them, which appeared to be a black dojo uniform wearing youth with an umbrella in hand. Luo Feng closely examined this youth, who was heartily praised by Yang Hui. This youth was slightly taller than Luo Feng, around 1.7 meters tall. Even though he's kind of short overall, he seemed quite buff, as if his entire body was forged out of steel. His eyes were reserved, but the occasional flash of them could easily scare people. "He is Shi Jiang," Luo Feng silently noted. "A new student came?" A happy voice came down from above. Zhao Ruo held her umbrella as she happily looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng looked at his senior. This senior named Zhao Ruo had short hair and was quite small. The only thing wrong with her was that her skin was kind of black and her eyes were too small, causing her to fall short of a beautiful woman. "His name is Luo Feng. From now on, he'll be living with you guys in Jiangnan Pagoda," said Yang Hui. "Shi Jiang, Zhao Ruo, both of you are his seniors. Luo Feng just arrived, so take care of him. No worries, leave it to me. Zhao Ruo thumped her chest in confidence. With me here, he won't be in trouble. Okay, then I'll go first, laughed Yang Hui as he patted Luo Feng's shoulder. After that, he directly left. There were 3 buildings in total at Jiangnan Pagoda. The one in the center was where Shi Jiang lived. The one to the left, the western side, was where Zhao Ruo lived. Naturally, Luo Feng will live in the building to the east. Luo Feng, sit, Zhao Ruo was extremely passionate. Right now, the 3 of them were sitting in the lobby. I came here on year 55 while senior Shi Jiang came on year 53. Both of us came way earlier than you, smiled Zhao Ruo. Shi Jiang also let out a smile on the side. Man, 53, 55, 57. All 3 of us are exactly 2 years apart. Not only that, but we're all from Jiangnan City. What a coincidence! Right when Shi Jiang spoke, Luo Feng felt that his voice was heavy and that he was a calm person overall. I'm from Jiangnan City, Sioux City, while senior Shi Jiang is from the main city sector. What about you, Luo Feng? Asked Zhao Ruo. From Yangzhou City, said Luo Feng. Shi Jiang laughed in surprise. My grandfather is in Yangzhou City. The 3 of them all came from Jiangnan City. However, as for Shi Jiang and Zhao Ruo, one of them came to the elite training camp after competing in the basics training camp while the other was an elite in the government's army and was sent here. Only Luo Feng was chosen as a regular fighter. Luo Feng, when you get to your room later, open the notebook provided to you by the training camp, notified Shi Jiang. Inside the notebook is a student notice PDF. Read that carefully. Yeah, that thingy is really important, followed Zhao Ruo. The most important thing is your score. Reminded Zhao Ruo, in the training camp, your ranking is the most important thing. You probably saw that Black Dragon ranking in the entrance right. I saw it, nodded Luo Feng. There seemed to be only one Chinese person in the top 3. The higher your score is, the higher your rank will be in the Black Dragon ranking. From the 1st to the 28th of every month is the time to increase your score. The 29th of every month is the day where the ranking is reorganized. Next month, everyone's score is reset to 0. At that time, everyone works hard for raise their score again to raise their ranking, explained Zhao Ruo. Luo Feng froze. This ranking is reset every month. Seniors, where does this score come from? Asked Luo Feng. Points come from battle points multiplied by the battle ability amplifier, explained Zhao Ruo. For example, you're going to start raising your score in April. If your total battle points from April 1 st to 8th is 2000 and your battle ability amplifier is 1.8, then your score will be 2000 by 1.8, which is 3600. After that, the ranking is organized based on highest to lowest battle score. The more Luo Feng listened, the more confused he became. What are these battle points and battle ability amplifier? Battle points are earned from hunting monsters. As for the detailed situation, read the student notice PDF later and you'll know, explained Zhao Ruo. As for the battle ability amplifier, you earn that from the virtual space. Again, you'll understand the details after reading the student notice. Luo Feng couldn't help but to blink in helplessness. He has to figure out everything himself from the student notice. Luo Feng. Shi Jiang finally spoke. Senior Luo Feng looked towards Shi Jiang. Remember, if you want to improve faster, you have to work hard to raise your ranking every month. The higher the better, said Shi Jiang seriously. This ranking is related to how many resources you'll receive. Even war gods are envious of these resources, which is also why many war god students are still staying here. Zhao Ruo grinned on the side. For example, our senior Shi Jiang. Shi Jiang was speechless. Zhao Ruo giggled. Luo Feng laughed too. Jiangnan Pagoda, Luo Feng's room. Not too long after turning on his notebook, Luo Feng sat on his chair while carefully reading the student notice. Training room? Provoking room? Gravity room? All three of these training rooms were made out of discoveries from the archaeological ruins. With this, Luo Feng discovered more and more about the elite training camp. There are tons of equipment available, but of course, the most valuable equipment are the archaeological ones. And the most important thing in the training camp is the score ranking. From high to low, this affects many things. For example, the gravity room made out of archaeological discoveries is way more effective than the copied gravity rooms the Earth currently has. However, there's only one training room of this type in the entire camp. Who gets to use it? This depends on the ranking. The higher your rank, the longer you get to use it. And this is just one point. If you collectively stay in first place 9 times, you will receive one portion of dragon blood worth 80 billion and can pick any 3 complete instruction manuals. You can also become a direct pupil of Hong or Thunder God. If you collectively stay in first place 6 times, you will receive 1 drop of chrysoprase worth 30 billion and can pick any 1 complete instruction manual. You can also receive 1 private lesson from either Hong or Thunder God. Luo Feng was dumbfounded as he read what was described in the PDF file. Dragon blood? Become Hong or Thunder God's pupil? And the pupil decides his teacher? Any 3 complete instruction manuals. Keep in mind that the price for an ultimate instruction manual is extremely high. Messed up. But all these rewards are for the person in first place, and you have to stay in first place multiple times. Luo Feng continued to read. Fist Strength Level 6, eligible to receive a portion of Dragon Blood worth 80 billion, SS Battle Uniform Set, Full Weapon Set. Fist Strength Level 5, eligible to receive. Luo Feng read the rewards and was completely astonished. Tower of Trials Floor 5, eligible to receive the title of Investigator of the Dojo of Limits, a portion of Dragon Blood worth 80 billion, SS Battle Uniform Set, Full Weapon Set, any 3 complete instruction manuals, 1 set of Black God from the archaeological ruins. Clearly, the Tower of Trials gave the highest rewards. Investigator. Normally, that's an existence that surpasses the War God level. And a set of Black God from the archaeological ruins? What's that thing? Luo Feng's heart couldn't help but to beat faster. However, once he thought about the scene from the B-grade exam just now, he felt immense pressure. He was only taking a test on the first floor and had to deal with 100 low-level commander-level Raging Bulls. And that's probably not even the hardest thing on the first floor. Above that are the second, third, fourth floors. Even the war god Yang Hui, who has plenty of experience, can only barge into the 3rd floor. And the world's strongest fighter Hong only reached the 6th floor. It's not hard to imagine just how difficult it is to reach the 5th floor. No wonder they offered such shockingly high rewards. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 5, Chapter 17, Explosion of Strength. Volume 5, Chapter 17, Explosion of Strength. Tower of Trials Floor 5, eligible to receive the title of Investigator. Luo Feng couldn't help but to reread the part about the archaeological Black God set. What exactly is this Black God set? Envious. So envious. Even a country has to deal with an investigator with caution. In other words, if you reach the 5th floor of the Tower of Trials, your authority on this world will shoot up to the sky. You also get a mysterious archaeological Black God set. Even though Luo Feng didn't know what that was, he could guess that it was something really good. Soon enough, Luo Feng finished reading the student notice file. From what Luo Feng read, the 3 most important things in the training camp were Tower of Trials level, Fist Strength level, and the Black Dragon ranking. So that's where the points come from. Battle score comes from battle points multiplied by the battle ability amplifier. And battle points are simple, since there's only one way to get them: hunt monsters. 1 low-level commander-level monster equals 1 battle point. 1 medium-level commander-level monster equals 10 battle points. 1 high-level commander-level monster equals 100 battle points. 1 low-level horde leader-level monster equals 1000 battle points. Of course, in the elite training camp, very few would bother hunting low-level horde leader-level monsters even if they had the ability to kill them. Since after you kill 2 low-level horde leaders, your ranking will raise to the war god level rank, which means you'll graduate and leave the training camp. Students are rarely willing to leave. And the battle ability amplifier is quite simple too, your fist strength level multiplied by your Tower of Trials level. For example, if someone has 1000 battle points, a fist strength level of 1.5, and a Tower of Trials level of 2, then their battle ability amplifier is 3. As a result, their battle score will be 1000 times 3 is equal to 3000. The training camp takes fist strength level and Tower of Trials level quite seriously. If your battle ability amplifier is just slightly higher, then your score will be huge. Luo Feng finished the student notice PDF file and then picked out some video lessons from this notebook provided by the training camp. There are many war god instructors in the training camp to teach lessons. However, the training camp was clear that many of these world geniuses have quite odd personalities and wouldn't be willing to go to class properly. Because of this, they have video lessons, where they record every single class. All these recordings are inside every student's notebook. Of course, if you actually go to class, then you can directly ask the teacher questions and let the teacher instruct you one-on-one. The efficiency would be way higher than watching a video lesson. However, I've never been to a Wargod's lesson before, so I should start by watching these video lessons. Luo Feng carefully looked at the file names. The levels of technique were similarly divided into basic level, intermediate level, perfect level, and conception level. Luo Feng opened several videos about these 4 main levels. Most of them were talking about the intermediate level, since the perfect level was clearly very hard for the teachers to describe in words. You need to experience it for yourself, it's extremely difficult to teach. And the conception level is even harder to express in words. 4:35 p.m. Luo Feng was still sitting in front of his notebook and watching a video about how to use your strength. Teacher, my fist strength can reach 1.8x my normal strength. However, my legs can only reach 1.5x my normal strength. Teacher, you said that your legs can explode in strength in the same manner that your fists can. How come my multipliers are different then? In the video, a black youth asked a question. The video's language was set to Chinese, so Luo Feng could naturally understand what was going on. In the video, a white brute smiled as he said, "You have to experience this for yourself. Carefully think about how your fist exerts its strength and then go back and train your legs. You already reached 1.5x, which shows that you are improving. You have to rely on yourself for the rest. I can only show you the way." Boom! As if struck by lightning, Luo Feng sat in front of his laptop dumbfounded. After that, he let out a face of immense joy, slapped his head, and jumped up. "I'm really stupid. I'm so stupid. I can't believe I couldn't even realize such a simple thing. Holy, I can't believe I never realized this problem." Yeah, if your fists can exert their strength in a certain way, then naturally, your legs can do so too. Luo Feng's body was slightly shaking. Through the 9-stage Thunder Blade technique, my strength can reach 2.8x of my normal strength. However, my sprinting speed has always remained at a normal beginner level warlord level speed. I can't believe I didn't realize that since I can send the force through my arms, I can send it to my legs too. Luo Feng laughed bitterly. The concept was simple. Advanced fighters could explode their strength after skillfully controlling it. Naturally, your legs can do so too. Luo Feng just never connected those two ideas after all this time. Regular fighters aren't spirit readers, so they can't use spiritual force to increase their speed. If so, then how would fighters training the 9-stage Thunderblade fight against higher-ranked fighters if they only have powerful attacks? A beginner-level warlord probably can't even keep up with an advanced-level warlord's shadow. Luo Feng can fight against fighters of a higher rank because of the support of his spiritual force. I'm dumb. The force exertions of the 9-stage Thunder Blade can be used on the legs just like they can be used on the arms. With this, both legs will become super powerful and fast. Only by keeping up in power and speed can you fight fighters of a higher rank. Luo Feng's eyes were shining. I can reach 2.8x of my normal strength. In other words, after my legs reach 2.8x, my speed will fly up. To the true advanced fighters, speed is more important than power. If your speed is way greater than your opponent's, he'll be playing in the palm of your hand. Speed. I need to increase my speed. Luo Feng couldn't bother to continue watching the video lesson and immediately shut his notebook and charged downstairs. Every student's building had a training room in the basement. This underground training room was made out of Luo alloy, so students can train to their heart's desire. In Luo Feng's building's underground training room. Pa! After turning on the lights, the light shone through the various tiny holes in the Luo alloy ceiling, brightening up the entire room. The underground training room was around 2.5 m high, 5 m long, and 5 m wide. The walls were all dark green. Clearly, these alloys weren't pure Luo alloy, they had other materials mixed in too. On the Luo alloy floor, various dents made by fists and feet could be seen. These were left behind by previous students. Luo Feng ferociously charged forward and exerted his strength into his fist and directly punched at the Luo alloy wall. Boom! At the end of February, Luo Feng's fist strength neared 10,000 kilograms. Now it's the end of March. In the time of 1 month, Luo Feng's fist strength increased by a ton. His fist strength reached 11,500 kilograms, which clearly showed he was improving at a faster rate compared to the previous months. Under the explosion of 2.8x, it surpasses 30,000 kilograms. In other words, one punch from him surpasses 30 tons. The alloyed wall slightly shook. A faint, 1 centimeter dent was made by his fist. Clearly, Luo Feng was still very weak compared to the seniors that used to live here. Those seniors probably had war god level power. I'll check out my leg's strength. Luo Feng started using the force exertion technique from the 9-stage Thunder Blade. First attempt of the first stage of the 9-stage Thunder Blade. 1 extra exertion of force on top of the original force. Pu. Pu. Luo Feng's right leg blurred as it continuously kicked. There's some feeling. Yeah, send out the force. Just like this. Since Luo Feng already reached the 9-stage Thunder Blade's 3rd stage, it was easy for him to reach 1.4x of the force in his leg. With that, Luo Feng started swiftly charging back and forth like lightning in this narrow 25 square meters room. While also doing swift horizontal dodges to the left and right, he began his swift technique training. When fighting in a real battle, your body has to constantly change directions. Sending out 1.4x of the force constantly is much more difficult than just using your original strength. After 20 minutes, Luo Feng's 2 legs were completely used to exploding 1.4x of his normal strength over and over again. Luo Feng is already able to explode 2.8x of his normal strength when swinging his blade over and over again. He already has the experience, so now he just has to apply that experience to his legs. The only thing he needs is time to get used to it. Next is the 2nd stage of the 9-stage Thunder Blade, attempt to let both legs reach 2.1x of the normal strength. Luo Feng. Aren't you working a bit too hard? Bitterly training in the underground training room on the first day? It's almost 8 p.m. Tonight, our Chinese brothers and sisters are going to hold a banquet to welcome you. Senior Zhao Ruo's voice came from outside. Inside the training room. Luo Feng, whose excitement couldn't be hidden, finally stopped with his body completely drenched in sweat. It's almost 8? I entered the underground training room at around 4. Who would have known that around 3 hours already passed? Luo Feng was extremely joyful inside. In 3 hours, my legs are pretty much set. I can continuously maintain them at 2.1x when dodging non-stop. As for 2.8x, that'll probably take some more time. Luo Feng immediately charged out of the underground training room. Senior, I'm going to go wash first and change clothes. I'll be right back, said Luo Feng. At this time, the rain already stopped. Shi Jiang and Zhao Ruo in the courtyard couldn't help but to shake their heads as they laughed after seeing Luo Feng drenched in sweat. This Luo Feng is pretty hard-working, complimented Shi Jiang as he laughed. Well, yeah, but this guy kept bitterly training until 7:30 in the underground training room even though the banquet starts at 8, said Zhao Ruo helplessly. She wasn't too surprised though, since virtually everyone in this training camp was extremely hard-working. However, there aren't too many people like Luo Feng who start bitterly training in the underground training room on the first day they arrive at the camp. After washing up, Luo Feng put on some relaxing casual clothes and stood in front of the bathroom's mirror with a bright smile on his face. Mirror, oh mirror. I'm sure that I'll reach 2.8x soon enough. When that happens, my speed will multiply. With such an increase in speed, how far can I reach in the Tower of Trials? What does it mean to double your speed? It'll be scary to see how much your strength increases as a result. If Luo Feng combines his doubled speed with his technique that's at the intermediate level and reaching the gates of the perfect level to the B grade exam, then Luo Feng would be able to take out those 100 raging bulls with no trouble. Okay, time to participate in the banquet. Let me take a look at all those geniuses from China. Luo Feng smiled at the mirror and then turned around and swiftly headed downstairs. With seniors Shi Jiang and Zhao Ruo, they left Jiangnan Pagoda and headed towards the camp's gathering of those from China. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 5, Chapter 18, Rookie. Volume 5, Chapter 18, Rookie. 8 p.m., second floor of restaurant number 1 in the elite training camp. A full 21 students from China have gathered here, just to welcome Luo Feng's arrival. People are quite passionate with others from the same country, so many seniors were happily chatting and drinking with Luo Feng. 1 hour later. Phew, I'm finally let off. Luo Feng held his glass and stood in a corner. This banquet was prepared for you. You're the main character, so of course everyone will find you to chat and drink with. Zhao Ruo's face was slightly red. Under the light of the room, she seemed quite charming, and Luo Feng, Senior Zhu Chang, paid for this banquet tonight. Do you know how much this banquet will cost? Luo Feng shook his head. All of these dishes taste extremely great, but I can't guess how much they'll cost. However, even if the cost is up at the sky, probably around $1 million Chinese dollars, right? How expensive could eating and drinking be? $1 million? Nice joke. Zhao Ruo lowered her voice. The chefs at the elite training camp are the world's best. Also, many of these dishes were made out of monster materials, so this banquet for 21 would cost at least 10 million each. Luo Feng blinked twice. Don't complain about the price. You can't even eat certain things around the world with just money. Zhao Ruo shook her head. However, this bit of money really is nothing for Senior Zhu Chang. In our training camp, if any top 10 student is willing to join an organization, they'll definitely receive tons of money. Zhu Chang joined some organization? Luo Feng asked with surprise. When he arrived yesterday, Zhu Chang appeared to be ranked 2 on the Black Dragon ranking. Someone who can be ranked 2nd, even if it's just temporary, is probably quite scary. Zhu Chang was pulled over by our Chinese army. Everyone knew of this since last year, Zhao Ruo whispered, and I even heard that the Dojo of Limits is trying to get Zhu Chang on their side too. Even certain organizations within China are fighting over him. Apparently, the army prepared a special division. After Zhu Chang graduates, he'll become the leader of this entire division. Luo Feng gasped in shock. An army established a special division just to welcome Zhu Chang? Well, there's no helping it. Zhu Chang really is strong, sighed Zhao Ruo. He can easily stay within the top 5. In the training camp, 10 people have the ability to reach the top 5 in terms of pure strength. However, only 1 or 2 people can consistently stay within the top 5 over time. Luo Feng nodded to show he understood. The Black Dragon ranking ranks people based off of battle score. Even if the powerful people are ranked higher, the ranking cannot rank people with 100% accuracy. If I charge into the top 5 this month, someone with similar skill could charge into the top 5 next month. Everyone's strength isn't too different at that point. So that's why there are 10 people with the ability to enter the top 5. Those who can stay in the top 5 for an extended period of time are the scary ones. The government is definitely going to pay Zhu Chang a gigantic amount of money every year. Sai Jiaorua. In our training camp, there are 3 types of people with tons of money. First, people like Zhu Chang who are extremely powerful and join some special organization. Second, someone who joined one of the core families of the HR Alliance. Third, spirit readers. However, people of the second category who join the core families of the HR Alliance are pretty dumb. Even though they have money, how can their power compare to armies of the government? The Dojo of Limits? The Thunder Dojo? And as for the third category, spirit readers. Sigh, nothing we can do about that. With their spiritual force, hunting monsters is like harvesting wheat. The amount of materials they receive every day is astonishing. Just with this, they earn a crazy amount of money. The amount of money a single spirit reader can earn is comparable to 10 of us. Luo Feng laughed. As a spirit reader himself, of course he was clear on how quickly spirit readers could make money. An intermediate level warlord, like Gao Feng, only made 200 to 300 million last year. And advanced level warlords would be lucky to make around $1 billion a year. As for Luo Feng, an advanced level warlord level spirit reader, it wouldn't be weird for him to make nearly 10 billion a year. Even better than a beginner level war god. Advanced level warlord level spirit readers rival a beginner level war god in strength. With their spiritual force, they can hunt monsters with higher efficiency. These 3 types of people are the people with the most money in our training camp, mumbled Jiaorua. Luo Feng. A clear sound rang. Luo Feng and Jiaorua turned their heads. What they saw was a tall youth whose face looked like it was carved with an axe. Indeed, he's the legendary figure of the training camp, Zhu Chang. Senior Zhu Chang laughed Jiaorua as she yelled, "You guys chat." As she said that, she obediently left. Luo Feng and Zhu Chang stood in the corner. Luo Feng Zhu Chang glanced at the other people and then lowered his voice, "Our Chinese army is quite interested in you. Not sure if you have any interest in joining the army?" The army? Luo Feng froze. He just joined the elite training camp and people are already trying to pull him over? Indeed. Zhu Chang took a sip of wine. No worries, the army isn't stingy at all. They'll treat you based off of your strength after you graduate the camp. When you become stronger, they'll treat you with more respect. As for the details, we can slowly discuss that later. Also, if you agree to join. Then for the 5 years you remain in the camp, the army will fund you with 5 billion a year. Luo Feng's heart beat slightly faster. 5 billion? If he wasn't a spirit reader, then he wouldn't be efficient in hunting monsters. For example, a beginner war god would have lots of trouble successfully hunting a low-level horde leader monster. So it's pretty good for a beginner-level war god to earn 5 billion a year. And war gods also spend an astonishingly high amount, so many war gods need money. Dragon Blood, Elixir of Life, SS grade battle uniform. Which one of these isn't astronomically expensive? Many war gods can't afford these. For example, the battle uniform set that Luo Feng earned back at the steel-armored dragon's nest only had a SS grade vest. Clearly, the war god who passed away couldn't afford the entire SS grade set and only bought the most important part. Senior, I just entered the training camp, so I'm not planning on joining any organization. I'll think about it a few years later, said Luo Feng. Oh? Zhu Chang was surprised. Alright, your way of thinking is right too. These 5 years are the most important 5 years to raise your strength. If you ever decide to join the Chinese army, just let me know. On this night, Luo Feng received 6 invitations. 3 of the organizations were inside China. Only after receiving these invitations did Luo Feng know. Other than the army, there were other special organizations. However, the army is more powerful than all of them. As for the other 3 invitations, 2 of them came from the core families of the HR Alliance while another came from a mercenary group called the Flame Legion. There are quite a few mercenary groups on this world. However, while many of them are quite average in terms of strength, some of them are extremely powerful. Both Hong and Thunder God have one headquarters city and have spread both of their dojos all over their world. Their power isn't inferior to a country's. They are the 2 major figures on Earth. There are other ambitious people on Earth who wish to establish a power of their own. For example, the Flame Legion was created by 2 existences that have surpassed the war god level. Their mercenary group is extremely powerful and invited by several African headquarters cities to assist them. However, Luo Feng rejected all 6 invitations. March 30th, morning. The temperature was very low. Quite a few students were running or walking in the training camp. Luo Feng was one of those students too. Luo Feng, Luo Feng. While walking on the stone-paved road, Luo Feng, who was wearing a black training uniform, turned his head back in surprise. He saw a blonde, short-haired youth smile as he walked over. With his especially accented Chinese, one word was all that was needed to determine that a foreigner was the one speaking. "My name is William Edison, from the EU," said the blonde youth passionately. "William?" Luo Feng mumbled to himself, "This name is just like Russia's Alexander, United States David, and China's Wang Wei and Zhang Wei. All of these names are so common that they can't become any more common." "William?" "Nice to meet you," smiled Luo Feng. "I've always been curious about China," said the blonde youth, William, passionately, "and in the training camp, there are many geniuses from China. And Luo Feng, you entered this camp alone, so I really want to have a practice match with you to test our strength. I wonder if you are willing to grant my request." Luo Feng froze. "Practice match? Yeah, we can do it at the battle room, is that okay?" asked the blonde youth, William, passionately. Battle room? The contents of the student notice that Luo Feng read immediately came to mind. This battle room is also one of the things from the archaeological ruins. After entering the battle room, the 2 people enter the virtual space via the brain-computer interfaces and then start a battle to the death. Usually, these battles have stakes. Let's not bet too much. How about 1 billion Chinese dollars? The smile of the blonde youth, William, became even more passionate and bright. "William!" A tender voice rang. Luo Feng turned his head and saw Zhao Ruo wearing a purple training uniform. Her face was full of rage as she yelled, "William, how can you be so shameless? Luo Feng just came here and is still a rookie, and now you're challenging him to a staked match in the battle room? You filthy people secretly found some rookies at the beginning of March and challenged them to some staked matches to get their money. If you're so great, why don't you bet with me?" "Lady Zhao Ruo, this has nothing to do with you, doesn't it?" "There is no problem. I believe that Luo Feng is very powerful. Maybe I'll lose to him." William looked towards Luo Feng. Zhao Ruo turned towards Luo Feng. "Luo Feng, don't trust this foreign devil. Some people in the training camp are just sneaky and always pick on the rookies. They wouldn't dare to do it out in the open, so they do it through staked matches. And virtually all the rookies lose those matches and their money. Only until then do the rookies realize the strength of the seniors. This foreign devil has a battle ability amplifier of intermediate. Even though that's not high, it's not low either. Most rookies aren't his opponent. Just a billion." The blonde youth, William, looked towards Luo Feng. if you just join any organization, you'll learn even more than this in a year, I'm sure. Luo Feng completely understood what was going on. Some people pick on the rookies who don't understand everything yet and passionately drag them to the battle rooms to cruelly snatch their cash away. It's William. A Chinese youth ran over here. This Chinese youth was named Jiang Chen, who Luo Feng met yesterday in the banquet. Luo Feng, don't bet with him. This guy is extremely devious. I just joined the training camp on March 1st and was tricked by him on the first day I arrived. He took a bunch of my cash from that. Asterisk. William's face wasn't looking too good at the moment. Initially, he just wanted to find a chance where he could talk to Luo Feng alone, but who would have known that so many people would come and destroy his plan? Alright, if you want to bet, we can. Luo Feng smiled as he looked at him. Luo Feng, Zhao Ruo and Jiang Chen looked at him with astonishment. Oh, William let out a face of unexpected happiness. Luo Feng, let's arrange a time. However, 1 billion is just too little, so I'm not interested. Let's make it slightly bigger, 5 billion. Luo Feng glanced at William. If you want to play, then let's go. If you're too scared, then never mind. Zhao Ruo and Jiang Chen widened their eyes. 5 billion? William froze too. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 5, Chapter 19, Challenge. Volume 5, Chapter 19, Challenge. A beginner wargod's 1 year of hard work could only earn him around 5 billion. Even though these geniuses of the elite training camp have extremely bright futures and receive money from all sorts of different organizations, 5 billion is still quite a large number. Usually, only spirit readers or students with high ranking use such high stakes when challenging each other. Of course, there are unexpected situations too. For example, when two people argue and get into the mood, they could raise the stakes to an extraordinarily high amount. 5 billion? William squinted and carefully examined Luo Feng. Luo Feng, Zhao Ruo and Jiang Chen looked at Luo Feng with surprise. If you're too scared, then never mind. Luo Feng shook his head. Senior Zhao Ruo, Jiang Chen, let's go. Zhao Ruo and Jiang Chen woke up from their astonishment by now and immediately laughed as they went with Luo Feng. Jiang Chen even sneered at William before he left. Because of William, he lost a ton of money. Seeing how Luo Feng was about to leave. Wait, yelled William. What, not scared anymore? Luo Feng looked at William. 5 billion. Not playing if it's lower. Alright, 5 billion, I'll do this. Even though he had trouble with the Chinese tones, it was clear from William's eyes that he was going to go for this with everything he had. Alright, nice. Luo Feng laughed. Say a time. William was full of confidence. Tomorrow, said Luo Feng. It's hard to say an exact time, since there's only one battle room. It might be in use by other students, so you have to check the computer system first before you can arrange for an exact time. Alright. William rubbed his nose, laughed, and then turned and left. Jiangnan Pagoda. After hearing of this, Senior Shi Jiang, who went to the 9 grand floors to train, immediately rushed back to Jiangnan Pagoda. No matter what, Shi Jiang and Zhao Ruo were like Luo Feng, all from China's Jiangnan headquarters city. Not only that, but they're older than him and entered this training camp earlier than he did. Naturally, they would help Luo Feng. Luo Feng. Zhao Ruo was a bit angry. Why would you bet with him? Do you think you're a genius fighter with amazing power who can't lose to anyone in the same age group as you? Is that why you're confident? You're just being cocky. Zhao Ruo said angrily. Many people who just entered the training camp are tricked into doing these staked matches with the seniors. 80 to 90% of them lose. You can enter this training camp because you're a genius of geniuses. So which one of us here isn't a genius of geniuses? And they have been learning in this training camp for a long time. Alright, Zhao Ruo. Shi Jiang spoke on the side. Senior Zhao Ruo. Luo Feng laughed as he poured his tea. Don't be angry. Oh yeah, you said that William has a battle ability amplifier of intermediate, right? Yeah, Zhao Ruo froze. Looks like Luo Feng is prepared. Shi Jiang looked at Luo Feng with astonishment. While battling to the death in the virtual space, the two people have the exact same body fitness levels. So at this time, you'll have to see how they handle their strength, speed, technique, etc. The battle ability amplifier equals fist strength level multiplied by Tower of Trials level. A battle ability amplifier of 1-2 is beginner. Many of the students who just entered the training camp are in that range. Battle ability amplifier of 2-4 is intermediate. In the elite training camp, many people are able to step into the intermediate level after 1.5 years of training. That person named William is precisely intermediate. Battle ability amplifier of 4-8 is advanced. These count as passing students in the elite training camp. Battle ability amplifier of 8-16 is superior. This is the marker of an excellent student. Because the range of 8-16 is quite large, the gap between people who are all at the superior level could be quite large. Battle ability amplifier of above 16 is extraordinary. Also called the super level, even the world's strongest fighter Hong and Thunder God would be fighting over taking a person like this as their disciple. All the countries and organizations of the world would be willing to pay enormous sums to invite these so-called legendary figures. Hee, a bit. Luo Feng laughed. If you're confident, then it's all good. Shi Jiang punched Luo Feng in the chest and encouraged, let that William know that us Chinese can't be taken advantage of that easily. Okay. Seniors, I need to go train now. There's no helping it, now that 5 billion is on the line, I'm under lots of pressure, said Luo Feng purposefully. Pressure my ass, said Zhao Ruo with a humph, 1 billion is just too little and 5 billion. Not playing if it's any lower. Hee, that tone was boss. Luo Feng laughed bitterly at Zhao Ruo's words. How is this Zhao Ruo like a girl at all? She's way too bold. Luo Feng immediately said, seniors, you guys do what you need to do. After saying that, Luo Feng immediately returned to his living quarters. On the day of the 30th, other than to eat, Luo Feng stayed in his underground training room and underwent his speed training. He started at noon and trained all the way until around 7 p.m. Only until then could he use the 2.8x force brought by the 9-stage Thunder Blade's third stage in his legs as much as he pleased. With the third stage of the 9-stage Thunder Blade, Luo Feng's speed, without the aid of his spiritual force, rivals an advanced level warlord. 8 p.m. After washing up, Luo Feng, who was wearing a bathrobe, was sitting in front of his notebook. That William guy has a battle ability amplifier of intermediate, which is 2-4. What about me? My fist strength level should be 2.8 inch. Even though he didn't test it in the training camp, this so-called fist strength level is basically how high your power can go based off your original strength. He can explode 2.8x the force, so his fist strength level is 2.8. As for the Tower of Trials level, according to what I heard from the many discussions my fellow students were having in the training camp, 100 Raging Bulls should count as the first floor's B grade. Since I passed, my Tower of Trials level is 1.6. My Tower of Trials level definitely isn't just 1.6, but just 2.8 by 1.6 already makes my battle ability amplifier surpass 4. He's trying to pick on my inexperience? Even though I haven't been in the wilderness for long, I've already killed more monsters than many fighters would ever kill in their entire life. Luo Feng opened his email. This notebook, which the training camp provided, was connected to the training camp's network. In the email was a message. Letter of challenge. This William's letter of challenge was sent after he applied to the training camp's computer system. Accept. Luo Feng made his decision. It's not enough to just reply to this email, you also have to prepare 5 billion Chinese dollars and send it to the special account of the challenge system. Only after William and Luo Feng both deposit their money into this special account can this match be organized. At that time, only Luo Feng and William will have permission to enter the battle room. Both payments automatically enter the winner's account. Just 5 billion, isn't it? Luo Feng took out 5 billion from his Swiss nameless account and directly deposited it into the training camp's special account. In the past, I wouldn't dare to move this amount of money without thinking twice. However, now that I entered the training camp, which organization isn't willing to pay an astronomical price for me? Luo Feng isn't worried that Vulture and Scorpion's suspicions will raise after the money is transferred to his normal account. There's no way that they would be suspicious. It's normal for students in the training camp to have over 10 billion in their accounts. Beep. An email arrived. Luo Feng opened it. Such high efficiency. It already determined the date? March 31st, 11:15 a.m.? In another pagoda. A few white men and women were gathered together. He already transferred the money over. The date is tomorrow at 11:15 a.m., said William Edison. A tall, skinny blonde youth beside him couldn't help but to say, "William, you're too careless. This is 5 billion Chinese dollars. I think there's something dangerous is going on this time. Candace, what are you worrying about?" William's gaze was cold. "I'll definitely win this time." "You have a higher probability of winning," the blonde youth named Candace nodded. "If this Luo Feng's strength greatly surpasses the average rookie that enters the elite training camp, he would have entered much earlier, he wouldn't have waited until now. This shows that he isn't much stronger than the average rookie." However, he dared to propose a bet of 5 billion. Candace frowned, his eyebrows were like two sharp blades. "I think you should still be careful. Candace, you're the #1 successor of the Paulinus family, you don't have to care so much about a measly 5 billion bet. Also, it's just Chinese dollars, not euros," laughed a brunette girl on the side. William Edison, from the EU, has challenged the rookie Luo Feng from China. The wager is 5 billion Chinese dollars. This news spread through the entire training camp like a hurricane. A wager of 5 billion, and against a rookie. These 2 points caused many students to come to the 9 grand floors on the 31st. March 31st, 11:10 a.m. 9 grand floors, 9th floor. Around 45 students were gathered here. There were people from the EU, America, China, Russia, etc. Basically, people from all 6 countries have arrived. Even some rookies that just joined this year rushed over here too. Some of the rookies in that group were picked on before. 5 billion Chinese dollars, isn't that just around 40 billion rubles? What a wager. I wonder if William or that rookie will win. The large-nosed white youths mumbled on the side. From their language and looks, one could tell that they were from Russia. In today's world, 1 Earth dollar equals 3.5 Chinese dollars, which equals 30 rupees. William Edison, Luo Feng, enter the battle room. An electronic sound reverberated in the lobby of the 9th floor. Luo Feng and William exchanged looks and headed towards the training room. "William, beat that kid," yelled Candace Paulinus. "Luo Feng, you better beat him to death. If you win, your senior will cook for you personally," Zhao Ruo was also yelling. Many students were supporting each side, since this battle was a battle of senior versus rookie, and also the first EU versus China exchange. In this training camp, the students were extremely competitive. Ka! The door to the battle room opened. Luo Feng and William both entered. Luo Feng scanned the room. This battle room had virtually the exact same layout as the training room. There were 2 sofas and 2 dark blue helmets here too. Luo Feng, thanks for the free 5 billion. William slightly smiled as he lay on the sofa. "I hope you won't cry later." Luo Feng also lay on the sofa. Whoosh! Both of them put on their dark blue helmets at virtually the same time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 5, Chapter 20, Battle in the Gymnasium. Volume 5, Chapter 20, Battle in the Gymnasium. there was only one building in the infinite silver land, a stage. Whoosh! Whoosh! A yellow-skinned youth and a white-skinned youth appeared out of thin air on the stage. They were precisely Luo Feng and William. Please select your weapon and battle uniform set. A huge sound reverberated around the entire land. At the same time, a gigantic amount of weapons and armor appeared in front of Luo Feng, just like the time at the Tower of Trials. Luo Feng skillfully selected the ghost blade, hexagonal shield, and a battle uniform set that fit his size. The two of them swiftly equipped themselves. Oh! Luo Feng's gaze landed upon a pillar on the stage. Words started to appear on the pillar. Name, William Edison. Gender, male. Identity, elite training camp official student. Battle ability amplifier, intermediate. After reading that, Luo Feng turned and looked to the pillar to his side. The introduction on the pillar was exactly the same, other than the name and the battle ability amplifier, which was beginner. Please select your battle location. A virtual voice rang again. In front of Luo Feng and William appeared 8 different locations. You choose, smiled William, so you won't make any excuses when you lose. Then, the gymnasium. Luo Feng casually picked a battle location. Gymnasium? William let out a surprised face and carefully looked at the Chinese youth in front of him. Is he really confident or just cocky? Rumble. The sky and earth shook. Luo Feng and William's surroundings started changing. Instantly, Luo Feng and William appeared in the middle of a gigantic gymnasium. The gymnasium was also completely empty. There were no obstacles. Around the gymnasium were enough stands for tens of thousands of spectators to watch the match. Whoosh! 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 A blinding light brightened up the entire gymnasium. The entire gymnasium held only 2 people, Luo Feng and William. Challenge, begin. The electronic sound echoed around in the gymnasium. William had a long sword in one hand and a round shield in the other as he confidently looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng, I gave you a chance to pick a location that would give you the advantage. However, you picked a gymnasium with no obstacles at all. I'll let you know the true difference between a veteran and a rookie in this training camp. Come. Luo Feng slightly squinted. This shall be his first opponent in the training camp. The sides of William's mouth slightly curved. His body ferociously and instantly passed through a distance of around 50 meters. Like a ray of light, his long sword created ripples in the air as it thrusted directly towards Luo Feng's forehead. At the same time, Luo Feng backed off and swung his blade as fast as lightning, but Chie! The long sword in William's hand slightly shook as it collided with Luo Feng's ghost blade. It then went along Luo Feng's blade and shot towards Luo Feng's neck with a horizontal strike. Whoosh! Luo Feng retreated explosively while moving his hexagonal shield to block it. Hua! The long sword instantly drew across a delicate arc. It actually followed the movement of the hexagonal shield in Luo Feng's left hand as the blade drew towards Luo Feng's right hand. Retreat! Luo Feng basically instantly backed off to a distance of 100 meters away as he directly jumped onto the stands. What, scared? William laughed loudly as he, with his round shield in one hand and long sword in the other, slowly walked towards Luo Feng. Luo Feng, you might think you're extremely powerful compared to a regular fighter, but no veteran in this training camp is as simple as you think they are. This time, just think of this 5 billion as your tuition. Luo Feng lowered his head and looked at his right hand. The arm guard on his right hand's wrist had a white mark on it. However, there was a wound on his arm and blood already started coming out. Thankfully, the wound wasn't deep. His blade isn't fast, but I was completely controlled during that short engagement. As if his attacks were naturally formed, there were no openings. One attack followed the other, all of them offensive. A few balls of sweat couldn't help but to seep out of Luo Feng's forehead as he squinted. I can only use speed to control him. William was still calm, as if a gentleman in a banquet. It's not good enough to just have a swift blade. You have to reach the point where it moves like a cloud and flows like water. Use all sorts of attacks from all sorts of positions to form your offense. William smiled. After entering the training camp, as long as I remained within the campgrounds, I practiced my blade for over 5 hours. I only rested after my arm hurts like crazy. You still need years before you can defeat me. William stepped on the ground. Whoosh! He directly flew towards the stands. Who? Luo Feng's eyes were shining as his ghost blade's speed shot up to the extreme. Multiple forces merged into the ghost blade. Who, as if a hypnotizing cold light that's carrying an electric current, the unrivaled momentum and heart-stopping speed directly shot towards William's head. Swift. This attack can be described in one word: swift. Rumble. Clang, 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 clang. A series of sounds rang as the willow branch-like long sword in William's hands clashed with Luo Feng's ghost blade. Right after that, William's body flew back. Shie! A gigantic, shocking crack directly appeared on the stands ahead. Smashed, shattered rubble flew around in all directions, some even smashing onto the plastic chairs. What a swift blade! However, your blade technique is really just average. William laughed loudly as he jumped back onto the stands. As he jumped onto the stands, the plastic chairs flew away one by one, as if William was a wild hurricane. I admit that your blade technique is superior to mine. However, you're too slow. Luo Feng completely exploded his speed when William appeared in front of him. In terms of speed, Luo Feng is definitely around 50% faster than William. This isn't even on the same level anymore. Clearly, in terms of exploding his strength, William is quite lacking compared to Luo Feng. Whoosh! Whoosh! Dot. These two humans who were both moving at over 100 meters per second have completely turned into two mirages, especially one of the black shadows, whose speed was clearly faster than his opponent's. Every time they clashed, the air exploded and formed currents visible to the naked eye. One attack, another attack. And another. Luo Feng was relying on his speed. Whenever he had a chance, he'll attack. If he didn't have any chances, he'll dodge, and then attack. Luo Feng himself has realized that he is quite far off in terms of actual blade technique compared to William. Fuck! William angrily yelled, You, if you have skills, then fight against me from the front. William was so enraged that he even yelled out English. Luo Feng's current battle style was quite sinister, since he was just relying on his quick speed and blade to punish people. He wasn't fighting from the front at all. From the front? All right. I'll grant your wish. As Luo Feng's voice echoed around the gymnasium, Luo Feng's attack was aimed at William's left side. Suddenly, Luo Feng stepped 3 times. These ghost-like steps actually dodged William's sharp blade. William himself was extremely surprised. Impossible. He only felt a shadow float past him. William now knows he's in trouble, since he already lost sight of Luo Feng. Poochie! The blade's light flashed across William's neck and his head flew up. Pu! Fresh blood sprayed towards the sky. William's body fell powerlessly, his blood scattered across the already destroyed plastic chairs. Challenge, Luo Feng wins. The electronic sound reverberated within the interior of the gymnasium. Everything in the gymnasium became blurry and then disappeared. In the Silver Land, on the empty stage, Luo Feng and William were standing. Impossible! William stared at Luo Feng. I couldn't have lost. I was chosen to enter the elite training camp and I've already been bitterly training here for a year. For this entire year, I've been working hard on my blade technique, control over my force, etc. for virtually every single day. My strength is much higher than it was compared to when I just entered. How could I lose to a rookie like you? A loss is a loss, spoke Luo Feng. William clenched his fists tightly. If it was just a regular, casual match, then it wouldn't matter too much if he lost. However, this match attracted many students. He'll lose respect and a gigantic sum of money. William definitely wouldn't be happy to lose this huge amount. You already lost. Luo Feng looked at William in front of him and couldn't help but to compliment. I admit that you are way above me in terms of blade technique. Way above. His speed and power was way above his opponent's, but he couldn't win. Because his blade technique was extremely simple. In the past, Luo Feng thought that his blade technique was pretty good, especially when his spiritual force boosts its speed. In the wilderness, he was unstoppable. However, when put against with a genius like him, William, his blade technique is incomparable. William's technique flowed like water, one attack after the next. As if the waves came over and over, Luo Feng couldn't help but to retreat. Thankfully, Luo Feng was finally able to unleash his perfect level technique at the end. His speed was already above his opponent's. Adding his special technique to that, it's natural that he'll win in one attack. My speed and power are above my opponent's, but I couldn't even win. In the end, I had to rely on my phantom-like technique. Even though Luo Feng was the victor, he wasn't too satisfied with himself. Lost? William clenched his teeth. If he knew that Luo Feng wasn't satisfied, he would probably be even more mad. Times. 9 grand floors, lobby of the 9th floor. Young men and women of all skin color from all sorts of places on the world were gathered here. Some were bald, some had a small ponytail, some had shockingly gigantic bodies, and some were extremely skinny and small. These genius fighters from all over the world were waiting and discussing here. That guy named Luo Feng will realize the difference between rookies and seniors. Wouldn't it be okay if he just lost 1 billion? He just had to yell 5 billion inch. If he wants to gift us money, why wouldn't we accept? A few youths from the EU were laughing as they chatted. Students from other places of the world also chatted, but it was pretty clear that most of the people here thought that William would win. The seniors almost always win against the rookies. Only in an extremely small amount of challenges do rookies ever attain victory. Challenge: Luo Feng wins. An electronic sound echoed around the lobby. Silence. Everyone in the entire lobby went silent. What? The youths from the EU were all wide-eyed. Oh, Lord! A few white and black youths from America were also surprised. 40 billion rubles was won by Luo Feng? The youths from Russia were shocked too. And thus, another case of a rookie defeating a senior in the training camp was recorded in the training camp's history. Luo Feng defeated William. Ka! The door to the challenge room was opened. William, whose face looked extremely bad, and Luo Feng, who was holding his cell phone, came out together. TL note: italicized words are originally in English, just fuck and you. Also, I mistakenly put 50 billion rubles in the last chapter when it should have been 40 billion, has been fixed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 5, Chapter 21, Luo Feng's Teacher. Volume 5, Chapter 21, Luo Feng's Teacher. What are you looking at on your phone? Zhao Ruo smiled as she walked over. The other students from China went over too. Oh, the notification of the balance change in my bank, answered Luo Feng. After saying this, William's face on the side became even worse. Balance change? Hee, you just entered the training camp and earned 5 billion. Such an event is quite rare in the training camp. You better treat us all, and treat us to the best stuff possible, said Zhao Ruo. The other students from China also talked one by one. Of course, there's no problem. Luo Feng looked at Zhao Ruo with a weird expression. Senior, didn't you say that you would personally cook if I won? This. Zhao Ruo rubbed her head. Zhao Ruo, I heard that nice and clear too. You did indeed say that, said Shi Jiang in a serious matter. Zhao Ruo frowned and looked at Shi Jiang. Senior, I didn't know that you were this evil too. Alright, I'll cook then. In the lobby of the 9th floor, the Chinese youths chatted happily. However, the group from the EU wasn't that happy as they chatted in English. A short, brunette girl couldn't help but to complain, William, how could you lose to a rookie? You're not that good at controlling your force, but your blade technique is above average compared to those who entered at the same time as you. How did you lose? Did you underestimate him? No, frowned William, I tried my best. That Luo Feng is better at controlling his force. Force exertions? William, a tall, skinny, blonde youth spoke on the side. If you lost, then you lost. However, we can't let the Chinese kid get away with 5 billion Chinese dollars so easily. In the future, we'll figure something out to make him spit it out. The blonde youth spoke extremely quietly. The others all nodded. That's how it is in the training camp. If you win a bunch of money from me, I'll definitely figure out a way to win it back. If I can't win, then I'll get my seniors to help. Of course, you could always act like a turtle hiding in its shell and never accept any challenges. Luo Feng was in quite a good mood. Even though he couldn't cleanly win his match, he was able to realize his weaknesses. This is a good thing. More importantly, with the 5 billion he made, he now has enough to buy an elixir of life. It auctioned off for 30 billion last time, and that counts as a huge price. If there's another elixir of life, it might not reach 30 billion inch. I should have enough money now. Even if the price is too high, I can still borrow money from the bank, but everybody has a limit to how much they can borrow from the bank. For fighters, the higher their position and the stronger they are, the more money they can borrow from the bank. It wouldn't be hard for the students of the world's best training camp to borrow over 10 billion. Of course, the interest rates on these loans are quite high. Go, let's eat lunch. Haha, let's eat on the 2nd floor today. Luo Feng's treat, yelled Zhao Ruo. No problem, senior can burst her stomach open as she eats, laughed Luo Feng. At this time, the youths from the EU walked over. The leader was a guy who was tall and skinny. His cold gaze was set on Luo Feng. Luo Feng, your strength is really amazing. And I'm really itching to fight. I wonder if I have a chance to have a stake match with you. You choose the stakes. No matter how large of a number you choose, I'll play. Silence. Quite a few students in the surrounding area quieted down. Interesting. Things are becoming more interesting now. The students from Russia, USA, India, Hongning headquarters city, and other headquarters cities were all watching, all of them hoping for things to become more chaotic. They expectantly watched the battle between the students from the EU and China. Whatever I choose? Luo Feng gasped as he carefully looked at the guy in front of him. This guy was nearly 1.9 m tall, but was quite skinny. His eyes were extremely cold and he naturally had an aristocratic feeling to him. While looking at the guy in front of him, Luo Feng connected him to the legendary beings, vampires. He's letting him pick any price he wants? This white youth's power is extremely high for sure. How bold, just what you'd expect from the successor of the Paulinus family, rich. Bold my ass. Zhao Ruo couldn't help but to curse. A low, gentle sound rose. Candace, you were ranked 42 on March's ranking and have been in this training camp for 3 years already. Even so, you still feel like it's perfectly appropriate for you to have a stake match with Luo Feng? Within the group of Chinese youths, Shi Jiang took a step forward and frowned. How about you have a staked match with me? Likewise, you pick the price. No matter how high of a price you pick, I'll fight. Candace's face changed. Who is Shi Jiang? The fact that he's able to steadily stay within the top 5 shows that his strength is at the top of the training camp. Isn't staking with him just gifting him free money? Shi Jiang, you should have a staked match with Leonidas, said Candace. So you know how to be scared too? Shi Jiang looked towards Luo Feng. But Luo Feng was looking at Candace. Shi Jiang and Zhao Ruo both jumped out of astonishment. Don't tell me that this Luo Feng wants to fight against Candace also? Candace isn't William. That guy named William just entered the training camp for a year. Candace has been here for 3 years already, and he's ranked 42. He is quite the excellent student in the training camp. Seeing this, Candace was extremely happy. Is this Luo Feng really that cocky? He actually wants to fight me? Candace immediately and seriously said, Luo Feng, I, Candace Paulinus, would really like to have a match with you to test our skills. I wonder if... Candace Paulinus? Luo Feng said to himself. Indeed, didn't one of the Chinese students say, just what you'd expect from the successor of the Paulinus family? Luo Feng's heart jumped. The Paulinus family. The vulture-scorpion couple who wants to kill him even in their dreams. And that scorpion is named Veneno Paulinus. The blood sister of the Paulinus family's head. I didn't think that I would encounter someone from the Paulinus family here too, thought Luo Feng. Sorry, I still have to eat lunch with my seniors, smiled Luo Feng. After saying that, he walked with Shi Jiang and the others to the elevator. Luo Feng wasn't dumb. He wouldn't fight against someone if he had no confidence of winning. Night of the same day. The night wind blew. In the courtyard of Jiangnan Pagoda. Luo Feng, this is Teacher Jiang. For the 5 years you'll be in the training camp, you'll be with Teacher Jiang, introduced Shi Jiang. Luo Feng looked in front of him with shock. A young, beautiful girl wearing a purple training uniform with an amazing body, busty and skinny. Teacher Jiang. All the teachers in the training camp are at least war god level. And each of these war gods must have something special about them to be able to be selected to guide these geniuses. This Teacher Jiang. No matter how Luo Feng looks, she's quite young and probably not much older than him. And this person is actually going to be his teacher for the next 5 years. I'm Jiang Feng. The purple-clothed girl gave off the overall feeling of a blade. For the next 5 years, I'll be your direct teacher, continued Jiang Feng. There are currently 5 students with me. You'll be the 6th. Luo Feng slightly bowed. Teacher Jiang. Okay. Take your blade and come with me, spoke Jiang Feng. Yes, Luo Feng immediately took his ghost blade and put it on his back as he walked out with Jiang Feng. Who would have known that he would have a female teacher in the elite training camp? As they walked in the training camp, Jiang Feng smiled. I heard you beat William this afternoon, right? Yes, Luo Feng nodded. The state of William's blade is quite good, it has reached the 2nd level. Not bad, you were able to defeat him. Jiang Feng nodded her head with satisfaction and pulled out 2 curved blades from her waist. Come, Luo Feng. Show me your blade technique and fight against me. I won't exceed your power or speed. This Jiang Feng is already at the war god level in terms of body fitness level. Because of genetic energy training, she seems quite young. Even though she looks like she's around 20, she's actually 30-something already. Yes, Teacher Luo Feng pulled out his ghost blade. Attack! Commanded Jiang Feng. Yes. Luo Feng charged forward like lightning and his blade cleanly struck towards Jiang Feng. The curved blade in Jiang Feng stayed still, she only moved her left hand. Clang! In the instant the curved blade in her left hand collided with Luo Feng's ghost blade, Luo Feng felt a peculiar, powerless feeling. Before he even pulled his blade back, the curved blade's light flashed across Luo Feng's neck and then went back. You lost, frowned Jiang Feng as she looked at Luo Feng again. Luo Feng's spiritual force was already surrounding Jiang Feng's curved blade. If Jiang Feng tried to slit his throat, his spiritual force would have directly controlled the curved blade. There was no helping it. That blade was really horrifying. Yes, Luo Feng attacked again. Clang clang. Jiang Feng's left hand's curved blade only touched against Luo Feng's blade twice before leaving his body completely exposed. How is your blade technique so poor? Zhang Feng looked at Luo Feng with confusion. Did you really defeat William? Luo Feng was ashamed inside, being belittled by this female war god teacher. Indeed, the speed and power of her blade wasn't even as fast or powerful as his, but it was always able to easily destroy his rhythm. And the blade's attack just came wave after wave, which easily and completely destroyed him. In terms of the blade's state, who knows how many times more powerful this Zhang Feng is compared to that William. And Zhang Feng only used a single blade, the other curved blade hasn't moved at all. If he uses his spiritual force, he might be able to have a go at it. However, if he's only using his blade, he'll lose to the point where he can't lose any harder. Teacher, I relied on speed and power to control that William. With that, I defeated him, said Luo Feng. Oh? Zhang Feng let out a face of joy. Looks like your force exertion is quite powerful. Force exertion requires extremely high control over your body. This shows that you're quite good on the basics of controlling your power. Even though your blade technique is quite sloppy, it can be improved in the future. What's your fist strength level? 2.8, answered Luo Feng. Your fist strength level is so high despite just entering the training camp. No wonder you were scouted for. Zhang Feng nodded with satisfaction. Luo Feng, don't feel bad about your sloppy blade technique, this is normal. You guys are so young. If the state of your blade and your technique is extremely high, then that would be too horrifying. I trained ever since I was little. Only after 20 years of bitter training could I reach today's state. Come with me. Zhang Feng sheathed her curved blades and walked in front. Luo Feng followed this female war god teacher. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 5, Chapter 22, Life in the Training Camp. Volume 5, Chapter 22, Life in the Training Camp. Inside the 9 grand floors, Zhang Feng introduced to Luo Feng, the most important rooms in the 9 grand floors are of course the challenge room, training room, and gravity room on the 9th floor. These 3 rooms were made out of treasure excavated from the archaeological ruins. There are also many training rooms on the 7th and 8th floors. For example, there are copied gravity rooms made by our scientists, etc. Even though they aren't as effective as the ones from the archaeological ruins, they're better than nothing. Beep. The elevator door opened. They walked through the lobby on the 9th floor towards the training room. Students are training in the training room and gravity room every month from the 1st to the 30th. In these 30 days, the resting period lasts from 12 p.m. 1 p.m. every day. When new students are taking their exam, they usually do it in this hour, explained Zhang Feng. And this month is March, with the 31st day. On the 31st, the gravity room and training room are both empty, said Zhang Feng as she brought Luo Feng to the door of a room. Out of the 3 rooms on the 9th floor, Luo Feng has been to the training room and challenge room already. A light flashed past Luo Feng and Zhang Feng. Beep. The door opened and Luo Feng and Zhang Feng entered together. This is the gravity room, a gravity room discovered in the archaeological ruins, said Zhang Feng. Luo Feng carefully examined the room. The floor and walls of the gravity room were made out of an alloy with yellow and black mixed in. Because of this strange alloy, the entire gravity room felt quite special. Even our scientists haven't figured out this alloy yet, said Zhang Feng as she pointed towards the alloy on the wall. Even existences that have surpassed the war god level can't leave a mark on this wall. Luo Feng froze. He looked at the wall beside him and saw a fist mark that was around 5 millimeters deep. Zhang Feng's eyes flashed as she said with admiration, "This mark was left by our world's strongest fighter, Hong. Within the existences that have surpassed the war god level, only the head was able to leave a mark on this wall. Nobody else can do this. The head is the strongest fighter on Earth." Beep. After saying that, Zhang Feng pressed the button to the side. Your body fitness level is at the beginner warlord level, so 9x gravity should be nearing your limit, said Zhang Feng as she quickly pressed some button that increases gravity. The number on the display continuously changed. 2, 3, 4, 5. Buzz. A shapeless energy instantly covered every single part of his body. Not even given the time to take a breath, the gravity multiplier quickly rose from 8 to 9. Luo Feng felt like everything went black as he directly fell to the floor. The sound of his heart beating was like the beat of a drum, and the sound of his blood flowing sounded like a flowing stream. Everything was that clear. How do you feel? Zhang Feng looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng was barely able to stand up. His face was pale and his body was about to collapse at any moment. I feel extremely heavy and my heart is in pain every time it beats. It's hard for me to breathe too, every single spot of my body is in pain. Luo Feng was carrying his ghost blade, which turned into a burden of around 1,000 kilograms under 9x gravity. Even though he was carrying such a heavy object, it wasn't as painful as all his blood vessels and organs fighting against 9x gravity. Luo Feng, do you know the significance of the gravity room to fighters? Under 9x gravity, Zhang Feng was still smiling and chatting in a relaxed manner. Luo Feng looked towards Zhang Feng. Fighters absorb energy and transform it into genetic energy. The body then absorbs that genetic energy to improve its genes and strengthen itself. Zhang Feng sighed, however. Once every cell in the body absorbs a certain amount, they become full. They won't be able to absorb any further. The more people exercise, the more food they eat. The fact is that when our cells are involved in our exercise, they are able to absorb more genetic energy. Zhang Feng sighed. Even though we seem tired when we train normally, it's extremely difficult to exercise every single cell in our body. Luo Feng nodded. He understood this point. This was also why your body fitness level improves at a higher rate when you reach a higher stage in the 9-stage Thunder Blade. But the gravity room is different. The gravity amplified by the gravity room affects every single part of your body. Your muscles, bones, blood vessels, organs, cells, and even atoms. Explained Zhang Feng, gravity works on everything. Naturally, it'll work on the smallest parts of your body. Luo Feng's eyes flashed. Indeed, gravity affects every part of your body. So, in the gravity room, especially under the highest multiplier possible. Smiled Zhang Feng, even if you stand there and do nothing, every single cell in your body will be affected by gravity and will fight against it, therefore using up energy. This is way more efficient than any form of training you can do. Yeah, Luo Feng couldn't help but to nod his head in agreement. Zhang Feng smiled. Of course, if you train in this room in conjunction, the effect will be even better. You can say 2 hours a day in the gravity room will speed up your training speed by 10 times. 10 times? Luo Feng's eyes flashed. Damn! If he relies on the gravity room, wouldn't he just need 3 to 4 months instead of 3 years to become an advanced level war god level spirit reader? However, there's only one gravity room, continued Zhang Feng. Even the Thunder Dojo's elite training camp doesn't have one. 183 students have to share this one room. How much time can be divided to you? Luo Feng froze. So the higher your rank, the longer you can stay in this room, continued Zhang Feng. The gravity rooms that our scientists created can only reach a multiplier of 3. In other words, it can only go up to 3x gravity. When training in the gravity room, you want to reach your limit for the best effect. And this gravity room excavated from the archaeological ruins has a range of 1 to 1,000. Sighed Zhang Feng, way better than the ones we reproduced. 1,000 times? Luo Feng stared. Who can handle 1000x gravity? Of course, this 1 to 1000 multiplier was after we modified it to create this display number. Zhang Feng pointed towards the display. You think the archaeological ruins will have Arabic numbers in them? This display number and on-off button was created by us. Of course, we can't modify the main component at all. There's only one archaeological gravity room. How long can Luo Feng, a rookie, use it for? There are more copied gravity rooms created by the scientists, even though they can only reach 3x gravity. In the entire training camp, there are 10 of these gravity rooms. Luo Feng, you're still new and are ranked 183. For the first 28 days of April, you'll follow the other students and hunt monsters in the wilderness and earn battle points on the odd days. For the even days, you'll stay in the training camp and properly learn. At that time, I'll guide you, commanded Zhang Feng. Yes, teacher Luo Feng nodded. In the training camp, you have to grab the chance to absorb as much as possible to strengthen yourself. Times. Night, 11 p.m. Luo Feng, in his bathrobe, sat in his room and looked at his notebook. Ranked number 1, April, eligible to use the archaeological gravity room for 90 hours, training room for 90 hours. Ranked number 2, April, eligible to use the archaeological gravity room for 60 hours, training room for 60 hours. Ranked number 1130, eligible to use the archaeological gravity room for 6 hours, training room for 6 hours. Ranked number 3150, eligible to use the archaeological gravity room for 4 hours, training room for 4 hours. Ranked number 51-100, eligible to use the archaeological gravity room for 2 hours, training room for 2 hours. Ranked number 101 end, eligible to use the archaeological gravity room for 1 hour, training room for 1 hour. Luo Feng looked at the last line and laughed bitterly. He just joined, so he's ranked number 183. For the entire month of April, he can only use the archaeological gravity room for 1 hour? Training room for 1 hour? Only 1 hour. The person ranked first must feel so good, 90 whole hours. He has to hunt monsters on the odd days, so he has like 15 days to train in the training camp. He can stay in the archaeological gravity room for 6 hours and the training room for 6 hours every day. Improving slowly would be a challenge. Luo Feng was envious. If you stay in the archaeological gravity room for just 2 hours a day, your 1 day is equivalent to 10 days. And don't even talk about someone staying in there for 6 hours. Thankfully, April is the first month for me after entering the training camp. As a result, I have a special right. I can take the Tower of Trials test one time, Luo Feng thought to himself. Taking the Tower of Trials test is a special privilege every student gets after entering the training camp. The amount of time they spend taking that test isn't counted into the time they receive. For example, Luo Feng only receives 1 hour of time in the training room during April. However, he might spend 40 minutes taking his Tower of Trials test. In all, it's 1 hour and 40 minutes. Some people spend a lot of time taking this test, while others spend very little time. My blade technique is still sloppy. I'll train hard this month and then take the Tower of Trials test on the 26th, thought Luo Feng to himself. Since he counts as a new student, he can pick within the time span of 12 p.m. 1 p.m. on any day to take his test. With a blink of an eye, it was already April 1st. Luo Feng's days in the training camp officially begins. April 1st, Luo Feng followed 91 other students and headed towards a city that was around 300 kilometers away from the training camp, 1001 City. This name was personally set by the creator of Hong Ning City, Hong. All students must hunt monsters in this city. Furthermore, there's a satellite in orbit just to observe this 1001 city. There are absolute rules within the training camp. 1. Those who secretly trade monster materials with other students to help them raise their battle points, once found, will be expelled. 2. Those who kill other students, once found, will be executed. Poochie. After the ghost blade slashed, a back mountain deer's head that was as large as a small mountain flew up. The monsters in this western area are quite different from the ones in China. Luo Feng in the wilderness was like a fish in water. He trained his blade in monster hordes back then. Other students are afraid of falling into monster hordes while Luo Feng doesn't have this fear at all. So, Luo Feng was quite efficient at hunting monsters and earned quite a few battle points. The state of a blade is split into the categories basic, expert, complete, conception, these 4 levels. Right now, you better build up your basics. Train in the copied gravity rooms for 2 hours and practice your blade there. In the blade training room, train your blade there for 2 hours too. After that, you still have to train your blade. If your basics aren't steady, then what can you do? When you train, use your brain and think. What can you do to make your attacks flow like water and continue endlessly? Ordered Jiang Feng. Yes, teacher. Whether in the gravity room, the blade training room, or the underground training room in Jiangnan Pagoda. Every day, Luo Feng trained his blade technique and even used his spiritual force to observe the trajectory of his blade. With his careful observation, Luo Feng continuously improved himself and bitterly trained. This kid's rate of improvement is quite scary. However, something like this is normal in this training camp. Even though Jiang Feng was surprised, she expected even more out of Luo Feng. All sorts of training methods were used on Luo Feng. Of course, you can't stop your genetic energy training for even a day. Only when he's relaxed does he occasionally talk with his parents and Su Xian through his notebook. Luo Feng, you seem quite tired to me? Nah. Once I see you, I'm not tired at all. Luo Feng laughed as he video chatted with Su Xian through his laptop. I didn't know that even Luo Feng was this good at saying stuff like this. Luo Feng was completely immersed in his days at the training camp. There were many geniuses here, many geniuses that were way better than him. As for spirit readers, there were dozens of them in this elite training camp. In terms of spiritual force, many of them were significantly more powerful than him. Whether blade technique, or force exertions, there was always someone better than Luo Feng. People here have reached force multipliers of 4x. For technique, there are tons of people who have reached the conception level. For the blade state, Luo Feng is at the bottom of the training camp. This Luo Feng's technique and force exertions were superior in the first place. Even though his rate of improvement isn't the best, it's up there. I'm sure he'll step into the blade's second state soon. Jiang Feng was quite satisfied with her student. Luo Feng is entirely capable of charging into the top 10 after 2 or 3 years. Luo Feng was like a sponge who absorbs nutrients in the training camp with all he had. Whether body fitness level, blade technique, and all the other things, Luo Feng has been showing improvement. This rate of improvement was way faster than training alone. And there were many war god teachers here that frequently taught class. Even investigators taught. April 26th, morning. Jiangnan Pagoda, Luo Feng's room. Looks like it's quite difficult to charge up the Black Dragon ranking, said Su Xian in the video chat. It is nodded Luo Feng. For this entire month, other than sleeping and occasionally chatting with his family and Su Xian, he put all of his time into training. His improvement this month is quite astonishing. There are tons of geniuses in this training camp. The guy that lost to me, William, is around number 150 on the Black Dragon ranking. Many students are below number 150 on the first year they arrive. Charging to the top 120 is as hard as flying up to the sky. And don't even get me started on the top 100 said Luo Feng. Su Xian laughed. Luo Feng, you're quite good then. Acceptable. However, I wasn't able to charge into the top 120 Luo Feng shook his head. The amount of monsters Luo Feng hunted these 26 days is comparable to the students that have been here for 3 to 4 years. Even with that, added with his battle ability amplifier of 4.48, 2.8 by 1.6, his battle score still wasn't enough to charge into the top 120. However, he's still higher than that William. Luo Feng, don't pressure yourself too much. You're already very strong. Didn't you say you're ranked 2 out of the students that just arrived at the training camp this year? Encouraged Su Xian, and according to what you said, your battle ability amplifier is way above 4.48. Once you finish your Tower of Trials test, your battle ability amplifier might raise. You might be able to charge into the top 100. From what I heard, anybody capable of entering the top 100 soon after entering the training camp is quite the remarkable person, sighed Su Xin. Because of Su Xin's background, she knows quite a bit of information about the elite training camp. Today is the day you take your Tower of Trials test, go for it, Su Xin gave a thumbs up in the video. He grinned Luo Feng. I'll do it, watch me. The higher you go in the Tower of Trials, the higher your level. When he passed the B grade exam back then, his Tower of Trials level automatically turned into 1.6. With his rapid improvement in technique and speed, his Tower of Trials level will certainly improve by a lot. 11:50 a.m., Luo Feng chatted for a while with his parents. After that, Luo Feng put on a casual shirt and leisurely walked out Jiangnan Pagoda. Coincidentally, Zhao Ruo just returned and laughed. Luo Feng, going out to eat lunch, but I ate already, smiled Luo Feng. I just went and looked at the Black Dragon ranking and saw that you're already ranked number 126. You're quite powerful, your senior is only in the top 100 inch, teased Zhao Ruo. Luo Feng smirked, senior, you better be careful. My goal is to charge into the top 100 soon. Soon? How soon? 2 months, 3 months? Guessed Zhao Ruo. I'll chat with you later, I still need to do stuff. Luo Feng didn't say anything more. He already decided that he'll take the Tower of Trials test on noon of April 26. Other than Su Xin, nobody else knows. After he finished talking, Luo Feng headed towards the 9 grand floors. On his way, quite a few students greeted Luo Feng. Students also respected the strong. And Luo Feng was able to become ranked 126 in just a month. Even though the ranking is officially set on midnight of the 28th, Luo Feng's strength is already clear. 19 years old and he's already this powerful. What about the future? So these students, whether from South America, North America, Europe, Africa, etc., are on quite good terms with Luo Feng. On the 9th floor of the 9 grand floors, 6 black students that just finished with their training in the training room and gravity room were having a friendly match. Luo Feng, how come you're here in the noon? One of the black students that knew Chinese yelled. The other 5 black students didn't know Chinese. Very few students that came from Africa knew Chinese, even though Chinese is used quite often. I have stuff to do, smiled Luo Feng as he headed towards the training room. The training room scanned Luo Feng and confirmed his identity. Ka! The door to the training room automatically unlocked and, with a slight push, Luo Feng entered. The training room? How could he enter the training room after 12? There's no way he could enter the training room. One of the black students spoke his native language quite fluently. That Luo Feng is a new student, April is his first month here. Every new student has the special right to take a Tower of Trials test during their first month. Don't tell me he didn't take his Tower of Trials test yet? It's already the 26th. There's no other possibility. Students can't enter the training room from 12 p.m. 1 p.m. Holy, he didn't even take his Tower of Trials test yet and he's already around number 120 on the Black Dragon ranking. After taking his test, how high can he go? Could he reach the top 100? A rookie charging into the top 100 in his first month? Hurry, let's go to the Black Dragon ranking. It'll update itself soon enough. Hurry, let's go. To the Black Dragon sculpture. The 6 black students talked a bunch, all of them astonished. They went downstairs and headed towards the Black Dragon sculpture at the gate of the training camp. Keep in mind that a rookie in this training camp charging into the top 100 in his first month is virtually impossible. People capable of such a feat become astonishingly great people in the future. Could it be that another person like this just appeared and is going to charge into the top 100? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 5, Chapter 23, Change in the Ranking. Volume 5, Chapter 23, Change in the Ranking. In the training room, Luo Feng turned on the lights. Luo Feng lay on the sofa and picked up the dark blue helmet beside him. This brain-computer interface helmet let out a dark blue reflection under the shine of the light. "The higher my ranking goes, the better," said Luo Feng softly. He kissed the helmet and then put it on. Buzz. The land here was an infinite silver, the sky was the infinite universe. The only building here was the 7-floored tower that wanted to pierce the sky, Tower of Trials. Name, Luo Feng. Gender, male. Identity, Elite Training Camp official student. Tower of Trials level, 1.6 inch. Luo Feng laughed. Under the virtual space's reminder, Luo Feng swiftly put on his battle uniform set and equipped his weapon, shield, etc. After that, he directly stepped within the Tower of Trials. On a large grass plain, Luo Feng appeared out of thin air. Luo Feng, an electronic sound reverberated around the entire plain. "You already completed the first floor's B grade exam, next, we'll move on to the C grade exam. Your objective is to kill 200 raging bulls within 50 minutes. Within these 200 raging bulls, 190 of them are low-level commander level while 10 of them are medium-level commander level. Good luck." Luo Feng grinned, his gaze was as sharp as a blade. Since he's been in this training camp for a month already, Luo Feng was clear on what he would have to deal with on each stage of the Tower of Trials. When he took the B grade exam, he had to deal with 100 low-level commander-level raging bulls. This time, he has to deal with 200, and 10 of them are medium-level commander level. And he just has his beginner-level warlord-level body. Get rid of all of them within 50 minutes to pass. 200 mighty raging bulls instantly appeared on the grassy plains. Some raging bulls within this horde were gigantic, flame-colored raging bulls. Moo. The ground rumbled. Under the lead of the 10 medium-level commander-level raging bulls, the horde charged towards Luo Feng like a roaring tide. With Luo Feng's body fitness level, he'll probably lose the ability to fight after taking one direct hit, since he'll be trampled by the horde as a result. So this time, no errors are allowed. Come. Luo Feng held his hexagonal shield in one hand and his ghost blade in the other as he grinned and charged towards the entire horde. When Luo Feng was taking his exam in the Tower of Trials, quite a few students learned about what Luo Feng was doing thanks to the broadcasting of the 6 students from Africa. This Chinese student who charged up to rank 126 right after entering the training camp didn't even take his Tower of Trials exam yet. He just started taking it today. He didn't take the test and is already rank 126. Is he going to charge up to the top 100 after taking the exam? Quite a few students eating lunch quickly finished up and headed towards the Black Dragon sculpture. Each of them paid attention to any change that could happen on the Black Dragon ranking. Actually, this ranking changes extremely frequently, all the way until midnight of the 28th. At this time, on a ruined 3-story villa in the Wilderness 1001 city, Candace Paulinus, who was wearing a black battle uniform set, sat alone. He had his water bag in hand to rehydrate himself. Even though he was the successor of the Paulinus family, one of the 9 core families of the HR Alliance, Candace never lowered his expectations of himself. My own strength is the most important thing. Everything else is meaningless. Candace took a small sip of water. It's already the 26th, so there's only 2 days left until the ranking is set. Looks like I can reach the top 50 with no problem. As of now, Candace was already ranked 39. I'll see if I can get into the top 30. Candace's nose was straight and his gaze was cold. Who would have thought that Chinese kid could improve so quickly? He's already around 120. Ever since the stake battle between his good friend William and Luo Feng, a small group led by Candace frequently went to mess with Luo Feng. For example, stealing Luo Feng's prey in the wilderness. Or getting in the way of Luo Feng's hunting. The training camp only banned killing each other and private trades. Causing trouble wouldn't bring you any punishment. Candace looked towards the tactical communications watch on his wrist. A phone call from William? Redial. After William sent out his command, the call quickly went through. William, you're even calling me while I'm in the wilderness. Could it be that you miss me? Teased Candace. Candace, let me tell you something. That Chinese kid just started taking his Tower of Trials exam today. William's voice carried out of the tactical communications watch. What does his Tower of Trials exam have to do with us? Right after saying that, Candace's face changed dramatically. What did you say? He just started taking his Tower of Trials exam today? Are you saying that he never took the exam these past 26 days? He didn't take the exam and was able to charge up to around rank 120? How is this possible? Impossible. Candace really disliked Luo Feng, so of course he wouldn't want to believe that Luo Feng was powerful. I don't want to believe either, but my brother, I have to tell you, this is the truth. Luo Feng is taking his Tower of Trials exam right now. And right now, a few dozen people in the training camp are watching the Black Dragon ranking right here, waiting for the ranking to update. Quite a few teachers in the training camp came too. William's fluent English came out quickly. If this Luo Feng really charges into the top 100 in his first month, then that'll be incredible. I don't believe this. Candace's eyes were like a poisonous snake's. I don't believe that he'll be able to charge into the top 100. I don't want to believe either, but you'll know if you're here in the training camp, said William helplessly. Stare at the Black Dragon sculpture and don't hang up. Tell me right when it updates. Commanded Candace. Okay. In the Tower of Trials' first floor of the virtual space, the vast grassy plain. Corpse after corpse of raging bulls were laying on the ground, their blood dyeing the grassy plain. Luo Feng's body was full of blood as he stepped on the corpse of a raging bull. His face was pale and some blood trickled down the side of his mouth. Used 41 minutes 26 seconds to kill 190 low-level commander-level raging bulls, 10 medium-level commander-level raging bulls. C grade exam, you pass. Congratulations, you have passed the first floor of the Tower of Trials. Student Luo Feng. The electronic sound rose. Along with it, the entire plain disappeared in a flash. The surrounding area became a desert. An infinite, boundless desert. This is the second floor of the Tower of Trials. According to what Luo Feng knows, each Tower of Trials is split into the different grades, A, B, and C. For example, after finishing the A grade exam of the second floor of the Tower of Trials, your level becomes 2.3. After finishing the B grade exam, 2.6. After the C grade exam, 3.0. As of now, Luo Feng just completed the first floor C grade exam, so his current level is 2.0. Who would have thought that the 100 raging bulls in the B grade exam would become 200 raging bulls in the C grade exam? What a horrifying change. Luo Feng reminisced about the killing that just happened and was frightened. With the 10 medium-level commander-level raging bulls, even though they weren't that much of a threat themselves. They divided up the other raging bulls and formed small groups that coordinated their attacks. Unlike the raging bulls in the B grade exam that just swarmed over Luo Feng, the C grade exam has organized groups. Unless Luo Feng's blade technique was way better than before, he would have failed in one of the clashes with the Horde. Luo Feng, congratulations on passing the first floor. Next, you'll take the second floor's A grade exam. Your objective is to kill 50 low-level commander-level steel-armored scorpions within 10 minutes. Good luck. The electronic sound echoed around the entire desert. Steel-armored scorpions, an extremely common monster in the desert area, one of the most common scorpion-type monsters. According to what the other students said, the bodies of these steel-armored scorpions are quite small, so 10 or even over 20 of them can attack one person at the same time. The way they dodge is also quite peculiar, making them hard to fight against. The A grade of the second floor is way harder than the previous exams. Luo Feng was under a lot of pressure. Sha. Within the infinite desert, dark red-colored scorpions crawled out the sand one after another. Clearly, these scorpions could easily dig into the sand. The plating of each of these scorpions was dark red and its long, sharp tail was jet black. Nobody would doubt the power of its tail. Tower of Trials, second floor. A great exam, begin. In the Wilderness 1001 city, Candace was leaning against the wall as he chatted with William. Changed, Luo Feng's ranking changed. William's surprised voice carried out from the tactical communications watch. How much did it change by? Candace was shocked. It went from number 126 to number 108. After hearing this, Candace took in a deep breath. It actually turned into number 108. A rookie in this training camp charged to number 108 within his first month. This was indeed quite shocking. At this moment, Candace was slightly regretful. From what Luo Feng has accomplished now, he'll surely become quite scary in the future. But since they're already foes, I guess I could just stop harassing him and stay away from him, Candace sneered. Furthermore, he's just number 108, he hasn't entered the top 100 yet. Candace didn't know that Luo Feng's ranking only went from number 126 to number 108 because he passed the C grade exam. His Tower of Trials level went from 1.6 to 2.0. This means that Luo Feng's score increased by 25%. The change was astonishing. It changed again. Candace, the ranking changed again. William's voice carried out of the tactical communications watch. What is it? It turned into number 99. He's in the top 100. Candace's face changed. In the training camp, in front of the Black Dragon sculpture at the main gate, a few dozen students and around 10 War God teachers were all excited and surprised when Luo Feng's ranking turned into an 99. A rookie charged into the top 100 within his first month. Something like this only happened 5 times in the history of this training camp. All 5 of those people were absolute geniuses. The first time something like this happened was 20 years ago. Out of these 5 people, 4 of them are already advanced level war gods, while one of them passed the war god level and became an existence surpassing the war god level. A Russian white brute who had a huge mustache yelled passionately. Very good. This rookie named Luo Feng probably has superb technique, speed, and blade technique. Hurry and contact the investigators. Tell the investigators about this. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 5, Chapter 24, Luo Feng's rank. Volume 5, Chapter 24, Luo Feng's rank. Zhang Feng was one of the most famous people in the circle of war gods. She was born into a poor family around the few years that the Grand Nirvana period was going on. She was quite ill-fated. Her husband died to save her in the wilderness. Because of this, Zhang Feng ignored all the power struggles between the organizations and relationships. She merely focused completely on her martial arts. And she actually managed to become someone great. Nicknamed Moon Witch Zhang Feng. Her curved blades were godlike. Usually, she didn't like to get into arguments and didn't like the arguments and fights going on between fighters. She would rather be an instructor in the Dojo of Limits. This Zhang Feng has been in the elite training camp for nearly 10 years. Other than studying her blade technique, her only other hobby is to watch her students become great. To watch her students surpass the students of the other teachers. Zhang, congratulations, said a bald, skinny black man. Luo Feng himself is talented, smiled Zhang Feng. The white brute with the huge mustache said in accented Chinese, it was because of Lady Zhang Feng's teachings. There's a quote in Chinese, what was it again? It was, great students come from great teachers. In the training camp, there were very few female teachers. And Zhang Feng had many war god students, so she had tons of connections. She was also extremely powerful herself and was beautiful. There were really quite a few war gods that were chasing after her. Luo Feng's out. After hearing this, Zhang Feng couldn't help but to turn her head. She saw Luo Feng in a simple casual outfit walk out of the 9 grand floors. After walking out of the 9 grand floors, Luo Feng saw teacher Zhang Feng coming from far away. Teacher Zhang Feng was the flower of the training camp, even quite a few male students were chasing after this teacher. Since a wargid's lifespan is much longer than the average person's, the students didn't mind their 10 or so years of difference in age. However, Luo Feng respected Zhang Feng. In this past month, Zhang Feng has helped him a lot. Teacher said Luo Feng respectfully. Not bad, you're number 99 now on the Black Dragon ranking. Zhang Feng smiled as she complimented, how did you do in the Tower of Trials exam? I failed the second floor's a great exam, said Luo Feng helplessly. He already knew that the steel-armored scorpions would be hard to deal with, but he didn't know how strong they actually were until he fought them. Each of these scorpions had sharp claws and a phantom-like tail. Even though he improved a lot, he was only able to kill 36 of the 50 steel-armored scorpions after doing everything he could. Finally, he was surrounded by the scorpions, dragged under the sand, and then killed. A steel-armored scorpion horde in the desert is really scary. In the end, his Tower of Trials level became 2.2. The steel-armored scorpions are indeed a pain, encouraged Zhang Feng, keep at it. Right now, you're ranked 99. There's still around 2 more days until we reach midnight of the 28th, work hard these 2 days and try to stay within the top 100. My reputation will increase as a teacher of someone who could charge into the top 100 in his first month. Luo Feng smiled. He'll work hard. Around 8 p.m., private training camp cars came one after another as they drove to the gate of the training camp. The students that went to hunt in the wilderness came in one by one. I heard Luo Feng charged up to number 99 in the afternoon? I heard that too. Luo Feng sure is doing us Chinese seniors a favor, ha. The first thing these students did when they entered the training camp was raise their head towards the Black Dragon ranking. Because these students handed in their monster materials and received battle points, quite a few of them rose in rank by 1 or 2 places. Only an extreme few didn't raise, or even dropped. Hashtag 101? Luo Feng fell to number 101 inch. Candace just entered the training camp and heard this phrase. He couldn't help but to let out a smile as he raised his head. Indeed. Luo Feng, who was still number 99 in the afternoon, was number 101 now. The closer it gets to the midnight of the 28th, the harder everyone works. Luo Feng, you want to get into the top 100? Candace sneered, took up his backpack, and headed towards his building. Dawn of the 27th, Luo Feng left the training camp with 91 other students. When leaving the training camp, Luo Feng found out that his ranking was number 102. Clearly, the 91 other students that returned last night caused quite a bit of change in the ranking. For the entire day of the 27th, Luo Feng hunted monsters. Only until nearing 10 p.m. did he return to the training camp. Luo Feng, your harvest today was quite good. On the training camp's private car, a worker of the Dojo of Limits collected the materials and put the money in Luo Feng's card. Luo Feng's contribution points rose too. At the same time, he received battle points for the training camp. Your ranking should be able to raise by a few spots. Thanks to your blessings, smirked Luo Feng. The main entrance to the training camp. After getting off the car, he walked as he looked towards the huge black dragon sculpture. All of his attention was focused on the dragon scales. With ease, he found his name. Number 98 Luo Feng, 570403. Charged to number 98? Luo Feng smiled and then headed back to Jiangnan Pagoda. A group of white youths came and one of them said in fluent English that Luo Feng is smiling. Even though he's number 98 now, it'll be the 28th tomorrow, which means he won't be able to hunt monsters. When the 91 students return from hunting monsters, Luo Feng will probably be squeezed out of the top 100 inch. Jason, you're making fun of other people? If I recall correctly, you were number 179 in your first month? April 28, 10 p.m. Quite a few students were happily chatting on the floor next to the gigantic black dragon sculpture in the training camp. They worked hard for nearly a month and did everything they could. All they could do now was wait here for the final results. Outside the training camp, a residential apartment around 3 kilometers away. Hurry, get all the equipment set up. All of you hurry up. The boss gave you guys so much money to do this. Doing something like this is like being on vacation. The boss only told us to do a few things, so we better do them as best as we can. Got it? Howled a sturdy man with short, dyed blonde hair. The other 5 people swiftly set up the equipment. Got it. Captain, we're done. On a gigantic screen on the wall of the room appeared a ranking. It was indeed the Black Dragon ranking. Very good, nodded the sturdy man with short, dyed blonde hair. Nodded. Wait until the ranking to set at midnight. Once that happens, we'll notify the boss right away. Oh yeah, the boss told us to especially take notice of our China's Luo Feng. Got it. The rest of the 5 happily responded. There were many other informants other than this squad in Hongning City, especially near the training camp, paying attention to the Black Dragon ranking. Not only were students in the elite training camp paying attention to the ranking at midnight, but also many organizations all over the world. These organizations have information on every single student on the ranking. April 28, 10:18 p.m. 9 Grand Floors Training Room. Ka. The door to the training room opened. Luo Feng, in a dark green training uniform, was laying on the sofa as he put on the helmet and entered the virtual space once again. On the other sofa was a black girl. In just 1 or 2 minutes later, the black girl took off the helmet and opened her eyes. She cursed once or twice before leaving the training room. No more than one person can enter the Tower of Trials at the same time. So when one student enters, another student will leave. Second floor of the Tower of Trials. In the infinite desert, the 50 steel-armored scorpions crawled out the sand and surrounded Luo Feng. Today I have 1 hour to play with you scorpions. Luo Feng was full of the will to fight. Kill. The battle instantly began. The Tower of Trials exam ends right when you die. That's why when Luo Feng failed last night, his exam was over. However, other than to take his Tower of Trials test, as rank 183 in March, Luo Feng had 1 hour to use the training room and the archaeological gravity room. And Luo Feng decided to use his training rooms 1 hour from 10:20 p.m. 11:20 p.m. on the 28th. In this 1 hour, Luo Feng can keep trying even if he fails. No matter how many times he fails, he can retry. However, once time is up, whether pass or fail, he'll immediately be kicked out of the virtual space. Kill. The 50 steel-armored scorpions, whether leaping or burrowing into the sand or charging, came from all directions. Luo Feng was phantom-like and the light from his blade was like a mist from a dream. He destroyed the steel-armored scorpions' formation and killed them one by one. Poochie. The blade's light flashed past and 3 steel-armored scorpions fell from the air. Luo Feng, who had a wound on his face, couldn't help but to laugh. Damn, after dying 3 times I finally passed the A-grade exam of the second stage. As long as time isn't up, he can retry no matter how many times he dies. Used 5 minutes 6 seconds to kill 50 low-level commander-level steel-armored scorpions. Second floor's a great exam, you pass. Congratulations, student Luo Feng. An electronic sound reverberated around the scorching desert. A light flashed and all the corpses of the steel-armored scorpions' corpses disappeared. Luo Feng's body was also returned to its best state. Luo Feng was clear that the A-grade exam of the second floor was basically his current limit. He died 3 times to pass this stage. As for the B-grade exam, unless under special circumstances, he won't be able to pass it within a short amount of time. I'll just use it to train my technique and blade technique. Maybe my technique will step into the perfect level. Luo Feng held his ghost blade and continued his trials. Around 10 into the night, a training camp's private car stopped outside the main gate. 2 fully armed students walked in. One of the two students was Candace Paulinus. The 28th was the day he went out to hunt. Candace. The blonde-haired youth, William, greeted him as he smiled. "Congratulations, you're already number 38. What rank is Luo Feng?" Candace and William walked side by side towards the black dragon sculpture. "You see, rank 101. "Oh, 102, it's 102 now." William pointed towards the gigantic black dragon sculpture. Candace rose his head and looked at the black dragon ranking and nodded as he laughed. "To tell the truth, that chink's strength isn't bad. However, he's dreaming if he wants to charge into the top 100 in his first month." A rookie charging into the top 100 in the first month? It's time for someone from the EU to do that. Today is the 28th, and Luo Feng hunts on the odd days, so he indeed has no hope left, smiled William. Candace also laughed heartily. Suddenly, it changed. Luo Feng's ranking raised. Weird, today is the 28th, so Luo Feng can't hunt today. How did his ranking rise again? A bunch of students spectating were astonished. Candace and William, these two blonde youths, raised their heads and looked. They also froze in surprisement. Luo Feng's ranking actually went from number 102 to number 98. Today is the 28th. How did this Luo Feng raise his rank? Did someone do a staked match with him with battle points as the wager? Candace seemed like he just saw a ghost. Impossible. Impossible? How did he raise his rank today? William couldn't believe this either. It doesn't matter whether they believe or not, because this is the truth. Actually, Luo Feng just passed the second floor's A grade exam, which caused his Tower of Trials level to raise from 2.2 to 2.3. Because of this, his ranking rose slightly. Time passed minute by minute. The students were all discussing the ranking. Luo Feng's current rank was at number 98. 10:56 p.m. Damn. OMG. Oh Lord. All the students were flabbergasted. Candace and William were dumbfounded as they looked at the new ranking. No. 82 Luo Feng, 570403, from number 98 to number 82, isn't this jump a bit too crazy? At that time, the nearly 100 students gathered there were all in an uproar. This jump was just too huge. Cheater. I bet he did a staked match with someone and had battle points as the wager. Someone purposefully gave Luo Feng battle points through the staked match. Yelled a student immediately. Cheater. Some students just couldn't believe that Luo Feng, who didn't go to the wilderness today, could have such a gigantic increase in ranking. He didn't cheat. Luo Feng is in the training room right now. A phrase of English rose. He's in the training room right now, we saw him enter. Said a group of white and black youths, male and female, that came from the direction of the 9 grand floors. The arguing genius students quieted down one by one. Actually, only an extremely small amount of people yelled cheater. Only a very small amount of these 180 or so geniuses are envious. Luo Feng entered the training room at 10:20 p.m. Right when I finished, it was his turn, said a black youth. Rebecca, Luo Feng was after you? A white youth walked over. Yes, the black youth nodded. Oh, so Luo Feng was in the training room. Looks like he raised his Tower of Trials level, which raised his ranking. All of these students were looking forward to this, since only 5 genius students were able to charge into the top 100 within their first month in the history of the training camp. However, the earliest case was 20 years ago while the latest was 8 years ago. Something like this hasn't happened in the training camp for a while. And this time, it seemed like Luo Feng was about to make a miracle. In March, Luo Feng was last place on the Black Dragon ranking, so he only has an hour in the training room, laughed a yellow-skinned middle-aged man. It'll be 11:20 soon. At that time, no matter what, he'll be kicked out the virtual space for sure. Fellow students, let's see how the ranking changes at 11:20 p.m. It was currently 11:18. 19. 20. Candace and William, the two blonde youths, stared at the ranking. It won't raise anymore, repeated Candace to himself in his heart. Updated. 11:20 p.m. sharp, the ranking updated once again. Number 68 Luo Feng, 570,403. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 5, Chapter 25, Turmoil. Volume 5, Chapter 25, Turmoil. Even during the night, the names on the black dragon sculpture that was around 20 stories high were clear. And in this moment, the nearly 100 students and some war god teachers under the black dragon sculpture all looked at that name with astonishment and awe. 68 Luo Feng, 570,403. Everyone knew that it was 11:20 p.m. right now, which was very close to midnight. All the students that went out to hunt also returned, which means that the chances of this ranking changing were very, very small. In other words, it's basically a fact that Luo Feng will be number 68 on April's ranking. This is huge. Where did this messed up Luo Feng pop out of? Oh Lord. Even the calmest people were stunned by this name. The ranking number 68 itself isn't much, but it's different for a student that achieved the rank of number 68 in his first month. The significance of this is way greater than an old student that has been in the training camp for 4 or 5 years achieving rank number 1. Impossible, number 68? Disbelief filled Candace's dark eyes. He didn't want to believe this. Candace whispered William on the side. Bullshit. Candace whispered, from now on, don't mess with this Luo Feng. Okay, nodded William. What bullshit luck, cursed Candace. A chink that he disliked achieved number 68 in his first month, how could he be happy? But no matter how unhappy he became, logic told Candace that he was just letting his feelings get the better of him. He didn't have a huge grudge against Luo Feng that he would hold to the death. He'll just hold in his anger, not mess with Luo Feng, and pretend Luo Feng doesn't exist. This Luo Feng is going to become great. He sure is, said a chubby yellow-skinned youth. Only 5 people in the history of the training camp charged into the top 100, and the most recent case of that was 8 years ago. And Luo Feng didn't just simply charge into the top 100, he's number 68. Even though 98 and 68 are both in the top 100, the difference between them is gigantic. Rank 68, compared to rank 98, is definitely way more powerful. Everyone knew that every country and powerful organization on Earth paid attention to talented people. If someone like Luo Feng was ignored, then that would be weird. Luo Feng with his rank 68 is even more important than the person ranked first. Do we even need to explain how he's going to be treated? In a residential apartment 3 km away. Holy shit! The eyes of the sturdy man with short, dyed blonde hair widened as he looked at the ranking on the screen. He stared at the name that was rank 68, Luo Feng, and widened his eyes even more. As the captain of this squad of informants, he clearly knew all the information about the students here. He knew exactly about the significance of Luo Feng achieving rank 68. Hurry, contact the boss. The sturdy man's face was fierce. Captain, it's not even midnight yet, giggled a girl wearing revealing clothes. Fucking hurry up and contact the boss. Right now. The sturdy man glared. All of a sudden, the girl that was just giggling realized the weight of the current situation and immediately started to contact their boss. Asterisk. This genius is from China. Contact the general, I want to speak with the general immediately. Hashtag 68? He's only 19 years old and came from a normal family. He didn't even receive any special training when he was little. This Luo Feng is really messed up. Hurry, contact the head, commanded a middle-aged Chinese man. At this moment, all the organizations representing their respective country, major families, mercenaries, etc., In Hongning City, we're all reporting to their superiors after witnessing the latest update in the Black Dragon ranking in the training camp. Someone who could place into the top 100 in a month is an absolute genius. And number 68 is even better. And he's only 19. For the 5 great countries and the 2 powerful dojos, a fighter with a rapidly increasing fitness level are worthy to take note of, but by all means not someone to go out of their way for. For body fitness level, dragon blood, and some other goods not revealed to the public can all easily strengthen the body. In other words, you can just use up large amounts of money to increase someone's body fitness level. However, technique, fist strength level, etc. cannot be improved like that. To improve those, you have to battle, train, and rely on your experience and comprehension. In terms of the elite training camp, battle ability amplifier. Just a bit of your strength can be multiplied several times. That is skill. And Luo Feng clearly has a high battle ability amplifier. Jiangnan Headquarters City, Main City Sector. Female dorms of Jiangnan University. One of the 602 rooms was Su Xian's. In this dorm was a public living room and 4 smaller rooms. One girl lived in each of the small rooms. A dorm like this in the Jiangnan sector is considered quite high class and you have to pay an extremely high amount of rent. Younger sis, I think that young master from the Wang family is pretty good. He's also head over heels for you, said an extremely attractive mixed girl. She laughed as she lay on the sofa with a nice, hot cup of coffee in hand. Older sis, Sister Su Xian likes that Luo Feng, so don't talk about that Wang family's young master. These 4 girls, including Su Xian, were currently gossiping. Don't talk about that anymore, frowned Su Xian. Su Xian was clearly unhappy, so the other 3 girls just laughed and then didn't say anything further. To be able to live in this dormitory shows that their families are special. However, Su Xian's family is still the best out of all of them. Su Xian randomly flipped through an economics textbook. However, her attention wasn't on the book. Su Xian was annoyed. She was annoyed because she's at the age where she can get married already. In this age, many girls marry while they're still college students. Su Xian is from the Su family and has a pretty high position. As a result, many people are chasing after her, and quite a few of these people were connected to the Su family in some way. Su Xian has a tough personality, but, especially the attitude of her family, there are too many things troubling her. Her phone rang. A call from brother? Su Xian held her phone with confusion. She entered her room and closed the door before picking up. Su Gang's figure appeared on the screen of the cell phone. Brother, what is it? Asked Su Xian in a confused tone. Great news, great news. Su Gang was smiling brightly on the screen of the cell phone. Hey, sister, your eye for people is really extraordinary. This Luo Feng did something absolutely amazing. Su Xian was still confused as she asked, what thing? Oh, you mean entering the top 100 of the elite training camp's ranking? Not just a simple top 100, but number 68. Su Gang was delighted. This news spread like a hurricane. Which HR Alliance family doesn't know about this? All the 5 great countries and headquarters cities know about this too. At least for this moment, every major organization on Earth is talking about Luo Feng. Su Xian didn't hear what Su Gang said after. She only knew one thing. Luo Feng is ranked 68. Su Xian wasn't a simple, normal girl, she knew a lot. So, she absolutely knew what this rank means. Sister, the family completely approves of the relationship between you and Luo Feng. Not just our parents, but even our grandparents' generation completely approve of you and Luo Feng. Su Gang smiled as he said that. Naturally, the people who make the decisions in the Su family are the people in their grandparents' generation. Su Xian didn't know whether to curse or to laugh after hearing this. This is what a major family is like. Oh, understood. Su Xian nodded. Damn, not excited at all? Laughed Su Gang. Hee Su Xin squeezed out a smile, happy now, bro? The call was soon finished. Su Xian's smile widened, now there's nothing left to worry about, Since her family completely supports the relationship between her and Luo Feng, Su Xian can just ignore all of those young masters bothering her. Without the influence of her family, Su Xian wouldn't even care about those people. The storm is over. Yeah. Su Xian sat in front of her notebook and contacted Luo Feng. Hongning Headquarters City, Elite Training Camp. Luo Feng ran back to his pagoda like a beaten dog after hearing what his seniors Zhao Rua and Shi Jiang said. Holy shit, I caused such a commotion after charging to rank number 68? Luo Feng recalled the moment just now where right when he walked out of the training room and especially out of the 9 grand floors. He was attacked on all sides. Students came to congratulate him and quite a few students representing their respective organizations came to send their invitations. Invitation after invitation. Their conditions were amazingly great. Virtually all of them offered over 10 billion per year. This is definitely an astronomical price only used when inviting an advanced level war god. Right now, Luo Feng is enjoying better treatment than an advanced level war god. Man, that training tower. It kicked me out the virtual space right when my 1 hour was up. Luo Feng sighed, if I could stay in there for just a bit longer, then, hee. Truth be told, Luo Feng's harvest in the Tower of Trials was immense. The second floor of the Tower of Trials was extremely hard. Initially, Luo Feng had no hope of passing the second floor's B grade exam. In just a short 3 minutes, he was killed 3 times. However, on the 4th time, Luo Feng managed to once again step into the state of the perfect level technique. While in that state, Luo Feng coordinated his power and speed. All of a sudden, he directly passed the B grade exam. When that happened, Luo Feng's ranking jumped from number 98 to number 82. Jumped up by 16. After that, the C grade exam. When there was half a minute left from his 1 hour being up, an electronic sound suddenly reminded Luo Feng, 30 seconds remaining. With this reminder, Luo Feng was distracted for a slight moment. Poochie. Death. However, he can't just blame the virtual space's reminder, since the C grade exam was too hard. Just a slight distraction ended up in his death. However, Luo Feng still managed to receive a Tower of Trials level of 2.9, since Luo Feng was over halfway done with the C grade exam. When that happened, Luo Feng's rank jumped from number 82 to number 68. I maintained my perfect level technique state for the entire B and C grade exams, which is over 40 minutes. I guess I have finally entered the perfect level. Luo Feng was filled with joy inside. His true battle power would definitely multiply if his technique goes up by a level, or else how could he have easily passed the B grade exam and almost passed the C grade exam? Beep beep. A sound carried over from the notebook, an invitation to video chat. Luo Feng walked over and couldn't help but to let out a smile as he sat down. From Su Xian? He immediately pressed accept. A video appeared on the screen of his notebook, and it was indeed Su Xian who was in it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 5, Chapter 26, Roundtable Conference. Volume 5, Chapter 26, Roundtable Conference. Candace's pagoda, study room. After taking a shower, Candace sat in front of his notebook, which has long received 2 video chat invitations. Candace took a glance. One invitation was from the Paulinus family's headquarters while another was from his aunt Vanina Paulinus, who was currently living in China. He pressed accept on his aunt's invitation. Aunt smiled Candace as he yelled. "Candace, my precious, how are you?" said Vanina passionately. Candace and his aunt were quite close. His parents haven't been on good terms with each other ever since he was little, so they soon divorced. Vanina was the one who raised Candace. To Candace, Vanina is more of a mother than an aunt. The only reason he has his current power is because of his aunt's guidance. "Baby, it seems like you aren't doing that well?" said Vanina. "Yeah," kind of nodded Candace. "Because of Luo Feng, the family isn't very happy about you right now," smiled Vanina. Candace couldn't help but to curse. "I knew those old guys would pick on this." Towards the end of last month, the family asked me to invite Luo Feng. Yeah, I rejected this proposition. But even if I asked, I wouldn't have succeeded anyway. That Luo Feng already rejected every single invitation he received. At the end of March, which was when Luo Feng just entered the training camp, the Paulinus family of the HR Alliance initially wanted to invite Luo Feng. However, Candace and William weren't on good terms with Luo Feng, so how could Candace agree to personally inviting Luo Feng? "Those guys just want to make a big deal out of everything you do," Vanina said carelessly. "You don't have to worry about that. All my brothers are staring at my position and are hoping that I make a big mistake so that they can raise their chances of becoming the successor," sneered Candace. The internal struggles in large families like the Paulinus family were quite cruel. "Baby, no worries. Your aunt is definitely supporting you," smiled Vanina, "and there are quite a few people in the family supporting you too. You're already in the world's best training camp, so you are performing quite well. No worries, baby. Once you graduate from the training camp and gain some experience, you'll naturally be able to control the entire family." "Okay," nodded Candace. "Your ranking is quite high, so keep working at it and try to charge into the top 30 this year," encouraged Vanina. "I will try my best," nodded Candace. Candace's aunt and uncle were his biggest supporters. "Your aunt has a request for you." Vanina's face wasn't looking too good. "What request?" asked Candace in a confused tone. Vanina sighed. "You know that your brother was killed." Yeah, Candace knew about that. "I want you to try and pay attention to this Luo Feng while you're at the training camp. If he turns out to be a spirit reader, tell me as soon as possible," said Vanina. This Luo Feng's performance attracted Vanina and Liao's attention too, which was why they asked Candace to help. "Spirit reader?" Candace was astonished. "Aunt, you think Luo Feng might be the culprit?" Of course, Candace knew about the astronomical bounty. "If he's a spirit reader, then he's probably the culprit," nodded Vanina. "The possibility of him being a spirit reader isn't too big," frowned Candace. "However, Aunt, don't worry, I'll pay attention to him." For the first 28 days of April, competition was intense. However, now that the ranking was set, the students could relax on the last 2 days. 29th, 8 a.m. In a small practicing hall on the second floor of the 9 grand floors. Senior. Luo Feng already greeted 3 other students when entering the practicing hall, and now 2 other students came in. In all, there were 6 people, 4 of them were Chinese and 2 of them were white. And there were 3 girls out of the 6, taking up half the group. Considering the male-to-female ratio in the training camp, it's quite astonishing that there were 3 girls in a group of 6. "Luo Feng, you actually charged to number 68, nice bro." A tall, buff Chinese youth laughed as he gave a thumbs up. "Just one word, nice. An orange-haired white girl smiled as she looked at Luo Feng, and a bunch of fluent Chinese left her mouth. "In the entire training camp, tons of people were talking about you in the cafeteria this morning. In the past, I didn't realize how great you were. I want to learn from you, so can we train together this afternoon?" "Janet, you've set your eyes on Luo Feng?" Another white girl laughed. "Luo Feng, Janet is asking you on a date, don't miss this chance." "So what if I have?" frowned Janet. "Oh. Ha, Luo Feng, hurry up and grab your chance." The others were in an uproar. There were very few female students in the training camp, and the male students were willing to marry the other female students. Everyone in the elite training camp is basically guaranteed to become a war god. If 2 war gods marry, their children's future will be bright. Luo Feng froze. The girls from the west were even more bold than the ones from the east. Teacher Zhang Feng had 6 students total. Since she was Chinese, she usually only accepted Chinese people as her students. Occasionally, she would accept students from other countries or headquarter cities, but typically females only. Teacher. Teacher. Zhang Feng, wearing a purple training uniform, smiled as she walked in from the door. Today's the 29th and all 6 of you are here. HM. Luo Feng, good job, really good job. This blade technique class lasted until 10:30. Everybody left one by one. Luo Feng, wait a bit, spoke Zhang Feng. The other 5 students left, so only Luo Feng and Zhang Feng were in the practice hall. Teacher Luo Feng looked at Zhang Feng with confusion. Zhang Feng smiled as she looked at Luo Feng. She smiled so much that her eyes became 2 lines. It truly is a joyful thing for a teacher to be able to teach such a great student. Zhang Feng spoke softly, Luo Feng, you're only 19 years old and yet you were able to charge to number 68 in your first month. You also came from a poor background and received no special training. I can imagine that all the organizations around the world will offer you amazing things. Yan nodded Luo Feng. However, your teacher is going to remind you something, said Zhang Feng. Please, Luo Feng was curious, what would Zhang Feng remind him? Zhang Feng said, this elite training camp was started by the Dojo of Limits. Even though the HR Alliance, the dojos, and all the countries have a deal that they can all fight over the geniuses fairly, the Dojo of Limits won't easily allow them to join other organizations. So I'm also going to ask you to not join another organization and stay with the Dojo of Limits. Even though Luo Feng was already a member of the Dojo of Limits, there's no saying whether or not he'll stay in the Dojo of Limits forever. For example, he has the right to accept another organization's invitation after entering the elite training camp. Why? Asked Luo Feng. Because the Dojo of Limits will offer you the best conditions, smiled Zhang Feng. The best? Luo Feng was curious. Smaller powers usually offer better conditions to try and get their target to accept. And the Dojo of Limits has the best offer? Of course, nodded Zhang Feng, because our head is the world's strongest fighter, he obtains the most treasures from the archaeological ruins. Also, the only supplier of the dragon blood in today's market is our head. Luo Feng blinked twice, listening to what Zhang Feng said. The head, Hong, is the richest man on earth. Just wait, in around a day or 2, the higher-ups will probably summon you, said Zhang Feng. Virtual space. In a large conference room. The floor was silver, the wall was silver, and the gigantic round table was silver. Only the 6 chairs were pure black, a kind of black that seems as if it could swallow up all other colors. Right now, on the chairs encircling the table, sat 5 people in white robes. The ceiling of the conference room was an infinite, boundless starry sky. Out of the 5 white-robed men, 3 of them were Chinese, 1 of them was white, and 1 of them was black. Here is Luo Feng's data. His Tower of Trials level is 2.9 and his Fist Strength level is 2.8, so his Battle Ability Amplifier is 8.12, which is superior, said a white-robed Chinese man. 1 to 2 is beginner, 2 to 4 is intermediate, 4 to 8 is advanced, 8 to 16 is superior. Luo Feng just stepped into the range of superior. A white-robed black man nodded. His battle score from hunting monsters is comparable to the old students that have been in the training camp for 3 years already. His battle ability amplifier is superior. Even though he just entered that range, it's comparable to the average 4th-year student. Combining the two, he's ranked 68-inch. Investigator Wang, I agree with inviting Luo Feng, but the conditions you're offering. Vladimir, I think my offer isn't high. These 5 white-robed men were discussing here. If some war gods from the Dojo of Limits saw this, they would surely be extremely excited. Because this is the legendary discussion of the highest level, the Round Table Conference. Only 6 people had the right to participate in the Round Table Conference, the head, Hong, and the 5 big investigators. The 5 big investigators were all existences surpassing the war god level. The head and the 5 big investigators make up the highest level of authority in the Dojo of Limits. Any one of them could make a country tremble in fear. Usually, the 5 big investigators hold the roundtable conference together. The head himself rarely participates. Since the 5 big investigators are usually spread out around the world, they usually hold this roundtable conference in the virtual space. Naturally, other war gods have only heard of this roundtable conference but have never witnessed it. 5 investigators. An electronic sound rang. Silence. The 5 investigators raised their heads towards the sky. From the starry sky above the conference room, 5 documents floated down and one landed in front of each investigator. The electronic sound continued. This is the head's decision on Luo Feng's matter. If you have any objections, you can report to the head. If there aren't any objections, then carry this decision out. Any objections? Asked the electronic sound. No. The 5 investigators quickly flipped through the documents and swiftly gave their reply. Then, Investigator Wang, please execute this decision immediately, said the electronic sound. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 5, Chapter 27, Summons. Volume 5, Chapter 27, Summons. The last day of April, morning. There was a drizzle outside and it was a bit cool. Hongning Headquarters City, a quiet, ancient-styled pagoda in the elite training camp. Zhang Feng, who was wearing white clothes, sat cross-legged in the training room. She breathed in and out deeply and slowly. In the process, Zhang Feng started sweating from every part of her body and her skin was slightly red. Suddenly, a long flute sound rang, causing Zhang Feng to open her eyes. Who would call at this time? Zhang Feng got up with confusion and walked barefooted across the training room, towards her cell phone in the corner. She looked at the name displayed on the cell phone. Zhang Feng's face changed and immediately changed her attitude by quite a bit. Investigator Wang, but Zhang Feng, go contact your student Luo Feng and bring him to me. A slightly hoarse sound carried out from the cell phone. Yes, replied Zhang Feng. After hanging up, Zhang Feng let out a smile. Like I thought, the higher-ups are going to find Luo Feng. Well, yeah, we haven't seen a student that charged into the top 100 in his first month for 8 years already, and Luo Feng's number 68-inch. The summons from the higher-ups were entirely in her predictions. After that, Zhang Feng dialed Luo Feng's phone number. Beep beep beep. This person is currently busy. How come he's not picking up? Zhang Feng frowned and put her cell phone away. She changed clothes and started to walk towards Luo Feng's place. Jiangnan Pagoda, in Luo Feng's underground training room. Luo Feng was shirtless and barefooted. He was only wearing long pants. At this time, he was completely drenched in sweat and his hair was completely wet. Chop! In this 5-meter long and wide underground training room, Luo Feng's feet moved and charged forward like lightning. At the same time, he chopped with his bare right hand. The air made a paper-tearing-like sound which was followed by a sonic boom. And after chopping with his right hand, Luo Feng used the momentum to take a step back. Luo Feng's spiritual force clearly felt his chop splitting the air like water, which caused a powerful sonic boom. His hand was like a real blade and each chop surpassed the speed of sound. In this alloy training room, Luo Feng's figure was sometimes blurry and sometimes clear. Each of his steps were astonishingly fast and his hand attacked the air like a real blade. Each and every one of his attacks were exploding with 2.8x their original force. After punching 1,000 times, your technique becomes natural. This is one of the phrases that Zhang Feng has said. Zhang Feng said that whether blade technique, etc., the only way to improve is by practicing over and over again. If you just sit there and think, you won't improve no matter how much thinking you do. Want to improve your technique? Practice. Want to improve your blade technique? Practice. Want to improve your fist strength level? Practice. Use your brain while practicing again and again over a long period of time. Only by doing this will you improve. Zhang Feng, who was wearing a black, loose training uniform made out of silk, held an umbrella as she arrived at Jiangnan Pagoda. Luo Feng! Yelled Zhang Feng right when she arrived at the courtyard of Jiangnan Pagoda. A young girl with an umbrella in hand jumped off the second floor of the neighboring pagoda. She was precisely Zhao Ruo. Zhao Ruo giggled, "Teacher Zhang Feng, if you want to find Luo Feng, you could have just called. No need to personally come." Whoosh! In Luo Feng's pagoda, a shadow appeared on the first floor and flew up the stairs. "Teacher, I'll be down in a moment." Zhao Ruo and Zhang Feng froze. Both of them were experts with amazing vision. Of course they saw that Luo Feng was barefooted and only had long pants on. "He sure is hard-working, his body is drenched in sweat," praised Zhao Ruo. "His body is quite nice too, right teacher?" "You little girl," laughed Zhang Feng. She actually got teased by this Zhao Ruo. Zhao Ruo made a funny face and giggled. "Where's Shi Jiang? He's not here?" asked Zhang Feng. "Senior Shi Jiang went to the 9 grand floors this morning. Unlike us, he gets a ton of time in the training room and archaeological gravity room." Zhao Ruo shook her head and purposefully sighed. "How sad. In 1 or 2 years, Luo Feng will probably charge into the top 10. When compared to them, I'm so pitiful." Zhang Feng laughed. "If you want to improve, then you better start thinking." At this time, Luo Feng, wearing a casual outfit, charged downstairs with an umbrella in hand. "Teacher. Come with me," said Zhang Feng. Luo Feng obediently held his umbrella and left Jiangnan Pagoda with Zhang Feng. Walking in a fog-filled training camp had a different taste to it. Zhang Feng glanced at Luo Feng and smiled. "Luo Feng, Investigator Wang wants to see you." "Investigator?" Luo Feng was shocked. "Investigator, that's the title of the absolute top of the Dojo of Limits. Rumors say that the head and the 5 big investigators make all the decisions in the Dojo of Limits. As the strongest fighter on Earth, the head can involve himself with many things, which is where the 5 big investigators come into play. I told you last time that the higher-ups want to meet you, didn't I?" laughed Zhang Feng. "Teacher, what should I be aware of when meeting this investigator?" Luo Feng was a bit nervous. He's an investigator after all. An existence standing at the peak of humanity with extraordinary strength. Luo Feng has only took a glance of Zhu Shi from far away back at War God Su Gang's memorial. At that time, all the big figures from the government and war gods were all extremely polite to him. "Don't worry, you're not going to beg him for anything. And the dojo is the one that wants to recruit you," Zhang Feng lightly described, "so don't be too nervous. I believe that when Investigator Wang sees you, even if he doesn't smile, he won't be acting like investigators usually do. You just have to watch your attitude a bit and don't get cocky. Just treat him like you would treat a senior or a teacher," said Zhang Feng. "Oh," nodded Luo Feng. As he followed Zhang Feng, he quickly arrived at the war god teacher's residential area. While there, he discovered a seemingly normal, quiet villa. This villa had a Tang Dynasty style to it. The only thing particularly different about this villa when compared to the other war gods' villas was it took up a bit more space. "Teacher Zhang Feng, Mr. Investigator is currently waiting for you and student Luo Feng at the gate of the villa." An old butler smiled as he said that. After entering through the gate, Luo Feng glanced and saw 3 women currently chatting in the lobby of the villa. "Hey, it's Zhang," one of the women that had nice skin and gave off an aristocratic aura smiled. "Old Wang is waiting in the guest room upstairs." Old Wang just said, "Let that Luo Feng kid go up alone. Zhang, come and chat with us. We can play mahjong later?" "Yeah, Zhang, don't just train all the time," said another woman. These types of women are usually the family of war god teachers. "You go up first," said Zhang Feng. "Okay." Luo Feng went up the stairs alone. When he arrived at the second floor, he smelled a faint, yet relaxing, smell of tea. Following the smell, he easily arrived at the guest room's door. The door was left open. "Come in," a hoarse voice rang. Luo Feng walked into the guest room and instantly saw the only other person in the room, a skinny man that was sitting cross-legged. He had a mustache and seemed to be around 40 years old. From his looks you could tell that he was quite handsome when he was young. At this moment, this skinny man's eyes were closed and had prayer beads in one hand. A teacup was placed on the table in front of him. "Mr. Investigator," Luo Feng slightly bowed. The skinny man slightly opened his eyes. As he was being stared at, Luo Feng felt like his body left this world. The guest room was just this simple room, and this skinny man was like the spirit of this room. The pressure he gave off was enough to suffocate Luo Feng. "Sit." The skinny man pointed in front of the table. There weren't any chairs in this room. How does he sit? Luo Feng could only copy Investigator Wang and sit cross-legged on the floor. "Carefully look through the contract in front of you. If there isn't any problem, sign it," said Investigator Wang quietly. After that, he closed his eyes again and rubbed his prayer beads. On the table was a contract that was made up of 3 papers total. Luo Feng took and carefully examined them. Unlike normal contracts, this was an official recruitment contract of the Dojo of Limits. For example, when a regular fighter joins the Dojo of Limits, they receive no salary, just like Luo Feng from the past. Even though they have no salary, the Dojo of Limits doesn't request much from them. However, this contract was different. There was authority and money. But there was also responsibility. 5 billion Chinese dollars a year? Luo Feng slightly frowned. This price wasn't high, in fact, it was quite low. A beginner-level war god could make this much money in a year. And Luo Feng is currently treated better than advanced-level war gods. None of the other organizations that invited him offered a price lower than 10 billion Chinese dollars. According to this contract, only an extremely small amount of people in the Dojo of Limits have a salary? In the contract, there were lots of information about salaries. Even the highest position, the investigator, only receives 10 billion a year. The Dojo of Limits doesn't pay that much. However, people usually don't join the Dojo of Limits for money. Luo Feng's eyes flashed when he flipped to the 3rd page. If your battle ability amplifier reaches 12 by August 1, 2057, you will be eligible to receive a Q-Series battle uniform set, a full collection of weapons, any complete instruction manual, and 1 portion of dragon blood worth 80 billion. If your battle ability amplifier reaches 12 within the range of August 1, 2057, January 1, 2058, you will be eligible to receive a Q-Series battle uniform set, a full collection of weapons, and a drop of chrysoprase worth 30 billion. If your battle ability amplifier reaches 16 by January 1, 2060, you will be eligible to receive a SS rank battle uniform set, a full collection of weapons, any 3 complete instruction manuals, 1 portion of dragon blood worth 80 billion, and 1 set of black god from the archaeological ruins. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 5, Chapter 28, Renewable. Volume 5, Chapter 28, Renewable. There were 5 rewards in total. Each of the rewards were quite attractive. But the requirements for them were very high too. Battle ability amplifier of 12? Luo Feng sighed. Someone with a battle ability amplifier of 12 could easily stay within the top 20. After reading the student notice file and talking with older students like Shi Jiang and Zhao Ruo, Luo Feng understood how difficult it was to raise your battle ability amplifier. 1 to 2 is beginner. 4 to 8 is advanced, and 8 to 16 is superior. You can say that there are times where none of the students in the camp have a battle ability amplifier surpassing 16. In other words, a battle amplifier of 14 to 15 is enough to get into the top 5. Reach 13 and you normally can get into the top 10. Reach 12 and you normally can get into the top 20. This is an estimated standard. The rewards are astonishing, but the requirements are strict. This third line offers so many rewards if I can reach a battle ability amplifier of 16 before January 1st of 2060. If you translate it into terms of cash, the price would be incredibly high. Even existences surpassing the war god level would be reluctant to spend that much money for those things. However, it expects me to reach a battle ability amplifier of 16 in just less than 3 years. Luo Feng felt pressured. It's hard to say whether or not any student in the training camp has a battle ability amplifier of 16 right now. However, there were still students that graduated with a battle ability amplifier of 16 in the history of the training camp. The closest rewards to me right now are the ones requiring me to reach a battle ability amplifier of 12. The earlier he reaches that level, the more rewards he'll receive. If he can reach it by August 1st, he'll also receive a shocking amount of rewards. If he reaches it by the end of the year, the rewards will be a bit lower. If he reaches it next year or even the year after that, there'll be no rewards at all. Finished reading yet? The hoarse sound rose. On the opposite side of the tea table, Investigator Wang looked at Luo Feng. Finished. Luo Feng nodded. Any problems? Said Investigator Wang emotionlessly. Luo Feng said respectfully, Mr. Investigator, I have a question. Can I change one of the rewards to an elixir of life worth 30 billion if they are equal in cost? His brother Luo Hua needs an elixir of life to grow his legs out again, and he has no idea when the next auction will be for it. He might as well try to get it from the Dojo of Limits. No changes. Investigator Wang shook his head slightly. No changes to any part of this contract. No changes to any part of this contract? Luo Feng was shocked. They shouldn't be this forceful when discussing a contract, especially when the Dojo of Limits is the one that's inviting him. Since an investigator showed himself, the dojo is clearly trying to show that they truly want him to join. Student Luo Feng, this contract was personally formed by the head himself. So, other than the head, nobody has the right to change it, spoke Investigator Wang. Head? Hong? Luo Feng froze. Luo Feng's generation grew up listening to the legends of Hong, the number one fighter, the richest man, the person who stands at the top of the world. Hong actually was the one who made this contract. No wonder this investigator didn't have the right to change it. You really want an elixir of life? Investigator Wang examined the young man in front of him. Yes, nodded Luo Feng. This isn't hard. According to schedule, there should be an auction for the elixir of life in the second half of this year. At that time, you can just attend the auction. Investigator Wang rubbed his prayer beads as he said that. His voice was hoarse and he spoke extremely slowly. Talking with him made one unknowingly fall into his meditative atmosphere. The second half of this year? Luo Feng couldn't help but to be shocked. Investigator Wang said expressionlessly, this elixir of life isn't any rare thing in the first place. If it wasn't for the American army attempting to trick other people and organizations, there wouldn't be any reason for having an auction in front of Luo Feng. Investigator Wang didn't even attempt to keep this secret. Not something rare? Luo Feng was flabbergasted. Isn't the main ingredient for this the soul of the existence that surpasses the Horde leader level, the Emperor level Earth Dragon? And then, who did you hear this from? Asked Investigator Wang calmly. The internet. Luo Feng froze. Investigator Wang took up the teacup in front of him and lightly sipped before saying, how could they reveal the secret used to make the elixir of life? The American army is just using the internet to help raise the price of the elixir of life and to make everyone think that this thing is so rare. They intentionally created these rumors to make it seem more valuable. Rumors? Luo Feng frowned. Remember, Investigator Wang looked at Luo Feng, almost all the treasures on the internet that regular fighters know about can be produced, they all have a set price. Even if you purposefully auction them out, they won't reach any high price. Producible. Investigator Wang slightly nodded. Producible, which means that these treasures can be produced if enough money is invested. For example, the elixir of life is actually a potion. After putting in tons of energy and materials, it can be created from a piece of medical equipment that the American Army retrieved from an archaeological ruin. Luo Feng froze. So medical equipment from long ago could produce these types of medicine. As long as they invest a lot, they'll be able to create another portion. So tell me, can this potion sell for an astronomical price? Investigator Wang slightly laughed. For example, the dragon blood worth 80 billion, do you actually believe that it's the blood from the heart of an emperor-level dragon? Right now, around the entire Earth, fewer than 10 emperor-level dragon monsters exist. However, our Dojo of Limits is still selling them. As long as you have money, our Dojo of Limits can sell you some, said Investigator Wang. Even if you want to buy 10 portions, we can sell them to you. Tell me, if there are less than 10 dragons around the world, where does this dragon blood come from? Yeah. Even if you kill all of the dragons, you won't have 10 portions of dragon blood. But the Dojo of Limits is still able to sell them. This dragon blood is still actually dragon blood. The dragon blood our dojo provides could even be slightly more effective than the dragon blood from the blood of the heart of an emperor-level dragon, said Investigator Wang. However, only the head can create this dragon blood. This isn't much of a secret. Luo Feng nodded in understanding. Things with a clear price label on them, even though they're precious, can be produced. As long as you invest money and resources, they are producible. True treasures, like unique treasures that can never be created again, are the truly expensive things, said Investigator Wang. However, you won't find information about such treasures on the internet. Things like that aren't even sold publicly and won't appear in auctions either. For example, there are around a dozen things on this world that can strengthen your body. But the only one with a price label on it is dragon blood. And even though some of the other body-enhancing treasures aren't producible, they might not be as effective as dragon blood. And some of them are even more effective than dragon blood. Dragon blood allows someone's strength to multiply by a few times. Some treasures can multiply your strength by 3 or 4 times, while some can multiply it by 10 times. However, a treasure like that has been consumed around 20 years ago. There's none left on Earth anymore. Luo Feng was stunned as he listened. So these treasures were divided into the categories producible and non-producible. The truly valuable, unique treasures will never appear in public auctions. Existences like Hong and Thunder God have more money than they can spend. Whether with their fists or with cash, they'll be able to get that treasure right away. Who would sell them publicly? No wonder the rewards in the Dojo of Limits are so good. The dragon blood is from our Dojo of Limits. Instruction manuals? They seem extremely expensive, but the dojo itself is selling them too. As for the battle uniform, the dojo only has to pay for its cost. Even though Luo Feng understood everything, the rewards were still quite high. Dragon blood definitely isn't created out of thin air, you need to invest in it. Battle uniforms, etc. need materials too. Just the cost to produce them is extremely high. This contract is unchangeable. Are you willing to sign it? Investigator Wang let out a rare smile. Yes. Luo Feng nodded and immediately signed the contract. Sign again here. Investigator Wang handed over another identical contract. Keep one for yourself. The dojo will keep the other 1 inch. After signing the contract, Luo Feng is officially a member of the core of the Dojo of Limits. For now, he'll receive 5 billion a year. As of now, his primary goal is to try and reach a battle ability amplifier of 12 before August 1st. If I succeed, I'll receive a portion of dragon blood. Dragon blood can instantly multiply a person's strength. Your training speed will increase too. What Luo Feng needs the most right now is a higher body fitness level. The stronger his body becomes, the stronger his spiritual force becomes. Becoming an advanced level war god level spirit reader is Luo Feng's true goal. And dragon blood can speed up this process by many times. April 30th, night, first floor of the training camp's cafeteria. Students of all skin color were split up into groups and sat with each other as they ate dinner. Luo Feng, seems like you're in a good mood, smiled Zhao Ruo. Not bad, grinned Luo Feng. One reason is because of the contract, and another reason is because he found out that the elixir of life is a renewable resource. If so, then he wouldn't have to worry about being unable to buy it with money. Everyone. Suddenly, a deep sound echoed around the cafeteria. All the students looked over and saw a Chinese war god teacher yelling with a face full of excitement, "Here's a piece of good news for you all. Before this year's life and death adventure begins, which is on August 1st, the head of our Dojo of Limits, the world's strongest fighter Hong, will personally come to the training camp." What? OMG. It's Hong. The entire cafeteria went into an uproar. Students from all sorts of different places around the world started yelling with excitement, their faces filled with joy. Hong. As of now, Hong is like a god on this world. No matter which country, which area, which fighter, and even regular people, they all knew this one name, Hong. Everyone knew the world's strongest fighter is Hong. Hong. Lord. Some black people even started dancing in excitement. All the students stood up and started discussing. Holy, even in the elite training camp, meeting Hong is extremely difficult. Usually, Hong visits the training camp once every few years. Who knew that Hong will be coming this summer? Luo Feng, it's Hong. Zhao Ruo pulled Luo Feng and jumped with excitement. I've never seen Hong in the 3 years I've been here. Yeah, Luo Feng was also excited inside. He must personally see this number one person on Earth. August 1st, before the life and death adventure? Luo Feng was excited. Okay, I'll work hard and raise my battle ability amplifier to 12. I still have 3 months. Today, April 31st. There were indeed still 3 more months until August 1st. If Luo Feng wanted to receive a portion of dragon blood, he won't have time to relax for even a moment in the next 3 months. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 5, Chapter 29, 3 months. Volume 5, Chapter 29, 3 months. Luo Feng was ranked 68 on April's ranking, which means he can only hunt monsters in the wilderness on the even days and stay in the camp during the odd days in May. May 1st, around 4 p.m. The elevator door opened with a ding on the first floor of the 9 grand floors. Yeah, Luo Feng, your blade technique has lots of hope. You just entered the second state, so what you need to do now is stabilize it there until it's almost perfect. Zhang Feng walked out of the elevator door with Luo Feng, Janet, etc. Luo Feng nodded as if he had his own plans ready. Understood, teacher. Keep working at it. Zhang Feng smiled as she encouraged. After walking out of the gate of the 9 grand floors, Zhang Feng directly headed towards her living quarters. Luo Feng, Janet, and another Chinese youth also prepared to head towards their respective buildings. Janet. The repeated yells caused the 3 to stop and turn their heads. What they saw was the blonde youth Candace, who had quite the feeling of a gentleman to him. He swiftly charged out of the lobby of the first floor and smiled as he looked at Janet. Janet, do you have any time tonight? If so, we could eat dinner together. Luo Feng heard and said to himself, so he's just trying to pick up girls. There were very few female students in the elite training camp, so tons of people were chasing after each one. Oh, sorry, I'm going to eat dinner with Luo Feng tonight. Janet smiled sweetly and wrapped around Luo Feng's left arm. Candace's expression froze. Luo Feng froze too. Senior Luo Feng looked at Janet. Janet was indeed very pretty and had a nice body. Her skin was extremely white, like an angel's. During class, Janet had hinted her intentions several times and even asked to go on dates. Even though he never accepted any of her invitations, this senior didn't back down at all. Western girls sure are brave. But he already has Su Xin. Janet. Candace was a bit angry. Sorry, Candace, Janet smiled as she closely hugged Luo Feng's arm and walked away. Candace's face was extremely horrible as he watched Luo Feng and Janet disappear at the corner ahead. At this time, another boy walked out of the lobby of the first floor. He was indeed William. Candace, I already told you, but you aren't willing to believe. Many students in the training camp already know that Janet is interested in Luo Feng. She even asks him to go on dates with her. It's way easier for a girl to chase a guy. They probably already slept on the same bed together. Why are you still chasing after Janet? Said William with dissatisfaction. Bastard! Candace clenched his fists and his face was green. There were barely any female students in the training camp in the first place, and beautiful girls were even rarer. Who knows how many male students have had their eyes on Janet ever since she entered the training camp? Candace was one of those guys too. First, he liked her looks. Second, if he had a war god wife. Then even more people in the Paulinus family would support him. This Luo Feng just had to have the same teacher as Janet. Since they're together all day, there's no helping the fact that they'll end up together. William shook his head as he shrugged, and teacher Jiang Feng usually only accepts Chinese people. Either that, or female students. Guys from the EU have no chance of becoming her students. I don't believe that I won't be able to get her. Candace squinted and a cold light flashed across his eyes. Anger. If a regular student dared to fight with Candace, then he would naturally have his own tricks to use. And he has already been in the training camp for 3 years and is on his 4th. As an old student that has been here for 4 years, he's considered quite special to be able to get to around rank 40. He is quite confident that he can get into the top 20 during his 5th year. Candace really didn't care about the average student. Luo Feng. Fighting over my woman. Candace was green from rage. Hold it in. Hold it in, dot. The Dojo of Limits intentionally spread around the information of Luo Feng joining them. This news has already spread to each major country and organization. Candace was clear that Luo Feng definitely will eventually become one of the higher-ups of the Dojo of Limits. Even the Paulinus family has to be careful when dealing with such a figure. So, Candace didn't dare to use his tactics. Humph. Candace could only keep his anger to himself. Enduring is an ability a successor to a large family must learn. It's just fair competition. Janet will definitely become mine, mumbled Candace. Right when Luo Feng and Janet went around the corner, they split up. Senior, I already have a girlfriend. Luo Feng couldn't help but to admit that, in terms of looks, Janet was more beautiful than Su Xian. In terms of strength and talent, Janet was a genius of geniuses. So what if you have a girlfriend? Even if you're married, I'll still try to steal you over. Humph, Luo Feng, your senior won't give up. Janet smiled towards Luo Feng and headed towards her living quarters. Luo Feng smacked his head. Holy! How did he encounter such a senior? I'll stop thinking about this. Yup. There's around 2 more hours until dinner, so I'll go back and work on my blade technique. My blade technique already has the feeling of a thunderbolt. According to what the teacher said, I should try to perfect my blade's current state. Luo Feng immediately rushed back towards Jiangnan Pagoda and studied his blade technique in his underground training room. To Luo Feng, the elite training camp was like a holy place to raise your strength. The best shortcuts to increasing your strength were here. Whenever you get confused about a concept, you can ask a teacher to clear things up. There's even copied gravity rooms and training rooms designed to improve your blade technique, leading to a rapid increase in one's skill. Studying his blade technique, polishing up his technique, learning how to better control his power, working on the 9-stage Thunder Blade. Every other day, he'll personally hunt monsters in the wilderness. Luo Feng's every day was extremely helpful to him. And Luo Feng always had a goal in mind, to reach a battle ability amplifier of 12 by August 1st. Although this goal was extremely difficult to reach. From the rewards given in the contract, one could understand just how difficult it would be to reach a battle ability amplifier of 12 in 3 months. But no matter how hard it is, he has to go for it. The only thing Luo Feng can do is make the most of his time and improve every day. Time flowed. With his entire body and mind immersed in the world of fighting, time passed quickly. In a blink of an eye, it's already July. In July, it was unbelievably hot, yet the nights had a hint of cold. In Jiannan Pagoda, Luo Feng's study room. A stick of incense was lit, the aroma that emanated around the quiet room was calming. Luo Feng himself was wearing a loose silk robe as he sat cross-legged, Wuxian Xiang Tian. He was currently absorbing energy for genetic energy to strengthen his body. Luo Feng's countless cells were swiftly working like a factory. After the energy went through the cells, it transformed into genetic energy. The genes in the cells of a human change ever so slightly while absorbing genetic energy. This change is extremely tiny, but it piles up over time. After a while, the body goes from fragile and weak to tougher than steel. Its skin could even be firmer than diamonds. This is the amazing part of the human body. After a while, Luo Feng opened his eyes. It's already July in just a blink of an eye, said Luo Feng to himself. The life and death adventure begins on August. The elite training camp allows the students to go home on January and February. For the other 10 months, 9 of them are extremely safe, whether in the training camp or in the carefully watched number 1001 city in the wilderness. In these 9 months, deaths rarely occur. The only dangerous month is August. August is the month of the life and death adventure. At that time, all the students will have to leave the training camp, ride a plane towards a dangerous location, and adventure there for a month. If these elite students don't train themselves on the border of life and death, they won't become great in the future. So the training camp especially took out the month of August to let all of these students train on the border of life and death. However, these students are quite powerful, so it'll be hard to kill them. Even so, there is still around a 10% chance of death for the students in the training camp. August is the life and death adventure, and it's already the 1st of July. I still have a month. However, my battle ability amplifier is only 8.96, still far away from 12. Luo Feng frowned. Actually, Luo Feng's improvement these 2 months was astonishing. His blade technique Thunderbolt has completely formed already. His weapon is in the 2nd state of expert and almost perfect, even teacher Jiang Feng compliments him over and over, but his technique has completed stabilized in the perfect level. The only thing that hasn't been making progress is his 9-stage Thunder Blade's 4th stage. Even though Luo Feng is able to control his strength much more delicately, he still can't reach the 4th stage. During May, Luo Feng's Tower of Trials level reached 3.0. As for the A-grade exam of the 3rd floor, Luo Feng couldn't even last 10 seconds. Only until his blade technique formed and his perfect technique stabilized was he able to achieve a Tower of Trials level of 3.1 at the end of May. June, also at the end of the month, Luo Feng's Tower of Trials level only reached 3.2. So, Luo Feng's battle ability amplifier is 8.96. To sum everything up, Luo Feng hasn't been able to pass the A-grade exam of the 3rd floor in these 2 months. Know that even War God teacher Yang Hui only has a Tower of Trials level of 3.2. To be able to reach this level is quite exceptional already. However, Luo Feng's greatest advantage is his fist strength level. The 9-stage Thunder Blade claims to be the world's best technique for force exertions. Other instruction manuals even rank SS or S1s. Even if you complete them, you'll only reach a multiplier of 3 or 4. And a completed 9-stage Thunder Blade gives a multiplier of 7. Right now, Luo Feng has reached a multiplier of 2.8, which is much stronger than many of the older students. Even though Luo Feng isn't too satisfied with himself, he's quite famous in the training camp. Because in May, Luo Feng was ranked 56 on the Black Dragon ranking. In June, he charged all the way up to rank 48, the top 50. And Candace was only rank 40 during June. Of course. For Luo Feng, his body fitness level was the thing that improved the most. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 5, Chapter 30, Crazy Plan. Volume 5, Chapter 30, Crazy Plan. Even though there were very few chances to use the archaeological gravity room in the training camp, its benefits were amazing. And every day, he had 2 hours to use the copied gravity room. Even though the copied gravity room could only go up to 3x gravity, you could use it for a long time. So, Luo Feng's rate of improvement here was clearly faster than his rate of improvement in Jiangnan City. At the end of March, Luo Feng's fist strength was 11,500 kilograms. At the end of April, Luo Feng's fist strength reached 13,600 kilograms. In 1 month, it rose by 2,100 kilograms. He is clearly improving much faster than before. At the end of May, Luo Feng's fist strength reached 16,500 kilograms. In 1 month, it rose by 2,900 kilograms. This was mainly because he had an extra hour to use the archaeological gravity room. With this 1 hour, he could split it into 20 minutes a day over 3 days. The effect of these 3 days is comparable to 15 days. This shows how helpful the archaeological gravity room is. Of course, Luo Feng's increased body fitness level contributed to his faster training speed too. The stronger your body becomes, the faster you'll improve. At the end of June, which was yesterday, Luo Feng personally tested his fist strength, 19,600 kilograms. In 1 month, it rose by 3,100 kilograms. Compared to May, this improvement isn't too great. Keep in mind that 16,000, 32,000 kilograms is the range of an intermediate level warlord. 32,000, 64,000 kilograms is the range of an advanced level warlord. After 64,000 kilograms, it'll be in the range of a war god. Under the explosion of 2.8x, Luo Feng can reach roughly 55,000 kilograms, not too far from a beginner-level war god, but I was ranked number 48 last month, which means the time I'll have in the archaeological gravity room will multiply. Luo Feng was clear that 20 minutes a day over the course of 3 days in the archaeological gravity room was comparable to 15 days worth of regular training. This month, Luo Feng had 4 hours. He could split it into 12 different sessions of 20 minutes. After testing over long periods of time, this is the most efficient schedule that the students of the elite training camp came up with. The efficiency of 20 minutes over 3 days in the archaeological gravity room is practically double the efficiency of 1 hour in a day. Last month, I improved by 3,100 kilograms. This month, I should be able to reach around 4,000 inch. If it keeps going like this, my body fitness level will reach the beginner war god level in 10 months. With my spiritual force, I'll be in the advanced war god level. In 10 months, he'll be invincible in the war god level range. Of course, this is assuming that the dark, golden ball has enough spiritual force. Just keep hoping. Hope that the dark, golden ball will be able to last until he becomes an advanced war god. If I could get a portion of dragon blood, then I could become an advanced war god in just 1 or 2 months. Luo Feng really wanted to get a portion of dragon blood. The effects of the dragon blood will be different based off the user's strength. The stronger you are, the weaker the effect. However, it'll usually be able to multiply your strength. And it will increase a fighter's training speed. Dragon blood. And right now, he has a chance to receive a portion of dragon blood, which is to reach a battle ability amplifier of 12 before August 1st. 12. I'm only 8.96 now, what should I do? It'll be hard to make a breakthrough in just a short month via conventional ways of training. Luo Feng clenched his teeth. There's no other way, I'll have to do that. Fight with his life on the line. The best way to increase your strength is to fight with your life on the line. These types of fights can be split into two kinds, fights against monsters and fights against humans. Naturally, it'll be better to fight against an intelligent human who is proficient with his technique. However, there won't be a point in fighting with someone with a huge difference in skill. Either you beat them in one hit or they beat you in one hit. Where's the battle to the death aspect of this? The best opponent is someone who has a similar level of skill. But which fighters are willing to stake their life on the line? Thankfully, they have battle rooms. In the virtual space, they can fight to the death without worrying about anything. However, you need money for a staked match in the battle room. Or you need points. It's just money. I earned 5 billion from William last time and the dojo is going to give me 5 billion this year too. I don't believe that I'll lose 10 billion in a month. Even if I lose 10 billion, it'll be worth it as long as I can reach a battle ability amplifier of 12-inch. Luo Feng's final deadline was in a month. And he decided to risk all his money. On the second day, Luo Feng returned to Jiangnan Pagoda at around 8 p.m. after hunting monsters in the wilderness. What, you want to have staked matches against so many people? Shi Jiang looked at Luo Feng with astonishment. Luo Feng nodded, yeah. Senior, I don't really understand the strength of the people here in the training camp. I want to have staked matches with people that are around my level, so I hope you can tell me which people have similar strength to me. If the opponent's strength is way above his, then there's no point in a battle to the death. He'll also just be giving away free money that way. You sure are working hard. Shi Jiang shook his head. Staked matches, the lowest the virtual space system accepts is $1 billion Chinese dollars. 1 billion every match, this is a huge number. And, people weaker than you might not be willing to accept the challenge. Only those who are confident in beating you will accept the staked match. With so many battles, you'll probably lose a ton of money. Shi Jiang shook his head and sighed. Okay, some people in the training camp are better at hunting monsters even though their strength isn't that high. And some people are strong but don't really care about the ranking. The Black Dragon ranking is a score ranking. Even though it reflects each student's strength to a certain extent, it can't fully represent the entire student body. Shi Jiang, as an old student and one of the strongest people in the training camp, indeed understands the strength of quite a few people. I'll give you a list. On the list will be people whose strength nears you. Whoever performs better in the battle will win. After Shi Jiang said that, he opened up the ranking on his notebook. As he looked at the ranking, he swiftly tapped on his keyboard and typed out a list. A total of 32 names. Shi Jiang believed that these people weren't much stronger or weaker than Luo Feng. Thank you, Senior. Luo Feng looked at the list. These people were primarily ranked 60-30. There were some exceptions. One person was ranked 91 while another was ranked 21. Around 9 p.m. on the same day. Kyoto Pagoda. Luo Feng, what brings you here? Please sit. 3 guys in Kyoto Pagoda were chatting. When they saw Luo Feng come, they all stood up and greeted him. Senior Wang. Luo Feng said humbly, I came to have a staked match against you. Wang Tao was ranked 36 last month. Staked match? Wang Tao, who was on the receiving end of the challenge, frowned. When did he mess with this famous person in the training camp? The expressions of the other 2 youths changed slightly. A staked match in the training camp is usually an act of provocation. Senior Wang, I just want a friendly match to test our skills against each other, there's no other meaning to it. We won't stake points, just money. And we'll stake the lowest amount, 1 billion inch, continued Luo Feng. Only until hearing this did Wang Tao smile. The most important things to students are their points, since their points determine their ranking. Either points or money can be the wager in a staked match. Sometimes, both of them are staked. You can stake, at lowest, 2,000 points. As for money, the lowest is 1 billion Chinese dollars. Luo Feng isn't staking points and only the lowest amount of money possible. Clearly, he just wants a friendly match with no ill intentions. Alright. I'll accept this challenge. When you go back, apply for a challenge and we'll have a staked match tomorrow, said Wang Tao in a straightforward manner. Only 1 billion, and Wang Tao has a higher chance of winning. He also gives Luo Feng a good impression. Why wouldn't he accept this challenge? On July 3, Luo Feng and Wang Tao fought to the death in a tropical forest in the virtual space. In the end, Luo Feng lost. After losing the first round, Luo Feng continued to challenge other students. Luo Feng drew up a tide of battle in the training camp. Students rarely challenge others like this. However, Luo Feng wasn't staking points and only staked the smallest amount of money possible. The opponents he chose were rarely weaker than him too. So most of the students accepted his challenge. Some people even heard about what was going on and went to challenge Luo Feng. On every odd day, Luo Feng found an opponent and fought a battle to the death. You can say that Luo Feng fought the most matches in the month of July. From the 3rd to the 27th, Luo Feng fought in 36 stake matches. He lost 19 and won 17. Each match had a wager of 1 billion, since the students clearly didn't want to make the stakes too high. In other words, he lost 2 billion. 28th, around 11 p.m. Candace Paulinus returned to his living quarters. Luo Feng's rank actually rose again this month, all the way up to number 43. There's not even an hour left until midnight, so his ranking probably won't change again. William and Candace walked side by side to their living quarters. Candace yelled with a bad expression on his face, "Don't mention Luo Feng in front of me." William looked at Candace. Candace's teeth were clenched. He was clearly enraged. "I said a long time ago that you should give up on Janet." William sat on a chair. "Janet only has her eyes on Luo Feng." That chink. Candace was enraged. Candace has been trying to make Janet happy for these past 3 months. Unfortunately, he failed again and again. Clearly, Janet was only looking at Luo Feng. While he was looking at the Black Dragon ranking tonight, he attempted yet again to get closer to Janet, but was rejected with just one phrase. "Hold it in." Candace motivated himself while he attempted to contain his anger. Logic told him that he couldn't mess with Luo Feng, he could only hold it in. Suddenly, the sounds of footsteps rose. Candace and William both looked over with confusion on their face. Shouldn't most people be at the Black Dragon ranking at a time like this? Who would come here? A shadow entered the courtyard. Candace's face changed slightly and William widened his eyes as he said with surprise, "How come he's here?" The person who came was precisely Luo Feng. "Hello, Candace." Luo Feng smiled. Candace's name was in Shi Zhang's list. "Luo Feng, what are you here for?" Even though Candace wanted to eat the person in front of him, he still squeezed out a smile and had some basic manners. Luo Feng smiled. "Candace, I want to have a stake match with you." "I have no other intention, I just want to test our skills." "We won't stake points." "Oh, we won't have any points tomorrow anyway." "We'll stake money, the lowest amount of 1 billion Chinese dollars. How about it?" "Staked match?" Candace and William froze. They have long heard about Luo Feng and his staked matches. Who would have known that he would come to Candace today? This yellow-skinned chink is always getting close to Janet. Candace was enraged. Even though his stomach was filled with anger every time he saw the girl he liked get close to another guy, he could only hold it in. He held his anger in for 3 months, something a regular person definitely can't do. "I never had the chance to mess with you, but you actually dared to challenge me today. Fuck. How could he give up such a chance? A chance for revenge with no drawbacks. And Luo Feng was the one who proposed this match. If he doesn't cruelly beat up Luo Feng a bit, he'll never be able to unleash his anger. Staked match, sure. However, the stakes are a bit way too small. Luo Feng, you're the famous guy of our training camp, so how about 10 billion Chinese dollars? Candace stared at Luo Feng. This was a huge amount of money, even for him. But the only way to make his opponent lose something is by raising the stakes. 10 billion? Luo Feng was shocked. His previous battles all had stakes of 1 billion each. How did this one turn into 10 billion? A match like this will be hard to run into over the course of a year at the elite training camp. And whether skill or body fitness level, this veteran student Candace Paulinus is way above him. However, Candace's battle ability amplifier isn't that much greater. How did this bet go out of control all of a sudden? What, scared? Candace smirked as he looked at Luo Feng. Not scared, but I just want to have a friendly match with you, just for the sake of testing our skills. Why do we have to bet so much money? Said Luo Feng. Candace sneered inside. Luo Feng would barely lose anything if they staked just $1 billion. Unless he makes Luo Feng lose something, how would he quell his rage? Ha, Luo Feng, you didn't even blink when you took my 5 billion. How come you're so scared when staking with Candace? William fanned the fires as he stared at Luo Feng. Or, you're certain that you'll lose the money to Candace? If so, then why did you even come all the way here to fight Candace? Luo Feng frowned. Candace and William were clearly provoking him. Could it be that you only staked 5 billion with William because you were 100% certain of your victory? The only reason you staked was to make a big buck for yourself? And now that you aren't certain of your victory, you're too scared to stake? Candace looked at Luo Feng. Candace, you really want to stake 10 billion? Luo Feng frowned. Of course, it wouldn't be interesting otherwise. Smiled Candace. Fine, as you wish. Replied Luo Feng. Of course he understood his own strength well. At the beginning of the month, he lost more than he won. However, he started winning more than he lost after a period of time. After every battle to the death, he improved. Luo Feng knew that he was much stronger than he was at the beginning of the month. Luo Feng was even able to charge up to a Tower of Trials level of 3.4 by the 25th. His improvement was indeed great. Even though I'm not absolutely sure I'll win, I have a 50% chance, maybe even a bit higher. The pressure brought by the 10 billion could make me fight even harder in this battle to the death, thought Luo Feng to himself. There were only 3 days left until August 1st. A battle with huge stakes was also a chance to boost his battle ability amplifier closer to 12. As I wish? Candace was struggling a bit with Chinese. After that, he looked at Luo Feng with amazement. You mean, you accept the stake of 10 billion? Yes, a staked match with 10 billion on the line, nodded Luo Feng. I'll go back and apply through the system. Very good, Candace smiled as he nodded. Yet, his eyes seemed to have a small flame in them, flames of revenge. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 5, Chapter 31, Luo Feng vs. Candace. Volume 5, Chapter 31, Luo Feng vs. Candace. July 29th, dawn was a bit hot and humid. Inside Jiangnan Pagoda. Luo Feng, Luo Feng. Zhao Ruo's clear voice rang around the entire pagoda. Senior Luo Feng appeared on the balcony of the second floor of the pagoda and looked at Zhao Ruo below, yelling, this early in the morning, do you need something? Need something? How can you be so calm as if nothing ever happened? Zhao Ruo's eyes widened. I just heard everything while eating breakfast at the cafeteria. You're going to have a staked match with Candace this afternoon. And, you actually dared to bring the stakes to 10 billion? 10 billion was a large number even for a war god. Even though these geniuses were all rich from the stuff they received from various organizations and countries, they still have to spend money on instruction manuals, battle uniforms, etc. Unless they have absolute confidence, who would stake 10 billion? Hurry up and tell me, is this true? Urged Zhao Ruo. It's true, nodded Luo Feng. Fuck. Zhao Ruo looked at Luo Feng as if he was a crazy person. Crazy? You're seriously crazy. Senior, I'm going to calm my mind first to prepare for the battle to the death in the afternoon. Right after saying that, Luo Feng headed back towards his room. When faced with this noisy senior who's even bolder than a man, Luo Feng's best course of action was to hurry up and hide. In his room, the scent of sandalwood emanated in the air. Luo Feng sat cross-legged, his heart as still as water. As a veteran who fought 36 matches in the month of July, Luo Feng was very clear that there was no way to determine who would win in a battle to the death when the two fighters are of similar skill. For example, if one of them isn't in their best condition, they could be killed instantly by their opponent. If they are in their best condition, they could kill their opponent. Condition. The best condition is to have a heart as calm as water, completely empty. Well, we say that, but just how many people can completely clear their minds and be as calm as water? 2 hours later. The largest building in the elite training camp, the 9 grand floors. In the lobby of the 9th floor, roughly 100 people were gathered here. There were only 183 students in the entire training camp, with war god teachers added in there. The amount of people barely surpasses 200. And right now, there were around 100 people gathered here, way more than the amount of people attracted to the battle between Luo Feng and William. A staked match with 10 billion on the line. A match like this would be hard to encounter over the course of a year in the training camp. And one participant was the powerful, veteran student, Candace Paulinus, while the other was the rookie, Luo Feng, whose name recently swept through the training camp. Luo Feng fights amazingly well in these types of battles, so his chances of winning aren't small on the Chinese side. Shi Jiang gave his assessment in a group of youths. Candace will win on the American side, a short black girl calmly announced her judgment like a saint. Candace has a 70% chance of winning. Luo Feng has 30%. On the Indian side, a bald brute who seemed like he was molded out of steel spoke slowly like a monk. Legendary figures gave their conclusions one after another. Even the weakest of these figures has the power to charge into the top 10. Any of them could easily defeat Luo Feng and Candace. Not many legendary figures were attracted to the match between Luo Feng and William, but many of them were attracted to today's match. Since Luo Feng and Candace were quite strong, and the stakes were high. Candace Paulinus, Luo Feng, enter the battle room. An electronic sound reverberated around the 9th floor's lobby. Luo Feng, who was standing on the Chinese side with his eyes closed, opened his eyes. Luo Feng, go for it, encouraged teacher Zhang Feng on the side. Luo Feng looked at Zhang Feng and then his fellow Chinese students, nodded, and directly headed towards the battle room. Candace also walked out of the crowd and headed towards the battle room. Ka! Luo Feng and Candace opened the door to the battle room and went in. After that, the door shut itself automatically. Luo Feng lay on the sofa and picked up the dark blue helmet. He couldn't help but to glance at Candace. Candace also turned his head, his blue eyes stared at Luo Feng. If a gaze could kill, then he probably would have sliced Luo Feng into dozen pieces by now. Luo Feng, don't lose too easily, or that'll be too boring. As he said that, Candace licked his lips like a venomous snake. Luo Feng grinned and put on the helmet. Candace also put on his helmet. In the virtual space, Luo Feng and Candace swiftly put on their battle uniforms and selected their weapons. After that, Luo Feng, who had a lower rank on the Black Dragon ranking, selected the scene of battle, a stormy, ruined city. Pa! 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 The storm raged, each drop of rain smashed onto the long-abandoned city. The tall buildings have long been ruined and some were already collapsed. On the street that was wide enough to hold 4 cars, quite a few cars were flipped over and covered in rust. At this moment, 2 shadows appeared on the street at the same time. Luo Feng, Candace. You chose a stormy location? Candace, who was in a black uniform, looked at Luo Feng from a distance of around a dozen meters away. Luo Feng's gaze was cold. His technique, Thunderbolt, was inspired from the lightning observed right before a storm. After that, he created it after training hard in the middle of a storm. Luo Feng also realized that he can execute his technique better in a stormy environment. Battle, begin. The electronic sound echoed around the sky of the ruined city. Whoosh! Candace's body turned into a phantom and, as if he had merged into the storm, rushed towards Luo Feng. Clang! Luo Feng unsheathed his blade like lightning and also charged forward. Whoosh! The ghost blade came in from the side like lightning and its cold light directly slashed towards Candace's neck. Yet Candace's gaze was cold, his body was like a snake in a storm and his blade was like a snake's tongue as it directly thrusted towards Luo Feng's head. At the same time, a sonic boom could be heard, a metal piece from one of the broken cars. The metal piece shot towards Luo Feng's ghost blade. And the blade thrusted towards Luo Feng's head. Retreat! Luo Feng instantly made his decision. With his understanding of the environment thanks to his perfect level technique, he naturally understood that he was at a disadvantage when that metal piece came flying at him. While retreating, a white light flashed. Under 2.8x force, the light from the ghost blade was indeed amazing. Like lightning, it became even more dreamlike in this storm. As it scraped past the metal piece, it weakened the quick yet powerful thrust of the blade. Technique Thunderbolt. Clang. Clang, dot. With those two sounds, Luo Feng used all of his power to retreat to a distance of 30 meters away. Perfect level technique? Luo Feng looked at the faraway Candace. A humph rose. Candace, in his black battle uniform, said with a cold voice, surprised? As long as they don't suck too much, most of the old students that have been here for 4 or 5 years have all reached the perfect level. No matter how strong you are, you're still just a rookie. After saying that, Candace came charging at him again. Who? As Candace's blurry figure approached, it instantly split into two shadows. Pang! Luo Feng kicked the broken car to his side. The kick that held over 20 tons of force caused the broken car to instantly explode. Huge amounts of car components flew towards the direction Candace was charging from. Die! Luo Feng instantly charged forwards and caught up with the car components. Whoosh! After that, a light that was as white as snow flashed. For a time, light after light covered Candace. And Candace was like a venomous snake hiding in the darkness. He dodged peculiarly time after time and the blade in his hand easily blocked Luo Feng's wave of attacks. He even managed to counterattack time after time. Clang! 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 The car components and broken pieces in the area became tools that both sides used to distract their opponent. Each of their steps and movements could use their environment to assist them. While not allowing the car components to affect themselves, they'll use them to obstruct their opponent's movements. Perfect level technique versus perfect level technique. Luo Feng's blade was like a never-ending thunderbolt. And Candace's blade was constantly changing. At times it would softly defend against each attack, and at times it would suddenly attack out of nowhere. Poochie! A shadow stuck itself to the side of the hexagonal shield, and the long, thin blade actually curved and went around the shield as it lightly drew across the arm holding the shield. Poochie! The arm that was holding the shield directly fell to the ground. Ah! As if teleportation, Luo Feng backed off to a distance of around a dozen meters away. My left arm has been cut off. Luo Feng had a bad expression on. Luo Feng, my fist strength level is 2.5, so you're above me in power and speed, Candace sneered as he came closer one step at a time, as if a grim reaper in his storm. Sadly, my technique is way above you even though Candace's Chinese wasn't fluent. Luo Feng's face was pale. One reason was because of blood loss, and another was because he found out what went wrong. Candace's technique was at the perfect level, and his blade technique reached the firm yet flexible state, one stayed higher than his blade. And Candace's blade technique seemed like a peculiar, venomous snake. And his technique was also peculiar. Both his technique and blade technique were peculiar, the two of them combined perfectly. Without your shield, you'll die for sure. Candace's gaze had a bit of insanity within. He can finally cruelly take his revenge. Luo Feng retreated and ran to a store beside the street. There's no use. Candace walked towards him one step at a time. The roof of the ruined store was leaking under the storm. There was a pond on the floor of the store and drops of water fell from the roof. The surface of the pond reflected Luo Feng's image. Luo Feng lowered his head and looked at himself in the pond. As the drops of water fell onto the pond, the normally calm, mirror-like surface rippled. Mirror, ripples? 9-stage Thunder Blade force exertions? Luo Feng frowned. Mirror. Mirror? Luo Feng's expression froze. Mirror. Luo Feng let out a face of surprise. At this moment, Candace walked into the store like a gentleman attending a banquet. He walked towards Luo Feng with his blade in hand as he smiled. Luo Feng, I'll be taking the 10 billion, so thanks in advance. As he said that, his body charged forward like a phantom as fast as lightning. The black, thin sword in his hand drew across an odd path as it went towards Luo Feng's neck. You're the one that'll be giving me 10 billion. Luo Feng roared. And his body charged forwards. Who? His speed reached an alarming level and actually dodged Candace's horrifying blade. At the same time, the light that was as white as snow seemed to form a thunderbolt in this store. Its speed was so fast that Candace wasn't even given a chance to dodge it. Poochie. A head directly flew up. However, Luo Feng's charging figure appeared on the storming street that was around 10 meters away from Candace. Pang! Candace's headless corpse crashed down. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 5, Chapter 32, 9-Stage Thunderblade, 4th Stage. Volume 5, Chapter 32, 9-Stage Thunderblade, 4th Stage. In the battle room, Luo Feng and Candace's consciousnesses were basically kicked out of the virtual space at the same time. I lost? Candace still had his dark blue helmet on at this time. Darkness was the only thing his eyes could see. However, he didn't take off his helmet, he just motionlessly sat there. How could I lose? There was no way I could have lost, no way. He only had one arm and I had the absolute advantage. His final attack. His speed. Candace sat on the sofa and his knuckles cracked until they turned white. Regret. He was really filled with regret. From Luo Feng's speed at the end, Candace perfectly understood that Luo Feng's fist strength level went up by a huge amount. I actually let him make a comeback at the most important time? How could this happen? I actually encountered a case of someone making a breakthrough during a battle? Candace's body was trembling. One reason is because he lost a whole 10 billion Chinese dollars because of this battle. He was only a successor to his family, not the head, which means that this amount of money is a lot to him. The second reason is because of the girl he was chasing after. Candace completely despised this rival in love, Luo Feng. He always held his anger in and was finally presented a chance to teach Luo Feng a lesson. Who would have known that not only was he not able to teach Luo Feng a lesson, he was the one that got beat up. This is humiliating. Finally, the thing that Candace was most enraged at was the fact that he wanted to cruelly beat up Luo Feng and make him lose a large sum of money. But not only did he let his opponent earn money, his opponent even had a breakthrough. Candace definitely contributed to Luo Feng's breakthrough. Of course, the most important cause for Luo Feng's breakthrough was the fact that Luo Feng had already finished the 3rd stage of the 9-stage Thunder Blade before he even entered the training camp. Every day, he would bitterly train without relaxing at all. As he was able to control his power more and more delicately, his foundation became more and more sturdy. Even without this breakthrough, Luo Feng would naturally reach the 4th stage in another 3 to 5 months. However, it's a great thing for him to reach the 4th stage 3 to 5 months earlier. This battle indeed contributed a lot. How could Candace not be enraged after those 3 reasons? How could he be satisfied? Challenge, Luo Feng wins. The electronic sound echoed around the lobby of the 9th floor. It could be heard in the battle room too. Candace's body slightly shook before he took off his dark blue helmet. Candace, thanks Luo Feng was already standing at the door. Candace humphed coldly as he also stood up. Suddenly, a melodious tune carried out from the cell phone in Luo Feng's pocket, which made Candace's expression even worse. Luo Feng smiled as he took out his cell phone and read the message. As expected, it was a notification of the change in his balance sent from his bank. A total of 20 billion arrived. 10 billion of that was what Luo Feng moved from his bank to the challenge system's special account, while the other 10 billion was what Luo Feng earned. Ka! The door opened. Luo Feng and Candace walked out. The two of them noticed with a glance that the lobby of the 9th floor was in an uproar. Quite a few war gods and legendary figures in the training camp were amazed since, from their point of view, Candace's chances of winning were greater. They were clear that Candace's technique and his blade technique stacked onto each other. This was also why, even though Luo Feng had greater power and speed, he was still at a disadvantage and lost his arm. Luo Feng. Luo Feng, nice. Quite a few people, especially Chinese people, gave a thumbs up or cheered passionately. Luo Feng smiled as he walked over. In contrast to Luo Feng, Candace had such a bad expression that his face seemed to be black. In fact, he was barely able to say a few words to a few powerful students before he swiftly left towards his living quarters. This time, Candace wasn't able to vent, he just became even angrier. He's full of hate. He hates Luo Feng, and he hates himself for losing. Night of the same day. Luo Feng was alone in his room. Even after chatting with his family, he still couldn't contain the joy in his heart. He seriously earned a ton this time. 10 billion isn't even the best part. The most important part is that he actually completed the 4th stage of the 9-stage Thunder Blade at the last moment. The 4th stage of the 9-stage Thunder Blade is indeed difficult. I completed the first 3 stages relatively quickly, but I just couldn't complete the 4th stage while I was in Jiangnan City. After coming to the training camp, my technique and control over my power improved a lot. But even so, I wasn't able to complete it. Luo Feng was seriously thankful. The scene with the ripples that formed on the pool in the virtual space during the battle was really similar to the scene where he completed the 2nd stage of the 9-stage Thunder Blade. The droplets of water form the ripples. The most important thing isn't the ripples or the droplets, but the mirror. The mirror-like surface of water. Luo Feng was thankful. The calmer the surface is, the clearer the ripples become after the droplets fall. It was the same with force exertions. The most important thing isn't how many times you exert the force, but the fact that the force exertions have to carry out through the entire body. After understanding this fact, Luo Feng, who already became much better at controlling his power, directly completed the 4th stage. The 4th stage. Now that I completed the 4th stage, my fist strength level is 3.5. Luo Feng's eyes were shining, and my Tower of Trials level is 3.4, almost. 3.4 times 3.5 is 11.9. I'm so close. When my Tower of Trials level reaches 3.5, my battle ability amplifier will surpass 12-inch. According to the contract with the Dojo of Limits, as long as he reaches a battle ability amplifier of 12 before August 1st, he'll receive a 9th series battle uniform, a full set of weapons, any complete instruction manual, and a portion of dragon blood worth 80 billion. This was a gigantic reward. Not mentioning the dragon blood worth 80 billion, Luo Feng definitely wanted the complete 9-stage Thunder Blade instruction manual. Keep in mind that the full 9-stage Thunder Blade instruction manual is priced at 100 billion. Even half price is at 50 billion. Furthermore, the half price requirement is a 4-star contribution rank. For stars, when would Luo Feng ever reach that? And now, he'll receive this instruction manual for free. An instruction manual, dragon blood, a battle uniform set, weapons. Even at half price, they would definitely cost over 100 billion. If I have to buy them, how long would it take for me to save up the money required? Luo Feng was filled with confidence. As of now, his speed and power has greatly improved. It'll be impossible for his Tower of Trials level to not even go up by 0.1. I have 2 more times to enter the training room this month. One time is tomorrow night, while the other time is the night of the day after tomorrow. Luo Feng thought to himself, tomorrow, on the 30th, my battle ability amplifier will surpass 12. Last month, Luo Feng was ranked in the top 50. So in the month of July, Luo Feng had 4 hours to use the training room. He divided it into 4 sessions. He had an hour on the 9th, 25th, 30th, and 31st. He organized it like this because the deadline to raise your battle ability amplifier was midnight of August 1st. So of course, Luo Feng would schedule an hour on the last 2 days. A battle ability amplifier of 12. I'll definitely reach it. On the second day, Luo Feng spent most of his time in the underground training room so he could familiarize himself with the 4th stage of the 9-stage Thunder Blade. After dinner, he started meditating to prepare himself for tonight's training room session. Only until 9:35 p.m. did Luo Feng come to the 9th floor of the 9 grand floors. Luo Feng. Hello, Luo Feng. Black, white, and yellow people all smiled as they greeted Luo Feng. Luo Feng was in a good mood, so he responded with a smile and some polite phrases as he entered the training room. He lay on the sofa with the dark blue helmet in his hands. I'll try to finish it today. With a portion of dragon blood, I'll be able to become an advanced level war god level spirit reader in 1 or 2 months. An invincible existence in the war god level. Luo Feng silently encouraged himself. After that, he put on the helmet. In the virtual space. The infinite, boundless silver alloyed ground. Far away was the tall, 7-story tower. This was precisely the Tower of Trials. Whoosh! Luo Feng appeared on the ground. I want to take my fist strength level test, yelled Luo Feng. The fist strength level test was taken in the virtual space. Whether in the virtual space of the battle room or in the training room, as long as you yell out these words to the system's AI, you'll be able to take your fist strength level test. Because, this test was super simple. Whoosh! A fist strength tester appeared out of thin air in front of Luo Feng. Student Luo Feng, please swiftly proceed with the fist strength level test. The electronic sound echoed around the sky of the silver ground. Luo Feng stood in front of the fist strength tester. In this virtual space, his regular fist strength was the standard 10,000 kilograms. His fist strength will differ by this standard by no more than 10 kilograms. As he took in a deep breath, he squinted. And deeply roared, Luo Feng's right fist instantly split apart the air as 4 force exertions swiftly flowed into his arm and then his fist. This caused the speed of Luo Feng's fist to dramatically increase. As it brought a horrifying roar with it, his fist powerfully smashed into the tester. Peng, the fist strength tester, made a sound as it shook violently. A few numbers appeared on the display, 35080 kg. A fist strength level of 3.5. Congratulations, student Luo Feng, your battle ability amplifier is 11.9 inch. The electronic sound had no emotion in it. 11.9, so close to 12. Luo Feng directly walked towards the faraway Tower of Trials. The fist strength tester disappeared completely. 3rd floor of the Tower of Trials. A wasteland. B grade exam of the 3rd floor. Luo Feng, your goal is to kill 190 low-level commander-level golden vultures and 10 medium-level commander-level golden vultures. Good luck! Right when the electronic sound finished, a huge amount of flying monsters appeared in the sky. Flying monsters. The vulture-type monsters were known for their cruelty. Even the weakest golden vulture was at the low-level commander level. Come on! Who knows how many times Luo Feng has died to this horde of golden vultures already on this third floor. Flying monsters are way more horrifying than the regular monsters on land. Because once a flying monster grabs onto you, it can directly lift you up. Humans have nothing to help them in the air, so they are sure to die to the horde of monsters. So, you definitely cannot get caught by their claws. An ear-piercing sound rose. The flying golden vultures came diving from the sky. The densely packed horde of flying monsters seemed to look like golden clouds as they covered Luo Feng. No wonder so many war god teachers were stuck on the third floor. And no matter what, Luo Feng has to kill most of these flying monsters in the B-grade exam to reach a Tower of Trials level of 3.5. I must succeed. Luo Feng's gaze was cold as he held his ghost blade. Rumble. The flying monsters instantly covered Luo Feng, and the killing began. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 5, Chapter 33, Enormous Reward. Volume 5, Chapter 33, Enormous Reward. The golden vulture was a ferocious vulture-type monster. The feathers on the top half of its body were black with a grayish-silver glow to them, while the feathers on its lower half and below its wings were all golden-colored. Its powerful talons and wings posed a gigantic threat to Luo Feng. Even with Luo Feng's increased speed, he barely has the chance to use it while surrounded by the horde of flying monsters. Pooh! Whoosh! The blade that was as white as snow flashed over and over again in the horde of flying monsters. As golden vultures fell one after another, their cries rang across the skies. Meanwhile, the other golden vultures went forward and continued their attack. In terms of speed, the golden vultures can fly way faster than land monsters of the same rank. It's common sense that flying monsters move faster than land monsters. Because of this, Luo Feng couldn't shake off this horde of flying monsters. He could only kill the surrounding golden vultures like his life depended on it. This blade was like a thunderbolt, each slash took a life. Not good. Luo Feng was picked up by the talons of a golden vulture. Once his feet left the ground, he was naturally unable to execute his technique. Unable to use his technique, he was instantly shredded to pieces by the horde of golden vultures. Luo Feng's corpse disappeared, and so did the horde of golden vultures. Damn, that hurts. Luo Feng appeared in the wasteland again. What's my Tower of Trials level now? Luo Feng raised his head and yelled. Luo Feng didn't dare to distract himself while he was killing, so of course he didn't count how many golden vultures he killed. He only had a feeling that he lasted longer than before. But no matter what, he wasn't able to succeed in the end. The electronic voice rang, Tower of Trials level, 3.5. It's 3.5? Luo Feng let out a face of excitement. 3.5 by 3.5 means that his battle ability amplifier is 12.25, which is already past 12. He did it! Ha, he actually succeeded. Ever since he came to the elite training camp, he didn't dare to relax even for a day. Because of that, he was able to charge up to rank 68 in a month and received the contract from the Dojo of Limits as a result. And after signing the contract, he pushed himself as hard as possible using the 3-month deadline, but no matter when and where, he has constantly been training himself. While showering, the only thing in his head was his blade technique. Sometimes he would even think about his blade technique while chatting with his family and Su Xin. In the final month, he crazily challenged the students in the training camp. Time after time he battled to the death. And he even staked 10 billion on his final battle. Finally, on the night of July 30th, his battle ability amplifier has finally reached 12. Ha, come on, continue the B-grade exam of the third floor. laughed Luo Feng loudly. The flying horde of golden vultures appeared in the sky once again. Luo Feng no longer had any psychological pressure, so he was able to focus entirely on training. 1 hour of training was up. Luo Feng's final Tower of Trials level was 3.6. He finally completed the B grade exam. However, Luo Feng was quickly killed in the C grade exam. Okay, my fist strength level has reached 3.5 and my technique is at the perfect level. My weakness is blade technique. It's only at the second state Luo Feng understood that the higher your Tower of Trials level, the more the trials will expect out of everything about you. If your blade technique is weak, there'll be no way for you to instantly kill around a dozen monsters in a horde. Tower of Trials level 3.6. Even in the circle of war gods, this was quite a good grade. My battle ability amplifier is 12.6. Luo Feng let out a smile. Jiangnan Pagoda, Luo Feng's room. Right when Luo Feng got back, he opened up his notebook. It was already 10:50 p.m., but he couldn't care about anything else. Luo Feng swiftly opened up the contract that he signed with the Dojo of Limits. The document he opened was a scan of the contract he signed. In the contract was a phone number. Once Luo Feng's battle ability amplifier reached the required level, he could call this phone number and ask for his reward. An enormous reward man. Luo Feng took in a deep breath. The full price for a portion of dragon blood was 160 billion, half price 80 billion. The half price for a complete 9-stage Thunder Blade instruction manual was 50 billion. The cheapest battle uniform and weapon set was also around 10 billion, whereas the half price was near 10 billion too. Even if everything was half price, the cost would still be astonishing. Of course, the amount of money that the Dojo of Limits needs to provide these is quite low. For the 9-stage Thunder Blade, they're just selling permission to use it, so they don't need to pay anything there. The head, Han, is probably the only person on Earth who knows how much it costs to make dragon blood, since he's the only supplier. And it only costs a few billion to make the battle uniform and weapon set. After adding it all up, the amount of money is around a couple billion. However, that is the cost to make them. Who would make the price equal to the cost it takes to make them? Even if you buy dragon blood from the governments of various countries, they'll still sell it at the price it's set at. Beep beep, Luo Feng dialed. Hello, a low voice rose. Hello, I am Luo Feng from the elite training camp. At this moment, Luo Feng was surprisingly calm. I previously signed a contract with the Dojo of Limits. On the contract were 5 provisions. Once I meet the requirements for one of them, I can dial this phone number and receive the reward from you, correct? Yes, said the low voice. My battle ability amplifier is above 12, which satisfies the first provision, said Luo Feng. Please wait a moment, I will check. In just a moment, the tone of the voice slightly rose. Congratulations, student Luo Feng. Your battle ability amplifier is currently 12.6, and the current date is July 30th, 22:56 p.m., which is before August 1st. As the contract states, your reward is a 9th series battle uniform, a set of weapons, any instruction manual, and a portion of dragon blood worth 80 billion. Once Luo Feng heard these words, he couldn't help but to clench his teeth and left fist out of excitement. Success! Student Luo Feng, please tell me the details about the battle uniform and weapons you want. Also tell me the name of the instruction manual you want, continued the low voice. I need a 9th series battle uniform, the size. Luo Feng quickly reported the information about the size and type of the battle uniform, ghostblade, and hexagonal shield he wanted. He also spoke about the tactical communications watch, binoculars, a backpack, and other accessories. Of course, the throwing knives he wanted were included too. I also want a complete 9-stage Thunder Blade instruction manual. Finally, that portion of dragon blood, answered Luo Feng. Oh yeah, I want 2 of the 10 9th series throwing knives to be changed into SS grade throwing knives. I can transfer money over to purchase these 2 SS grade throwing knives. Throwing knives were small and didn't require much material to make. So even the price of a SS grade throwing knife is much lower than a ghost blade of the same grade. We can include those 2 SS grade throwing knives with the battle uniform set. The low voice clearly didn't care about 2 SS grade throwing knives, since the full price for 1 SS grade throwing knife was 400 million, half price 200 million. The cost to make them is even lower. For the Dojo of Limits, the provider of this enormous reward, this amount of money was nothing. The elite training camp is inside the headquarters city, so the rewards will be sent to the gate of the elite training camp in around an hour. You can go there to receive your reward, said the low voice. Within an hour? Luo Feng let out a face of surprise. Who would have thought that he would receive his rewards so quickly? Finally, congratulations, student Luo Feng, on receiving this reward. At the same time, keep working hard and try to get your battle ability amplifier to 16, student Luo Feng, to receive the other rewards. After the low voice finished saying that, the call ended. After the call, the room was completely silent. However, Luo Feng's heart was pounding. Dragon blood. The dragon blood will arrive soon. My strength can instantly undergo a dramatic change. Even now, Luo Feng felt like he was in a dream. Just like that, the 9-stage Thunder Blade instruction manual and a portion of dragon blood was about to be his. Looking at how much fuss the astronomical bounty of 100 billion stirred up, one could know just how astonishing of an amount 100 billion is. And even if you take the half price of the instruction manual and the portion of dragon blood, they still cost way more than 100 billion. Excited, Luo Feng was extremely excited. He stayed in his room for 20 minutes before giving in to his urge to rush to the entrance of the elite training camp. Main entrance of the elite training camp. It was deep into the night, around 11 p.m. It was a bit cool. Since it was already the 30th, there weren't any students at the main entrance at this time. Student Luo Feng, how come you're here at such a time? The middle-aged manager of the security team at the main entrance smiled as he yelled. Of course he knew this famous student of the training camp. I have stuff to do, smiled Luo Feng as he responded. The manager of the security team knew the rules, so he didn't continue asking. And Luo Feng, under the winds of the night, paced back and forth alone in front of the main gate. To Luo Feng, seconds were like minutes. Occasionally a car would pass by the gate of the training camp. Luo Feng couldn't help but to raise his head each time, but, unfortunately, none of them were for him. Beep. The sound of a horn rose. A gigantic truck headed towards the gate of the training camp. Beep. Aloud. An electronic sound carried from the security room. The patrolling soldiers and the other members were all shocked. Many systems in the elite training camp were controlled by an AI and not by humans. Usually, even private cars of the dojo aren't allowed to come in. The door automatically opened. A huge truck drove in. It's probably that Luo Feng walked to the side. As if the truck discovered Luo Feng, it directly drove over to an open area and stopped there. Voila! The door to the back of the truck opened and a sound rose. Student Luo Feng, please get in the truck. Luo Feng ran over to the back of the truck. Before he was even able to get in, a blue light shone on Luo Feng. At the same time, an electronic voice rose. Student Luo Feng, identity confirmed. Please get in the truck. The truck's interior was quite fancy. Inside of the truck were 3 people, who were all looking at Luo Feng with surprise. This is Luo Feng? I wonder what HQ told us to escort. I can't believe they called out. The 3 of us in the truck were 2 white people and 1 yellow person, who were all speaking Chinese. The language of Hongning City was Chinese, so most of the people from the HQ knew Chinese. Luo Feng jumped onto the truck and, with a glance, noticed a gigantic, locked safe. The size of this locked safe was indeed big enough to store things like a shield and a ghost blade. At this time, a blue light like before shone onto the locked safe. Reward items, confirmed. Unscathed, the electronic sound rose. Student Luo Feng, please accept your reward." Luo Feng took a step forward. A tall, white person of the trio picked up this locked safe and put it in front of Luo Feng. "Student Luo Feng, what's inside here?" smiled the white person as he asked. A secret smiled Luo Feng as he took the locked safe. Finally, the enormous reward, and so is the dragon blood, is his. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 5, Chapter 34, Dragon Blood's Miraculous Effect. Volume 5, Chapter 34, Dragon Blood's Miraculous Effect. With the locked safe in hand, Luo Feng swiftly returned to his living quarters. Jiangnan Pagoda, Underground Training Room. Creak. Luo Feng sealed the underground training room's alloyed door. Of course, the first thing he'll do after receiving a portion of dragon blood is use it up. If he doesn't use it, other students might find out, and when that happens, someone might even steal it. At that time, Luo Feng wouldn't even know where to cry. Using the portion of dragon blood is an extremely important thing. To prevent others from distracting him, he decided to use it in the underground training room. The light shone across the entire sealed room. Luo Feng put the locked safe in the corner. A fingerprint was required to open this lock. Luo Feng swiped his finger and, with a KA, the locked safe opened. The locked safe was extremely large. It was divided into two sections, top and bottom. The top section contained the tidy battle uniform, ghost blade, shield, throwing knives, and other accessories. Luo Feng took all of these out and put them on the side. He then looked at the bottom section. Only 2 wooden boxes were in the bottom section. One of these wooden boxes must be the 9-stage Thunderblade instruction manual, while the other one is the portion of dragon blood. Luo Feng carefully opened the first box. Inside the box was a thick instruction manual and a full stack of discs. On top of the instruction manual seal was indeed the 4 words, 9-stage Thunderblade. The instruction manual is his. I won't have to worry about saving money for this instruction manual anymore. Luo Feng closed the box and opened the other one. Ka! The wooden box opened. Inside was a vial stabilized by a bubbly foam. The vial was plugged in with a stopper. Inside the vial was golden blood, which took up a third of the vial's interior. This is dragon blood, the dragon blood worth 80 billion? Luo Feng carefully took out the foam and carefully picked up the vial. He was scared that it might break, but a vial containing dragon blood should be extremely sturdy. However, Luo Feng didn't dare to take any risks. He raised the vial towards the light. Under the light, the golden blood could make one's heart skip a beat. If nothing was known about it, there's no way anyone would believe that this thing is worth 80 billion. Luo Feng lowered his head and looked. Below the wooden box that contained the dragon blood was a manual. Luo Feng picked it up, looked carefully, and couldn't help but to let out a smile. I didn't know that using this dragon blood would be so simple. According to the manual, you just have to spread some of the dragon blood on your body, and you don't even have to spread it around your entire body, just particular locations. The dragon blood will naturally spread around to your whole body. The only taboo, do not drink it. On the night of the 28th, I tested my fist strength to be 25,100 kilograms at the 9 grand floors. I wonder how high it will reach after using this dragon blood. Actually, before June, Luo Feng's fist strength was only 19,600 kilograms, which means Luo Feng's fist strength rose by over 5,000 kilograms during the month of July. This improvement is shocking. But it makes sense. During July, Luo Feng had 4 hours to use the archaeological gravity room, which was split into 12 sessions of 20 minutes. He was able to use the archaeological gravity room for 20 minutes a day for 12 days. 3 days is comparable to 15 days, so just these 12 days in the archaeological gravity room is comparable to 2 months of training. So that's why he improved so much during July. And actually, It's not because how talented Luo Feng is or anything. If someone is able to train in the archaeological training room for 2 hours a day for an entire month, that 1 month will be equivalent to 10 months worth of training. My fist strength is 25,100 kilograms. If it multiplies after using this dragon blood, it could reach 50,000 kilograms, thought Luo Feng to himself. The more powerful you are, the smaller the effects of the dragon blood. The weaker you are, the more obvious the effects of the dragon blood becomes. Because a warrior fighter is physically weak, his strength could quadruple after using dragon blood. Rumors say that dragon blood can multiply one's strength, but that multiplication is just an estimate. My current body fitness level is at the intermediate warlord level. If I use this dragon blood, it might not just double, but even triple my strength, Luo Feng thought to himself expectantly. He never used dragon blood before, and others who have used it before never shared their experience, so barely anyone knows the exact process. He has to experience it for himself. In the underground training room, Luo Feng lay flat on the ground and, with the vial containing the dragon blood in his left hand, he lightly pulled out the stopper. A special aroma emanated around the underground training room. Just by smelling this aroma made every part of Luo Feng's body slightly sore, as if he was training his genetic energy. Dragon blood. Luo Feng slightly tilted the vial and poured the blood towards the area on his chest. Dragon blood was viscous like mercury. It slowly flowed. The vial wasn't that large and the dragon blood only took up a third of the vial, so this portion of dragon blood was indeed quite small. Even on his chest, it didn't take up much space. Soon enough, all of the dragon blood poured out. Luo Feng set the vial aside. There's barely anything. Luo Feng immediately wiped the dragon blood around his naked top half. He also wiped some on his arms. With this, Luo Feng felt his top half and his arms start to heat up. It's taking effect? Luo Feng was filled with expectation. A warm current carried from where the dragon blood was to every part of his body. It swiftly headed towards his insides, his arms, hands, back, chest, head, and every other location. This warm current became stronger and stronger, and even the naked eye could tell that the dragon blood on his skin started swiftly disappearing, as if it went inside his skin. The warm current kept becoming stronger. The temperature kept increasing. The manual explained that the process would be painful, so painful that one might even faint. But he didn't think that it would be this painful. Ever since I was little, I've had to deal with my painful headaches, so I thought I could tolerate the pain. But who knew? Luo Feng clenched his teeth and his entire body shook slightly. At the moment, he felt like millions of ants were biting every single part of his body. This pain made Luo Feng go pale. And the pain kept increasing. He was sore at first, and now he's in pain. Every single part of his body, and even his head. Burning. He felt like he's being burned to death. The numbness made him feel like he's being tickled to death. Pain. The pain that even sank deep into his bones made him twitch. Sweat was flowing off of Luo Feng's forehead. His entire body shook and his muscles twitched. His heart rate increased and his blood continuously flowed faster. The sound of his heart beating. Thump. 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 His heart beat like a heavy drum right next to the ear. The sound became louder and louder and louder until he lost consciousness. Fainted. The dragon blood on Luo Feng's body decreased continuously and was absorbed by Luo Feng's body. What followed this absorption was the twitching of Luo Feng's entire body, not just simply his body, but every single muscle in his body. Luo Feng's muscles in his top half of his body twitched and turned like centipedes. His skin seemed like it was burned and the veins on his body were sticking up and twisting. It was quite a horrifying sight. Shi. What followed this horrifying process was that Luo Feng's cells crazily absorbed this weird energy and started their transformation. This was the first time that his body changed this much, even if you count the time where he awakened as a spirit reader, but The quality of the genes in his cells slowly transformed from useless ones to perfect ones under the transformation brought by the dragon blood. Some useless cells and contaminants were directly removed and came out of the surface of Luo Feng's skin, as if it was filth. Under this transformation that sank deep into his cells, Luo Feng's tendons, skin, bones, muscles, and all his organs were undergoing a gigantic transformation. The density of his bones continued to increase and the tenacity of his tendons were undergoing a dramatic transformation. The amount of dragon blood was enough to provide for such a transformation. All of this happened swiftly. Faster than regular training by 1,000 or even 10,000 times. At the same time, in Luo Feng's vast realm of consciousness. In the center of his realm of consciousness that was covered with an infinite mist, the huge dark, golden ball no longer turned slowly and released spiritual force slowly like before. At this moment, as if the dark, golden ball made a huge decision, huge amounts of nearly liquid-like substance was instantly released, which soon evaporated into a mist. The huge amounts of mist swiftly emanated around his entire realm of consciousness. The amount of mist in his realm of consciousness continued to increase, and at an extremely alarming rate. The dark, golden ball was releasing a crazy amount of mist, it was releasing 1,000 or even more times faster than before. His body fitness level increased at a surprising rate. The dark, golden ball was naturally restricted by his body fitness level, so it couldn't release as much spiritual force as it could. But now, it could release as much as it pleased. Luo Feng's level of spiritual force continuously increased. Starting from his beginner war god level of spiritual force, it started increasing rapidly. Slowly. The density of the mist seemed to have reached its limit, it started turning into liquid. 1 drop, 2 drops. Slowly, Luo Feng's body started to calm down. The dark golden ball in his realm of consciousness also stopped crazily releasing spiritual force and started releasing at a slow rate like before. Many liquid drops were floating in the mist-filled realm of consciousness, and more drops continued to form. Luo Feng's realm of consciousness was now at a gas-liquid state. I fainted. Luo Feng's body slightly shook and he finally regained consciousness. With a twitch of his eyelids, he opened his eyes. Right now, Luo Feng's body was covered in a layer of filth, his body and his face was completely black. After Luo Feng opened his eyes, he stood up and moved his arms around. His left hand ferociously rubbed his body and got all of the black stuff off of himself, revealing the copper-colored skin below. Yes, Luo Feng's skin color changed completely. As if born from a forge, Luo Feng's skin color changed from the regular yellow color to a copper color. Clearly, this was caused by the dragon blood. What huge power! Luo Feng felt the tremendous power in his body, it was way higher than before. 3.5x, explode. Luo Feng ferociously smashed into the alloyed wall to his side. With a rumble, over half of Luo Feng's fist sank into the wall. After that, his left fist delivered blow after blow, causing the entire underground training room to shake. Each of his fists left a stunning hole on the wall. Boom! 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 As if it was smashing on someone's heart, the blows continued one after another. After receiving such tremendous power, Luo Feng used this barbaric way to express his happiness. Feels great! Luo Feng couldn't help but to yell. Luo Feng turned and looked towards his battle uniform. Whoosh! 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 10 throwing knives swiftly pierced the air. In this 5-meter long, 5-meter wide, and 2.5-meter high alloy training room, the throwing knives swiftly revolved around Luo Feng with an insane speed. The speed of the throwing knives instantly accelerated to Mach 10, and continued to accelerate. With such horrifying speed, the throwing knives were even able to cut the alloyed wall to his side. Luo Feng clenched his fists. He even had a feeling that even if he had to face off against the steel-armored dragon from back then, he wouldn't back down. In fact, he could even kill it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 5, Chapter 35, Luo Feng's Strength. Volume 5, Chapter 35, Luo Feng's Strength. Jiangnan Pagoda, Luo Feng's bathroom. Hua Hua. Hot water washed Luo Feng's powerful body, cleaning off all the filth. Goo only until all the dirty water drained out did Luo Feng plug in the plug. After that, he lay in the bathtub again and let the hot water spray onto his body. Even though he was just laying there, Luo Feng was experiencing a joy he had never felt before. Only after a long time did Luo Feng crawl out of the bathtub. He dried himself up and walked into his room naked. He put on his battle boots and trousers, but only had a casual shirt on the top half of his body. In his trousers were 10 throwing knives. I'll go to the 9 grand floors to test my strength. Luo Feng swiftly descended the stairs and rushed towards the 9 grand floors in the darkness. As of now, it was already 2 a.m. At around 2 a.m., only the 9th floor of the 9 grand floors still had students on it. The archaeological gravity room and training room were open nearly all day in the elite training camp, with the exception of the 1-hour break at around noon. Other than that period of time, students were basically always using them. However, nobody was training in the other rooms. 9 grand floors, 5th floor, one of the small training halls. Pa! The lights were turned on. A yellow-skinned youth appeared in the training hall. The training hall's doors were closed from the inside. As for the windows, the 9 grand floors was designed so that you can only see out of the windows from the inside and not the other way around. Luo Feng was pleased with all of this. For now, he didn't want others to learn about his identity as a spirit reader. My spiritual force makes my body fitness level raise by 2. Let me see what level my body fitness level has reached. Luo Feng walked towards a large fist strength testing machine in the corner of the training hall. This was one of the most advanced fist strength testing machines. Even the strength of advanced level war gods could easily be tested by these machines. One can imagine how expensive a fist strength testing machine that could withstand a blow from an advanced level war god would be. After it was switched on, the fist strength testing machine's display lit up. 2 days ago, my fist strength was 25,100 kilograms. Let me see what it is now. Luo Feng stood in front of the fist strength testing machine. The fist strength of advanced level war gods are in the range of hundreds of thousands of kg. Even a fist strength of 1,000,000 kg isn't enough to destroy this fist strength testing machine. The materials used to construct this machine isn't inferior to the scales of a high-level horde leader monster. Luo Feng made his move. Without any special technique and using just his body's power, Luo Feng's right fist shot forward like a cannonball. His fist brought a sonic boom along with it as it crashed into the machine. Pang! The machine shook violently and a low sound rang. Luo Feng immediately looked towards the display. A number already appeared on it, 63,602 kg. So high, dot. How could it be so high? Luo Feng's eyes opened wide, as if he was just given an enormous gift. Luo Feng estimated that his fist strength would be no higher than 50,000 kilograms. If he's lucky, then maybe a little over 50,000. If he's extremely lucky, then maybe approaching 60,000. But 63,600? That's basically 64,000. The lower bound for a beginner-level war god. My body fitness level barely qualifies as a beginner-level war god. Doesn't that mean, with my spiritual force, I can barely count as an advanced-level war god-level spirit reader? Immense joy poured out of Luo Feng's heart. He was clear that the range of a beginner-level war god was 64,000 kilograms to 128,000 kilograms. His advanced-level war god-level spirit reader title barely counts, and he's definitely not at the peak of the advanced war god level. When his strength reaches 128,000 kilograms, he could reach the peak of the war god level with his spiritual force. However, he's a spirit reader. Even if he has just stepped into the level of an advanced level war god, it wouldn't be hard for him to kill regular fighters that have reached the peak of the advanced level war god level. Against normal advanced level war gods, he'll definitely decimate them. Even if I search the entire world, other than existences that have surpassed the war god level, even the extremely powerful advanced level war gods would lose to me. Only an extremely small amount of them can fight against me evenly. Luo Feng's gaze was like lightning, his powerful strength gave him absolute confidence. Strength brings confidence. Out of all the war gods, the only war gods that can make Luo Feng lower his head are the spirit readers that have reached the peak of the advanced level war god level. Powerful. Now this is true strength. Luo Feng's excitement poured out like a flood. Compared to his spiritual force, his body was too weak. His body fitness level barely qualifies for the beginner level war god level. If he relies on his battle ability amplifier that has already surpassed 12, then he could attain the title of intermediate level war god. However, compared to his spiritual force, it's nothing. 25,100 kilograms to around 63,600 kilograms. My body fitness level didn't just double, it's 2.5x higher. Luo Feng mentally calculated, the effect of dragon blood is indeed astonishing. This time, Luo Feng's wrong. With just a portion of dragon blood, the multiplier will barely surpass the value of 2. This transformation was only possible thanks to the combined efforts of the dragon blood and Luo Feng's spiritual force. When Luo Feng awakened, his body fitness level increased by a huge amount, but his spiritual force only increased to the beginner level warlord level. This time, Luo Feng's spiritual force directly jumped from the beginner level war god level to the bottom line of the advanced level war god level. If you just look at the numbers, the increase in spiritual force was 10 times greater than the increase from his awakening. All of this spiritual force would naturally strengthen Luo Feng's body. However, since the spiritual force strengthened his body along with the dragon blood, it didn't have such a major effect. Yet, it was enough to add another 10,000 kilograms to Luo Feng's fist strength, thus raising his fist strength to the current 64,000 kilograms. Late into the night, in the empty training hall, Luo Feng stepped back step by step until he was a full 20 meters away from the fist strength testing machine. Let me see how powerful my spiritual force is. Luo Feng's eyes flashed and 2 black throwing knives that had a silverish gray luster to them suddenly started floating next to him. These 2 throwing knives are indeed the SS grade throwing knives that Luo Feng received. With a thought from Luo Feng, the 2 throwing knives immediately turned 180 degrees. The handles of the knives were pointed towards the fist strength testing machine while the tips of the blades were pointed towards Luo Feng. Go! Luo Feng's powerful spiritual force controlled them. Whoosh! One of the SS grade throwing knives instantly turned into a black light, with the handle in front and the blade in back. It shot towards the fist strength testing machine. Pang! The fist strength machine shook violently and let out a low sound that could stop the beating of one's heart. The numbers immediately appeared on the display, 218,606 kg. After seeing this number, Luo Feng couldn't help but to shake his head in amazement. Messed up. No wonder spirit readers are invincible. Luo Feng was flabbergasted. According to the table, 128,000 kilograms, 256,000 kilograms is the range of an intermediate level war god level's body fitness level. However, keep in mind that throwing knives value speed over power. And even though these throwing knives value speed over power, their power already nears the enormous strength of an advanced level war god's. Who would find it abnormal for an advanced level war god to die after being pierced by this knife? I can control 10 throwing knives at the same time and make them attack from every single direction. All of them would be flying at Mach 10 and can instantly change direction. No matter how powerful your advanced level war god level body is, no matter how skilled your technique is, and no matter how adept you are at dodging, you won't be able to escape death. Luo Feng couldn't stop sighing after seeing this number. This wasn't even on the same level anymore. Advanced level war gods have trouble dealing with attacks over Mach 10, and spirit readers can control several throwing knives at the same time as they attack from every direction. This is way more horrifying than the monsters in the Tower of Trials. What kind of monster's speed can reach Mach 10? This is why spirit readers are horrifying. With his spiritual force, he barely reaches the lower bound of the advanced level war god level. However, his unique power allows him to dominate most advanced level war gods, with the exception of a small amount of extremely powerful war gods or other advanced level war god level spirit readers. As of now, Luo Feng's strength could place him at the top of the elite training camp. However, Luo Feng was clear that there were tons of people around the world that were more powerful than he was. Not mentioning the existences that have surpassed the war god level, he isn't even invincible in the war god level. Right now, he's just nearing the state of invincibility. August 1st, dawn. 193 students were gathered on the lawn in front of the 9 grand floors. They formed groups and chatted amongst themselves. All of these students were fully equipped with their weapons, backpacks, etc. because today was the day that they begin their life and death adventure. However, before departing, all of them were waiting for one person. The world's strongest fighter, Hong. How come Hong still isn't here? Zhao Ruo, Luo Feng, and Shi Jiang sat on the grass as they chatted. Zhao Ruo's face was flushed as she said, "Last night, I even dreamed about Hong." Stop fantasizing, joked Luo Feng. What did you say? Glared Zhao Ruo. Luo Feng was startled and looked towards Shi Jiang as he changed the topic. Senior Shi Jiang, you've met the head, what is he like? When Zhao Ruo heard this, she also looked towards Shi Jiang, since Shi Jiang was the only person out of the 3 who had actually seen Hong before. The head, Hong. How should I say this? There was a bit of admiration and adoration in Shi Jiang's eyes. Deity. A deity? Luo Feng froze. Yep, a deity you would only hear about in legends. I can't think of any better word to describe him, sighed Shi Jiang. I've seen other investigators, existences that have surpassed the war god level. However, when compared to Hong, it's like comparing stars to the sun. Luo Feng nodded to himself. Shi Jiang laughed as he looked at Luo Feng and Zhao Ruo. You two should be focusing on the life and death adventure that's about to come. For this time's adventure, we'll be going to Australia. After the Grand Nirvana, the entire continent of Australia has become a paradise for monsters. Along with the Sahara Desert and the South American Amazon rainforest, it's one of the 3 hazardous regions of the world. Before the Grand Nirvana period, there were many animals in Australia and only had a population of around 10 million. After the Grand Nirvana period, the mutated monsters in Australia reproduced at an alarming rate. The number of monsters was so high that it seemed like they could take over the world. After that, there were no more humans in Australia. That entire continent is a monster hive, which is why it stands along with the Sahara Desert and the Amazon rainforest as one of the 3 hazardous regions. Occasionally, extremely large organizations would send in small squads to train in this continent. And this time, Luo Feng and the others were headed towards Australia. Luo Feng couldn't help but to look up towards the sky. Quite a few other students looked up too, since a sonic boom could be heard from that direction. Soon after, a blurry image appeared in the sky above the elite training camp. After the image came together, it appeared to be a blood-red colored triangular fighter jet. The head is here. Hurry, everyone up. All the war god teachers and all the students sitting on the grass stood up straight with a whoosh. All of them knew. The strongest fighter on Earth. The richest man on Earth. The most powerful man on Earth will soon appear. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 5, Chapter 36, Hong's Arrival. Volume 5 Chapter 36, Hong's Arrival. The surface of this blood-red colored triangular fighter jet was smooth and gave off a feeling of an aggressive flying monster. At this moment, the blood-red colored triangular fighter jet was slowly descending from the air while each and every one of the students and war god teachers of the elite training camp remained silent. Nobody dared to make a sound. The fighter jet landed, HUA. The hatch opened. A yellow-skinned man along with a white-skinned man stepped out of the hatch at the same time. They walked on thin air, as if there were an invisible platform that nobody could see. Like that, they just walked towards the grass. This scene caused all of the students to widen their eyes. Two existences surpassing the war god level, two of them. Luo Feng was also shocked. Looks like these two are two investigators from the Dojo of Limits headquarters. The two investigators stood on the grass silently as they waited for the head. Over 200 pairs of eyes were also staring at the hatch. All of them were waiting expectantly for the world's legendary strongest fighter, the undisputed number one. Finally, a shadow came out the hatch. Luo Feng didn't even dare to blink, as he didn't even want to waste a single second. He carefully examined the man coming from the hatch. He was around 1.9 meters tall and was wearing black trousers and a black jacket. His lean, sharp hair. His entire figure made one think of a sky-piercing spear. As for his age, not even a single wrinkle could be seen on his face. He seemed to be around 20 years old. However, that aura was clearly an aura that a regular youth could not possess. He took one step and, at the same time, scanned everyone in the training camp. Rumble. Luo Feng felt like his mind went blank. The entire landscape and sky seemed to be twisting. The morning sun disappeared from his field of vision. All the students of the elite training camp shockingly discovered that the sky seemed to have transitioned from morning to night. Not a single ray of light was shining, only darkness was left. A completely black sky, and that black-haired man seemed to be the bright center of all of this darkness. He is a deity. An invincible deity. Even the war god teachers here didn't dare to resist. They couldn't even think about resisting. When faced with this black-haired man's gaze, even Luo Feng, who recently became much stronger, felt like this powerful black-haired man could kill him with just a look. He is Hong, the world's strongest fighter. The two investigators beside Hong were completely blocked out by darkness. An investigator is an existence that surpasses the war god level. Yet, in front of Hong, they pale in comparison. This wave of students in the elite training camp is quite good. A cold sound rose. Right when those words were said, the students and teachers who fell into the darkness realized that the black sky around them disappeared. The morning sun appeared yet again. Even so, everyone felt enormous pressure, like an ant facing an elephant. In front of Hong, everyone felt their insignificance. Head, there are quite a few good seeds in this wave of students, said one of the leaders of this training camp, Investigator Wang. Basically all the students were watching Hong's eyes, as if they were looking at their idol. The leader of all fighters. Hong took a step and virtually teleported to a student. All the students, teachers, and even investigators turned their heads. The black-haired man, Hong, was currently staring at a young student. Luo Feng. Luo Feng froze as he looked at the black-haired man in front of him. The world's strongest fighter is staring at him? Why is he staring at him? Hong is looking at Luo Feng. Why is the head, Hong, looking at Luo Feng within the group of students? Candace was filled with anxiety and dissatisfaction. The three investigators weren't surprised, since Hong was the one who personally created the contract for Luo Feng. You're that Luo Feng? Even though he seemed gentle, a tough sound rose. This black-haired man lowered his head as he looked at this young youth. Yes, head Luo Feng responded respectfully. The black-haired man seemed to grin. The head is smiling? The head is smiling? The three investigators were shocked. They were clear of the temper of this world's strongest fighter. Even when faced with other existences surpassing the war god level, he rarely smiles. The black-haired man judged Luo Feng and couldn't help but to exclaim, "What powerful spiritual force!" Luo Feng froze. The three great investigators froze. All the students in the training camp were dumbfounded. Such power, spiritual force? Is he talking about Luo Feng? Luo Feng's a spirit reader? I. Luo Feng was dazed. His secret as a spirit reader was revealed by the world's strongest fighter, Hong, in front of the three investigators and all of the students and war god teachers. He didn't even release the spiritual force hidden in his realm of consciousness. The other investigators didn't find out, but who would have known that not only did the head find out, he also revealed it. "I didn't think that you would have such powerful spiritual force." No wonder, the black-haired man slightly nodded, as if he was quite pleased with Luo Feng. After that, the black-haired man, Hong, turned his gaze to the other students and said coldly, "You people are the youngest geniuses of the world. Your goal isn't to become war gods, but to become existences surpassing the war god level. I hope that some of you can reach that point." The head's words seemed to have infinite magic as they sank into everyone's hearts. All of the students became passionate under this shapeless guidance. After that, the black-haired man, Hong, turned around and left. Only after Hong disappeared from their field of vision did the students enter an uproar. Even the war god teachers were extremely passionate. The head, Hong, is way too powerful. Like a spirit, I felt like the head was the ruler of this entire earth just now. Yeah. All the students used their native languages to excitedly chat with their best friends. "Luo Feng, you're a spirit reader? You are actually hiding this, a spirit reader, man." Quite a few Chinese students were amazed at Luo Feng. However, they were all students of the elite training camp. The students of the elite training camp are all geniuses gathered from around the world. Even though spirit readers are rare and all the students were shocked, not many of them were jealous. Of course, if they knew that Luo Feng's spiritual force could wipe the floor with most advanced level war gods, they'll probably faint. "Luo Feng," a hoarse voice rang. The surroundings immediately became silent. Luo Feng turned his head. The person coming was indeed Investigator Wang. Investigator Wang looked at Luo Feng. "Come, meet the head with me." Yes, Luo Feng was filled with suspicion, but followed Investigator Wang to meet the head anyway. And right now, within the group of students, the tall, skinny blonde youth Candace was staring at the distant Luo Feng. His eyes were cold and he clenched his teeth. "Spirit reader? Who would have thought that you were actually a spirit reader?" Looks like Aunt and the others' suspicions were correct. "Yup, I need to tell my aunt about this immediately." "William, I'm going back to my place for a bit," said Candace. "All right, hurry, we're probably going to leave soon," nodded William. In the quiet tea room, the black-haired man, Hong, sat on the chair as he held his teacup as he sighed. "Luo Feng has such an amazing amount of spiritual force at such a young age. Looks like he was born with quite a bit of spiritual force. He's one of the most powerful spirit readers I've ever seen. He's also extremely intelligent, which was why he could finish the 4th stage of the 9-stage Thunder Blade so quickly. However, why is he hiding his spiritual force?" The black-haired man, Hong, suddenly thought to himself, maybe he's in quite the dilemma because of what I said this time. Indeed. Luo Feng was quite distressed. While he followed Investigator Wang, Luo Feng's mind was full of worries. The head, Hong, suddenly revealed his secret, and Luo Feng couldn't do a thing about it. As of now, he's quite powerful, but the vulture-scorpion couple isn't weak either. He originally had a plan to safely take care of this step by step. He's in the darkness while the vulture and scorpion couple is in the light. Everything was in his favor. But now that his secret was suddenly revealed, the vulture-scorpion couple isn't dumb. They'll probably figure out that I'm the culprit, sighed Luo Feng. "The head is inside, go in," said Investigator Wang. "Yes." Luo Feng walked into the quiet tea room. The voice was still a bit cold, but interest could be seen within the black-haired man's eyes as he looked towards Luo Feng. Luo Feng followed his directions and sat down. Luo Feng, your spiritual force has probably reached the advanced level war god level. There aren't that many war gods that are more powerful than you, so why do you hide your strength? Do you have enemies that have surpassed the war god level? The head, Hong, looked at Luo Feng. Let me make this clear. If this caused you trouble, don't worry. If you have enemies that have surpassed the war god level, I guarantee that they won't touch even a hair of yours. Hong understood that his words might have caused Luo Feng trouble, so he made this promise. To Hong. Nobody on this planet dared to go against his words. Surpassing the war god level? Luo Feng was dumbfounded. He wasn't strong enough to anger such people yet. Head, I had a conflict with the son of the vulture-scorpion couple in the wilderness area near Jiangnan headquarters city and killed him as a result. Because of this, the vulture-scorpion couple offered up an astronomical bounty for the culprit. Luo Feng spoke truthfully. My strength only increased recently due to the dragon blood I received. In front of the head, Luo Feng had no need to lie. How much power does this head have? To Hong, Luo Feng, and the vulture-scorpion couple, this conflict between war gods is like the conflict between ants. Hong's words were clear just now. Even existences surpassing the war god level can be calmed with just a phrase. Hong can guarantee that those existences wouldn't even touch Luo Feng's hair. How much power is this? Oh, I heard about that 100 billion bounty before. Hong slightly nodded. As long as they aren't stupid, anyone can understand. That a young fighter with no authority and no background wouldn't kill the son of two advanced level war gods unless he was forced to. I'm sure that Vulture Liao will soon enough hear of what I just said earlier, nodded the head, Hong. Luo Feng was helpless. Isn't it all because of you? Because of a phrase from the great deity, I'm scrambling right now. However, who would dare to raise their complaints against Hong? If he has to face the vulture-scorpion couple, then so be it. He isn't afraid of them anymore anyway. However, his family. Head requested Luo Feng sincerely, I'm not afraid of the vulture and scorpion, but my family. Relax, your family will be fine, spoke the head, Hong. Once he heard this, Luo Feng was completely relaxed. Whose words on this planet can compare to the words of the head, Hong? Presidents and prime ministers can make a speech today but end up being forced to do other things tomorrow. But with Hong, you can say that he is the golden rule, nobody is allowed to infringe upon it. From my understanding of Vulture Liao's personality, he'll probably find a chance to attack you during our life and death adventure in Australia, said the head. Hong, you and him are both fighters, so I won't stick my hand into this. Hong is way above. Unless he has to, he's too lazy to deal with the things going on between fighters. If Vulture Liao comes to Australia, it'll be hard to say who will die. Luo Feng's gaze was determined. The head, Hong, slightly nodded. Luo Feng, you are one of the members of the Dojo of Limits. Here's a reminder, this Vulture Liao recently successfully came out of an archaeological ruin and found a set of black god. This black god set can transform into any defensive armor at will. It can even cover the entire body, including the nostrils and any other place. Luo Feng froze. Once he's completely covered, your throwing knives won't be able to pierce through the black god set. The head, Hong, glanced at Luo Feng's pockets. Of course, nobody can always have their mouth and nose covered all the time. The eyes too, since you won't be able to see anything once they're covered. Luo Feng was shocked. This so-called black god set can transform into defensive armor at will, how amazing. So, you have a chance to kill him if you ambush him. Basically, he's better at defending while you're better at fleeing. His attack power is high while your attacks are unpredictable. After leaving the tea room, Luo Feng became calm. If it weren't for the black god set, Luo Feng could probably defeat Vulture Liao in a front-up fight. However, now that Liao has the black god set, he's virtually invincible. He's not weaker than Luo Feng at all. Hong clearly doesn't want to interfere in this matter. Well, my strength isn't too different from Vulture Li Yao's, so Hong is probably treating this as a test, Luo Feng thought to himself. Indeed, to the head, Hong, Luo Feng was like a raw, uncut diamond. Raw, uncut diamonds need to undergo planning, cutting, and polishing to reveal its true worth. If he even needs the dojo to help with Vulture Li Yao, then he would disappoint Hong too much. Li Yao, maybe you're more experienced, and maybe you'll bring a lot of people with you, But I'll be waiting for you in the continent of Australia. Luo Feng immediately took large steps as he walked towards the gathering area of the training camp. And far away in China, Jiangnan headquarters city. Main city sector's Jiangnan Mountain Water Sector, inside the villa on top of Marvelous Mountain. Li Yao and blonde-haired Vanina had gloomy faces on as they stared at Candace's image on the large screen. It's like that. Aunt, Uncle, I'm going to go to the gathering area, since we're departing to the continent of Australia soon. Candace's image immediately disappeared from the screen. Li Yao and Vanina were enraged to the extreme. It was him. It was actually him. Li Yao said solemnly, he kept his identity as a spirit reader hidden. Unless he's feeling guilty, why would he hide his identity? Student of the elite training camp? Even if it's the Emperor, Li Yao, will split your body into tens of thousands of pieces and make you regret ever being born into this world. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 5, Chapter 37, The Continent of Australia. Volume 5, Chapter 37, The Continent of Australia. Li Yao's face was horrifying, his eyes gave off a fierce glow, and he exhaled heavily through his nostrils. Luo Feng, Luo Feng, Luo Feng. Kill him, he must die. Vanina's Chinese had an accent to it, but her tone was clearly conveyed. Vanina's gaze was venomous and her voice was sharp. Isn't he going to Australia for the life and death adventure? This is a great chance. Take advantage of this opportunity to kill him. The Vulture-Scorpion couple. From their nickname, it was easy to tell that they were cruel and sinister. Usually, they were the ones that domineered over others. But this time, someone killed their only son. How could the Vulture and Scorpion couple not go insane? Kill him. Not only are we going to kill him, we'll also kill his entire family. Li Yao clenched his teeth. He killed my only son, so I'll kill his entire family. After that, I'll make sure that even Luo Feng's ashes are eradicated. Scorpion Vanina also nodded. After that, she frowned as she looked towards Li Yao. The Dojo of Limits definitely won't allow anyone to mess with the family members of their fighters. Once discovered, the consequences will be serious. Bloodblade from back then was chased by fighters from all over the world and had no place to hide. You think I'm an idiot like Bloodblade? Li Yao scoffed. The best way to deal with regular people is with authority. With the HR Alliance's information network, manpower, and authority, we'll definitely be able to quietly erase Luo Feng's family with no evidence. Fighters were powerful. But the HR Alliance and all the various organizations of the world had many ways to deal with regular people. If something goes wrong, you will have to take all responsibility, frowned Vanina. Behind her was the Paulinus family. As one of the 9 core families of the HR Alliance, they definitely couldn't go against the Dojo of Limits. Don't worry, nothing will go wrong. Even if something unexpected happens, they won't be able to trace it back to me. And even if they do manage to trace it back to me, I'll take all responsibility. Li Yao's face was cold. After that, he looked towards Vanina. Vanina, I'll prepare to personally depart to the continent of Australia. With me, I'll bring a few elite members and ride on a passenger plane from China. Can you organize that? Vanina was the director of the HR Alliance in China, so she had an astonishing amount of power. Not a big problem, I can make you guys seem like a fighter squad going to train. When the airplane flies over the continent of Australia, you'll have a chance to disembark, nodded Vanina. I want to prepare some special machines to bring with me, continued Li Yao. Machines? Are you thinking? Vanina shook her head, impossible. The army of the Chinese government has too much power. At most, I can get you guys onto a passenger plane. There's no way you'll be able to bring those machines. First, you won't even get past the security check. Li Yao frowned. He knew that this was a difficult task too. Yao, it's impossible if you're leaving from China, said Vanina seriously. Those machines you want to bring are absolutely forbidden. Our HR alliance in China only has influence over the economy and regular people. Okay, Yao, first, take a plane to Europe. Vanina continued, the EU is where our HR alliance has the most power. From there, I can organize a passenger plane that you, your elite fighters, and your special machines can all get on. Our HR alliance is responsible for the security checks in the airport. Okay, that's the only way, nodded Li Yao. China wasn't like the EU. Places like the EU and America were mainly capitalist countries. Old, powerful families had extraordinary amounts of authority and power in those countries. Even political candidates were supported by them. They were also responsible for creating and overseeing weapons, passenger flights, etc. China was different. Passenger flights, the creation of weapons, etc. were ran by the country. Nobody else was allowed to participate. So, even with Vanina's identity, there's no way she can get those special machines past the security checks in the Chinese airports. This way is good too. If I go to Europe, I'll be able to find more helpers, nodded Li Yao. Also, Vanina, help me check if any of those mercenaries are willing to help. None of the people I'm bringing are at the war god level, so see if any war gods from the mercenary groups are willing to help. I'll try, nodded Vanina. There were actually quite a few mercenary groups. The best mercenary groups had existences surpassing the war god level and were even invited to station at a few weaker headquarters cities. As of now, Li Yao and Vanina were unaware of the promise of the head of the Dojo of Limits, the world's #1 fighter, Hong. Nobody would touch even a hair of Luo Feng's family. Li Yao didn't know that. So he's still trying to organize people before he departs to Europe. Hongning headquarters city, the 153 students of the elite training camp and 10 war god teachers were separated into 6 large buses as they left the training camp and headed towards the airport. 9 a.m., almost 200 people got on the plane. The plane left Hongning headquarters city and flew straight towards the continent of Australia. The entire passenger plane was reserved by the training camp and its 3 layers could hold 200 people. There was plenty of space and each layer of the plane had a movie playing, so the students weren't too bored on their trip. Luo Feng sat with Zhao Ruo and Shi Jiang in the middle layer. HM? The movie stopped playing? Zhao Ruo looked at the display in front of her with shock. In the center, 3 screens that were pointed at different directions were playing the same video. Everyone finished lunch, so start preparing. A middle-aged Chinese man stood beside the display and pointed towards it. This is the current continent of Australia. It's one of the areas with the highest monster population density. Since Australia is disconnected from the rest of the world, the monsters on this continent are quite different from the monsters on other continents. For example, many rat-type and badger-type monsters are quite different from the ones in Asia and Europe. Before the Grand Nirvana period, the continent of Australia was famous for its diverse and large amount of animals. So before the Grand Nirvana period, there were already all sorts of animals here. The mutations caused many horrifying monsters to appear. I believe you guys have looked through a lot of information before coming here. Diversity is just one portion. After that, the high number of monsters led to the birth of an emperor-level monster. As of now, it's virtually instant death for you if you encounter an emperor-level monster. So keep in mind to avoid places with large monster population densities. If you see large amounts of horde leader-level monsters, run as far away as you can. All the students listened carefully. Even though they were all geniuses and the death rate wasn't that high, people still die. And this is under the condition that everyone is super cautious. Whoever underestimates Australia, one of the 3 hazardous areas of the world, will die. Of course, the Emperor-level monsters can't be bothered to deal with you guys, unless you anger it. So, the largest threat are the monster hordes and horde leader-level monsters. In places like Asia and Europe, a high population of people led to a smaller amount of monsters. But in Australia, the large amounts of monsters led to the formation of many monster hordes. So while you're here, pay attention to the monster hordes and horde leader-level monsters. The middle-aged Chinese man pointed at the display. These are all sorts of monster hordes and horde leader-level monsters that are commonly seen in the continent of Australia. Look carefully. On the screen, a video played. Many students observed carefully. Senior Shi Jiang, Luo Feng, how about us 3 form a group while we're at the continent of Australia? Whispered Zhao Ruo. Shi Jiang slightly frowned. Shi Jiang was way more powerful than Zhao Ruo. To Shi Jiang, the monsters in Australia are probably over 10 times more powerful than the ones in Asia, and there were way more horde leaders in comparison too. This is a chance for him to train himself. If he brings Zhao Ruo along, it'll definitely affect him. This time, I'm going alone, said Luo Feng. Zhao Ruo rubbed her nose. Zhao Ruo, when the time comes, there'll definitely be people looking to form groups, smiled Shi Jiang as he comforted. Suddenly, the entire plane shook violently and the students' drinks flew out. Some students who didn't have their seatbelt fastened flew off their chairs. What happened? Exclaimed Zhao Ruo in surprise. All the students in the plane were in shock. Every student, a bright sound carried from the broadcasting system. Our plane has already entered the skies of the continent of Australia. However, around 40 more minutes are needed to reach our destination. The continent of Australia is famous for its high number of monsters, so there are also an astonishingly high amount of flying monsters. Since very few passenger aircraft fly past this area, a horde of flying monsters just tried to attack our plane. Our plane has already left the horde of flying monsters way behind, so no need to worry. The interior of the plane went into an uproar. Flying monsters caused that shaking. Only flying monsters with low intelligence attack planes, said Shi Jiang to Luo Feng and Zhao Ruo. If the monster was powerful, it wouldn't dare to come near the plane. If they come near, they're giving up their lives, laughed Luo Feng. Planes had laser cannons on them. Even an Emperor-level monster can't dodge the horrifyingly fast attack of a laser cannon under short distances. Once they get hit, they die. 40 minutes later, the plane landed and the hatch opened. The many students and war god teachers on all 3 floors swiftly exited the plane. Once he came out, Luo Feng's field of vision broadened. This was an abandoned wilderness covered in green. Large amounts of plants grew everywhere and the shadows of monsters could be seen in the distance. There aren't even any buildings here. The whole place is a wilderness. It'll be hard just to find a place to rest at night, quite a few students were discussing amongst themselves. A black war god teacher spoke Chinese loudly. All students, record the current coordinates through your tactical communications watch. Right now, it's 3:15 p.m., August 1st, 2057. Your mission is to survive in the continent of Australia for 28 days. Our plane will be here at 12 p.m. of the 29th. We'll pick up all the students right here and then return to Hongning headquarters city. Now, your life and death adventure officially begins. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 5, Chapter 38, Chairman. Volume 5, Chapter 38, Chairman. All the war god teachers swiftly returned to the passenger plane. After that, the plane slowly ascended and transformed into a blue light as it disappeared into the horizon. On the wasteland, only 183 students remained. All the students split up into groups as they attempted to invite some powerful fighters to join them. This was especially the case for the weaker students that just joined the elite training camp, since surviving alone in the continent of Australia would be an impossible mission. Luo Feng, a voice rose. Luo Feng turned his head and saw Senior Shi Jiang. Shi Jiang sighed, "This is the backcountry of the continent of Australia." Before the Grand Nirvana period, most of the population was gathered on the eastern and southeastern side of the continent. As for the area we're in, it'll be lucky just to find a small town. Luo Feng nodded. Ruined cities served one purpose for fighters: shelter. Large amounts of apartment buildings made it easy to find a hidden location to rest. But this endless wilderness in the continent of Australia would cause many headaches. In the wilderness, it'll be hard to rest if you're alone. Once you're asleep, a monster might eat you while you're in your dreams. Shi Jiang looked at Luo Feng. How about us two form a team? We can help each other and raise our chances of survival. You and me? Luo Feng slightly frowned. If it weren't for Vulture Liao, partnering up with Shi Jiang would be a nice idea. However, he has to deal with not just the monsters this time, but also with Vulture Liao himself. Senior, I have a few complicated matters to deal with while I'm in the continent of Australia, so I have to go alone, said Luo Feng seriously. Complicated matters? Shi Jiang was a bit surprised. Excuse me, but I can't tell you right now. However, I'm sure you'll know soon enough, said Luo Feng. Witnessing this, Shi Jiang smiled as he nodded. He didn't mind. Actually, since Luo Feng was ranked around number 40, Shi Jiang normally wouldn't invite him to form a team. But because the head, Han, complemented Luo Feng's spiritual force, Shi Jiang wanted to team up with Luo Feng. Even if they can't team up, with Shi Jiang's identity and power, other students would be fighting over him. Soon enough. Out of the 183 students, there were groups of 2, 3, and even up to 6. There were also 5 people who were alone. If something happens, contact us. See you in 28 days. Luo Feng bid his farewells to his friends and, with his backpack, shield, ghostblade, and the 10 throwing knives in his pockets, walked openly into the never-ending wilderness alone. Oi, wait on, that Luo Feng is alone? Candace stood beside a Chinese youth. Yeah, we invited him just now, but he declined. The Chinese youth named Wei Tong shook his head as he laughed. Those who would dare to go alone in one of the 3 hazardous areas are usually the ones with a lot of confidence in themselves. This time, out of the 5 that decided to go alone, 4 of them are in the top 20. As for this Luo Feng, his true identity is a spirit reader, so he must be quite powerful too. However, Candace squinted as he looked towards the direction that Luo Feng was headed towards. After that, he lowered his head and looked at the map on his tactical communications watch and started his confirmations. Candace, it's time to go. Candace. 3 white youths of both genders yelled. Coming, Candace recorded the general direction where Luo Feng was headed towards, turned his head, and assembled with his squad. They then headed towards down the path they previously decided on. Australia's atmosphere was completely different from China's. Right now, it was early August, which was precisely when China's temperature is the hottest. However, Australia was already at the end of its winter season and it was already around 4 to 5 degrees. However, for Luo Feng, who has already reached a body fitness level of beginner-level war god, he can stay naked even if it's around -10 degrees. The winds blew and the grass bowed in response, revealing quite a few herbivorous monsters. There were carnivorous and herbivorous monsters, both of which shared one thing in common: they were highly aggressive. Whoosh! A swift image rushed past these relaxed monsters. That image was precisely the unaccompanied Luo Feng. According to the map, there are a few mountains 300 kilometers away. I'll set up a temporary point there, thought Luo Feng to himself. If my guess is correct, Candace of the elite training camp is a link to the Vulture and Scorpion couple. As long as they aren't dumb, anyone can figure out that Vanina is probably Candace's aunt. He'll probably tell the vulture and scorpion where I'm headed towards. Luo Feng shook his head as he laughed. When he left the other students, he purposefully went about a huge circle. If Vulture Liao follows the directions that Candace gave him, he'll probably waste a lot of time. I'll set up a temporary point so I'll have a place to rest. After that, I'll start hunting horde leader monsters, Luo Feng thought to himself. They don't count points this August anyway, so the dojo won't check. I'll take advantage of this chance to earn some money. For other war god level fighters, the continent of Australia is an extremely dangerous place. However, for Luo Feng, who is approaching invulnerability in the advanced war god level, Australia, the world of infinite monsters, is his ATM. As long as he doesn't get cocky and starts aggravating emperor level monsters, there's basically no danger for someone with Luo Feng's level of strength. It's no surprise, since war god level fighters rarely die in the wilderness of China. And if one happens to die, the entire country would pay their respects to them. However, even though the three hazardous regions are more dangerous for regular war god level fighters, it's actually safer for advanced level war gods. And for Luo Feng, there's almost no danger. It'll be hard to kill powerful horde leaders. I'll first use my strength as a fighter to attract the horde leader, and then use my spiritual force to control my throwing knives to get rid of it. The more horde leaders I kill, the more money I make. Spirit readers are usually the richest fighters. And this time, other than dealing with Li Yao, all of Luo Feng's time will go into hunting horde leaders. As for commander-level monsters, Luo Feng couldn't be bothered to kill them. To Luo Feng, commander-level monsters' materials just take up space in his backpack. There's no helping it. He only has one backpack. Whoosh! Whoosh! Luo Feng's swift image moved forward like wind. At a speed of 300 meters per second, the monsters on the wilderness didn't even seem to exist. Europe, Paris headquarters city. Paris headquarters city was the richest headquarters city out of the 6 headquarters cities in Europe. It is at the center of the Ile-de-France region, and many island countries suffered heavy damage during the Grand Nirvana period, so many rich Englishmen escaped the UK. Regular people who were able to escape the UK also entered Paris headquarters city. Paris headquarters city, main city sector. The traffic was heavy. In an elegant, long limousine. I know. Vanina hung up and looked towards Li Yao helplessly as she shook her head. Yao, after the mercenaries learned of Luo Feng's identity, they rejected our requests. Not surprisingly, Yao's eyes were half closed as he sat on the comfortable couch inside the car. All those mercenaries wouldn't dare to mess with the Dojo of Limits, and Luo Feng's already a part of the Dojo of Limits. It's okay. I'm already quite satisfied, since 3 war gods accepted our request using their private identities. Yeah, Vanina also nodded. All of their requests to the mercenaries were rejected, but there were also war gods within the mercenary groups that accepted the requests using their personal identities. War gods need to make money too, and war gods are divided into the advanced level, intermediate level, and the beginner level. There was 1 intermediate level war god and 2 beginner level war gods that decided to accept this request. 1.5 billion euros for a beginner level war god and 3.0 billion euros for an intermediate level war god. This amount of money was comparable to an entire year's worth of income for their respective levels. All they had to do was fight once, and this time's target was a 19-year-old rookie. They also believed that the Dojo of Limits wouldn't trouble the war gods of their respective mercenary groups. Shie. The limousine stopped and the doors opened. Vanina and Li Yao both got off. Voila! A large bus and a truck were parked behind. The doors opened and around 50 people swiftly got off the large bus. People got off from the inside of the truck too, each of them carrying a box with them. The couple Li Yao and Vanina came over. Careful, lift it carefully and place it down lightly, commanded Li Yao. Yes. The elite members that were carrying the boxes were as careful can be. They were clear as to what was inside the boxes they were carrying. The ultimate weapon humanity uses to fight against monsters, the laser cannon. The laser cannon is a large directed energy type weapon. It is extremely complex, made out of many parts, and very big. So usually, only passenger planes and trains could carry them. Headquarter cities had them too, since laser cannons usually form part of their defense system. Once you assemble a laser cannon, especially for the high-frequency ones, they take up tons of space. It can't be moved around once assembled. So right now, the laser cannon was split into pieces and will be assembled when the parts reach their destination. I had to go through so much to get this set, even though it isn't of the highest grade. Vanina lowered her voice, however, its highest frequency setting should be able to heavily damage an Emperor-level monster. Against Horde Leader-level monsters, 100% chance to kill them. If you use it against Luo Feng, there will definitely be no problem. However, the most important thing is energy. With the energy that's being brought along with this, it will have enough to shoot at the highest frequency 3 times. For the next setting, it can shoot 9 times. Use it conservatively. Li Yao slightly nodded. They went through quite a bit to get this thing in their hands. Thankfully, the EU is where the main headquarters of the HR Alliance is. And the Paulinus family was originally an arms-dealing family. But even so, they had to use quite a bit of energy to get it. Li? A passionate voice carried from the side. 3 men walked towards him, 2 white people and 1 yellow-skinned man. These 3 people were the war gods that Li Yao hired this time. Li Yao smiled as he greeted them. Suddenly, his phone rang. Hello, Li Yao answered his phone. Mr. Li, the higher-ups have ordered us to stop all operations. Sorry. The voice in the phone was low but full of apology. Li Yao's face changed dramatically and became a bit fierce. Stop? Who gave the order? Who? A direct order from HQ, said the voice in the phone. Li Yao had a bad face on. Yao, what's wrong? Asked Vanina. Li Yao's face was livid as he said lowly, the people I organized in China stopped what they were doing. Stopped? Vanina was quite surprised. Suddenly, Vanina's phone started vibrating too. Vanina walked to the side as she picked up her phone. Vanina! A very loud sound rose. Vanina's face changed and she instantly became super polite. Chairman. The part that manages the entire HR Alliance is the Allied Assembly, which is also the legendary Underground Assembly. And the chairman is the person with the most power in the assembly. As the head of the entire HR Alliance, one can imagine just how high his position would be. What kind of identity does the head of the HR Alliance, which controls half of the world's economy, possess? There were quite a few existences surpassing the war god level that were willing to accept the chairman's invitation to work for the assembly. Vanina, listen well, the resounding voice became serious, you are absolutely not allowed to touch Luo Feng's family. If that happens, your entire Paulinus family will be punished by the entire alliance. Vanina's face changed dramatically. Humph. The call hung up. What happened? Li Yao came from the side and looked at Vanina with a confused face on. The chairman personally called Vanina's face was pale white. She wasn't dumb. To enable the biggest person of the entire HR Alliance to personally make this call and to warn her of a possible sanction against one of the core families of the HR Alliance, the chairman of the HR Alliance must have received pressure that the Alliance was never faced with before. Pressure from one person. Hon. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 5, Chapter 39, Laser Cannon. Volume 5, Chapter 39, Laser Cannon. Phone call from the chairman? Li Yao's face changed too. Even though he was one of the most powerful people in the circle of war gods, he is on a completely different level when compared to the head of the entire HR Alliance. The chairman is the emperor of the underground world. You come here. Vanina dragged Li Yao far away and lowered her voice as she said seriously, the chairman just called to warn us not to touch Luo Feng's family. If that happens, our Paulinus family will receive a sanction from the entire alliance. What? Li Yao frowned. Impossible. Your Paulinus family is also one of the core families of the alliance. Even though he's the chairman, he has to gather a meeting and go through a discussion to get the entire alliance to punish one of the core families. Just a phrase from him can't cause this much to happen. Vanina lowered her voice, which means that the chairman believes that if the assembly is convened, they'll definitely be able to pass this decision. Li Yao was shocked. He understood now. Only the two most powerful fighters, Hong and Thunder God, can cause the entire HR Alliance to shake with one phrase. And the one sticking out for Luo Feng is probably Hong. Bastard. Fucking bullshit luck, curse Li Yao. He wanted to slice Luo Feng into thousands of pieces. Initially, he wanted to unleash his anger onto Luo Feng's entire family, but clearly, after Hong gave his words, the HR Alliance would probably send people to protect Luo Feng's family before Hong can even send his own people. Now, Li Yao has no way to send anyone. Since the head, Hong, is interfering, I'll let his family off the hook, sneered Li Yao. Hong knows about this and yet isn't stopping me from getting Luo Feng. He probably wants to use me as a tool to train Luo Feng. Li Yao was also a man with a lot of power, so it was easy for him to guess Hong's way of thinking. Train? If this training fails, it'll end in Luo Feng's death. Li Yao's gaze was cold. Vanina, you stay here in Paris headquarters city. We'll contact each other by phone. Okay, Vanina nodded. On the passenger plane. This passenger plane left Paris headquarters city at 11:45 a.m. and was headed towards the continent of Australia. There were only around 60 passengers on the plane. These 60 people are the people that Li Yao has gathered to bring with him. Within this group were also professionals to assemble and use the laser cannon. What, Mr. Li, is this a laser cannon in here? The yellow-skinned man was shocked. Oh, Lord. The other two white men were freaked out. The laser cannon is a banned weapon, said one of the large-mustached white man. The World Alliance bans the transportation of laser cannons and nuclear weapons. They're banned, but aren't people still transporting them? Li Yao said with disregard, every year, laser cannons and nuclear missiles are transported from smaller headquarters cities. The World Alliance can only pretend to ignore such things. Furthermore, the World Alliance is comprised of the 5 powerful countries. All the power is in the hands of the 5 powerful countries. The World Alliance is just their puppet. The 3 war gods beside him couldn't help but to laugh. The laser cannon and the nuclear missile are the 2 ultimate weapons of humanity. The nuclear missile has a large blast radius and is extremely powerful. Its only downside is that it emits large amounts of radiation, which can trigger mutations in monsters. The laser cannon attacks a single target and is comparable to a death ray. As of now, it's humanity's favorite weapon. Mr. Li, you sure have tricks up your sleeve. I'm impressed, the yellow-skinned man snickered. If I want to buy this laser cannon, I wonder if Mr. Li has any way to get another one? That won't do. Li Yao shook his head. After I use this laser cannon, I'm going to put it back. If it goes missing for too long, then they'll find out. When that happens, I'll be in trouble. Bei Ho gang. Shouldn't you Japanese people have some connections to get a laser cannon? Japan, an economic power before the Grand Nirvana period. Sadly, they were an island country. They hunted down too many large fish like sharks. After the Grand Nirvana period, all the monsters mutated. Large fish like sharks became extremely powerful after mutating. There were quite a few horde leader monsters in the sea, and even some emperor-level monsters. Horde leader and emperor-level monsters have an intelligence level comparable to a human's. so they had their revenge. They gathered up and surrounded the Japanese archipelago. Defending an island was already quite troublesome. The endless waves of monsters ripped apart the land as they flowed in through the rivers and coordinated with the flying monsters in the air to deliver pincer attacks. When faced with that and the arrival of an emperor-level monster, the Japanese could only struggle. They couldn't defend against the attack at all, and all the citizens were only thinking about how to escape. At the start of the Grand Nirvana period, the monsters didn't mutate too much and most of the people with authority already escaped. Even though there were only a few 100,000 people left in the end, Japan can now count as a small nation after a few dozen years of rest. Those connections are too expensive, Baiyuan Gang said seriously. Mr. Li, if you are able to get me a laser cannon, I'm willing to pay 20x the cost. 20 times? Li Yao's eyebrow rose. The laser cannon was extremely costly to make and, because of some special features, money usually isn't enough to get one. I'm tempted, but, sadly, I don't have the ability. The passenger plane entered the continent of Australia. However, Li Yao left the passenger compartment and headed towards the bathroom alone. Hello, Vanina. Li Yao contacted Vanina. Where's Luo Feng right now? The HR Alliance could track a fighter's position via their tactical communications watch. Can't confirm, a slightly anxious voice carried from the tactical communications watch. I'm trying to think of another way. What do you mean can't confirm? Li Yao's face changed. The HR Alliance could confirm positions through the tactical communication watch. Back then, they used this method to track all the fighters surrounding Li Wei's corpse. The position his tactical communications watch is returning is the elite training camp. Vanina's voice was restless. The elite training camp? No, he's in the continent of Australia. Li Yao was confused. Of course it's not right. This means that Luo Feng changed tactical communication watches. The voice coming from the tactical communications watch was very soft. He left his other tactical communications watch in the training camp. As for the one he's using right now, there's no record of it in the HR Alliance. This was indeed what had happened. On the 1st of August, Luo Feng received an enormous reward for raising his battle ability amplifier to 12. The reward contained a battle uniform set, weapons, binoculars, a tactical communications watch, and many other various little gadgets. Luo Feng changed to the new tactical communications watch, which was produced by the Dojo of Limits. Only people of high authority could wear them. Since the HR Alliance didn't make it, there were no loopholes. There obviously wouldn't be any record of it in the HR Alliance's records. The tactical communications watch that Luo Feng is currently using was probably created by the Dojo of Limits, so we can't track it, said Vanina. Then what are we going to do? Li Yao was extremely anxious. If he couldn't locate Luo Feng, then searching for someone in the continent of Australia is like searching for a needle in a haystack. There's only one way now. Call Luo Feng's tactical communications watch. Once the call goes through, we can track his position, said Vanina. This was nothing out of the ordinary. All regular phones had this function. Once you call someone's number, you'll be able to confirm their position whether or not they accept your call. Then call him, followed Li Yao. But he's using a new tactical communications watch, so I haven't found his number yet, said Vanina helplessly. If she doesn't know his number, how will she make the call? Truth be told, Luo Feng just got his new tactical communications watch on August 1st. The only people who know his number are his friends from China in the elite training camp. Search, his number must be found. Li Yao was anxious. He just changed his tactical communications watch, so very few people know his number. Some of his friends in the training camp probably know. The elite training camp itself probably has the means to contact him too, Vanina said helplessly, but there's no way I can sneak into the insides of the Dojo of Limits. Hurry and find it. The plane is about to land soon. We can't just fight against monsters while carrying all these boxes, can we? Once we encounter a horde and the delicate parts of the laser cannon get damaged just a bit, the entire laser cannon will fail to operate, said Li Yao urgently. Hurry up and confirm Luo Feng's position. Okay, I'll let Candace try again. After hanging up. When Li Yao returned, the rest of the people in the passenger compartment were quite relaxed. Klein said Li Yao to a white middle-aged man, if we carry these boxes around a few hundred km on land, will they be okay? Klein respectfully responded, Mr. Li, even though all the parts are properly protected in each box, normal impacts will not cause a problem. However, this is an extremely delicate optical amplification weapon. Once a single part is damaged, the entire laser cannon might not be able to function, so we cannot risk this. Li Yao couldn't help but to clench his teeth. He was in a rush. What's the range on this laser cannon? Asked Li Yao again. There is not an exact answer for the range, said Klein seriously. Even though the laser cannon is the ultimate weapon, it has its weaknesses. First, it shoots in a straight line. But the Earth is a spheroid, so the surface of the Earth isn't perfectly flat, but curved. So if the target is so far that we can't see it from the ground, then the laser cannon naturally wouldn't be able to hit it. So the laser cannon must be placed on high ground to increase its range. Of course, the target is a spirit reader. If he flies up into the air, we will be able to see him from a faraway distance. If nothing is obstructing the path between the laser cannon and the target, then the target will be destroyed instantly, smiled Klein. There is no need to worry about the power of the laser cannon. Now, the hard part will be making him fly up into the air. If he is on the ground, then once he is a bit far, we will not be able to attack him, said Klein. Also, pay attention to the weather. If there is a lot of mist or rain, the laser cannon will not be able to attack. The laser cannon focuses light, and the particles in the rain and mist will cause light to refract, which would greatly reduce its power. So, the laser cannon has to be placed on high ground near the target. That way, it will be easier to find a chance to kill the target, said Klein. Li Yao nodded. He knew that. But he doesn't even know where Luo Feng is right now, so where is the plane going to land? Google Translate says Beiho Gang is Kitahara Tsuyoshi in Japanese, but I'm just gonna leave it in the Chinese pinyin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 5, Chapter 40, Base. Volume 5, Chapter 40, Base. Mr. Li, the captain of the passenger plane, personally came to the passenger compartment. Yes? Li Yao looked towards him. The captain followed. Mr. Li, our plane still has to fly towards Washington headquarters city from Paris headquarters city tonight. So we can only stay here for at most another half an hour. If Mr. Li cannot tell us the precise landing coordinates within half an hour, then we can only. Li Yao frowned. I understand. Every passenger plane is extremely expensive and is an important weapon of every country. There's no way Li Yao can keep one for an extended amount of time. As Li Yao was extremely flustered, Luo Feng was extremely relaxed. Actually, even though Li Yao headed towards Paris headquarters city on August 1st, he spent a bit of time getting a laser cannon and 3 war gods to join his party. So by the time he actually departed, it was already August 5th. In the center of the continent of Australia. A mountain range. The largest monster horde in this mountain range are those shrewdness of apes in a dark cave. Luo Feng tidied up the monster materials in his backpack. Today, I'll get rid of their leader. Just what I'd expect from one of the 3 hazardous regions. There are tons of monsters and tons of horde leaders. It has already been 4 days since he came here. However, he only successfully killed 1 horde leader level monster, and it was a low level one too, but no wonder people say that it's hard to defeat a horde leader and even harder to kill one. Luo Feng was helpless. He is a mighty spirit reader who had more tricks up his sleeves than a regular fighter. In the past 3 days, he already found 11 horde leaders, but each of them were extremely sneaky. Once they feel like the situation isn't right, they'll run. And Luo Feng's throwing knives are restricted in range. They're strongest within a 50-meter radius and don't use up a lot of spiritual force. 100-meter radius, it can barely keep its highest power, but because of the distance, more spiritual force is used up. As for any greater distance, the throwing knife's power sinks. Just a single movement from the Horde Leader monster can move itself 100 meters away. Out of 11 Horde Leader level monsters, only one was successfully killed. And that was thanks to my spiritual force. No wonder war gods are all yelling money is hard to make. They would rather kill high-level commanders than fight against Horde leaders. Luo Feng lifted up his water bag and drank a bit. After that, he packed up and put on his backpack and shield. With his ghost blade in hand, he carefully departed. Luo Feng jumped off the cliff of a mountain and directly soared past 70 to 80 meters as he arrived on another mountain. After that, he continued to sprint forward. Sometimes he jumped, sometimes he ran, and sometimes he would do all sorts of amazing movements. This mountain range was like a flat surface. Luo Feng suddenly stopped as he stooped on top of a cliff. "I'm here." Luo Feng heard the noisy yells. He lowered his head and looked down. The canyon below was filled with all sorts of ape-type monsters. All that could be seen was a densely packed group. There were definitely hundreds of thousands of them. According to Luo Feng's experience from hunting monsters these few days, this ape horde is the strongest power in this mountain range. This ape horde had 3 Horde Leader level monsters, and its leader was an advanced level Horde Leader. They were the number 1 horde in this mountain range. Luo Feng named this nameless mountain range Ape Mountain Range. How come the leader of this shrewdness of apes, a high-level Horde Leader Golden Ape, isn't here today? Luo Feng carefully observed. The 2 apes that stuck out the most in the shrewdness of apes were gigantic apes with purple fur. They were precisely the strongest type of apes within the ape-type monsters, the demonic ape. Even though the demonic ape was number 1 out of the ape-type monsters, these 2 demonic apes were only low-level Horde Leader level. Roar and ear-piercing roars seemed to pierce the sky. Suddenly, the entire ape horde came noisy and rowdy. Below, a gigantic ape that was covered in golden scales and around 20 meters tall was dragging a silver python that was over 30 meters in length with one hand. All of the ape monsters moved out of the way and the 2 demonic apes came to greet it as if they were kissing ass. Howl the gigantic ape walked in front of the smoothest platform and sat down. It then ferociously ripped apart the python whose head was already completely shattered. Voila! The python was forcefully ripped into 2 and its fresh blood spilled everywhere. Suddenly, the millions of ape-type monsters yelled excitedly. The gigantic ape casually tossed aside one half of the python's corpse, which the 2 demonic apes on the side immediately started to eat excitedly. The gigantic ape sat on the side and happily ate. It didn't seem to mind that the blood from the corpse of the python was dripping all over its scales. "It's that lightning python. I didn't manage to kill it, but this golden ape managed to." On top of the cliff where Luo Feng was looking down from, Luo Feng was filled with shock. This low-level Horde Leader level lightning python was precisely one of the 11 Horde leaders that Luo Feng faced off against. However, this lightning python was too sneaky and had too many pythons under its control, so Luo Feng wasn't able to succeed. Who would have thought that this high-level Horde Leader level golden ape killed it? I need to let them think I'm a regular fighter at first so I can unexpectedly kill them, thought Luo Feng to himself. The golden ape ranks 2 out of the ape-type monsters. Actually, ape-type monsters are mainly divided into 2 categories, apes with long hair and apes with scales. Demonic apes are the most powerful long-haired apes, while golden apes are the most powerful scaled apes. If they're on the same level, the demonic ape is slightly stronger than a golden ape. However, a high-level Horde Leader golden ape has limitless power, is extremely quick, and has an astonishing level of defense. He's not easy to mess with. My killing blow will be my throwing knives controlled by my spiritual force. But if I'm not able to kill it and it realizes its life is in danger, it'll escape for sure. Once it escapes, I won't be able to catch it. Luo Feng understood that he only had one chance. And once he misses that chance, the golden ape won't give him another one. In the canyon, the cries of countless apes shook the skies. The three horde leaders were eating the corpse of the lightning python. Suddenly, a black image shot down like a panther from the sky and directly stomped onto the body of an ape monster. With a pang, the body of that ape-type monster directly blew apart, its blood flying everywhere. Using the force of this stomp, Luo Feng charged towards the center of the ape horde like lightning. Over there were three horde leaders. Howl, howl. The two demonic apes roared angrily. Instantly, the large amounts of commander-level apes and many more soldier-level apes crazily surrounded Luo Feng. Out of the way. Luo Feng's gaze was sharp and his body was like wind as he swiftly moved forward. The ghost blade in his hand instantly turned into streams of lightning. As the light of his blade flashed, body after body was split open. Blood flew everywhere and bodies were tossed around. In the Tower of Trials, Luo Feng could face off against a horde of large amounts of monsters with equivalent strength. Now, when faced with commander and soldier-level monsters, they were destroyed like weeds. Every location he stopped at was filled with blood and corpses. His battle uniform drenched in blood, Luo Feng stepped on the back of an ape and directly leaped towards the center. Howl. On the platform in the center, the golden ape randomly picked up a rock beside him and then ferociously threw it at Luo Feng. Boom! With the size of the golden ape's palm, the rock had a diameter of around a meter. A rock as big as this was like a cannon, which arrived in front of Luo Feng within a blink of an eye. The huge rock brought about great pressure, causing the air around it to rumble. Technically, Luo Feng could use his spiritual force to give this rock a boost towards the side, which would make the rock fly off course. But Luo Feng didn't want to reveal his spiritual force. Luo Feng tried to bend his body in mid-air and then put the shield to his side. The huge rock scraped the shield and then flew out. And Luo Feng landed in the ape horde below. Once he landed in the horde, another storm of blood began again. Luo Feng instantly decimated around 10 ape monsters surrounding him. After that, his body flashed and appeared on the platform in the center. Boom! 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 3 huge rocks were thrown by the golden ape. And Luo Feng revealed his perfect level technique. As if he was smoke, just a simple shake of his body avoided 2 of the huge rocks. He then used his strength to dodge the third one. The air shook violently and even formed shockwaves visible to the naked eye. Fist. At the exact instant Luo Feng avoided the third huge rock, he saw a fist covered in golden scales arrive in front of him. That golden ape was sitting on the platform just now, but its fist instantly appeared in front of Luo Feng. It was extremely fast. The eyes of the golden ape were ice cold. Human? It hasn't killed a human for a very long time. But to all powerful monsters, humans are their common enemy. And it believes that, with its calculated timing, the human in front of it won't be able to dodge its fist and can only face off against it directly. However, even an advanced level war god fighter wouldn't dare to take a fist from a high level horde leader level golden ape head on. Right when this human attempts to do so, even if he doesn't instantly turn into bits and pieces, his organs will be shattered. I waited for you so long, who would have thought that you would come to me yourself? However, Luo Feng simply laughed loudly when faced with this fist. His body shook in a weird manner. This human, with no external forces, seemed to dodge like a leaf being blown by wind, directly avoiding the golden ape's horrifying fist. The golden ape was surprised. How could this human avoid that? Could it be the most special type out of the humans? Not even giving the golden ape a chance to think, in the exact instant when Luo Feng used his spiritual force to dodge. Whoosh! 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 6 black throwing knives. 2 SS-grade throwing knives and 4 9th series throwing knives. 6 flashes of lightning. They flew violently. Their target, the head of the golden ape. Roar! The eyes of the golden ape widened with fury. The fist that was smashing towards Luo Feng opened. The huge palm directly slapped towards Luo Feng. At the same time, its left hand appeared next to its face like lightning, and its body slightly tilted towards the side. Pooh! 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 3 throwing knives hit the palm of the left hand, they only pierced the surface. A hint of golden blood dyed the palm. Pooh! Pooh! 2 throwing knives shot towards the head of the golden ape. One of them only went in halfway before getting stuck in the muscles in the face. The other one only pierced the skin and was then blocked by the tough skull. Pooh! The final throwing knife slashed across the neck of the golden ape, drawing open a gigantic wound. Blood sprayed out like a fountain, causing the golden ape to roar with fury. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 5, Chapter 41, The Meeting. Volume 5, Chapter 41, The Meeting. When the huge hand slapped towards Luo Feng felt like the entire sky went black. Immediately, he stomped the ground and used his spiritual force on his shield, causing his entire body to quickly dodge sideways, thus avoiding that horrifying palm. Buzz! The platform rumbled when the golden ape's palm hit it and directly split apart. Who? The golden ape's right hand wasn't satisfied as it quickly swung twice towards Luo Feng like lightning. The horrifying sonic booms were ear-splitting. The shockwaves formed by the hand affected some of the apes and the nearby wall. Rocks and boulders rumbled as they tumbled, and quite a few ape monsters were killed by the shockwaves. Blood flowed out of their every orifice. Under these 2 attacks, Luo Feng's figure became blurry and frequently dodged in a way that no normal person could. This human! After those 2 attacks, even though the golden ape was unwilling, it immediately decided to run. Too late. Die! Luo Feng stared at the golden ape. When the golden ape attacked twice, the 6 throwing knives pulled away from the golden ape's body to a distance of around 10 meters, and then instantly started accelerating. Whoosh! 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 6 throwing knives transformed into 6 streams of black light, all headed towards the neck of the golden ape, the place with a huge wound. Howl! The golden ape howled angrily, but the 6 peculiar throwing knives instantly reached Mach 10. The golden ape had no time to run away, so it could only attempt to dodge. But all that could be heard was poochie poochie over and over again. With a flash of its body, the golden ape was 100 meters away, where it then fell and rolled on the ground, killing many other ape-type monsters as a result. Dead. The golden ape leader is dead. The entire ape horde went silent. All of the ape monsters stared at the gigantic being on the ground that used to be their leader. Boom! Boom! The 2 demonic apes turned into 2 flashes of light as they swiftly ran away. Within a blink of an eye, they already disappeared from the canyon. Only after that did the sonic booms rise. Yeah. Countless apes made weird noises as they broke down and escaped in every direction. Soon enough, not a single living ape was left in the canyon. Those 2 demonic apes sure run quickly, laughed Luo Feng. With a lightning-like leap, he arrived next to the golden ape's corpse. Who? The 6 hovering throwing knives returned to Luo Feng's pockets. I sure am lucky. This golden ape's defense almost allowed it to escape. The life force of a golden ape is quite strong. Its body is full of scales and its muscles are tight. One could imagine just how high its defensive capabilities are after seeing Luo Feng's throwing knife get stuck in its face. Unless you attack through its nostrils, mouth, eyes, or through the head, it'll usually be hard to kill it. Only its neck isn't too heavily defended. Luo Feng drew open a wound the first time and then guided a throwing knife through that wound the second time. The throwing knife went inside the wound and directly made its way to the golden ape's head, where it furiously slashed and killed the golden ape. Otherwise, even if he pierces the throat, the size of the throwing knife isn't big enough to deal a killing blow to the large body of a golden ape. It'll cause a heavy injury, but it won't kill it. The golden ape, a high-level horde leader-level golden ape. There probably aren't that many advanced-level war gods that can successfully kill it. Luo Feng felt great. He couldn't help but to take out his SS-grade throwing knife and start dissecting the golden ape, starting from its chest. The most valuable part of the golden ape are the scales right at the center of its chest. A golden ape with a height of over 20 meters lay dead on the ground. And yet, here he was, dissecting it for materials. Luo Feng was amazed at this scene. I still remember during high school, when I was going back home with one, the black-crowned golden eagle flew across Yangzhou City and shattered tons of glass with its cry. Back then, I was thinking to myself, I'll definitely become an extremely powerful fighter that can kill a black-crowned golden eagle and a demonic ape. Luo Feng shook his head as he laughed, and just now, when the two demonic apes saw me, they ran away in fear. Life was this unpredictable. He was so weak back then, and now, he's a powerful fighter. Last winter, he was being chased around by a steel-armored dragon. And now, he just killed a golden ape that was almost as powerful as a steel-armored dragon. Getting all those scales out was quite a pain, but Luo Feng wasn't hasty at all. Instead, he hummed to himself while he kept dissecting with his SS-grade throwing knife. A pain? If I sell this high-level horde leader-level golden ape to the HR Alliance, I can sell it for 12 billion Chinese dollars. It's just dissecting for materials. Who would be impatient with this? Luo Feng was extremely happy. A regular high-level horde leader-level monster was worth around 5 billion, 20 billion Chinese dollars. Since the steel-armored dragon has the title of dragon, it can sell for 18 billion. The golden ape, priced at 12 billion, was considered as a large amount of money within the high-level horde leaders. While Luo Feng was dissecting without worry, suddenly, his tactical communications watch started vibrating. Luo Feng's eyebrows raised and he lowered his head. Senior Shi Jiang? Luo Feng immediately picked up. Hey, Luo Feng, Senior Shi Jiang's familiar voice carried from the tactical communications watch. Luo Feng couldn't help but to smile. Senior Shi Jiang, how are you doing these days? Not bad. I just found a city and I'm resting in the same ruined apartment every day. Sometimes I'll come out to hunt monsters. Yesterday, I even encountered a horde leader-level monster, a low-level one. However, that monster ran too quickly. Horde leader-level monsters sure are hard to hunt, said Shi Jiang. Oh yeah, Luo Feng. Someone just asked for your new phone number from me. Oh? Luo Feng was shocked. Didn't you say that, once someone asks for your phone number, I should contact you immediately? Laughed Shi Jiang. Yeah, thanks, laughed Luo Feng. Who asked for it? Wei Tong, said Shi Jiang. I asked him, did someone ask you to do this, but this kid wouldn't admit it. He claimed to want the phone number for himself. Wei Tong? Luo Feng slightly nodded. Not out of expectations. From Luo Feng's anticipations, Candace would ask his Chinese friends to help ask for the number. Alright, be careful. We'll chat when we have time, Shi Jiang then hung up. Luo Feng let out a smile as he sat on the arm of the gigantic golden ape, as expected. They want to find my location via my phone number. His tactical communications watch was new, and his number was new too. The scorpion, vulture couple want revenge, so they'll probably have located him via his phone number. And he didn't even tell his family members his new phone number. Only a few people in the training camp and the managers of the training camp know his phone number. Great. Looks like they're on the move. Luo Feng didn't mind at all, because he was absolutely clear, there was no way that he could make Vulture and Scorpion give up their quest for revenge. Since they have to fight, why doesn't he take control of the grand scheme? With the tricks of Scorpion and Vulture, it probably wouldn't be impossible for them to get his phone number from the training camp given enough time. So Luo Feng already told Shi Jiang, Xiao Ruo, and the others that if someone wants his phone number, then give it to them. However, they have to contact him when that happens. After around 5 minutes, Luo Feng took off all the scales at the chest of the golden ape's corpse and put them into his backpack. While he was sitting on the side resting, his tactical communications watch vibrated. "Hello," Luo Feng picked up. "Little Gone, hurry up and come home to eat, everyone's just waiting for you," a voice of a housewife rose. "I'm not Little Gone," Luo Feng asked in response. "Didn't you call the wrong number?" "Wrong number? Sorry." The call quickly hung up. Luo Feng let out a smile. "Nice acting, wrong number?" "Dialing the wrong number does indeed happen often. My number is from Hongning City, and Hongning City's primary language is Chinese." That housewife was also speaking Chinese. "If I was at the training camp, I probably wouldn't suspect anything. Sadly. After not too long, they'll probably come to this mountain range." Luo Feng swiftly got up and walked towards the lightning python not too far away. "Alright, after I harvest the gallbladder of this snake, I'll go meet the vulture-scorpion couple." Dissecting the lightning python's corpse was 100 times easier than dissecting the golden apes. Luo Feng was quite lucky. The corpse was mostly eaten up, but the gallbladder wasn't. "Time to go." Luo Feng ferociously stomped on the floor and directly leaped up to a height of around 80 meters. He stepped on a rock on the side of the mountain and then swiftly jumped again into the distance. With a third jump, he disappeared deep into the mountain range. On the passenger plane, the captain was anxiously sitting on the side. "Mr. Li, I'll give you at most 5 more minutes." Don't worry, it'll be soon," frowned Li Yao. Suddenly, Li Yao's tactical communications watch vibrated and Li Yao immediately picked up. "Yao, I already sent Luo Feng's coordinates to you," Vanina's voice rang. "Very good." Li Yao's eyes flashed and then checked the coordinates he received. "It's only around 300 kilometers from here." "It's in a mountain range?" "Captain, depart to here." "Stop at the plains below the mountain," commanded Li Yao. Okay, the captain, who has long been restless, immediately gave his command. The passenger plane immediately headed towards the mountain range that Luo Feng was in. With the passenger plane's astonishing speed, it only took a few minutes to cover a distance of around 300 kilometers. In 8 Mountain Range, Luo Feng was currently observing every direction on top of the highest mountain in the range, which was over 1,000 meters high. After not too long, the passenger plane should be fast, mumbled Luo Feng. "HM? It's here." Luo Feng smiled. In the distance to the north, an image was slowly descending. It was precisely a large passenger plane. As the passenger plane's hatch opened, person after person jumped out of the plane. The person who was leading them indeed matched the photo that Luo Feng saw online. Advanced level war god level Vulture Li Yao. "Vulture is here? What about Scorpion?" Luo Feng looked carefully through his binoculars. "Oh, hee. Quite a few people came, huh? There are quite a few crates too. The hatch closed? Looks like Scorpion didn't come. 1, 2. Yup, 59 people total." Each and every action of Li Yao's group in the distance was under Luo Feng's observation. "Vulture Li Yao, you came to hunt me down. So I need to go give you my greetings." Luo Feng's gaze turned cold. "Kill." He has to get rid of Vulture Li Yao as fast as possible. Demonic apes were mentioned in Vol 1ch1, but I used devil gorillas. However, I like demonic apes more, so I'll use that from now on. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 5, Chapter 42, Kill. Volume 5, Chapter 42, Kill. They are probably around 3 km away from the bottom of the mountain. Luo Feng hid on top of the mountain as he observed the wastelands below him. Nobody has cleaned up these wastelands for dozens of years, so tons of weeds were growing around. If someone hid within these weeds, they probably wouldn't be discovered as long as they weren't too close to their target. Luo Feng let out a smile. His plan was already formulated in his head. I'll lay and stick to the ground and then slowly approach them. They shouldn't be able to find out. If he sticks to the ground and uses his spiritual force to move himself forward, he won't make too much noise. This is definitely the best way for him to move while sticking to the ground. However, once he gets down, his backpack will show. It'll give him away. Before he put in the scales of the golden ape, his backpack wasn't that big, but now it was bulging. That golden ape was a huge ape that was over 20 meters tall. Even if you just take the scales from its chest, once you stack them together, they'll take up lots of space. I'll do that. Luo Feng immediately turned around and jumped down the mountain. While he was still in midair, he turned and stuck to another mountain. He slowly moved forward on the mountainside and quickly entered his hidden base. In his base, in a dark cave, a throwing knife immediately drew across the ground next to a boulder in the corner. Under Luo Feng's spiritual force, the boulder flew up and Luo Feng dug out another hole beneath it. He threw his backpack into the huge hole and then sealed it with the gigantic boulder. Some sand and rocks rolled, covering up the sides. This cave was dark, so even if someone came, it would be difficult for them to discover the hidden underground backpack. I probably wouldn't even need half an hour to deal with Li Yao. No monsters have entered my base these 4 days, so it would be impossible for a monster to enter and be able to discover my backpack within the next half hour. I'm sure my luck isn't that bad yet. Laughed Luo Feng as he turned his head and quietly left. The weedy wasteland. Luo Feng's body was against the ground. Well, to be precise, his hexagonal shield was between him and the ground. Go! Luo Feng thought to himself. His spiritual force immediately controlled the hexagonal shield. Luo Feng's entire body was basically stuck against the ground of the wasteland as he swiftly headed towards the direction of Li Yao's group in the distance. The distance from Luo Feng's back to the ground definitely didn't exceed 40 centimeters. Even herbivorous monsters in the wilderness will have trouble discovering Luo Feng. At first, Luo Feng was advancing quickly, but once the distance between the two sides reached 500 meters, Luo Feng slowed down. Within the gaps of the weeds, Luo Feng saw Li Yao and his group. This vulture Li Yao, how come his armor changed? Before, when he observed with his binoculars, vulture Li Yao's armor was a black battle uniform, but now, this vulture Li Yao's originally unclothed arms and hands also became black. His neck became black too. He was even wearing a seemingly cool black helmet. You could say. Other than his face, vulture Li Yao's entire body was covered with black. He was also wearing his battle uniform at the same time. This must be the Black God set, thought Luo Feng to himself. It was exactly the same as the head described. This vulture Li Yao sure is cautious. Luo Feng couldn't help but to curse to himself. They just got off the passenger plane and he already used his Black God set. He has his Black God set in the inside and his battle uniform on the outside. Even if his battle uniform isn't SS grade, it'll be at least a 9th series one. 2 layers of protection. 1 battle uniform and 1 Black God set. It'll be hard to harm Li Yao. And don't even mention killing him. Once he discovers the threat I pose to him, he'll probably cover his entire face and only leave his eyes, nose, and mouth open. Luo Feng slightly frowned. I have to succeed on my first attack. When he's not paying attention, my throwing knives will go straight for his face. In the wasteland filled with weeds, Luo Feng slowly hovered across the ground. The distance between the two became shorter and shorter. 400 meters, 350 meters, 300 meters. Within a blink of an eye, they were only 100 meters apart. The closer I get to him, the harder it'll be for him to react to my throwing knives. With a thought, Luo Feng's 6 throwing knives, including the 2 SS-grade throwing knives, silently flew out of Luo Feng's pockets. After that, the 6 throwing knives directly pierced the ground and started heading towards Vulture Liao's group underground. Luo Feng also stopped, not making a single movement as he lay on the ground. Vulture Liao's group was currently carefully moving forward on the wastelands, hoping they wouldn't aggravate any monsters. Everyone moved faster. Liao walked while he carefully observed every direction. The 3 war gods behind him, 2 white people and 1 yellow person, also carefully looked around. Actually, with the strength of their group, they weren't really afraid of monsters. However, each of them were clear, once they attract some monsters and are attacked by a horde, they'll cause a huge commotion. When that happens, maybe Luo Feng will notice them. Once Luo Feng notices, then everything will become a bit more complicated. Around, come this way. Don't mess with the group of monsters in front, commanded Liao quietly. The 3 war gods were also cautious. The elite fighter with weapons and the people carrying the boxes were also cautious. They actually went all the way over there? Luo Feng slightly frowned and then immediately got closer again. His throwing knives are most powerful when they're within 100 meters. Once they get farther than that, their power lowers dramatically. When they're within 50 meters, not only are they powerful, but the amount of spiritual force required to control them isn't large either. And now, the 2 sides are over 100 meters apart. Closer, closer. 120 meters, 100 meters, 80 meters. When Luo Feng was 80 meters away from Liao's group, he stopped. As of now, the 6 throwing knives underground were less than 20 meters away from Vulture Liao. The throwing knives needed some distance to accelerate. Time to start. Luo Feng's gaze turned cold. Advanced level War God level Vulture Liao and his subordinates, the intermediate level War God level Bei Yuan Gang and the 2 beginner level War Gods James and Isaacson all moved forward carefully. Who? The wind blew and the weeds bowed in response. Whoosh! 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 6 throwing knives directly bursted out of the ground around 5 meters away from Vulture Liao's position like black flashes of lightning. Within a thousandth of a second, the first contact between the 6 lightning flashes and Vulture Liao began. Liao! The other 3 war gods behind all reacted and were shocked. In the bushes in the distance, Luo Feng stared at Vulture Liao in the distance. He witnessed Vulture Liao's face flash with a black light the instant that the 6 throwing knives shot towards him. 4 of the 6 throwing knives hit Liao's face, but Liao's face was completely black at the moment. How is this possible? Luo Feng's eyes widened. In the distance, on Liao's face, 4 of the throwing knives stuck against his black skin, and 2 of the throwing knives weren't able to pierce through his throat's black skin. Whoosh! Liao leaped towards the sky. He directly leaped to a height of 50 to 60 meters. In mid-air, only his eyes were showing from his black skin-covered face. He looked down. From this height, he's naturally able to see everything in the surroundings. With a glance, he discovered Luo Feng that wasn't even 100 meters away from their group. I don't believe it. Luo Feng and Liao's eyes met, both of their gazes were ruthless. Whoosh! 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 The 6 throwing knives danced over once again, turning into 6 flashes of light. They instantly shot towards Vulture Liao in midair. Yet, Vulture Liao's cold expression didn't even change in the slightest. When the throwing knives shot towards him, he slightly twisted his body, causing 3 of the throwing knives to hit nothing but air while the other 3 throwing knives hit his body. The black lights covered Vulture Liao. But not even Liao's skin was pierced by the throwing knives. This is the Black God set? War God Bei Yuan Gang let out a face of admiration. Liao's elite fighter squad also looked at the deity like Liao with praise. Luo Feng was also shocked. This Black God set was too powerful. It has been said that it can ignore all War God level attacks. Luo Feng. Li Yao clenched his teeth, his eyes were going mad. Kill him. Li Yao immediately descended rapidly. When Li Yao looked towards Luo Feng's direction, the other three war gods understood where the enemy was. So, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The three figures surpassed the speed of sound and have surrounded Luo Feng literally within a blink of an eye. Bei Yuan Gang's shield and curved battle blade could be seen. As for the two white people, the mustached white man held a battle axe while the tall, skinny one held a shield and a thin blade. Humph. Luo Feng scoffed and his figure moved in a weird manner. With that, he already avoided the three war gods. After that, with a stomp on the floor, he leaped into mid-air like lightning. While in mid-air, Luo Feng sneered as he looked below. The three war gods below, Vulture Li Yao, and the other 50 elites couldn't help but to raise their heads towards Luo Feng. Death has come. Luo Feng looked coldly below. The 4 throwing knives beside him immediately charged down. The 6 throwing knives that were attacking Li Yao also split up immediately. 10 throwing knives in total. As of now, he can control 6 throwing knives at maximum power, any more in the power drops. However, when dealing with these elite members who aren't even war gods and 3 other war gods, he doesn't even need to keep his throwing knives at maximum power. The most important thing is efficiency, so Luo Feng used 10 throwing knives. When they saw 10 throwing knives floating in the air, fear could be seen in the eyes of every single one of those elites. Even the faces of the war gods changed slightly. Li Yao even roared ferociously and flew towards the sky. No! Don't! All of those elite fighters were scared and started running away. All of you die. Luo Feng's gaze was cold as he looked down. Whoosh! 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 10 throwing knives transformed into 10 bloody lights of death. From different directions, they shot towards the densely packed group of people like a meat grinder. No! A black brute yelled loudly as a bloody light shot out of his chest. Ah! A white elite fighter's head blew up. Fresh blood instantly sprayed around, dyeing this ancient wasteland. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 5, Chapter 43, Raging Anger. Volume 5, Chapter 43, Raging Anger. Isaacson. The mustached white brute yelled in fear. 2 deathly rays of light instantly shot towards the tall, skinny white war god fighter. Luo Feng was controlling these 10 throwing knives. As for the 3 war gods, Luo Feng of course gave them some special service. 2 throwing knives headed towards the white war god named Isaacson, who deeply howled in response. Clang! The sword in his hand barely managed to block 1 throwing knife. Poochie! The other throwing knife scraped across his neck and he only lost a bit of flesh. I'm not dead. Isaacson let out a sigh of relief to himself. Careful! The mustached brute yelled as he charged over. Poochie! A 3rd throwing knife came from behind and pierced Isaacson's head. Red and white liquid went flying. The mustached white man on the side couldn't help but to widen his eyes. Isaacson. 1 war god, down. The power of each throwing knife decreases by quite a bit when I control 10 throwing knives at the same time. Dealing with a beginner-level war god takes so much effort, Luo Feng thought to himself. When he controls 6 throwing knives at the same time, he can maintain them at maximum power. Starting with the 7th throwing knife, their power starts to decrease. Every time he adds on a throwing knife, the overall power drops by quite a bit. 10 throwing knives made killing beginner war gods quite troublesome. Clang! 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 The 3 throwing knives surrounding the yellow-skinned man all failed. An intermediate level war god is indeed much more powerful than a beginner level war god. Idiot, asterisk. Bei Yuan Gang roared and got cocky after easily blocking 3 throwing knives. As Luo Feng was slaughtering the people below with his 10 throwing knives, Vulture Li Yao left an afterimage behind as he shot towards Luo Feng. Seeing this, Luo Feng sneered to himself, he's going to fight against a spirit reader in midair? Humph, how stupid. With a thought, the shapeless spiritual force worked on the shield below his feet, causing Luo Feng to immediately dodge towards the left, easily evading Vulture Li Yao. This is the biggest advantage of spirit readers. Die! Vulture Li Yao's face was cruel and his eyes were filled with ferocity. As Luo Feng dodged away, he roared as he swung the blade in his right hand. Whoosh! As he swung, Vulture Li Yao's arm instantly stretched to a length of around 10 meters. A human fighter with a 10-meter-long black arm, such a peculiar sight. This 10-meter-long arm that bursted out of nowhere was holding a blade and directly, fiercely slashed towards Luo Feng. This, what? Luo Feng was unbelievably shocked. The blade is already in front of his face, there's no time to dodge, but descend. With a thought from Luo Feng, his spiritual force worked on the arm guards on his arms, pushing him down and causing him to descend rapidly. Of course, no matter how quickly he descends, his speed would never compare to a blade of an advanced level war god. The blade that surpassed the speed of sound by several times meant that Luo Feng could only use his ghost blade to defend. Rumble. An unbelievable amount of power transferred through the blade. No matter how hard he tried to defend, he still felt his hand hurt despite the fact that he was already descending. After that, his entire right arm instantly became numb and he shot towards the ground like a cannonball. Boom! As if an asteroid fell, a 7 to 8 meter wide crater formed on the surface of the wasteland. The 10 throwing knives that were slaughtering the crowd immediately flew towards the gigantic crater. Only until this happened did the crowd calm down, all of them turning their heads towards the crater. The yellow-skinned man named Bei Yuan Gang yelled idiot, asterisk as he charged towards like lightning. Li Yao, who was still in midair, also descended. What an odd blade! Luo Feng leaped out of the crater like lightning. His face was pale and some blood trickled out the side of his mouth. How could his arms suddenly become longer? Luo Feng felt like his organs were displaced and felt horrible. Clearly, the impact from before was too great. Keep in mind that an average advanced level wargod's fist strength can surpass 256,000 kilograms. Vulture Li Yao's fist strength, as a veteran advanced level war god, has already reached the 400,000 to 500,000 kilograms mark. With his force exertions, he can definitely surpass the 1 million kilograms mark, which is over 1,000 tons. What horrifying power! Thankfully, the attack just now was from the stretched black god set. Since the arm was stretched to around 10 meters, there was only half of the original power left in the attack. However, even though only half of the power was left, Luo Feng's organs rumbled in response and he spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. Idiot, asterisk Bei Yuan Gang charged forward. This spirit reader is only a beginner level war god, HM. Not bad for a 19-year-old youth to reach the beginner war god level. Unfortunately, he will fall to the hands of Bei Yuan Gang today. Bei Yuan Gang easily blocked 3 throwing knives just now, which made him extremely confident. Also, the small group of Japanese left on Earth today held envy towards China. Throughout history, Japan has always been fighting with China. However, the Grand Nirvana period delivered Japan a destructive blow. China is huge, so they weren't affected as much. Also, many powerful fighters popped out of China, like the world's strongest fighter Hong. Even though Hong's position is special, one thing that cannot be denied is Hong definitely favors China in his heart. So right now, China's position on Earth is extremely high. Before the Grand Nirvana period, Japan, which was virtually equal to China, is now barely surviving. The Japanese are spread out around the world through several headquarter cities. They don't even have their own form of government anymore. How could they not be jealous of China? How could they not hate China? To be able to kill a genius of China with his own hands, Bei Yuangang could feel his blood boiling. Die. Bei Yuangang's eyes were like lightning, his aura emanating to the sky. Japanese? Luo Feng looked at Bei Yuangang in front of him and frowned. Even though it was 2057, as an excellent student that graduated high school, Luo Feng was clear about the history before the Grand Nirvana period. When faced with the intermediate war god Bei Yuangang who appeared in front of him in an instant, Luo Feng simply sneered, "Idiot!" Whoosh! 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 6 throwing knives. The number of throwing knives that Luo Feng can keep at maximum power. Not right. Bei Yuangang's eyes widened and he yelled to himself, the speed of these throwing knives isn't right. How come they're much faster than before? Bei Yuangang, who was extremely confident because he easily blocked 3 throwing knives before, was now trying to wave the shield in his hand as fast as possible. But the 6 throwing knives were too fast. Keep in mind that Luo Feng can defeat most advanced level war gods. Even Vulture Li Yao, if he didn't have his black god set, would be at a disadvantage. Against an advanced level war god ***? Poochie. The first throwing knife directly pierced Bei Yuangang's mouth, causing his head to burst. The 5 other throwing knives didn't do a thing. Intermediate level war god Bei Yuangang, down. Vulture Li Yao, who just reached the ground, witnessed Luo Feng kill Bei Yuangang and became even more enraged. He ferociously stomped on the ground, ripping apart the air in front of him, and reached Mach 2. With just a movement of his body, he was already right in front of Luo Feng. Retreat, retreat. Luo Feng's face changed and the power in his body exploded, explosion of 3. 5x. His speed was over 400 meters per second. Powerful spiritual force, support. Accelerate. His speed was over 500 meters per second. Even though Luo Feng's spiritual force was approaching that advanced level war god level and the resulting acceleration was great, the greater your speed becomes, the harder it is for it to raise. Air resistance multiplies exponentially when your speed increases, so even though Luo Feng's spiritual force should have made him 2 to 3 times faster, his speed only increased by not even a third. When compared to Li Yao's speed of Mach 2, the difference was huge. Die. Both blades in Li Yao's hands came slashing crazily. Can't dodge this anymore. Luo Feng clenched his teeth. His spiritual force wrapped around one of the approaching blades, but right when it touched the blade, Luo Feng felt as if his spiritual force was up against a gigantic mountain, which instantly crumbled against it. The amount of power in this one blade was just too great. And Vulture Li Yao's face slightly changed, since he clearly felt that his attack was affected. Rumble. The blade slashed against Luo Feng's hexagonal shield. As if struck by lightning, the horrifying impact caused the hexagonal shield to smack against Luo Feng's body, throwing Luo Feng into the air. Crack! The left arm that was holding the hexagonal shield twisted. Fractured? Hope it's not broken. Luo Feng felt the piercing pain in his left arm and immediately used the force that threw him into the air to soar into the sky. Luo Feng! Vulture Li Yao roared. Rumble! He soared into the air, instantly approached Luo Feng, and ferociously slashed with his arm. Whoosh! His arm instantly became longer and that 10-meter-long black arm flew towards Luo Feng, as if it was going to trap him. Humph! Luo Feng's body created a curve in the air and immediately charged towards the sky. He flew up 100 meters and then swiftly flew towards 8 mountain range in the distance, thus disappearing from Vulture Li Yao's field of vision. In the wastelands, Vulture Li Yao's underlings were panicking. They didn't think that a 19-year-old Chinese youth would be so horrifying. In just a short moment, they lost 1 intermediate-level war god, 1 beginner-level war god, and 18 elites. 16 elites were heavily wounded. Bastard! Vulture Li Yao looked at the corpses on the wasteland. His face looked horrifying and it seemed as if there were two raging balls of fire in his eyes. Li Yao, how is this Luo Feng so powerful? It's not like what you told us at all. The white-mustached brute, James, carried his brother's corpse as he roared. Shut up! Li Yao glared at James with anger, his killing intent soaring. James' heart skipped a beat. If this Li Yao killed him here in the wasteland and blamed Luo Feng for it, nobody would know at all. When he thought of this, James didn't dare to show Li Yao his anger anymore. Bei Yuan gang. As Li Yao walked towards the Japanese person's corpse, his face became more and more horrifying. He couldn't help but to kick at the corpse in anger. With a pang, Bei Yuan gang's corpse blew up, his blood spraying everywhere. This scene caused everyone's hearts to go cold, and James even cursed, "This vulture is as cruel as they say. Why did I agree to come and earn some of his money back then?" Silence. Everyone was shocked by Vulture Li Yao's cruelty. After destroying Bei Yuan gang's corpse, Li Yao cursed, "Piece of trash." Anger. A stomach full of anger. Vulture Li Yao looked at his surroundings and became even more angry. He didn't think that his arrival would give Luo Feng a huge present. He lost so many men. Luo Feng. Vulture Li Yao clenched his teeth and seethed out these two words. Asterisk, he says idiot in Japanese every time, lol. Original text says advanced level war god, but I think it should say intermediate level war god. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 5, Chapter 44, Laser Cannon, Aim. Volume 5, Chapter 44, Laser Cannon, Aim. Vulture Li Yao, whose armor only exposed his eyes, nose, and mouth, stood on the wastelands like a demon. Everyone was stunned by his cruelty. The scent of blood emanated. Who would have known that this Luo Feng became this powerful? If it weren't for the Black God said, even I might not be able to beat him. Vulture Li Yao squinted, his gaze was cold. He took 2 attacks from me and yet he's still alive. Now that he knows the power of the Black God said, he probably won't allow me to get near him next time. Vulture Li Yao was anxious. There's only one way left. Chase him and then force him into the air. When he's in the air, he'll be an open target for the laser cannon. Vulture Li Yao sneered. Oh shit, the laser cannon. Vulture Li Yao's face changed. He saw Luo Feng's throwing knives go crazy in the crowd, which caused a lot of people to die. At the pinnacle of human technology, Vulture Li Yao would have no way to operate it unless there are professionals here to assemble the parts. Klein. Li Yao quickly turned his head. A white man with a large mustache came running over as he respectfully said, "Mr. Li, how are the casualties on the squad you brought along?" Followed Li Yao. Klein's face turned pale as he respectfully answered, "We brought 9 people, 2 people died and 2 are injured." "Can the laser cannon still be assembled and operated?" continued Li Yao. Klein slightly frowned. Li Yao's heart couldn't help but to skip a beat. This large-scale laser cannon could easily eliminate Horde leader-level monsters and could even harm Emperor-level monsters. It's the most powerful weapon that mankind possesses. Naturally, its operations are very sophisticated. There are specialized personnel in charge of operating and maintaining certain parts. If someone crucial is missing, then the laser cannon cannot be operated. About assembling, it's just that. Klein was a bit hesitant. "I'm asking you, if you can assemble it?" said Li Yao in a low voice. Klein saw Li Yao's cold expression and couldn't help but to get nervous. He clenched his teeth as he said, "If the 7 of us work together, we can." Good. Li Yao nodded. "Assemble immediately." "Right here?" Klein was flabbergasted. "Yes, right here," sneered Li Yao, I don't have time to move these into the mountains. I believe that Luo Feng isn't satisfied, and that he'll secretly climb up the mountain and look towards us. Once he reveals his head, the assembled laser cannon can fire at him and kill him. Li Yao was clear. Since Luo Feng already discovered their tracks, he might catch them assembling the laser cannon in the mountain. With Luo Feng's tricks, he might not be able to defeat Li Yao himself, but he definitely can destroy a laser cannon with the peculiar powers of a spirit reader. Klein nodded, yes. Klein headed towards his squad members. Li Yao also went to watch the specialized personnel open up the crates. At the same time, he commanded everyone else, watch the surroundings closely. Monsters are absolutely not allowed to disturb us. Yes. A few dozen people heeded command at the same time. Suddenly, a commotion started in the squad of specialized personnel, which caused Li Yao to look over with question. Mr. Li Klein came rushing over with anxiety. What's wrong? Asked Li Yao. Mr. Li, just now. Just now. Klein's face was pale and his body was shaking. Speak. Li Yao glared. Klein said with a wavering voice, the spirit reader's attack just now caused quite a few people to run in panic. In their panic to avoid the throwing knives, they bumped into the crates. And one of the crates was pierced by the flying throwing knife. What Li Yao's face changed dramatically. Bumping over a crate isn't a problem, since the crate itself has some protection for the parts. However, the part inside the crate is definitely ruined if a throwing knife pierced through the crate. Hurry, open the crate now, Li Yao rushed over. Klein hastily rushed over too. At this time, all the other squad members had bad looks on their faces as they stood beside the crate. Li Yao saw clearly too, this crate had an obvious hole that went through the entire crate. A few pieces of glass that could be seen to the human eye were laying around. Clearly, the part in this crate is destroyed. Bastard, bastard. Li Yao's eyes turned red. He ran into such a huge problem right when he came out. However, Li Yao didn't know that. Luo Feng was only concerned with killing people and didn't pay any attention to the crates. However, 3 throwing knives were deflected by the intermediate war god Bei Yuan gang. With the amazing speed of the throwing knives, they'll naturally remain powerful even after being deflected. And one of those deflected throwing knives pierced this crate. Mr. Li, if this part isn't a core component, then there won't be a big problem, said Klein. Open it, howled Li Yao as he glared at these people. These specialized personnel also knew. With the temper of their boss in front of them, if this laser cannon isn't able to be assembled, there would only be one result left for these useless people, they'll be killed by this boss, but these specialized personnel started opening the crate. Voila! The crate opened. Klein stared, energy? Energy? The specialized personnel on the side stared too. What? Li Yao stared at Klein. Klein carefully looked at the crates and excitedly said to Li Yao beside him, Mr. Li, we are in great luck. The crate that was destroyed held the energy to the laser cannon. Even though 2 energy components were damaged, we still have 1 more left. In other words, with 1 energy component, we can fire the laser cannon at maximum power once. At a lower setting, it can fire 3 times. Li Yao let out a sigh of relief to himself. Good thing it's just energy. Even 3 times for a lower setting is good enough. These 3 attacks can easily wipe out the most powerful war gods and horde leader level monsters. Begin assembling, commanded Li Yao. Yes, all the specialized personnel realized they dodged a bullet and immediately started to swiftly assemble. Ape Mountain Range, Luo Feng's base. In the dark cave, Luo Feng sat on the ground with his back against the cave wall, his face was pale. Phew, it's not broken, Luo Feng softly rubbed his left elbow as he recalled the scene that previously unfolded. Luo Feng was still a bit shocked, this vulture Li Yao is already an experienced advanced level war god fighter. His strength probably ranges from 400,000 to 500,000 kilograms. With a 3x to 4x multiplier, his blade's power was definitely over 1 million kilograms, but even after his spiritual force's obstruction and his shield's defense, Vulture Liao's slash still caused a crack asterisk. And in mid-air, Vulture Liao's slash via his lengthened arm also managed to make Luo Feng spit out blood and cause his right hand to split open a bit. Since this blade was slashed through the Black God set, it only had half of its original power. These two slashes. Vulture Liao wasn't able to attack with all his power. But even so, Luo Feng had no way to fight back. He's faster than me. He's stronger than me. His defense is way greater than mine too. My advantage lies in the unpredictability of my attacks, and that it's easier for me to escape. Luo Feng frowned. That Black God set is too special. It can extend based on the user's will. Not only can it cover the wearer's entire body, it can also extend to a length of around 10 meters. This means that he can easily attack me even when I'm in midair. When he was escaping at the very end, Liao actually tried to tie him up with his extending arm. Once he's tied up, he's probably finished. Next time I battle against this Liao, I have to stay at least 20 meters away from him, decided Luo Feng to himself. While Luo Feng was resting in his base, Liao demonstrated his unbeatable power on the wastelands, scaring the leader of a horde leader-level monster, away. After that, no monster hordes dared to harass these humans again. Mr. Li, assembling complete, said Klein with excitement. Oh? Li Yao went over. In front of him was an apparatus that looked like a satellite. This apparatus was around 10 meters long. In the middle was a cylinder-shaped device that looked like a turbine. On the two sides of this huge cylinder were two smaller cylinders. Has Luo Feng's position been tracked? Asked Li Yao. Yes. Li Yao pointed to the radar display. This Luo Feng is within 5 kilometers of us, so our radar can barely manage to locate him. However, these types of radar are usually used to search for large beings. The human body is too small, so once the distance increases, it'll be hard to lock on again. If that happens, we can only do a laser lock-on. Laser lock-on? From Li Yao. Yes. Klein nodded. The advantages of a laser lock-on is that it is extremely accurate and can lock on to targets far away. However, the disadvantage is there can be absolutely nothing in between the laser cannon and the target. For example, there is a huge mountain obstructing the target right now, so there is no way to use a laser lock-on. Of course, we are close right now, so there is no need for that. The radar can lock on to the target with no problem, said Klein with confidence. Can you kill him now? Asked Li Yao. No, Klein shook his head. The target is deep inside the mountain range inside one of the mountains. There is over 300 meters of rock blocking the target from our current position. If the laser cannon was to shoot through such thick rock, all of its power would be used up. 300 meters of rock. Even the most powerful of war gods can't reach a depth of 300 meters when punching a huge mountain once. However, as long as he shows himself from the mountain range, or, as long as the thickness of obstructing rock is within 10 meters, it can shoot through and kill him, Klein said confidently. Very good. Li Yao's eyes glowed. Keep Luo Feng targeted. For sure. With this kid's sneakiness, he'll definitely sneak a look through his binoculars. Once the target is able to be shot down, kill him directly. Yes, Klein responded loudly. Li Yao looked at the faraway 8 mountain range and let out a cruel smile on his face. To be able to die to the laser cannon, you should be proud of yourself. Asterisk after Googling, http://www.medicinenet.com/script/main/art.asp ? Article key =84347. I realized that fracture, breaks, and cracks on a bone mean the same thing. Just in case some Johns Hopkins graduate is reading this or something, I hereby apologize for not having a better word to translate the original text to, but seriously, original text says fracture and break, so nothing I can do. Update: thanks to a kind reader, I changed it to crack. I'll update the previous chapters tomorrow. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 5, Chapter 45, Escape Plan. Volume 5, Chapter 45, Escape Plan. Liao and the others waited very patiently, as if they were snipers lying in wait, ready to use the laser cannon for a one-shot kill at any time. Ape Mountain Range, Luo Feng's base. In the dark cave, Luo Feng was in his Wu Xian Xiang Tian position as he absorbed the cosmic energies into his body and transformed it into genetic energy. Luo Feng intentionally guided the genetic energy to his left elbow. A numbing feeling spread about and, in a moment, Luo Feng stopped only when the injured part of his body couldn't absorb any more genetic energy. The dragon blood sure is effective. Even though my body fitness level raised by a lot of the dragon blood's energies are still hidden in my body. I just trained for a bit and a lot of the energy merged into my body. My elbow is much more comfortable now. In 2 or 3 days, it'll be perfectly fine. Luo Feng moved his elbow a bit and couldn't help but to let out a smile. An increase in a fighter's strength is an evolution to their life. After reaching the beginner war god level, Luo Feng's immunity system and recovery rate became much more powerful than before. Alright, let's see where Liao and his group are and what they're doing. Luo Feng put on his backpack and swiftly dashed out of the cave. On the wastelands. Luo Feng moved, yelled Klein with excitement. Liao's eyes flashed on the side, but he continued to watch the radar in silence. In the mountain range. Luo Feng was in the mountain range, his eyes were cold. If I have a chance, I'll cruelly punish them again. I killed quite a few people just then. Oh yeah, they seem to have brought a bunch of crates with them. They came all the way from Europe to kill me and even brought so many crates with them. Those crates must be something valuable, so I'll destroy them too. Wait. Luo Feng suddenly stopped as he stooped on the mountain, his face changing dramatically. Crates. Crates? They came here from tens of thousands of km away and brought a bunch of crates with them? And they treated those crates with extreme care? As Luo Feng thought to himself, all the hairs on his body stood up. If I was Liao, and I wanted to kill a spirit reader, what would I do to raise my chances? As long as spirit readers can fly, Liao wouldn't be able to kill them no matter how powerful he is. Only 2 weapons can threaten a war god level spirit reader. Nuclear bombs and laser cannons. Luo Feng's face changed dramatically. This Liao actually brought a laser cannon here? Luo Feng was only a 19-year-old youth. Even though China's education broadened one's horizons, Luo Feng subconsciously thought that the laser cannon and nuclear bomb were the 2 ultimate heated weapons of humanity, their last resort against monsters. How could he have thought that Liao would use a laser cannon against himself? However, when Luo Feng thought about how to deal with a spirit reader from Liao's point of view, he deduced it could only be a laser cannon. With all the crates he saw, this is an accurate guess. According to what I learned in physics class, laser cannons are restricted in many ways. Usually, laser cannons can only attack freely when they're on an aircraft. And when they're on the ground, the spheroid shape of the Earth causes the surface to be curved too. Various information about the laser cannon quickly appeared in Luo Feng's mind. Keep in mind that when Luo Feng was still in school, his strongest subject was science. If he didn't faint in the middle of his math exam during his high school exams, Luo Feng's test scores would probably be high enough for him to get into the best school. Adding to that, countless men are curious about the laser cannon, so many of them know a lot about it. Now, I definitely can't show my head. Thankfully, this large mountain is blocking, so they can't do anything for now. But once I show my head, they'll probably kill me instantly. A cold sweat appeared on Luo Feng's forehead. Fear. The laser cannon was too powerful. First, the speed. The laser cannon attacks at the speed of light. Under the speed of light, Luo Feng would probably be blasted to smithereens before he can even attempt to conjure up the thought of dodging. Next is power. After the laser cannon's power rose to the extreme through research, humanity has been able to fight equally against monsters. This Li Yao sure is insane. He brought so many crates. What could it be, if not a laser cannon? Other machines are useless against spirit readers and in war god level battles. Escape. The thing I need to do now is to run away as far as I can. Laser cannons are restricted by distance, so once the distance becomes too great, they won't be able to locate me. Luo Feng didn't want to reveal himself to check them anymore. It's not a check. It's a risk. Who knows whether or not Li Yao has the laser cannon aimed at him right now. Once he reveals himself, he'll be killed. Where should I go? Luo Feng immediately looked at the tactical communications watch on his wrist and brought up a satellite mapping of his surroundings. Through the mapping, Luo Feng clearly understood the geography of his surroundings. Li Yao and his group are north of the mountain range, so I should run towards the south as fast as possible. Since a huge mountain is in between us, they won't be able to attack me for a moment's time. Around 3 kilometers away from the mountain range is a river. Water can refract light, and when the attack of a laser cannon blasts on a river, it'll evaporate lots of water and become refracted. This will use up a huge amount of its energy. Once I'm deep into the river, I'll be safe. Luo Feng was clear that the laser cannon was most afraid of weather conditions like rain and mist. And he was going to be under a river. Against a laser cannon, water would do a much better job of blocking than rock and steel. Along this river, 260 kilometers, a huge lake can be reached. This lake, according to the satellite mapping, has an area of around 100 kilometers squared, said Luo Feng to himself with happiness. The continent of Australia always had many large lakes. Especially because of the sea-type monsters' invasion into the continent, many large lakes were formed. These large lakes are usually the home of various sea-type monsters. In the middle of this lake is an island that's around 20 to 30 kilometers squared. Yup, I'll go along the river and enter the lake. Then I'll go through the lake and reach the island. Thought Luo Feng to himself, a distance of 200 kilometers, there's no way the laser cannon can hit me when I'm that far, unless I fly up to an extremely high altitude. And the lake surrounding the island poses no threat to me. But Li Yao can't fly, so he can only swim through the water. After thinking about that, he proceeded to run. Luo Feng swiftly jumped down and went along the valley below as he quickly headed south. Wasteland, Li Yao's group. How come he's not moving? Elite members of all skin colors were all surprised. Even Li Yao frowned. Before, they were extremely excited when they saw the little bright dot rush up the mountain in the radar's display. After all, every single person here probably wants to kill Luo Feng. If they kill Luo Feng, they will have money to earn, and they will be able to avenge the dead. He turned back, exclaimed Klein. He's not turning back, he's escaping towards the south. War God James' face changed as he followed. Indeed, the bright dot on the radar display was swiftly headed south. Li Yao stayed silent. Slowly. Mr. Li, the target has already escaped the mountainous region and is continuously headed south, said Klein hurriedly. This sly kid. Li Yao squinted. Li Yao started to suspect that Luo Feng guessed that he brought out a laser cannon. Even though the usual person can't make such a guess, but with Li Yao's understanding of Luo Feng, the youth named Luo Feng is extremely cautious and sly. It seems like killing this Luo Feng will be no easy task. James, said Li Yao in a low tone. James looked at Li Yao, his face changing slightly. Could it be that this Li Yao wants him to go deal with Luo Feng? That horrifying kid instantly killed his partner in Bei Yuan Gang, which caused James to lose all will to fight and oppose him. Bring my men and carefully transport this laser cannon to a mountain in the mountain range over there. Pick a location that can aim towards the south. Commanded Li Yao. Remember, be careful. Do not let the laser cannon get damaged no matter what. James couldn't help but to let out a sigh of relief. No worries, this distance is basically nothing. And we also have so many people here, said James confidently. Moving a laser cannon across a distance of hundreds of km is a difficult task, but the distance they're moving it across is only a few kilometers. For a war god and many warlord-level fighters, this task is nothing difficult. Could Li Yao look towards Klein? Klein, remember, once you get the chance, kill Luo Feng. As for the safety here, James will be responsible for it. No worries, nodded James. Klein, you contact me about Luo Feng's position, commanded Li Yao. Yes, responded Klein. With a movement of Li Yao's body, he transformed into a blurry, black image as he disappeared into the distance. With his horrifying Mach 2 speed, it only took him a few seconds to reach the 8 mountain range that was a few km away. Luo Feng wasn't as fast as Li Yao, but once he goes all out with his spiritual forces support, his speed was over 500 meters per second. After charging out of the mountain range, Luo Feng entered the large river that was around 10 meters wide. Since it's only 10 meters wide, the monsters in the river aren't powerful. The truly powerful water-type monsters live in large lakes or in the sea. Whoosh! Luo Feng lay on his hexagonal shield in the water as he controlled the buoyancy. At the same time, his spiritual force worked on his battle boots, producing a powerful propulsion force of over 200,000 kilograms. Whoosh! Luo Feng swiftly zipped through the river faster than a torpedo. Li Yao, who just charged out of 8 mountain range, howled towards his tactical communications watch. Where is Luo Feng? Mr. Li, there is a river 3 kilometers ahead of you. Luo Feng is swiftly headed towards the south along that river. While that sound still rang, Li Yao used his astonishing speed to rush towards the river. Sonic booms could be heard everywhere he ran by, scaring away quite a few monsters as a result. He charged towards the river and swiftly sprinted towards the south along the riverbank. In just a moment, Li Yao and Luo Feng have both advanced dozens of kilometers. Where is Luo Feng? Asked Li Yao again. Mr. Li, the target is too far. The radar can't even detect Luo Feng. Klein's voice carried from the tactical communications watch. Li Yao couldn't help but to stop. What? Can't be detected anymore? Li Yao looked at the sparkling, flowing river in front of him. How should he know where Luo Feng is? As he clenched his teeth, he dialed his wife Benina's number. Benina, quick, give Luo Feng's new phone number to me. And around 8 kilometers away from Li Yao under the river, Luo Feng, like a torpedo, swiftly moved forward in the river. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 5, Chapter 46, Unforeseen Event. Volume 5, Chapter 46, Unforeseen Event. What do you want his phone number for? Vanina's voice carried from the tactical communications watch. Hurry, don't waste time, urged Li Yao. Vanina's voice had a bit of anger tied within. Yao, you better not mess around. If you want to confirm Luo Feng's position, you should do it through me. Even if you can confirm his location by dialing Luo Feng's number, Luo Feng will be able to discover your location too. And if you call him, it'll raise his suspicions. Vanina was unamused. I'll figure out a way to get his location to you. Li Yao frowned. He knew his wife was right. All right, hurry, urged Li Yao. Paris headquarters city, a large room. 3 laptops were opened at the same time, and 2 men and 1 woman were each sitting in front of them. Vanina stood on the side as she commanded. Use Luo Feng's home number to call Luo Feng. Yes. Through their software, it was easy for them to make Luo Feng's tactical communications watch display the number they wanted to. Madam, coordinates confirmed, said the black woman. Send it to the mister, commanded Vanina. Li Yao, who was standing on the riverbank, couldn't help but to sneer as he looked at the coordinates he just received, so he was only a few dozen km away from me. For war gods, a few dozen km is nothing. Fighters like war gods, especially powerful ones whose bodies are who knows how many more times tougher than diamond, have fist strengths of hundreds of thousands of kg. Not even bullets fired from a sniper rifle can pierce their skin. Advanced organisms like them are definitely human weapons who pose a greater threat than an entire army. Whoosh! Like lightning, he chased towards Luo Feng's position. While he was chasing, Luo Feng was also advancing underwater. With Luo Feng's beginner war god fitness level, he could hold his breath underwater for nearly half an hour. Even normal people can hold their breath underwater for a few minutes, so it is normal for Luo Feng to be able to handle half an hour. My tactical communications watch vibrated? Luo Feng glanced at his tactical communications watch with confusion. This is a tactical communications watch that came with his 9th series battle uniform. Waterproof is but a tiny function. The display shows that this call is from home. That's not right. I didn't even give my family my new phone number? Luo Feng was confused. Luo Feng was using this new phone number as bait to catch the vulture-scorpion couple, so he didn't tell his family members. He communicates with his family via the cell phone he bought. My parents are normal people. If they wanted to contact me, they could just call my cell phone. How could they go through so many steps to get my number from the elite training camp and then call me? Luo Feng was clear that it wasn't hard for someone else to get a certain phone number to show on a tactical communications watch's display. Trying to find me through my phone number? Sorry. Luo Feng grinned and pressed the off button. He held it down. Beep. The tactical communications watch directly turned off. To prevent others from calling his number to find out his location, there are two ways. 1. Throw away the tactical communications watch and separate it from the user. They can find the tactical communication watch's position, but not the owner's. 2. Take out the battery or turn it off. Power it off. Once it's off, the tactical communications watch is just a piece of metal. On the riverbank. Coordinates? I'm asking you, where are the coordinates? Li Yao couldn't help but to roar, his face was fierce. The tactical communications watch's display showed Vanina as she shook her head, Yao, that Luo Feng already turned off his tactical communications watch. What do you mean? Li Yao's eyes seemed like they were about to shoot out flames. Can't locate Luo Feng anymore. Vanina shook her head. Li Yao clenched his fists in anger. Can't locate? He hurriedly crossed tens of thousands of km from Europe with a group of people and, right when he arrived, his men were killed by Luo Feng. And now, Luo Feng turned off his tactical communications watch. Now that he can't locate Luo Feng, he can't even locate him, and don't even mention killing him. All for nothing. All for nothing. Bastard Li Yao was so mad that the veins on his forehead were bursting. When Li Yao lost track of Luo Feng, it was already nighttime. The sky was dark, and a triangular fighter jet was flying in the skies of Australia at an alarming speed. In the fighter jet was one pilot and 2 passengers. That Li Yao sure is cruel. He got a laser cannon out just to deal with Luo Feng. Out of the 2 passengers, a tall, large brute laughed loudly. Beside him was a skinny Indian with slightly curly hair, who said in his accented Chinese, "He's completely crazy, so he doesn't care about the method." "Hee, Puka, you can speak Chinese?" complimented the large brute. The Indian slightly smiled and said nothing. "Hee, laser cannon. Truthfully, even though I have reached this level already, I haven't actually seen a laser cannon after all these years." The brute couldn't help but to sigh. I guess the Paulinus family aren't arms dealers for show. Through their control over weapons, they even got a laser cannon. Humph. The Indian said with a humph, they privately sell out quite a few nuclear bombs and laser cannons. Suddenly, the fighter jet's speed decelerated rapidly. Where here the large brute stood up. "Puka, get ready to get off." "Okay," the Indian nodded slightly. On a mountain in Ape Mountain Range, James and the elites from the Paulinus family were currently resting. At this time, a black, triangular fighter jet appeared in the sky. When he saw this fighter jet, James' face changed. "It's the Dojo of Limits fighter jet," exclaimed James. Dojo of Limits, quite a few other elite fighters recognized it. As of now, fighter jets were usually disc-shaped. Triangular-shaped fighter jets were usually less effective than disc-shaped ones. However, only the triangular fighter jets manufactured by the Dojo of Limits possess an extremely high level of attack power. They were the best fighter jets on Earth. The American government, European government, etc. all wanted the Dojo of Limits to make their fighter jet manufacturing techniques public. Sadly, Hong ignored them. So, these types of fighter jets have basically become a symbol of the Dojo of Limits. Isn't that James? The hatch opened and two figures jumped down from midair, landing on the mountain. "Puka? Taizong?" James was astonished. War gods all joined the palace of war gods, so James, a war god, recognized these two famous people. "James, who are they?" The other elite fighters were in a panic. It seems like these two people weren't regular people. The World Alliance bans people from using the laser cannons against other people. The large brute scanned the crowd. The crowd of elite fighters felt like a laser hit their eyes and were in extreme pain. Following the command of the head, "We'll be taking away this laser cannon." What Klein's eyes widened as he yelled, "This is our Paulinus families." Bullshit. The large brute's eyes were like lightning as he roared, "Ask James." Klein turned towards the only war god on their side, James. James also scolded, "Hurry up and follow their command." Do you know who these two people are? They are war gods of the Dojo of Limits. Directly tell Li Yao the names Puka and Taizong and Li Yao will definitely stay silent. Klein froze. "Hurry, disassemble the laser cannon and put them in the crates," commanded the large brute. "Us?" Klein froze. Not only have they come to take away their laser cannon, but they also want them to disassemble it. "If not you, then who?" scolded the large brute with dissatisfaction. Even James was helping the opponents, so Klein and his group had no choice but to follow their demands. At the same time, they swiftly contacted Li Yao about this. Li Yao, whose stomach was filled with anger because he couldn't find Luo Feng, received Klein's call. "Sir, the laser cannon was taken away by two people named Puka and Taizong." After hearing the first phrase, Li Yao was about to start cursing, but after hearing the second phrase, the curses that were halfway out of his throat were forcefully swallowed back into himself. However, his face was purple from anger. "Puka and Taizong? The special forces of the Dojo of Limits? And led by Squadron Captain Puka?" As a veteran advanced level war god, Li Yao really didn't care about Taizong's strength. However, Puka, the genius fighter of India who graduated within the top 3 of the elite training camp. As a genius who also possesses the Black God set, he has extraordinary skill and power and is even one of Hong's students. Li Yao has even fought with Puka twice in the virtual space, and he lost both times, but as expected, Luo Feng, a 19-year-old who can already compare to an advanced level war god with his spiritual force, is valued highly by the Dojo of Limits. Of course, the Dojo of Limits probably kept track of everything Luo Feng was doing via satellite. Li Yao squinted. He found out that I brought a laser cannon and was preparing to kill Luo Feng with it, which wouldn't help Luo Feng train at all. In response, they directly dispatched their special forces to take it away. Damn! Using me as a tool to sharpen Luo Feng? Li Yao stood there motionless, but his eyes were horrifying. As if a vulture who has starved for 10 days already, he was pushed to the border of insanity. My son died. My only son died. and they want to use me as a tool? Ha ha. Hong, just watch, I'll make you regret this decision," said Vulture Liao lowly. After that, he headed towards the river. He, Liao, will not give up his mission to kill Luo Feng. After turning off his tactical communications watch, Luo Feng casually advanced in the river. Occasionally, he would pop his head above the surface to breathe a bit, and then continue advancing in the water. He wasn't in a rush. Luo Feng arrived at his destination at night time, a lake that had an area of around 100 kilometers squared. The lake was grand, and a weird sound occasionally carried out from the water. Right now, Luo Feng had his feet on his shield as he hovered above the surface of the lake. He watched the center of the lake with a face of surprisement. How could this be? This lake. The lake in front of him was completely covered with an unending mist. The closer to the center, the thicker the mist. Even with the vision of a war god, one could barely see past 100 meters. The weird part is, the mist at the border of the lake was thin, and there was no mist at all on the surrounding land. What place is this? Luo Feng felt invisible pressure. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 5, Chapter 47, Invitation. Volume 5, Chapter 47, Invitation. This lake was already quite strange, and the night just made it even more mysterious. Luo Feng subconsciously felt pressure. It's night right now and the mist obstructs my vision. I'll check properly in the morning tomorrow. Luo Feng was calm. He would rather wait until day than go in blindly right now. Tonight, Luo Feng went around the lake.